Chapter 1 Best friends both traverseth book together. The Tianxiang Pavilion the grandestia housing Xingjing ways enveloped in amistia, with the hustle and bustle voices reaching onseers. Is thathan with a fifth prime minister on the left? And the onant the right most but hanu princess consort of crown prince. Rumorazit that woladius de not jutelang and when they meet, Theoclash immediately stay for a way to avoid jetting caught in the crossfire. Following the gaze off Dick Road, to breathtaking le beautiful faces emerged from the pen window one the second floor. Wanua seductive and damorous while it heather wasculin picturesque. I wondered what was said Sangluan crossing harems with an arrogant look. Her gazesken mengyauning from hetto and her disdain wasevident soits the princess consort. Mengyuning snorted and said, Dante unota retriat when iosim? Retreat, Sangluan clicked her tongue as if hearing a joke. My husband is prime minister of Ordinasti. How dare you, just aftervilus princess consort of crown prince, bisa presumptuous in front of? Sangluan pushed with a contemptuous expression. It's ya should not block me way. Bang! Mengyuning fell straight to the ground, causing the crowd below to gasp in shock. The sis not just to clash its life at threatening. Mengyuning's delicatien fair skin was scratched, with bruise intertwining with redness, coupled with Heraeus misted with water, shelloked pitiful. Despite this, Nune direct to step forward and help her up. Sangluan just wait. The crown prince will noddle officially, said Mengyuning as he struggled tajatup, one hand holding her skirt and the other covering her mouth as heron away. Among the murmurs off Dick Road, Sangluan maintained a cold face and cautiously glanced around. After entering Nunsor, she turned and disappeared into a private room. Half a month ago, Sangluan reversed into this novel tight lead after the delicate beauty vanishes, becoming the cannon fodder female supporting character. She had thought her future would break, but unexpectedly during a palace banquet she and her best friend recognized each other through their unique signals and subtle movements. The current plot point is that the original character first her family with threats of suicide and successful emerith Prime Minister Feng Hongji. Similarly, Mengyuning, coerced by her prince, married Crown Prince Jiran. Tossed in track with the plot, Thetwaklash violent lie whenever they meet. Sangluan composed herself and, upon turning, Kama Facetofus with a familiar countenance. She abruptly stepanned, with a stride reached Mengyuning's side. She examined her from all angles, saying, Ning, midir Ning, are you alright? Di do hurty ourself from falling? She alternately pinched Mengyuning's shoulder and then her thigh, looking of en marobsequiest Hannah sycophant. Sangluan's gaze fell on Mengyuning's right wrist, where a bright red mark stood out. Shekwa Kleibel wanted, looking distressed. Oh, my poor Ning, you've a skinny diort knee. Mengyuning pulled her hand away and said, fine yifio keep blowing, it'll heal by itself. Sangluan jiggled and draped hair around Mengyuning's shoulders, clinging to her like a boneless person were a truly great sister Saviner Bunite reverse injustagather. Mengyuning gissed her hand to support Sangluan shed, push and jite away with all her strength. As Mengyuning moved, Sangluan followed suit. Mengyuning sat upright and gracefully picked up the teacup in front of her for a sip, allowing Sangluan to cling to her like Yakwala. She coquetted lightly and said, look at you, like you've never seen world before. Upon hearing this, Sangluan lifted her eyes and glanced at her, with her elongate diacorners lifting with her movements. Have you? They had known each other for over 10 years, and think knew their strewy nature very well. Mengyuning's posture softened, and she fell backward directly, turning to look at Sangluan and jiggling. Neither have I. Sherabit her her shoulders and sighed, being go Elbrid lady eyes really hard work, it's exhausting. Sangluan deeply agreed, and both said simultaneously, leaning towards each other until their heads suppressed closely together. What should we know? Sangluan abruptly sat up straight. According to the novel setting, the white moonlights of Feng Hengzi and Chiran will resurrect in air. By then, Onofus will be executed by whitey silk, and Theother will be forcibly poisoned to death. After saying this, Sangluan instinctively touched her neck, which was still intact. These way of dying is truly brutal and inhumane. Very illidentavus in a room to survive, said Sangluan with a pout. In my opinion, we shall drain here from a life's wealth, grab the money, and run away to live in seclusion with tenerite handsome eman. Is that better than seeing them go crazy every day? Feng Heng's long-term appetite lessed cultivate de volatile and durable temperament. Whenever Samiana touch this or spot, Huel go ballistic, like fire racker they tinites with just a spark. On go es ballistic, he would frantic alithrothing surround, makingathard for Sangluan to sleep sometimes. Technically, there is no flaw in that logic, said Mengyuning, leaning Galfin theatably, but the problem is that her current situation Synthi Monsian are not good. Would Feng Heng's hide willing to entrust the financial power of T Monsian Toya? Upon hearing this, Sangluan fell silent, pulling a bitter face and shaking her head. No, Huold. Neither would Chiran, said Mengyuning, scratching her hair and feeling inexplicably. Ik no love to athisa pina nutanda likakes, said Meng Yuning, looking gatha platov postrius in front of Heron handing Genito Sanglawan, here, eat it, I ordered it specially for you. Sanglawan took a tan pita tin hermuth, the flavor soft pininat sandilius mingledan spreadin finit lion hermuth. It tastes good, it's really not comparable to thishada food off modern times, she said, her lips curling into a pleasant arc, with her elongate dia corners as lightly upturned and haria sparkling. The most important thing no wastagi in financial control, after eating thripaninu tandalai cakes, Sangloan asked, have you insurance in Sethopolis banquet? Meng Yuning shook her head. Sangloan leaned forward slightly, her lips slightly parted, however, the next moment, a scream came from outside the building, prompting Sangloan to instinctively cover her ears. Thetwo exchanged glances, Vishna felt somehow familiar. Unsure, let's take a closer look, said Sangloan, pushing open the window beside her first, and Meng Yuning followed with est, instantly taking in Thesina bello. Meng Yuning cs la tu passes a beauty folman, Shalene doubt a bit. Took courage soiree parked outside, with women standing opposite each other, theory around them was packed with people. Sangloan aeroderized, these figures look somewhat familiar. Meng Yuning casually picked dupa grape from thither but internet to Javito Sangloan, nudging Hermuth with her chin, the Syrian beauty folman, Dantio wantosi what they look like? Thetwa giggled, and then Sangloan concentrated, forcefully throwing the grape in her hand, Haram wasal waistcoat, and the grape heat off demon's arms. The man turned to Luke. Sangloan's pupil suddenly dilated. How called it Fong Hungji? Shekwa clipwold Meng Yuning Shandan crouch head down, whispering Theed Monashir. Chapter 2 Enemy's eyes glint with a tread upon meeting. Hoisit, Meng Yuning failed to discern the visitorant till peered with curiosity. Sangloan's lids flickered, and she swiftly pushed Meng Yuning's elongated head back, with agrimas, she strained to pull her down and whispered in a low voice, no, it's Fong Hungji. Theon beside him. Sangloan maintained her semi-crouching stance and moved forward slightly. It seemed to Sharan. Meng Yuning gasped, how did these twoned up together? Indeed. Sangloan's entire face scrunched up, didn't these two have isos with each other, how could the up are together? Meng Yuning folded her in stoster, furrowing her brows and tapping lightly on thitable and an erratic rhythm. Then, she salent lighter net her body and pulled the curtain tight lie around her. She sat down a hint of worry lingering between her eyebrows. Meng Yuning what should we do? Stay calm, Sangloan held Meng Yuning's hand, they don't know era warrior. Sangloan's eyes flickered, and her demeanor became calmer. In the next instant, she leaned closer to Meng Yuning and whispered a few words in hearer. Okay, let's do it, Meng Yuning nodded vigorously. She discreetly lifted her skirt and uncovered a bite off the curtain in front of her, intending to leave that place. Don't forget her main mission. Sangloan suddenly grasped Meng Yuning's arm. Meng Yuning quickly pulled her hand back, her than fisting, Harry's gleaming, don't worry, I remember clearly to earn money, relax, and be like Princess Shanine. Sangloan did vigorously, her right hand fisting on gesturing in front of her eyes, let's go. Downstairs. Lukam, Prime Minister. Wow, Theon Master Lukdane, I'm so happy. Noisy and chaotic voices rose and fell in succession. Fong Hengse gave a signal to his men, and the promptly cleared the crowd away. Soon, within a 10-meter radius, Cantoret and Fong Hungji, Thepatha had became exceptionally spacious. He stood with his hands behind his back, his dark eyes deep and abyssal, like he perennial deepened without light, just on a glance it could freeze Yanito Theboni with coldness. He wore a dark red robe with a dark cold sick belt tied around his waist, with a delicate edge dependent ranging from the belt, exiting an aura of nobility. He looked in ascertained direction, narrowing gazes, and then quickly withdrew his gaze. Have a search at all the places usual illa castigo, Fong Hengse glanced at the person beside him, his brows furrowed with impatience. Song Hai hesitated for a moment but ultimately swallowed words, you said not a bother with her unless she's dead. After a pause, he replied, we have searched everywhere, the lady has been missing since Setha's morning, it's strange we have many places, but we haven't found her, I don't know where she went. Fong Hengse hinted slight lie and said, continue searching. Hey, Jiran raised high brows of folded arms and showed a grass blade, leaning against the sedan chair. Even asked Prime Minister, you can't even keep track of your own wife, what's the use of that? Hedel Teddy shed slightly, hissed in a fillet with provocation. Fong Hengse lifted his eyes and casually glanced at him as if he had managed to keep hours. As that war rebuttal clash again, Song Hai silently stepped back. Since at the passing off missling, whenever they met Tion Master, they would inevitably have a huge fight, ranging from verbal spats to physical altercations. Alpha most of the time, there would leave a Theon Master with a bruised and swollen face, the Theon Master never seemed to tire of it. Because the office, both sides' parents felt embarrassed and tried to avoid having the meet, however, Thetwa main protagonists didn't feel some way each time they insulted and fought harder than before. After being scolded several times for trying to intervene, nu nid red to sayaward when thet wimatagain as they might get caught in the crossfire. You, Jiran furrow disbrowsens to do prite. He spat out what ways in his mouth with a sound, Hysius imed to be on fire, butant the next instant, he placed a chance flight in front of him, closed Hysies, and took a few deep breaths. He muttered to himself final voice, don't bingry. When he opened his eyes again, there was no trace of his previous displeasure. I want targ with you, that's a mething on lickle drondo, Jiran sneered, I'll definitely find der before you though. Isn't that daughter of Minister of Revenue, sang one in love with you, Jiran looked like you was enjoying the spectacle, hissed into singin dispatch rising, just give her a deadline if she's no tot then send her a divorce letter, shall crawl back to your mention, I guarantee it. Ha ha. After speaking he didn't care about erection so Foder Sadla fed loudly forking his waist and tilting ish back. Fong Hank's eyes darkened, and gave Jiran how was lawing loudly a cold glance making his expression even colder. Seeing this Thepiopl around them ho hadora gina likamatode mire their good looks instinctively shrunk their necks. The Prime Minister looked at Likethus. Run! I exchange lances and simultaneous lyre treated 10 steps backward. Duty is important, Duten must first ensure thy own safety. Fong hangs his eyebrows slightly arched and placed his right hand in his waist, then hesitantly raised his hand, and Dodar Kobjik slipped into Jiran's open mouth. Jiran's pupil suddenly dilated, and he instinctively covered his neck, coughing violently. Hebentoveran stuck Ishan into his mouth. In an instant, his face turned brighter. Put. After some struggle, Jiran finally spat out a foreign object in his mouth. He pointed at Fong Heng's eye with trembling fingers, gritting his teeth. Fong Hengji, what do you mean ambithus? Can't you see, I did it deliberately. Fong Hengse glanced at him casually, his tone is sarcastic. I just can't stand seeing Jolaf so happily, it hurts my eyes. Jiran Chand, which was pointing at Fong Hengji, trembled incessantly. You. Thes retainers behind him couldn't bear to no longer, seeing how furious arrogant young master had become. Jiranko Veradisha stand took deep breaths, due ultimately couldn't hold it any longer. You're so vicious. No wonder Ling did lick you, you're simply unworthy of her. Upon hearing this, Fong Heng's usual eastern face showed a crack, and a Wintofanger appeared on his face. What did he say? Hato Kubig stepped forward, grabbed Jiran by the collar, and Hyzio stern dread, he nunciate the atword through gritted teeth. Do you believe he'll beat out at the point where our own father want recognizio? Come on then. Jiran leaned forward, pulled out a dagger from somewhere, and placed it in Fong Heng's neck. He tilted his slight lion said, let's see who's faster. Chapter 3 Is the play too excessive? Behind both parties, a group of onlookers stood, observing with keen interest as they swiftly drew their swords, each aiming at the other. In an instant, the spectators instinctively retreated further back. Fong Heng's gaze sharpened, and the hand that had grasped his collar swiftly moved to Chi Ran's neck, a silent challenge. Young master, should today's events reach the prince's ears, you may find yourself enduring a painful reckoning, came a timely reminder from someone behind Chi Ran. Chi Ran instinctively retorted, anger flickering across his face, don't bring him up. With that, the grip on his dagger loosened slightly. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a certain spot. Look, your beloved. Fong Heng's expression froze for a moment before he quickly regained his composure, snorting coldly, she is unworthy. He withdrew his hand and turned, his gaze colliding with that of Sang Luan and Meng Yuning, who had just emerged from the door, interlinked at the wrists as they lifted their skirts to move forward. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, and Sang Luan inwardly clicked her tongue. What an unfortunate coincidence, she had intended to take advantage of their quarrel, only to be caught red-handed. What are you doing outside? Fong Heng's expression darkened as he stepped forward, shouldn't you hurry back with me? Chi Ran shrugged dismissively, if it weren't for my parents insisting I find someone, I'd still be with my friends. It's just a woman, so what if she ran away? What is there to search for? It's a waste of time. Chi Ran waved his hand impatiently at Meng Yuning, you there, hurry back. Sang Luan and Meng Yuning exchanged glances, and the hand that had been holding each other's wrists swiftly switched places. You, Meng Yuning, Sang Luan exclaimed, slapping her palm against Meng Yuning's forehead, how dare you steal my spotlight? Meng Yuning's expression turned frosty, filled with disdain, I took it, so what? Do I need to inform you first? Sang Luan, unfazed, nearly smiled as she adjusted her sleeve, if I don't teach you a proper lesson today, I won't be a sang. In the next instant, both seized each other's hair simultaneously, causing both their scalps to sting painfully. Sang Luan leaned closer, whispering into Meng Yuning's ear, take it easy. Meng Yuning instinctively eased her grip, isn't this a bit too much? Not at all. If those two discover our relationship, Sang Luan gasped, we'd be done for before the female lead even returns. Meng Yuning, fully aware, broke into a string of curses. Don't think that just because you're the Prime Minister's wife, even if your esteemed husband came personally, he'd still have to lower his tail in front of the young master. Qi Ran raised an eyebrow, his mood considerably lifted as he passed by Feng Hong. Did you hear that? Sang Wuan gave Meng Yuning a thumbs up, then rubbed her wrist, her tone melodious. That good-for-nothing husband of yours, who in Shengjing doesn't he know him? Just a wastrel. Does Brother Hong fear him? I heard. Feng Hong replied with a slight hum, the impatience in his brows easing somewhat. A good-for-nothing wastrel. He cast a sidelong glance at Qi Ran. Quite fitting for you. Qi Ran felt stifled, shooting a fierce glare at Feng Hong before turning his attention forward. The two beauties were striking, their contrasting movements akin to a picturesque scroll. Why must they insult him while they fought? As their banter escalated, threatening to devolve into a brawl, Qi Ran quickly waved his hand, prompting the servants of the young master's residence to jog forward, attempting to escort Meng Yuning back home. However, after much flurry, they couldn't even touch the hem of Meng Yuning's garment. With gritted teeth, Sang Wuan seized a sword from a nearby guard, gripping it tightly as she pointed it at Meng Yuning. You will not leave today without apologizing. With that, she swung it decisively in her direction. Qi Ran halted, his mouth agape, a look of confusion crossing his face. What enmity existed between these two? In that critical moment, Feng Hong's gaze turned icy, and without a word, he stepped forward, snatching the sword from Sang Wuan's grip, lifting her effortlessly and striding toward the carriage, tossing her inside. Simultaneously, Qi Ran took it upon himself to bend down and scoop Meng Yuning up, making his way toward the carriage as well. Inside the carriage. Ouch. Sang Wuan clutched her painfully bruised arm. Could you be a little gentler? She instinctively muttered, then suddenly froze, feeling the frigid gaze behind her. She hastily scrambled to her feet. Upon turning, she found herself met with an inquisitive stare. Sang Wuan forced a smile she deemed perfect, her lips parting as she elongated her tone. Brother Hung. Her gaze fell inside the carriage. It was no mere carriage but rather an ancient-style mobile dwelling, lavishly adorned with a plethora of delicacies. Regrettably, with Feng Hong present, she could only imagine how vivacious and cheerful she would be if alone. You have quite the talent. Feng Hong's voice cut through the air unexpectedly. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Hong. Her eyes brightened, her smile widening as she neatly placed her legs together and folded her hands in her lap, inching closer to Feng Hong. You won't hold this against me, will you? I simply cannot abide that Meng Yuning. How dare she speak ill of my brother Hong? With that, she reached out to link her arm with Feng Hong's. He furrowed his brow, forcefully shaking her off. Don't touch me. A flicker of anger lingered in his eyes as he abruptly shut them, concealing the tumultuous emotions within. A wave of irritation pulsed through the air, slowly settling into every corner of the carriage. However, Sang Wuan seemed utterly oblivious to this, inching closer to Feng Hong, tilting her head as if to lean on his shoulder. In the next moment, Feng Hong, frustrated, opened his eyes wide, springing up with forceful hands gripping Sang Wuan's delicate neck. I said, don't touch me. He glared at Sang Wuan, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if she were merely a puppet in his grasp, her life hanging by a thread of his will. Feng Hong's gaze deepened, his tone impatient. Do you understand? The implication was clear, though his hand merely rested upon her neck. Sang Wuan had no doubt of the truth in his words. Sang Wuan blinked rapidly, understanding. Feng Hong released her, and she fell to the side, clutching her neck as she coughed heavily. Feng Hong parted his lips slightly, troublesome. He then turned to leave, only to hear Sang Wuan's desperate pleas behind him. Brother Hong, don't go. I just love you too much. Sang Wuan slowly rose, surveying the vast space before her filled with delicious food, and leisurely settled into the most comfortable spot. Her earlier melancholy completely vanished. After satisfying her hunger, she suddenly had a spark of inspiration, rubbing her hands together as she stuffed some delicacies into her sleeves. Half an hour later, at the Prime Minister's residence. The moment Sang Wuan stepped into the room, her pupils dilated in shock. The maids and servants knelt on the ground, several on the right side sprawled over chairs, their clothes stained with splashes of crimson. Sang Wuan glanced around. These were the very people who had once attended to her. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and approached. Chapter 4. She fainted out of respect as Sang Wuan lifted her foot. A teacup hurtled towards her head, its intricate design magnified infinitely in her pupils. If that had struck her skull, would she not have ended up with an additional hole? Her pupils constricted, and she instinctively tilted her head just in time to evade the oncoming teacup. The vessel crashed to the ground behind her, shattering into countless pieces. You still dare to return? At the main seat, Feng Shinian abruptly rose, glaring at Sang Wuan, his anger palpable as he puffed and glared. I should never have been so soft-hearted. Beside him, Lu Wenxian stepped forward, attempting to soothe Feng Shinian's ire, her finger pointing accusingly at Sang Wuan, her tone dripping with disdain. Since you entered the residence, you have exhibited none of the qualities befitting a woman. You vanish without a trace and yet flaunt yourself outside, what an embarrassment. Lu Wenxian's words fell upon Sang Luan's ears like an incantation, each syllable resonating painfully in her mind. Sang Luan's gaze dropped to the ground, and suddenly, her vision brightened. She rolled her eyes back and collapsed, feigning unconsciousness. She fainted out of respect. Despite her closed eyes, Sang Luan could sense the immediate hush that enveloped the surroundings. Before she could revel in the quietude, several loud thuds resonated, and in the next moment, the table splintered apart in response. Look at this, what an attitude! She shows no recognition of her faults. Feng Xinian trembled, pointing at the unconscious Sang Luan, his teeth clenched in ire. Fainting as well, truly incorrigible. Sang Luan was momentarily taken aback. How did he know she was pretending? With her constitution, after devouring an entire bowl of rice at every meal, she could still indulge in a plate of pastries and a handful of fruits. Feng Xinian cast a glance at Sang Luan, who remained sprawled on the ground, quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to look further. Could she truly faint so easily? Sang Luan rolled her eyes internally. After all that, this was a roundabout way of saying she could eat well. She instinctively wanted to retort that she had devoured his family's rice, but the thought vanished as quickly as it came, realizing it was indeed his family's rice. I shall not concern myself with this. Feng Xinian waved his hand dismissively, addressing Lu Wenxian. I leave her in your care. Teach her well what it means to embody a woman's virtues. Casting a casual glance at Sang Luan, he sighed heavily, then clasped his hands behind his back and strode away. Feng Hengji lowered his gaze, observing Sang Luan on the ground, the tear mole at the corner of her right eye was striking, her upturned eyes and naturally crimson lips accentuating her beauty even in slumber. At this moment, Sang Luan's eyelashes fluttered, and Feng Hengji couldn't help but chuckle derisively. What a fool she was, not even worthy of a single hair from Linger. How dare she claim to have affections for him? Feng Hengji's brows knitted tightly, his disdain unmistakable. He stepped over Sang Luan and walked directly towards Lu Wenxian, halting to nod slightly at her. Mother. Lu Wenxian responded with a brief acknowledgement, her face lighting up with a smile. You already have enough troubles in the court. Go rest. I shall ensure your wife receives proper instruction on the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Not necessary, Feng Hengji replied indifferently. I wish to see what else this woman is capable of. With that, he seated himself, casually picking up a teacup from the table, holding the lid with his right hand, gently brushing over it before lowering his head to take a sip, appearing thoroughly relaxed. Lu Wenxian's smile faded, her expression sharpening as she raised her right hand slightly. The household was bustling with numerous servants, already gathered on either side. At this, 2 sturdy women stepped forward, one on each side, seizing Sang Luan's arms and lifting her effortlessly to present her before Lu Wenxian. Bring some water. Lu Wenxian raised her hands, clapping them together. At her command, a nearby maid hastily fetched a bowl of water. Wobbling as she approached. Hearing the commotion, Sang Luan hurriedly scrambled to her feet, donning an innocuous expression. Mother. The maid paused, and with a glance from Lu Wenxian, she bowed her head and retreated. You are utterly audacious. Lu Wenxian's voice turned icy. Do you even realize your misdeeds? Sang Luan nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. With remarkable speed, she knelt, her back straight. I acknowledge my mistakes. Her rapid descent took Lu Wenxian by surprise. She had prepared a multitude of admonitions, now caught in her throat. Lu Wenxian's lips parted as if to speak. Sang Luan immediately raised her right hand in a gesture of oath. I was wrong to engage in conflict on the street, wrong to lose the favor of Brother Hengji, and even worse to leave the residence without a word, forcing Brother Hengji to come find me. Do not think that your swift acknowledgement of fault will allow you to escape easily today. Lu Wenxian paused momentarily, quickly regaining her composure. I ask you, do you understand the 4 virtues? Sang Luan obediently nodded. The 4 virtues are a woman's morality, speech, appearance, and skills. Lu Wenxian eyed her with skepticism. How could this girl be so compliant today? After a brief silence, Lu Wenxian's tone softened slightly. Since you recognize your mistakes and your attitude is acceptable, perhaps you can forego your meal today. Sang Luan lowered her head, her shoulders heaving as if burdened by regret. She felt the weight of the food in her sleeves, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Seeing this, Lu Wenxian felt satisfied, her furrowed brow relaxing. Go to the ancestral hall and copy the 3 obediences and 4 virtues 100 times. You may arise once you have finished. Sang Luan replied softly, yes, Luaner will diligently copy it. Lu Wenxian cast a casual glance at the maids and servants still kneeling, her expression stern. This time, I shall spare you. If you fail to keep an eye on your mistress again, prepare yourselves for 100 lashes and being sold off. The maids and servants responded in unison, yes. Lu Wenxian waved her hand again, and Sang Luan lifted her garments, rising while gently rubbing her aching knees. A young servant hurried over, whispering something in Feng Hengji's ear, causing his expression to visibly darken. Sang Luan rose slightly and met Feng Hengji's icy gaze, her pupils contracted sharply. Was that servant not the coachman from earlier? Sang Luan tilted her head, winking at Feng Hengji. Brother Hengji, are you reluctant to see me kneel in the ancestral hall? The inquisitive look in her eyes was swiftly replaced by annoyance as Feng Hengji abruptly stood, not sparing her a glance, his tone impatient. Truly shameless. With that, he flicked his sleeve dismissively and strode away from the scene. Chapter 5 Marry the young master and rejoice in secret. An incense stick later, in the ancestral hall of the Feng family. Miss. Sang Luan, feeling a bit restless, patted her aching knee and was suddenly enlightened by the sound. She turned her gaze towards the source. A young woman dressed in green peeked her head through the door, her petite face filled with concern. The woman hurriedly approached, taking Sang Luan's hand and scanning her from head to toe. Miss, are you all right? Hurry. Sang Luan shook her head, immediately crossing her legs with an urgent tone. Is everything prepared? Yupa, the original owner's personal maid, had entered the minister's residence at a young age and had been by the original owner's side ever since. Due to the original owner's capriciousness, when the white moonlight appeared, Feng Heng's scheme led to the minister's residence being destroyed overnight, and this girl was willing to sacrifice herself for the original owner. Yet, everyone underestimated Feng Heng's cruelty. Even a passing dove would be shot down and plucked of its feathers by him. Yupa faced a grim fate as well, subjected to torture and beaten to death. They had all fallen asleep. Yupa reached into her bosom and carefully placed a stack of papers on the ground, smoothing them out with her hands. Fortunately, miss, you had the foresight to transcribe the 3 obediences and 4 virtues early on. You've worked hard, Sang Luan remarked as she picked up the papers, feeling quite satisfied. Your handwriting is increasingly resembling mine. From the moment she was punished to kneel in the ancestral hall by Lu Wenxian and was instructed to keep the 3 obediences and 4 virtues in mind, she had Yupa transcribe them whenever she had a moment. Having followed her for so long, Yupa had become adept at mimicking her handwriting, making it nearly indistinguishable to the untrained EYE. Yupa smiled shyly, all thanks to your teaching, Mississippi. Once she confirmed that the 100 copies of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues were flawless, Sang Luan tucked them away and took out some blank paper, placing it before her. Looking at the half-written marks, she clapped her hands in satisfaction. Sang Luan clicked her tongue, prompting Yupa to trot over, retrieving a quilt from a hidden compartment and spreading it in the corner. Miss, please eat something and rest. I shall kneel in your stead. It is not too late to kneel after the hour of the pig. Sang Luan patted Yupa's shoulder and then produced a pile of food from her sleeve, laying it on the ground, her eyes brightening considerably. She clasped her hands together, bowing towards the ancestral tablet, muttering, I'm sorry, you enjoy your affairs while I partake in mine, let us not interfere with one another. Meng Yuning leaned against the side, her eyes half-closed, clutching a handkerchief which she brought to her lips, letting out a light cough. Her complexion visibly paled. Qi Ran hastily covered his mouth with his hand, shifting slightly aside, his eyes brimming with disdain. What illness do you have? Make sure you don't infect me. He extended his legs a bit further and glanced at Meng Yuning. Meng Yuning took a deep breath, slowly opening her eyes and placing a hand on her chest. With an unwavering gaze fixed ahead, she lifted her teacup and took a sip, instantly feeling much better. Being frail, she couldn't drink too much tea, so she mostly kept warm water nearby. Meng Yuning cast a glance at the smug Qi Ran, her expression calm. The young master may choose not to share a sedan chair with me. Today, there is only one. Qi Ran furrowed his brows. Are you suggesting I get down? Do you want me to walk back to the residence? Meng Yuning remained silent, turning her head to the side, utterly uninterested in engaging with him. I'll tell you, Qi Ran leaned forward, his voice low, I could never possibly be attracted to a woman like you. No woman in this world can compare to Sister Ling. She possesses a heart as clear as crystal and exceptional medical skills. Despite her misfortunes, she has never complained about fate. Such a woman is truly worthy of my regard. Coincidentally, Meng Yuning retorted without looking back, her eyes icy, I also have no interest in men like you. She pouted, muttering under her breath, encountering you is sheer bad luck. What did you say? Qi Ran squinted, suddenly pausing, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth as if he had come to a realization. Impossible. You lying. He pointed at Meng Yuning, an expression of knowing everything in his gaze. I am a young master, a royal relative, and wealthy beyond measure. How many women wish to marry into the young master's residence, yet do not have this fortune? He paused, then added, this incredible wealth has so blatantly fallen upon you, and you still refuse to rejoice? You wouldn't possibly look down on me? Meng Yuning remained silent for a moment, decisively choosing to continue resting her eyes. She couldn't recall the original text depicting Qi Ran as such a shameless character. Seeing that Meng Yuning was unresponsive, Qi Ran leaned closer, poking her arm lightly. Meng Yuning exhaled a breath of frustration, suppressing her thoughts, and turned her head. What do you want? Do you hold a grudge against the young lady Feng Hang just married? Next time, hit her harder, right in the face. Don't worry, I'll back you up, but seriously, what is the grudge between you two, can you tell me? Meng Yuning lifted her gaze, watching Qi Ran's lips opening and closing. Upon hearing Sang Wan's name, her expression softened considerably. Look. Qi Ran abruptly stepped back, pointing at Meng Yuning. You still act tough, claiming you look down on me. Meng Yuning turned her head, rubbing her temples. As she felt the previously bumpy sedan come to a steady stop, she realized they had arrived at the residence. In the next moment, a servant pulled back the sedan curtain, and Meng Yuning looked up, lifting her skirt and swiftly disembarking. Inside the young masteress residence, Qi Ran followed Meng Yuning at a leisurely pace. The sides of the entrance were filled with people standing from the doorway to the main hall. Qi Ran immediately composed himself, sensing that something was amiss. You insolent wretch, kneel! As expected, a deep, anger-laden voice resonated from the front. Qi Ran looked closely. Who else could it be but his hot-tempered father? Thud, Qi Ran obediently knelt. Meng Yuning coughed lightly, covering her mouth, as a nearby maid stepped forward to support her, leading her to a side seat where she sat down. Qi Ran called out twice, his eyes widening slightly. Why isn't this woman kneeling? Don't choke yourself, Qi Shangqing glared, seizing a nearby stick that had long been prepared, charging towards Qi Ran. If you can't speak properly, then shut your mouth. The stick was as thick as half a fist, and Qi Ran watched in horror as it drew nearer, instantly leaping up. He rushed straight towards Meng Yuning, grabbing her arm and pulling her towards Qi Shangqing. Chapter 6. Does this woman have two faces? Meng Yuning lost her balance and toppled forward, her pupils instinctively contracted, and with a twist of her ankle, her body quickly changed direction. With a thud, Meng Yuning fell to the ground, her already crimson wrist now oozing droplets of blood. She furrowed her brow, propped herself up with her hands, and the pain radiating from her palms made her involuntarily gasp. Beside her, Jiang Zhuo's eyes widened in alarm as he hurried over, bending down to assist her. Yuning, don't let that scoundrel get to you. Come, let me see how serious it is. Upon noticing the crimson stain on her wrist, he let out an exaggerated gasp. Oh dear, this is serious. Someone, quickly summon the physician. One of the maids responded promptly and dashed away. It's nothing serious. Meng Yuning quietly withdrew her hand, rubbing her wrist. With her eyelids lowered, she cast a fearful glance at Qi Ran, used to such situations. Her eyes quickly filled with a layer of mist, and clutching a handkerchief, she coughed lightly against her lips, her small face paling even more. In a corner, unnoticed, a flicker of coldness flashed in her gaze. Although Qi Ran was a rogue, the Duke and his wife had treated her relatively well. If she wished to gain control over the finances of the heir's residence, she could indeed exert more effort with the Duke and his wife. Yuning, if you wish to go out in the future, please inform us beforehand, or at the very least, take a servant with you. How can you, a young lady, be unprotected? Jiang Zhuo gently patted her hand, ensuring they knew her whereabouts. Meng Yuning sniffed and obediently nodded. Yes, Yuning will remember. Just then, Qi Ran's pupils widened in disbelief as he pointed at Meng Yuning, tilting his head as if to approach. Wait, hold on. What do you mean by used to it? Meng Yuning paused, slowly turning to face him, a look of hurt crossing her face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Must the heir truly make things so difficult for me? She then pressed her hand to her heart, wiped the corner of her eye, and in the next moment, darted away, leaving everyone with a pitiful silhouette. Jiang Zhuo exchanged a glance with Qi Shangqing, their eyes clearly conveying the sentiment, has this girl truly endured such great grievances? Qi Ran's eyelids twitched. This seemingly delicate girl possessed a surprising duality. He took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to chase after her. However, as he lifted his gaze, he was suddenly enveloped in shadow. Qi Shangqing weighed the thick stick in his hand and spoke to Qi Ran with an air of indifference. Where do you think you're going? Qi Ran glanced at his father's imposing figure, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Father, you look just like a bandit right now. Such a cheeky brat. Qi Shangqing huffed, stepping forward swiftly, waving the stick threateningly. Dare to call your father a bandit? Let us see if I don't teach you a lesson today. Qi Ran twisted his body, narrowly evading the strike. Didn't he hit me, right? Didn't he hit me? As soon as those words left his mouth, the space fell into a suffocating silence, only to be shattered by a piercing scream. Qi Ran jumped up and down while clutching his rear, gritting his teeth as he pointed at Qi Shangqing. Are you really going to punish me for that hypocritical woman? The maids in attendance instinctively knelt, lowering their heads and averting their gazes. Qi Shangqing rapped his stick on the table, one hand on his hip. She married you, you should treat her well. How dare you lay hands on a young lady? Son, don't let your father down, Jiang Zhuo sighed, taking a seat. I'm doing this for your own good. Qi Ran scoffed, muttering under his breath, it's not like I wanted to marry her. This is all you're doing. What did you say? Qi Shangqing's voice rose sharply. In a swift motion, he tossed the stick to the ground, flicked his garments, and coldly snorted, taking his seat at the head of the table. Qi Ran let out a sigh of relief. Finally, his father was no longer using that dreaded stick to intimidate him, but before he could fully relish his relief, Qi Shangqing waved his hand. Bring forth the family discipline. Qi Ran froze, swallowing hard at the mention of family discipline. Just as he stood there in shock, he watched helplessly as a group approached, carrying implements of discipline. His lips twitched. This had clearly been premeditated. With a mere wave, several attendants swiftly stepped forward. My apologies, young master. In the next instant, he felt his arms tightly bound, his brow furrowing as he struggled to free himself, yet it was in vain. Moments later, he was forced onto a prepared stool. A sharp pain shot through him from behind, and as he raised his chin slightly, the grip on his arms tightened even further. Qi Ran's jaw collided painfully with the rigid surface of the stool, causing him to grimace in agony. The sharp pain quickly dulled into a throbbing ache, and before he could catch his breath, another strike landed. Soon, the room was filled only with the sound of the stick hitting flesh and Qi Ran's anguished cries, his fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding together. You, Meng Yuning, I will remember this. Half an hour later, Qi Ran glared resentfully at Qi Shangqing above him, his left hand hanging limply by his side, while his right gently touched his wound, only to retract it with a grimace. Still not convinced, Qi Shangqing raised an eyebrow. I'm convinced, Qi Ran spat out each word, I am utterly convinced. He threw his sleeve in a dramatic flourish and shot a glare at Song He beside him. Are you waiting for the food to be served? Song He instinctively glanced at Qi Shangqing, noting his improved demeanor before stepping forward to support Qi Ran. Qi Ran squinted, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Why didn't you run farther away? When I'm in trouble, why aren't you more proactive? Song He shrank back slightly. If the prince is to be punished, who would dare to say anything? Qi Ran grinned. Come here, I promise I won't hit you. With that, he slapped Song He on the back of the head. Feeling the commotion behind him, Qi Ran quickened his pace, limping out of the main hall. What time is it now? He asked. It has just passed the time of the high, Song He replied. Let us go. He gritted his teeth, his gaze flickering. Help me to Yunyan Pavilion. Chapter 7. She is merely a frail woman. The shadowy figure paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Young master, the prince has just commanded that you. His words were abruptly cut off by Qi Ran, whose tone dripped with impatience. Whose man are you, really? The figure fell silent. Yunyan Pavilion. Where is Meng Yuning? Qi Ran raised an eyebrow, standing there like a guardian deity. He craned his neck to peer into the inner room. The maidservants, with lowered gazes, respectfully replied, the young masteress' wife is currently resting. Several maids stood in a line before Qi Ran. Step aside. They exchanged glances, uncertain. Qi Ran let out a cold snort, pushing aside those in his path. Figure out who your true master is. Young master, the shadowy figure observed Qi Ran's imposing demeanor, a hint of worry etched between his brows. He hesitated slightly, suggesting, since the young masteress' wife is resting, perhaps we should. Qi Ran shot him a glare, placing a hand on his waist and then giving the figure a swift tap on the head. Perhaps what? Just wait outside. Meng Yuning, come out and clarify what exactly you've done to me. Qi Ran stormed inside, shouting, you had my father summon the family law for just a few words. I assure you, this matter is far from over. A delightful fragrance surged into his nostrils, followed by a subtle hint of sandalwood, the two scents mingling to form an intoxicating aroma. Qi Ran inhaled sharply, instinctively rubbing his nose. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze landing on a spot ahead without warning. There lay a woman on the couch, her eyes tightly shut, her petite face seemingly harboring a multitude of thoughts, her brows occasionally knitting together. She appeared to be sleeping uncomfortably, half covered by her blanket, her cascading hair draping over her front and sides. Her hands rested quietly on her abdomen. In this moment, she was devoid of the sharp tongue she wielded during the day in the carriage, and absent the tears she nearly shed in the parlor. What remained was the tranquility of a woman. From his vantage point, for some inexplicable reason, he could discern a hint of docility in her expression. The closer he got, the more he could detect a faint medicinal scent. Qi Ran suddenly snapped back to reality, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Was she truly still asleep? Don't pretend you can't hear me. He stepped forward, grasping one of Meng Yuning's arms, attempting to pull her upright. I command you to get up. Meng Yuning murmured softly, her voice a blend of dreams and wakefulness, laced with a touch of languor, making it hard for him to disturb her further. Chi Ran blinked, releasing his grip, and her arm fell back to its original position. Only then did he notice the faint blush that had inexplicably crept onto her cheeks. He mumbled under his breath, "Could it be that I truly frightened her to death?" Chi Ran held his breath, taking a step forward, extending his hand tentatively towards her nose. Just as he pondered this, Meng Yuning, in evident discomfort, coughed heavily a few times before suddenly opening her eyes, locking gazes with Chi Ran. His hand froze mid-air before retracting swiftly. "Young master?" Meng Yuning still appeared somewhat dazed, confusion evident in her eyes. "What are you doing here?" Before Chi Ran could respond, she furrowed her brow again, covering her mouth as she coughed several times. In that instant, her cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of red. After a while, she finally managed to catch her breath. Seeing her like this, Chi Ran felt a pang of reluctance to continue their quarrel. He shook his head. Wait, why should her poor health concern him? He had come to confront Meng Yuning. With that thought, Chi Ran adopted a fierce expression. "Speak, why did you falsely accuse me before my parents?" he demanded coldly. "If you don't clarify things today, you shall not sleep peacefully. One might think that I often bully you." Meng Yuning looked bewildered. "What?" Chi Ran scoffed, leaning closer to her, sitting beside her and seizing her arm fiercely. "There is no one else here, so stop pretending." Meng Yuning raised her gaze, her doe-like eyes blinking innocently, clear yet confused. Then, her lips pouted, and her eyes quickly filled with glistening tears. In the next moment, those tears fell unexpectedly onto Chi Ran's hand, burning with intensity. "Young master has wronged Yuning." Meng Yuning clenched her left hand into a half-fist against her chest, her shoulders trembling. "Yuning isn't referring to the young master, but rather," Chi Ran instinctively pressed. "But what?" "But it's because ever since my family sought medical help for me in vain." Meng Yuning cast a difficult glance at him before quickly averting her gaze. "They have allowed me to fend for myself. With no one to care for me, it's only natural that I would encounter some bumps along the way." "Ah, I see." Chi Ran slowly released her arm, mimicking her previously distressed demeanor. "Then what did you mean by covering your mouth and running away just now?" Meng Yuning's expression grew even more sorrowful. "That was because I suddenly thought of my family, and I couldn't help it." Her voice quivered, unable to suppress the soft sobs that followed. "Enough, enough, please stop crying." Chi Ran hastily stood up, awkwardly grabbing the blanket to dab her tears. "Are you made of water? Why do you cry so easily?" His gaze wandered elsewhere, but Meng Yuning, with her eyes slightly downcast, if only Chi Ran had turned to look, he would have caught a fleeting glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Chi Ran, filled with suspicion, remarked, "You certainly didn't say that while in the carriage. Does the young master still not understand?" Meng Yuning exclaimed, adopting a demure demeanor. "Having just entered the mansion, I am unfamiliar with much." A woman, like a drifting reed, finds herself in the young master's residence, relying solely on him, yet the young master has already made his stance clear. She paused, her face shadowed with sorrow. As a frail woman, Yuning can only acquiesce to the young master's words. With that, she turned her head aside, covering her mouth in an effort to stifle her sobs. Chi Ran understood. Meng Yuning, feeling isolated and helpless, had hoped to regard him as her sole pillar of support, only to find his words harsh. She, a woman with no means to resist, could only voice her discontent through a few words. Realizing this, he felt it was not entirely unreasonable. As a man, enduring a beating was nothing compared to quarreling with a frail woman like Meng Yuning. "Rest assured," he said, despite still harboring a hint of skepticism, his tone softening considerably. "Though I may never harbor affection for you, now that you have married into the young master's residence, it shall be your refuge henceforth." A faint smile crept onto Meng Yuning's lips. This was precisely the reassurance she had been waiting for. Chapter 8. A night cloaked in darkness, perfect for indulgence. Meng Yuning, in disbelief, lifted her gaze, her amber-like eyes blinking in astonishment, as if she had just heard the most enchanting words in existence. Cautiously, she turned to Chi Ran and inquired, "My lord, do you truly mean what you say?" Despite the other's adept concealment, she still detected a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Chi Ran could not help but sigh inwardly. It seemed this young lady had endured a rather unsatisfactory existence prior to entering the estate, otherwise, she would not be so elated by a mere utterance from him. "Of course, I speak the truth," Chi Ran replied promptly. "Then I shall express my gratitude in advance, my lord," Meng Yuning responded, her face brightening with joy. However, the atmosphere suddenly fell into a deep silence, both Meng Yuning and Chi Ran exchanging glances. "My lord," it was Meng Yuning who broke the stillness first, "do you have any further matters to attend to?" Chi Ran stammered in response, scratching his head and then his forehead, before dismissing it with a wave of his hand. "No, nothing of consequence. Please, take your rest." Meng Yuning nodded slightly, murmuring a soft acknowledgement to I. In the next moment, she ran swiftly departed the scene outside the door. Have you finished reprimanding the lady? Song He hurriedly approached upon seeing Qi Ran emerge. Qi Ran halted, casting a sharp glare in his direction. What on earth is wrong with you? Song He pointed at himself, bewildered. What have I done? She is but a delicate woman, Qi Ran retorted seriously. Is it so bothersome to you that she merely wishes to survive? What fault does she possess? Song He was momentarily taken aback, muttering under his breath, you certainly did not express it this way earlier. What are you mumbling about? Qi Ran chastised, delivering a sharp slap to Song He's head. Song He quickly looked up, grinning as he raised two thumbs in approval. My lord speaks wisely. Gurgle, gurgle, Sang Luan rubbed her incessantly grumbling stomach. I'm so hungry, she murmured softly. The meager provisions she had taken from the carriage hardly sufficed. Miss, are you feeling hungry? Yupa, rubbing her eyes, lifted her skirts and moved swiftly to Sang Luan's side, assisting her to rise. What time is it now? Sang Luan asked, her eyes lighting up. It has already passed the hour of the pig, Yupa replied. Sang Luan's spirits soared as she firmly propped herself up with her hands and rose swiftly. The night was deep and tranquil, she chuckled softly, rubbing her hands together. It was the perfect time for a midnight feast. Casting a knowing glance at Yupa, the latter understood immediately, quickly concealing the bedding on the floor, and obediently knelt upon the cushion. Sang Luan had made some modifications to this cushion. Kneeling upon it felt utterly soft, and even a day's worth of kneeling would be bearable. Yupa looked up at Sang Luan with a smile. Miss, you may go, I will keep watch here. Sang Luan nodded emphatically. The ancestral hall was generally devoid of visitors, and at this hour, the household servants were all soundly asleep. Sang Luan and Yupa exchanged their outer garments and smeared a bit of dirt upon their faces, and then they quietly slipped out of the ancestral hall. Outside, darkness enveloped everything, while the moonlight cascaded down, cloaking the ground in a silvery sheen. Stars twinkled, and shadows danced among the trees as Sang Luan stealthily maneuvered from one spot to another, guided by memory toward the small kitchen. As she passed by a rockery, her foot inadvertently struck something, producing an unexpected sound that shattered the night's stillness. Who goes there? A cool voice rang out from ahead. In quick succession, footsteps approached, growing nearer. This voice, was it not Feng Hengji? What was he doing wandering about at such an hour? Sang Luan's hands instinctively brushed against the branches before her body freezing in place as she bit her lip in frustration. This was truly unfortunate. Startled, she held her breath, daring not to move, and mimicked a cat's meow. Spotting a small stone before her, she hastily bent down to pick it up, throwing it with all her strength in the opposite direction. She held her breath, and sure enough, the footsteps gradually began to fade. Leaning against the rockery, her heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally settled. Once she sensed no movement behind her, she clutched her heart and lifted her skirts, preparing to depart. However, as she turned, she abruptly collided with a solid chest. The person inhaled deeply, their breath cascading down upon her. A chill swept over Sang Luan, and her gaze fell upon the figure before her. She gasped instinctively, but quickly covered her mouth. Indeed, it was Feng Hengji. Sang Luan felt a wave of exasperation wash over her urge to scold reaching its peak. I have encountered the esteemed chancellor, she said, recovering her composure and hastily bowing to Feng Hengji. I did not intend to intrude upon you, my lord. Please forgive my transgression. Her voice, now pitched higher, sounded almost unrecognizable compared to her usual tone. Fortunately, she had swapped garments with Yupa before leaving and smeared her face with dirt. Otherwise, had she met Feng Hengji in her original state, it would have surely led to untold complications. Feng Hengji regarded her with a cold gaze. A maidservant? He extended a finger to her chin, lifting it slightly to scrutinize her beneath the moonlight. What an eyesore! Feng Hengji's brow furrowed, the disdain in his tone unmistakable. My lord, I beg your pardon. I fell gravely ill at the age of 10, and since then, my face has remained in this unfortunate state, Sang Luan explained earnestly, her voice tinged with fear. I truly did not mean to startle you. How utterly audacious, he retorted, abruptly releasing her chin as if he had touched the filthiest of objects. Where do you serve? Sang Luan lowered her head respectfully, replying, My lord, I serve in the Furong courtyard as a cleaning maid. The woman in that chamber, he inquired, a hint of understanding dawning. No wonder you are so unappealing. Begone, Feng Hengji waved his hand dismissively. Like your mistress, a mere glance is enough to provoke disgust. Sang Luan remained silent, her head bowed, before turning to leave. It was not until she reached the shadows that she straightened her posture. Wiping her face, she inwardly cursed, what a nuisance. It seemed that every opportunity was taken to belittle her. The original owner had committed numerous misdeeds for Feng Hengji, ultimately leading to ruin. Even at the end, she had failed to earn a single glance from him. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the pangs of hunger in her stomach. Sangwon hurriedly located the small kitchen, opening several lids in succession, only to find them utterly bare. Surely not, for such a high-ranking chancellor, the kitchen is this clean? Muttering to herself, she continued her search. Finally, in a corner, upon opening a lid, an enticing aroma wafted into her nostrils. Without hesitation, she devoured 2 morsels and took 2 more for Yupi. Casting a cautious glance around to ensure no one was in sight, particularly beneath the window, she straightened slightly. Chapter 9. Night fright. As Sangwon felt a sudden twitch in her eyelids, she quickly bent her body down. She couldn't help but gently rub her forehead, her heart racing in trepidation over the events of the night. In the next moment, the room beside her was suddenly illuminated as if it were broad daylight, followed by a cacophony of rustling sounds. With a slight raise of her brow, she crouched low, one hand guarding the food hidden in her sleeve while the other lifted her garment, cautiously inching forward. Just after a few steps, her movements halted, and she tilted her head slightly. The shrill scream sounded oddly familiar. She shifted sideways, and sure enough, a sharp voice laced with anger emanated from within the room. "Who is out there playing tricks? Come out at once." 2 maidservants dashed out, one of them abruptly raising her voice. Behind the 2, a stream of people followed suit in quick succession. Observing this, Sangwon sought a concealed spot to hide herself. It dawned on her that the earlier scream belonged to her overly strict mother-in-law. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes as she silently maneuvered to the other side. Inside the room, Lu Wenxian hurriedly donned her attire, smoothing the area over her heart with a hand. Her devoted maid stood nearby with her head bowed. Bending down, she picked up the prepared teacup and respectfully offered it to Lu Wenxian. "Madam, please have some tea to calm your nerves." Lu Wenxian, with her elegant fingers, accepted the cup, gracefully sipping a few mouthfuls of her brows knitted tightly together, prompting the maid to instinctively step forward and massage her furrowed brow. "Whoever has disturbed the madam shall surely face consequences." Once apprehended, Lu Wenxian waved her hand dismissively, her expression still clearly shaken. Her gaze lifted slightly, suddenly fixating on a point ahead, her eyes narrowing. In the next instant, Lu Wenxian leaned back, eyes shut, pointing ahead with trembling fingers. Quick, that thing is over there." The maid turned to follow her gaze, only to find the space before them utterly empty. She then turned back to Lu Wenxian, patiently soothing her frayed nerves. "Madam, do not fear, it is likely just some maid unable to sleep, wandering outside at this hour." Lu Wenxian shook her head vehemently, abruptly lifting her gaze to the maid and delivering a sharp slap. The crisp sound echoed in the room. The maid froze momentarily before immediately kneeling, burying her head to the ground, too afraid to make a sound. The madam, fearless of the world, yet trembles at shadows of the unknown. Meanwhile, Feng Xinian, who had been in a deep slumber, was jolted awake, turning to glance at Lu Wenxian with an exasperated sigh. "What are you doing sitting there in the dead of night? The noise is unbearable." Lu Wenxian pointed outside. "I truly saw that thing. Her lips parted to say more. Enough. Why do you insist on speaking such nonsense?" Feng Xinian rolled over, his tone tinged with impatience. "What time is it? Just settle down." Lu Wenxian's brows knitted even tighter. "Why are you still kneeling here?" Her gaze fell upon the maid still prostrated on the ground, and irritation surged within her. She kicked the maid's shoulder lightly, her tone impatient. "Why don't you hurry outside and see what is going on?" "Yes." The maid quickly rose, her head bowed, hastening to leave the room. In an instant, the only sound that filled the room was Feng Xinian's steady breathing. Lu Wenxian glanced around, vividly recalling that the apparition she had seen was at least 2 men tall, floating in midair. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine. Involuntarily shivering, she gathered her outer garment closer, clasping her hands together and exhaling into her palms. Outside, the maidservants held oil lamps, searching diligently. "We must find whoever disturbed the madam's peaceful slumber tonight, even if it means we don't sleep ourselves," one of them declared fiercely. Sangwon, assured that she had successfully frightened Lu Wenxian, stealthily returned to the ancestral hall. Had it not been for the sudden scream, she might have forgotten that her mother-in-law was, in fact, quite timid and easily frightened. On ordinary nights at this hour, the only sounds were the occasional chirping of insects, but tonight, it seemed, due to Lu Wenxian's fright, she encountered several people on her way back to the hall. In the Feng family ancestral hall, as Sangwon stepped in, her posture straightened, and the earlier gloom dissipated without a trace. "Here, I brought these for you, eat up," she said, extending 2 steamed buns from her sleeve towards Yupa, her voice laced with surprise. "Though they seem a bit cold," she curled her legs together and settled into a more comfortable position. Why Yupa accepted them, her face a picture of bewilderment. She pushed Sangwon's hand back. "You should eat them, Mississippi." Without hesitation, Sangwon pressed the buns into her hands. "Quickly, eat. I've already had my share." A flicker of gratitude crossed Yupa's eyes. Sangwon leaned forward earnestly, regarding Yupa with a serious expression, and tentatively posed a question. "What would you do if one day you woke up and I had vanished, and you couldn't find me?" Yupa's face reflected confusion. "Where would Miss go? Why would I be unable to find you?" Sang Wuan paused, clarifying, I mean, if you truly couldn't find me, what would you do? I would search tirelessly until I found you, Yupa replied earnestly, her gaze steady. Sang Wuan regarded her thoughtfully. This foolish girl, she mused before rephrasing her question. What if, hypothetically, I were no longer Feng Hongji's lawful wife, no longer the first assistant's wife? But miss, you cried and pleaded with master for this marriage, and he sought the emperor's approval. Yupa interjected, without the emperor's decree, you wouldn't receive a divorce. Rest assured, Mississippi, without a divorce decree, no one could displace you. The position of first assistant's wife will always belong to you. With that, she smiled reassuringly at Sang Wuan. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yupa felt a sudden heaviness in her head, jolting her awake. She listened intently, quickly rising and peering out through the doorframe. Her pupils dilated in alarm as she caught a glimpse of something. Miss, wake up, Yupa rushed to Sang Wuan, gently shaking her arm. The madam has arrived. In Chapter 10, the absence of Brother Hongji leaves a profound sense of melancholy. Drumsticks, do not flee! Sang Wuan exclaimed as she seized the arm of Yupa, biting into it while softly murmuring. As the sounds drew nearer, Yupa instinctively quickened her shaking motions. Suddenly jolted awake, Sang Wuan rubbed her eyes, bleary-eyed as she gazed at Yupa. What is the matter? After a brief moment of realization, her eyes widened in disbelief. Who did you just say has arrived? Yupa nodded toward her. The lady has come. Sang Wuan paused momentarily, then sprang up, hastily grabbing the bedding to conceal it. Yupa quickly adjusted the futon. Hurry, hurry! Sang Wuan waved her hand. Rouge. Yupa, momentarily confused by Sang Wuan's urgency, exclaimed in surprise, observing her mistress's dawdling at such a critical moment. Sang Wuan took matters into her own hands, gripping Yupa's collar and reaching into her bosom. Rouge, did I not instruct you to be prepared at all times? In a flash, Yupa comprehended and hurriedly retrieved the rouge she had prepared earlier. She watched in astonishment as her mistress opened the rouge box, gently scraping with her fingertip, then sat on the ground, lifting her skirt to her knees. With her fingertip, she lightly rubbed her knee, and in an instant, her previously fair and delicate skin flushed a vibrant red. Sang Wuan took another rouge box and performed the same action on her knee. Yupa's eyes widened in disbelief. Now, that resembles a knee that has knelt all night. Sang Wuan surveyed her handiwork with satisfaction, tossing the two rouge boxes to Yupa. Keep these safe. They must not be seen by others. Yupa nodded and promptly tucked them away. Sang Wuan tousled her hair slightly, then knelt down, giving Yupa a meaningful glance. Miss, you have knelt all night. Please rise and eat something. Yupa bent down to assist Sang Wuan, gently persuading her. I shall not rise. I did not inform Brother Hongji of my departure from the manor beforehand. Sang Wuan's voice was soft yet resolute. Brother Hongji is already so busy. It would be improper for me to cause him further distress. The old lady has said that you need only copy the 4 virtues 100 times to be allowed to rise. Seeing her mistress's stubbornness, Yupa let out a heavy sigh. Just a little more, just a little more. Sang Wuan instantly straightened, her face illuminating with a radiant smile. 100 times, without a word missing, not a single one less. Miss, ever since you married the Prime Minister, you have constantly been punished to kneel. Yupa pouted. I see it all, and my heart aches for you. After all, during your time in the manor, you were cherished by the master and mistress, treated as if you might break. With that, she softly sniffled a few times. Sang Wuan raised an eyebrow, pondering if this segment was part of the performance she had previously mentioned. This girl even adds drama to her own script. Yupa, do not speak foolishly. Sang Wuan shot her a glare. Marrying Brother Hongji is my heartfelt wish. Now that I can see him every day, I cannot express how blissful I feel. I trust my mother would be happy for me as well. She gathered her thoughts, setting the paper aside, kneeling upright with hands clasped, eyes closed, her expression earnest and her demeanor devout. Esteemed ancestors, I implore you to bless Brother Hongji, that he may be free from the burdens of courtly affairs, and may my parents enjoy good health and long lives. I would willingly exchange my own life for this. She had just been speaking nonsense. She hoped the ancestors would not heed her words and not believe a single one. As she finished, Sang Wuan slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing the scene before her, her face displayed clear astonishment. Mother, what brings you here? Lu Wenxian's eyes bore shadows, her complexion appearing rather unwell. She initially cast a casual glance at Yupa, followed by another at Sang Wuan. Mother. Sang Wuan's eyes brightened as she bent to present the paper she had written. Look, this is Luan's transcription of the 4 virtues 100 times. Lu Wenxian took the paper, glancing at it briefly. Did you copy all of this yourself? Of course, Sang Wuan replied sincerely. Luan fully understands the gravity of incurring your displeasure. Each stroke was penned with her anxiety and guilt. She lowered her head, letting out a soft sigh. You may count them. Lu Wenxian tossed the paper to the ground, addressing a nearby maid. As soon as she spoke, the maid bent down, dividing the sheets and beginning to count. Sang Luan was unfazed, a smirk playing on her lips. She had anticipated that Lu Wenxian would not be easily deceived. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, madam, it is indeed 100 times. Lu Wenxian's previously stern expression softened somewhat, and she waved her hand at those nearby. Her gaze then settled on Sang Luan. At this moment, Sang Luan's hair appeared slightly disheveled, and upon closer inspection, her body seemed to tremble slightly. Lift your head. Lu Wenxian commanded, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Sang Luan obediently raised her head, her exquisite features now tinged with pallor, her brows subtly knit together, her expression one of discomfort yet tinged with restraint. After a night of kneeling and writing, her right hand hung limply at her side. Lu Wenxian paused, her gaze abruptly fixating on the corner of Sang Luan's mouth, where a suspicious droplet lingered. Sensing the scrutiny, Sang Luan quickly sniffed, raising her hand to wipe her eye, inadvertently brushing the corner of her mouth as well. This morning, I did not see brother Hengji. Sang Luan fought back tears, her heart heavy with sorrow, wondering if he had rested well the previous night. Yupa could not suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Miss, who would believe such a claim? A flicker of regret crossed Lu Wenxian's eyes. Although the girl lacked decorum, her heart was not ill, as she constantly thought of Hengji and the Feng family. Upon reflection, perhaps agreeing to Sang Luan's marriage to Hengji was not entirely a misstep. Enough, Lu Wenxian maintained her stern demeanor. Rise. Yes, Sang Luan responded softly, and as she spoke, she gently lifted her skirts to stand. Yupa hurriedly reached out to assist her. Just as Sang Luan managed to rise on one leg, she let out a small cry, tumbling to the ground and inadvertently exposing her knees. She quickly regained her composure, straightening her attire and using Yupo's wrist for support to stand. With a mere glance from Lu Wenxian, two maids promptly rushed forward to assist Yupo on either side. Chapter 11. What medicine is hidden in the gourd? What do you mean by that? Sang Luan inquired, her brows furrowing. Since your master has already married into the Feng family, Lu Wenxian scoffed lightly, casting a nonchalant glance at Yupa. Then she is indeed a member of the Feng family. She is the legitimate wife of Hengji, and naturally, everyone below should address her as young mistress. She paused momentarily, raising her right hand slightly, and exerted considerable force on the two maidservants holding Yupa, instantly forcing her to the ground. Yupo's knees buckled, and she could not help but let out a stifled groan. This girl was just calling me miss. Lu Wenxian remarked before leading the way outside. The ancestors are present. Let us not offend their ears. To the front hall. Sang Luan took a deep breath, momentarily forgetting the situation. This household indeed had many rules. One misstep could lead one into a pitfall. In the front hall, Lu Wenxian sat gracefully at the top, casting a glance at Sang Luan. Your maidservant clearly disrespects you. Take her away and administer 30 strokes of the rod. Sang Luan's pupils contracted, and she abruptly turned to Yupa, who remained silent and did not plead for mercy. Yupa was indeed lacking in decorum. It was time for Luaner to educate her properly. Sang Luan composed herself, considering her to be a first-time offender. Perhaps her mother could grant her a reprieve this time? Lu Wenxian looked skeptical. You will teach her the rules. I see neither of you are particularly prudent. Yupa had been with Luaner since childhood and understood her habits well, making her somewhat more reliable. As Yupa was about to be dragged away, Sang Luan hastily grasped one of her hands. Even if she had no merit, she had endured hardships. A minor punishment would suffice to remind the girl of her mother's kindness. What use is it for me to have a maidservant appreciate my kindness? Lu Wenxian retorted, her expression dripping with disdain. Just her alone is of no significance. Sang Luan pressed on, if everyone in this household knows of mother's kindness and it spreads to other noble families, even reaching the emperor's ears, that would indeed be valuable. If those 30 strokes were truly administered, Yupa would be left severely injured, requiring at least half a month's recuperation. Yupa was her best little helper in the household, and she must be preserved at all costs. Noticing Lu Wenxian's hesitation, Sang Luan seized the moment. If the emperor learns of this, Hengji brother will undoubtedly gain his favor, thereby achieving multiple benefits. Feng Xinian had previously held a significant position in the court, but as Feng Hengji gradually made a name for himself, Feng Xinian voluntarily resigned from his post. Feng Xinian adeptly employed the strategy of retreating to advance. As for Lu Wenxian, she dreamed of aiding Feng Hengji in matters concerning him always took precedence in her mind. Glancing at the time, Sang Luan noted, Hengji brother must be returning from the morning court session. Hengji brother has a weak stomach, and I recently learned a new pastry that is sure to suit his taste. Aside from court affairs, Lu Wenxian was most concerned about Feng Hengji's diet. Lu Wenxian extended her hand, ultimately refraining from mentioning punishing Yu Pa. Her lips parted slightly as she observed Yu Pa performing a deep bow. Thank you, madam, your beauty and kindness are unparalleled. I shall be sure to mind my words and actions in the future. You needn't involve yourself in such matters, leave it to the servants, Lu Wenxian replied, her demeanor softening considerably. One might think you have suffered greatly since marrying into our family. Sang Luan shook her head earnestly. I do not trust others with honor. Besides, if Hengji brother appreciates it, it would not be in vain. Then you may first have some nourishing tea while I prepare pastries for Hengji brother. Sang Luan smiled brightly. With that, she swiftly took Yu Po's hand and left the front hall. What scheme is this Sang Luan concocting? Lu Wenxian mused, watching Sang Luan's retreating figure as she turned to the head maid beside her. Jean Rui followed Lu Wenxian's gaze for a moment before retracting her attention. In my humble opinion, she said with a gentle smile, the young mistress merely has not yet adapted to her status and still carries some of her previous household's quirks. In due time, I believe she will grasp the rules. Lu Wenxian remained silent for a long while before finally responding, let us hope so. Her gaze flickered, could that girl truly assist Hengji as she claimed? In Furong Courtyard, young mistress, Yu Pa pouted, placing the food box on the table. The food box you requested is ready. Sang Luan chuckled at Yu Pa, knowing she had no malice, only genuine concern for her. It seemed she simply found the situation a bit awkward. It's fine, she won't let us call her that. Sang Luan lightly tapped Yu Po's arm and winked, then let us call her secretly. Upon hearing this, Yu Po's eyes sparkled, and she eagerly nodded, all right. Remember that, Sang Luan said, opening the food box to inspect it, clearly satisfied. I personally made these for Hengji brother. Yu Pa nodded vigorously. Sang Luan lifted her gaze, a playful smile gracing her lips. Come, your young mistress will take you to earn a fortune. She beckoned Yu Pa, instructing her on what to do next. Young mistress, Yu Pa glanced at her, pointing a finger, unable to help but exclaim, you look so cunning when you smile. Sang Luan lightly tapped her forehead, giving her a mock glare, what kind of talk is that? Half an hour later, in Wufeng Pavilion, the moment Sang Luan heard the commotion outside, she sprang into action. With a smile on her face, she approached, intending to catch hold of Feng Hengji's outer robe. Feng Hengji raised his gaze, only to be met with the sight of the woman he despised. His brows furrowed involuntarily, and he instinctively took a step back, tall and lean, with his right hand resting behind him. The jade pendant at his waist accentuated his commanding presence. His expression revealed no attempt at concealing his disdain as he turned to leave. Sang Luan quickly reacted, deftly grasping Feng Hengji's outer robe. Hengji brother, I made you some food, would you eat a little? Feng Hengji looked at her with impatience, yet he noticed the hint of expectation in her eyes. She appeared quite cautious, her naturally upturned eyes and the tear mole at the corner complemented her every movement with an air of charm. Today, Sang Luan wore a red outfit, and at this moment, she bent slightly, tilting her head, gazing at him without blinking. He silently averted his gaze, stepping forward. Where are the others? Sang Luan felt a surge of joy and quickly removed Feng Hengji's outer robe, leading him toward the table. She presented the pastry she had prepared, placing them before him, then clasped her hands together, gazing at him with a radiant smile. Chapter 12 of Feng Hengji, truly stingy, Sang Luan remarked, they are all outside attending to matters, so as not to disturb brother Hengji. Feng Hengji merely responded with a light hum, not probing further. According to the household rules, meals were to be taken at a fixed time in the front hall, yet Feng Hengji had the privilege of rising early for court, but he was exempt from all the household regulations. Feng Hengji casually picked up a piece of pastry before his lips, taking a slow bite, and the next moment, he spat it out with a sharp exclamation, what is this? Displeased with the taste? Sang Luan's once bright eyes dimmed suddenly. This was specially made for you, the pear blossom pastry, which no one else has. Feng Hengji paused, his brow twitching slightly. Do you not know that I cannot tolerate the scent of pear blossoms? Sang Luan gasped, her expression turning remorseful. Oh, I'm so sorry, brother Hengji. She thoughtfully poured him a cup of tea, offering it with a gentle smile. Have some tea to cleanse your palate. Without a second thought, Feng Hengji drank it down, only to be met with an overwhelming sourness that spread through his mouth. What an odd flavor. He slammed the teacup onto the table, lifting the lid of the teapot to inspect, leaning in to sniff. This is vinegar. Feng Hengji glared at Sang Luan, his teeth clenched in irritation. Oh dear, she exclaimed, her demeanor flustered. Perhaps I mistakenly grabbed the wrong one in haste. It was not intentional. In truth, it had been quite deliberate, for she had added a hint of spice to mask the vinegar's pungency, ensuring Feng Hengji would savor the aftertaste. Feng Hengji's expression turned icy, and he abruptly slammed the table, rising to his feet. A maid, holding a jade artifact, was about to place it down when she unexpectedly collided with Feng Hengji's arm, causing the precious piece to crash to the ground. Panic-stricken, the maid knelt swiftly, reaching out to retrieve the artifact, yet her reflexes were belated. The jade lay shattered, with cracks marring its surface. I am doomed, I am doomed. Feng Hengji's face darkened further, resembling a frigid specter, emanating an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Sang Luan sighed, chastising the maid. How careless you are, what if you had harmed Brother Hengji? She then waved her hand dismissively, hurry and leave. The maid complied, hastily rising to depart, but as she lifted her foot, Sang Luan called her back. The item is ruined. Do not you dare leave without replacing it. The maid, head bowed, hurriedly grasped the jade in her arms and fled in trepidation. This girl is so clumsy, Sang Luan remarked, turning to Feng Hengji. I hope you were not frightened. Feng Hengji shot her a withering glare, his patience waning. In the future, refrain from entering here without cause. Sang Luan quickly fetched another plate of pastries, insisting, then do try this one. It must be perfect. I never strike women, Feng Hengji gritted his teeth, casting her a cold glance, but I would not mind if you were the first. A threat, undeniably a threat. Sang Luan spun around, a radiant smile illuminating her face. What is it, Brother Hengji? He pointed at the disarray before him. Take away this jumble of nonsense. Sang Luan responded with a soft "oh," running forward to collect the food box. Upon reaching the door, she suddenly turned back. Will you not give it another try? I assure you, the others are flawless. Feng Hengji seized the nearest teacup and hurled it to the ground, his expression darkening, fury evidently at its zenith. If you utter another word, your fate shall mirror that of the cup. Sang Luan's gaze fell upon the shattered pieces. If this were the modern world, it could fetch a handsome price. Here, it was merely an ordinary vessel for tea. Worthless. With an inscrutable expression, she collected her thoughts and feigned a hurt demeanor before fleeing the scene. Feng Hengji rubbed his temples, grateful for the sudden quiet. Even court was less exhausting than conversing with this woman. At Furong courtyard, Sang Luan shut the door tightly behind her. How did it go? She asked excitedly, rubbing her hands together. Did anything break? Yuping shook her head, slightly shifting to reveal a wooden box behind her, containing the very jade artifact that had almost met its end moments before. Just as it was about to touch the ground, she had managed to catch it in time. Sang Luan examined it closely, her satisfaction evident. Do you truly need money? Yuping asked, puzzled. Of course I do. Sang Luan carefully placed the jade back into the box and closed the lid. Who wouldn't need money? If you are truly in want of silver, you could approach the master and mistress, Yuping suggested. That's different. Sang Luan wrapped the box securely in a cloth. This should fetch a good price, and I will earn what I desire. After a stick of incense had burned down, Sang Luan and Yuping parted ways. Yuping headed to the pawnshop with the jade, while Sang Luan prepared to explore the streets in search of Meng Yuning. Time was of the essence, and they needed to exchange the most useful information in the shortest span. It appeared that obtaining a divorce was not as simple as securing the emperor's decree. With Feng Hengji's stinginess and an unyielding mother-in-law, the path was fraught with obstacles. Feng Hengji was indeed so stingy. Sang Luan surveyed her surroundings keenly as she traversed the streets. Suddenly, her gaze fixed upon a figure ahead, her pupils narrowing in recognition. The familiar silhouette loomed larger in her sight. In an effort to remain incognito, she had donned a black veil upon her departure. Unless one was intimately acquainted with her, it would be nearly impossible to identify her. Yet at that moment, the figure across from her wore a white veil. Not far off, at a small stall, a woman in white was intently inspecting items, seemingly dissatisfied, glancing briefly before discarding them. Two handmaidens accompanied her. The woman possessed a slender waist and Suddenly, she lifted her head, her gaze locking with that of Sang Luan. She turned slightly to whisper a few instructions to her attendants before striding purposefully toward a corner. Chapter 13. When the alarm rings, we are all beasts of burden. Sang Luan adjusted her garments and stepped forward, glancing back frequently, wary of being seen by any discerning eyes. In a world yet to be determined, we are all dark horses. She cleared her throat, nudged Meng Yuning, and cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Quickly, quickly. No, Luaner. Meng Yuning replied, exasperated, as she pulled down her veil. I stand right in front of you. Is there still a need for a secret signal? Sang Luan shot her a sidelong glance, pausing momentarily, the corners of her eyes lifting slightly. The signal is incorrect. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she turned to leave. Meng Yuning's typically cool demeanor softened into a smile, akin to an ice mountain suddenly melting, radiating warmth amidst its coldness. She sighed softly, grasping Sang Luan's hand, finally uttering the secret phrase, when the alarm rings, we are all beasts of burden. Sang Luan's eyes brightened instantly, snapping her fingers and lifting her chin, her expression alight with joy as she looked at Meng Yuning. You were a bit slow this time. Do try to be quicker next time, and I won't deduct any points this time. At your command. Meng Yuning leaned against the wall, her eyelids fluttering slightly, her tone laced with resignation. My dear young Miss Sang. Since their acquaintance, they had maintained a sticker chart of 100 little things of best friends. Over the years, the list had long surpassed 100, with each little incident carrying a corresponding score. If one committed an act deemed unforgivable by the other, points would be deducted at their discretion. According to Sang Luan, once the score reached 0, it would signify their incompatibility as best friends. Yet, despite the ebb and flow of points over time, it had never returned to 0. Sang Luan rubbed her hands together, casting a meaningful glance at Meng Yuning. Let us go, we need to exchange information. Meng Yuning nodded in agreement, readjusting her veil. The two then sought out a discreet spot to listen to the opera, entering a private room one after the other. Once inside, their heads leaned closely together. I have good news and bad news, Sang Luan poked Meng Yuning's arm. Which do you wish to hear first? Good news. The good news is that we still have a chance to escape, Sang Luan said, her interest piqued. And the bad news? Sang Luan's expression fell. The bad news is that our escape hinges upon successfully obtaining a divorce decree from the current emperor. That indeed posed a significant challenge. Meng Yuning fell into contemplation, her delicate features creased in concern. Qi Ran was the most favored son of the righteous prince, who was a brother to the emperor. The righteous prince and his wife were eagerly anticipating the arrival of their first grandchild. She paused, realizing that even if the emperor were to consent, the righteous prince and his wife would undoubtedly oppose it. Who could argue otherwise? Sang Luan ran her fingers through her hair, reclining backward. The identity of the prime minister's wife was obtained only after the original owner pleaded with the minister-s couple. If I were to propose a divorce now, I would surely be deemed mad. Moreover, our opportunities to meet the emperor are scarce. Aside from banquets, we have little chance. Sang Luan carelessly plucked a grape and popped it into her mouth, only to spit it out in distaste. Ugh, what is this? So sour. Meng Yuning naturally poured herself a glass of water and handed it to Sang Luan. After several sips, Sang Luan managed to suppress the lingering sourness. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Meng Yuning doubled over, coughing violently, her once fair cheeks flushing a deep crimson, appearing quite unwell. Are you all right? Sang Luan rushed to pat her back, then touched Meng Yuning's forehead, finding it unusually hot. This body of yours is in such distress, enduring illness day in and day out. After a moment, Meng Yuning finally recovered her composure. She exhaled a deep breath, offering Sang Luan a reassuring glance. Fear not, I am fine. A subtle smile graced her lips. The reason my expression was so grim at the Marquis's residence was merely a performance for their benefit. Sang Luan quickly withdrew her hand. With that assurance, I can finally relax. As she spoke, Meng Yuning reached into her sleeve and produced an object, placing it before Sang Luan, tilting her head slightly. Here, take a look at this. Sang Luan, half convinced, opened it, and disbelief flickered across her eyes at first glance, quickly followed by a spark of delight. Ning Ning, you are truly remarkable. She lunged forward, enveloping Meng Yuning in an embrace. Where on earth did you acquire these? Laid upon the table was a thin cloth, upon which lay 7 or 8 shimmering golden leaves. Sang Luan picked one up, closed her eyes, and inhaled deeply. Ah, the scent of wealth. Each golden leaf glimmered in the sunlight, casting a radiant glow, and Sang Luan's heart swelled with joy. These aren't merely golden leaves. They represent the happiness of our future lives together. All of these are what I've saved up during this time, Meng Yuning remarked, her lips curling into a smirk. The worse my health, the more golden leaves I can accumulate. Sang Luan's realization dawned upon her. The more severe the illness, the more medicinal herbs were required, and given the Marquis's extravagant lifestyle, those herbs were likely quite precious. You manipulated the herbs. Sang Luan gasped, eyes wide, pointing at her. Meng Yuning grasped her hand. I merely instructed them to gather a greater quantity of herbs, and while they were preparing the medicine, I subtly made some adjustments. I thought I was quick enough. Sang Luan was enlightened, astonished that Meng Yuning was even swifter. Meng Yuning looked up at her. And you? Sang Luan smiled knowingly. I lack the medicinal herbs to manipulate, but I have my own clever schemes. What are they? Meng Yuning's interest peaked, her eyes sparkling like scattered stars. Sang Luan inched closer, whispering a few words into her ear. You truly are something. Meng Yuning's lips parted, about to respond, when suddenly a deep voice echoed from the adjacent room. The two exchanged glances and swiftly crouched down, pressing their ears against the wall. This time, we must succeed, failure is not an option. After a rustle of movement, a womanish voice rang out, I have sharpened my dagger to a razor's edge overnight, and this time, I shall surely take the head of that wretched emperor. Everyone, keep your costumes and palace identity badges safe. This banquet is of utmost importance, failure is not an option. If we succeed, everyone present will be hailed as a great benefactor. The clear and resounding words suddenly fell upon Sang Luan and Meng Yuning's ears. Chapter 14. The opportunity arises. The pupils of the two widened in astonishment. Had they inadvertently overheard a scandal of monumental proportions? There were assassins at the upcoming palace banquet, assassins masquerading as performers? Regaining her composure, Sang Luan held her breath and listened intently for a few moments. However, silence prevailed in the adjacent space. Tilting her head slightly, Sang Luan exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Yuning, who immediately understood. The two supported each other back to the table, their small heads huddled closely together. They shared a moment of silence, the mention of the palace banquet still lingering in the air. Sang Luan casually picked up a piece of berry-infused matcha cake and slowly placed it in her mouth, pondering when the last palace banquet had taken place, as she had heard nothing about it. Wait a moment. Suddenly, she halted, as if struck by a revelation, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. What date is it today? The 6th of June. Meng Yuning clapped her hands, exclaiming that there was indeed a palace banquet that very evening. In the original tale, a beauty was presented to the current emperor by Jiangnan, a delicate figure of exquisite form, skilled in the art of dance. It was said that her dance could captivate the world. To showcase her grace, the emperor had arranged this banquet. Initially, the emperor had permitted ministers to bring their families, but Qi Ran had been coldly indifferent towards Meng Yuning, while Feng Hangji had shown no desire to even glance in her direction, leaving them to refrain from mentioning the event to her. Sang Luan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and instinctively lowering her voice, she declared, Our opportunity has arrived. How shall we arrange it? No matter what, you must persuade Qi Ran to take you to tonight's banquet. After a moment of contemplation, Sang Luan clasped her hands together, resting her chin on them, her lips moving as she mused, I will seek out Feng Hangji as soon as I return. I shall infiltrate the palace, making myself familiar to the emperor and gauging his sentiments. Meng Yuning instantly grasped Sang Luan's intentions. Sang Luan turned to Meng Yuning and said, This is a splendid opportunity to make a name for ourselves. Shall you go, or shall I? Meng Yuning pointed at her, suggesting, I believe it would be better if you went. Very well, then after I meet with Feng Hangji, I will seek out the inspection division to ensure they are well prepared. Sang Luan agreed without hesitation, promptly organizing their next steps. The two quickly reached a consensus and engaged in an elaborate discussion, ultimately devising a detailed plan to win over Qi Ran and Feng Hangji. All right, we shall conclude for today. Sang Luan packaged 2 pieces of cake and handed one to Meng Yuning, saying, Do give this a try. It is truly delicious. Caught off guard by the unexpected offering, Meng Yuning quickly accepted it. Sang Luan was indeed a true foodie, relishing every bite no matter the location. She rose, brushing off the dust from her attire. Today, she donned a striking red garment that billowed without wind, exuding an air of flamboyance and abandon. The ensemble accentuated her figure exquisitely, her waist even more slender than that of the average woman, and her sparkling eyes inspired a desire to offer her the world. After gesturing to Meng Yuning, she turned and left with determination. Mississippi. A sheen of fine sweat glistened on Yu Po's forehead as she casually wiped it, jogging forward. Where have you been? I have been searching for you for quite some time. Sang Luan continued walking with an air of nonchalance. Have all the items been prepared? Yu Po nodded, bowing her head as she prepared to retrieve the items from her sleeve. No need to rush. Sang Luan halted her actions with a raised hand. Leave them there for now. Yu Po, puzzled, complied nonetheless. After a short while, at the young master's residence, Meng Yuning resolved to intensify her savings efforts. As her current amount was utterly insufficient, she needed to devise a plan involving Qi Ran or the couple of Yi Wang. Upon entering the residence, she intended to head to the small kitchen to check if there were any medicinal ingredients still available. Yuning, when did you go out? Jiang Zhua stretched her neck towards the entrance, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepening. A smile graced her face, creating gentle arcs on her cheeks. Meng Yuning halted, her previously sharp gaze dulled in an instant as she lowered her head and turned away. I went out for some fresh air, she replied softly. Come, you arrived just in time. Jiang Zhua beamed as she grabbed Meng Yuning's arm, pulling her towards the inner room. A new shipment of garments has arrived from the silk shop. Come help me choose which one looks best. Meng Yuning's brows lifted slightly. She had been at a loss for how to broach the subject, yet here was an opportunity laid before her. Gathering her composure, she obediently followed. Upon entering the room, her gaze was captivated by a row of new garments. It must be said, the quality and style of ancient clothing, though intricate, were undeniably exquisite. The elaborate craftsmanship was a clear indicator of fine quality. She picked up the nearest garment and held it against Jiang Zhua, suggesting, "Why not let mother try this one first? It seems to align well with your essence, subtle yet luxurious, grand without losing depth." "Ha ha! You clever girl." Jiang Zhua's face blossomed into a radiant smile, truly appreciative of the compliment. Observing Jiang Zhua in high spirits, Meng Yuning naturally produced a handkerchief she had prepared earlier, grasping a significant portion with one hand while delicately holding a corner with the other. "Yuning, it has been half a month since you married Ran Er," Jiang Zhua remarked lightly while trying on garments, "yet I have heard that you are still sleeping apart?" Meng Yuning froze, quickly covering her mouth with the handkerchief, chastising herself for her carelessness. The next moment, she slowly sank into a chair, murmuring, "Yuning is rather frail, she often coughs late into the night." The young master proposed separate sleeping arrangements out of concern for her. Initially, the original owner of this body had served Qi Ran with great attentiveness upon entering the young master's residence. Yet, after enduring Qi Ran's prolonged indifference, she lost hope for her future. Coupled with years of consuming copious amounts of medicine, she began to exhibit signs of melancholy within half a year. Although this body was somewhat frail, she was determined not to succumb to the same fate as the original owner. As Jiang Zhua paused in her garment fitting, she lifted her gaze to Meng Yuning, her eyes brimming with delight. "Look at this child. Clearly, it is Qi Ran, that scoundrel, who has wronged her, yet she still speaks up for him in my presence. What a good girl." Taking Meng Yuning's hand, she reassured her, "Do not fear. Whatever it is, speak freely to your mother. Just watch how I will teach that rascal Qi Ran a lesson." Meng Yuning felt profoundly grateful to have such kind parents and dared not wish for more. She placed her hand over her heart, recalling how the physician had recently advised her to frequent lively places, both to dispel ill fortune and to aid her health. "There's a banquet in the palace tonight. Why not join me?" Jiang Zhua decisively suggested. "I object." Chapter 15, Is it, what a coincidence? A voice filled with dissatisfaction drifted in from outside the door, causing both individuals within the room to glance over in unison. There stood Qi Ran, languidly leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, an expression of disdain evident in his eyes. "What are you saying?" Jiang Zhua shot him a fierce glare. "Mother, do you still not understand the purpose of tonight's palace banquet?" Qi Ran exclaimed, quickly stepping forward and pulling Jiang Zhua aside. Bringing along a frail person like her could lead to an embarrassing situation should she accidentally cough up blood at the banquet, which would be a source of discomfort for His Majesty. He showed no intention of avoiding Meng Yuning. With her head bowed, Meng Yuning's eyes flickered as she rushed forward to grasp Jiang Zhua's arm. "Mother, thanks to the physician's treatment, Yuning's health has improved somewhat, though I may feel a bit unwell at night. During the day, I can manage it." Her eyes shimmered with deep hope, like a fawn's, making it difficult to refuse her. "Since you've entered the residence, Mother has hardly spent time with you." Jiang Zhua's expression softened considerably as she patted Meng Yuning's hand. "For this matter today, Mother will advocate for you. Go. And remember to ensure that the servants prepare everything necessary before we depart. Nothing must be overlooked." Meng Yuning nodded with a charming smile. Qi Ran's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Meng Yuning, gritting his teeth as he seized her arm and began to pull her outside. Jiang Zhua reached out her hand, and Qi Ran turned back to leave her with a parting remark, "You should at least allow her to change into a beautiful outfit." With that, he strode away without looking back. It was not until they reached a corner that Qi Ran released Meng Yuning. He glared at her, preparing to address her properly. "I promised you that you could use the title of the future Duchess in public, but that does not mean you can." Meng Yuning furrowed her brows slightly, gently rubbing her wrist, which had turned crimson from being restrained, standing out starkly against her delicate skin. Looking up, her complexion appeared somewhat pale. She raised her gaze, her eyes seemingly filled with the vastness of the stars and the sea, her lips parting slightly. "What did you just say?" Qi Ran's fierce expression abruptly softened. He averted his gaze, clearing his throat as his tone diminished. "That does not mean you can make reckless demands." This woman was indeed quite appealing. So, the young lord held her in such regard. Meng Yuning's expression faltered, a hint of disappointment crossing her face. She forced a smile. "If it truly burdens you too much, then I shall not go. I can rest early at home." Her eyelashes fluttered, concealing the emotions in her eyes, and she turned to leave. Qi Ran couldn't help but click his tongue. Is it really that tragic? it's merely a palace banquet. His agreement to allow Meng Yuning to borrow the title of Duchess was one thing, but bringing her before the public was entirely another matter. A flicker of struggle crossed his face as he called out to her just in time, just this once. Meng Yuning spun around sharply, her eyes brightening. She lifted her chin, looking at Qiran, her voice laced with uncontainable excitement. "Thank you, young lord." Qiran scoffed, his demeanor proud, muttering under his breath, "So easily satisfied." With that, he departed without looking back. Meanwhile, within the residence of the Prime Minister, Feng Shinian had set out early in the morning, while Lu Wenxian had gone to enjoy flowers and tea with other noble women. By noon, only Sang Luan and Feng Hongji remained in the house. Sang Luan, holding bamboo chopsticks, managed to pick up just 2 grains of rice, leaning her head on one hand with a heavy sigh. Feng Hongji's eyelids twitched. What scheme was this woman concocting now? He couldn't scold her, as she only listened to what she liked to hear. Silently, he continued to eat, attempting to ignore her antics. Sang Luan glanced at him, noticing he was solely focused on his meal. She set her bowl and chopsticks down, placing her hands together and resting her head upon them, exhaling a deep sigh, the first of the day. "Oh," still pretending not to hear. Feng Hongji paused his movements, then coldly remarked, "If you won't eat, then remove your food." A nearby maid, upon lifting her foot, was met with a fierce glare from Sang Luan, causing her to shrink back, retreating quietly. The young mistress is truly fierce. Sang Luan tapped her head with her hand, sighing once more. Suddenly, Feng Hongji lifted his gaze, his deep, penetrating eyes fixed intently on Sang Luan. "What troubles you now?" Sang Luan's spirits lifted. He finally spoke. She dejectedly replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. I happen to hear that the wives of other officials can visit enjoyable places daily, yet I remain cooped up in the residence, utterly bored. If only I could attend a banquet, even just to experience the lively atmosphere. What about your skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Can you do any of those?" "I can't do any of that." "Can you compose poetry?" "I can recite poetry." Sang Luan immediately sat up straight, raising her right hand as if she were being called upon in class, her expression one of pride. Feng Hongji scooped a spoonful of the latest soup. "Then what can you do?" "I can eat," Sang Luan replied matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Feng Hongji's mouth twitched slightly. "What does that mean? Do you look down on food lovers?" Her interest piqued. She earnestly explained to Feng Hongji, "Being able to eat is very important, you know, the cooks work hard to prepare an abundance of dishes, yet if no one appreciates them, they would feel disheartened. And for me," Sang Luan pressed her hand over her heart, "if I cannot enjoy delicious food, I would also feel sad." Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, smiling brightly at Feng Hongji. "So, brother Hongji, is there a place where I can eat a lot of delicious food and enjoy a lively atmosphere?" Feng Hongji's expression darkened suddenly, his eyes narrowing as he stood up, looking down at her. "Where did you learn about tonight's palace banquet?" It was a statement, not a question. Truly, Feng Hongji was meticulous in his thoughts. Sang Luan suppressed her emotions, raising her head slowly, her face a picture of surprise. "Ah, there is a palace banquet tonight? What a coincidence! You truly did not know?" Feng Hongji's tone was dangerously low. Sang Luan shook her head, feigning innocence. "I didn't know. You may attend tonight's palace banquet, but you must agree to 2 conditions. Feng Hongji spoke indifferently. "First, after you go out, do not mention our relationship. Following this banquet, you must refrain from bothering me for at least 3 days, no, half a month." Chapter 16, Training the Disciples. Sang Luan curled her lips in disdain, rolling her eyes inwardly at the sheer foolishness of anyone who could not discern the nature of her relationship with you upon our simultaneous appearance. Externally, she maintained an elevated posture, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. Luaner could only vow never to speak of her matters with others. As for the heartache of being unable to see brother Hung for half a month, that was simply too sorrowful. Yet, she felt an undeniable joy. If she could not achieve it, then she should not expect to partake of. Feng Hongji cast her a cold glance, gritting her teeth. Sang Luan nodded, seemingly making a monumental decision. "Very well, Luaner agrees." Immediately after, she shyly smiled, and in the next instant, she swept the dishes before her into her stomach with the ferocity of a tempest. The household was indeed extravagant, with each meal presenting no less than 10 different dishes, yet the portions were pitifully small. Just a glance at her voracious demeanor would leave Feng Hongji satiated. One might think he had mistreated her. With that, he dramatically flicked his robes and departed. In the next moment, Sang Luan halted her actions, leisurely taking a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her mouth. The abrupt shift in her demeanor left the nearby servants utterly astonished. Every time Feng Hongji encountered her, he wore a stern expression, and she hardly seemed able to consume much. Soon after, Sang Luan strolled back to Furong Courtyard at her own pace. Meng Yuning was just about to step away when several voices suddenly reached her ears. "Our esteemed young lady is quite extraordinary. She married the heir just to cling to life with medicinal herbs. Her calculations are indeed sharp. Indeed, but in my view, her calculations may not be as favorable as she hopes. Even if the prince and princess speak on her behalf, what of it? The heir is, after all, the prince's son. When push comes to shove, who knows her true worth? Exactly, just look at her pitiful state. It's downright depressing. Did she marry into the heir's residence with the hope of soaring high like a phoenix? I dare say she is unlikely to have that fortune in this lifetime. Meng Yuning raised her gaze, her expression turning icy. At that moment, two maidservants approached, their conversation lively and carefree. Upon catching a glimpse of Meng Yuning, they momentarily paused, their eyes flickering with indifference. From a distance, they offered a cursory greeting before attempting to turn away. How dare you speak so recklessly about your master? Do you have any sense at all? Mu Xiang had just retrieved some medicinal herbs and was on her way to find the young lady when she fortuitously encountered the two gossiping maids. She rushed forward, forcefully knocking them to the ground, and shielded Meng Yuning behind her, glaring down at the pair with fury etched across her features. Your master has yet to say a word. The two maidservants grumbled as they rose, casting a dismissive glance at Meng Yuning before shooting a contemptuous glare at Mu Xiang. What are you shouting about? Indeed, another chimed in, turning to Meng Yuning and offering a slight bow. We truly did not anticipate encountering you, young lady. Next time, we shall be more mindful of your presence, if you would be so kind. She blinked innocently, her tone suggesting it was only reasonable. After all, you are the young lady now. Do try not to be so petty. Yes, young lady, we acknowledge our mistakes. Besides, the heir would not favor someone so impulsively malicious. Though they claimed to recognize their errors, their expressions betrayed no sign of remorse. Mu Xiang, anger boiling within her, pointed accusingly at them, poised to take action. Meng Yuning interjected just in time. Mu Xiang. Mu Xiang, indignant on her behalf, felt tears prick her eyes, stamping her foot in frustration. Young lady! Meng Yuning shot her a look, prompting her to suppress her emotions and step back. The two maids exchanged smirks, sharing a glance that spoke volumes. After all, Meng Yuning was of the same status as they, merely luckier. As they prepared to leave, Meng Yuning's voice rang out sharply, wait. The two turned slowly, smiles plastered on their faces. What is it, young lady? Without even glancing at them, Meng Yuning addressed Mu Xiang. My memory is rather poor. Mu Xiang, enlighten me, what punishment should one receive for disrespecting their master and speaking out of turn? Mu Xiang answered honestly, the lighter punishment is a beating of 20 strokes to serve as a warning. The heavier would be immediate expulsion from the residence. Meng Yuning responded with a soft, contemplative "oh," her tone melodic. What do you think their situation is? A flicker of doubt crossed the faces of the two maids. Understanding dawned on Mu Xiang as she lifted her chin and declared boldly, that would undoubtedly be the latter. Then let it be so, Meng Yuning replied with a mild affirmation. Mu Xiang quickly grasped the situation, a smile breaking across her face. Yes, young lady. The two maids, previously intent on leaving, froze, bewildered by the sudden shift. At that moment, Mu Xiang gestured to several incoming maidservants. 4 maidservants hurriedly approached, bowing as they greeted, young lady. Meng Yuning absent-mindedly adjusted her hairpin before turning to leave. Mu Xiang, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Proceed as you see fit. Mu Xiang directed the others, these two have disrespected their master, take them away for 20 strokes and then see them expelled from the residence. As her words fell, the maidservants swiftly grasped the arms of the two culprits. The fleeting arrogance on their faces vanished in an instant. A shared glance of shock passed between them. Just as Meng Yuning was about to depart, the two young maids could no longer hold back, collapsing to their knees. Young lady, please spare us. One in green lunged toward Meng Yuning's back, only to be met with a swift kick from Mu Xiang, her expression unyielding. We truly regret our actions. With gritted teeth, the maid slapped herself. It is I who failed to understand the rules. Whatever the young lady desires, we shall comply. The young maid wept, her earlier bravado evaporating. Please, grant us another chance, do not expel us from the residence. She repeatedly bowed her head, desperation lacing her voice. Meng Yuning paused, suddenly turning to face her, lowering herself to meet her gaze. Were your words sincere? The green-clad maid froze momentarily before nodding vigorously. Yes, truly. Meng Yuning extended her elegantly defined hand, lightly brushing it across the maid's face. A chill ran through the maid, causing her to shudder involuntarily. How truly pitiable, Meng Yuning murmured, retracting her hand and standing tall. But what does that have to do with me? With a slight gesture, she commanded, "Take them away." This time, Mang Yuning departed without a trace of regret, leaving behind her a chorus of wails that grew louder with each step. A faint smile graced her lips. She had not overlooked the flicker of disdain that had crossed the maid's eyes. Such individuals, remaining within the residence, would always be a source of future troubles. Chapter 17. Worthless. Aside from beauty, soon after, Mang Yuning leisurely returned to Yunyan Pavilion, preparing for the evening's palace banquet. In the first assistant's manner, within Furong Courtyard, Yupa bent down to pour a cup of tea, respectfully presenting it before Sang Luan. "Miss, the palace banquet attendants are not by your side, and there is no one to support you. With so many people at the banquet, please be cautious." Sang Luan accepted the teacup and tilted her head back, drinking it in one go. "Do not worry, my lady is not made of dough. I am not so easily bullied." Yupa nodded lightly, her head bowed as her lips moved silently. "Just keep your worries to yourself." Observing her demeanor, Sang Luan could not help but pat her hand. "Most of the ministers will attend the banquet, so it is certain we will encounter father and mother." After a brief silence, Yupa suddenly spoke up. Before she could finish, Sang Luan waved her hand dismissively. "Then there's nothing to worry about. I believe that when my parents see that I have finally fulfilled my long-held wish, they will be pleased for me." Yupa's gaze was complex. She was concerned that the master would be infuriated by the miss once more. Sang Luan drummed her fingers lightly on the table, contemplating that aside from seeking merit at this banquet, she must also take this opportunity to discern the preferences and aversions of a certain individual, and probe that person's stance regarding her and Ning Ning's potential separation. Only then could she bring up the idea of separation in a manner that seemed logical in the future. "Yupa," Sang Luan raised her chin slightly, inquiring, "do you know the emperor's likes and dislikes?" Yupa's face displayed surprise, and she lowered her voice, urgency lacing her tone. "Once you leave Furong Courtyard, please do not ask anyone about this. If it were to reach the ears of someone with ill intentions, not only you, but also the master and madam would be implicated." "I am not foolish, I will certainly not speak carelessly once I step outside." Sang Luan chuckled at her, adding, "Moreover, I merely wish to grasp a general direction, not to investigate any whereabouts." It was no wonder Yupa was so anxious. Despite the current emperor being relatively wise, even the most sagacious ruler would not tolerate any threat to his realm. After this exchange, Yupa visibly relaxed, suggesting, "Perhaps you could inquire with the master. He has the most contact with the emperor, and whatever you wish to know, he is sure to be aware of." Sang Luan silently committed this thought to memory, then fell silent. In the next instant, she suddenly stood up, scanning her surroundings. "No, I must be thoroughly prepared. If the inspection department has not managed to apprehend the assassins, or if they act separately, there will still be dangers at the banquet." Suddenly, a thought struck her. "Ah, I remember, there is a golden silk armor that my great-grandmother left for me upon her passing. Where did you put it?" This golden silk armor had been crafted with immense care, and merely acquiring the silken threads from a 1,000-year-old spirit silkworm was no easy feat. The original owner had willingly given it to Feng Hengji to appease him, only for it to be passed on to his beloved when the White Moonlight appeared. The White Moonlight deemed the golden silk armor unworthy of her title as the divine physician and carelessly discarded it to a beggar. Ironically, on that very day, the White Moonlight was injured, and Feng Hengji held the original owner accountable. Furious, he returned home to confront the original owner, slapping her without a second thought, leaving her utterly devastated. At this recollection, Sang Luan could not help but roll her eyes inwardly. What a pair of foolish old fools! In the blink of an eye, Yupa found the golden silk armor. Sang Luan could not tear her gaze away after merely glancing at it. Upon touching it, she felt a slight chill, yet it provided a profound sense of security. She decisively donned it, feeling considerably more at ease. As she fastened a dagger to her side, Yupa, anxious and trembling, quickly reminded her, "When entering the palace, these items will be searched by the guards." Sang Luan responded with an exclamation of disappointment. "Is that so?" Immediately, she opened her jewelry box, selecting the sharpest hairpin. While choosing, she muttered to herself, "This one is sharp, I'll take 1.1 is a bit insufficient, perhaps 2 will do, and let me bring 2 for Ning Ning as well." Yupa observed in confusion, "Miss, are you attending a palace banquet or the Ministry of Punishments?" Sang Luan paused, signaling for silence. "Do not look, do not listen, do not ask." Yupa hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands, nodding repeatedly. 3 hours later, at the hour of Shen, Sang Luan stepped out with delicate, cat-like strides. The people in the front hall merely glanced at her, and in that instant, silence enveloped them. "Who is that, adorned with hairpins like a hedgehog?" Sang Luan felt that 4 hairpins were utterly insufficient and adorned her hair with every visible pin she could find. Aside from a slight heaviness on her head, it was nothing significant. Lu Wenxian's eyes widened in shock as she hurriedly approached, scrutinizing Sang Luan's bejeweled head. With a complex expression, she plucked 1 pin from her hair and tossed it to the ground. "Is this how you intend to attend the palace banquet?" Sang Luan flashed a standard smile. "Indeed." Lu Wenxian, exasperated, placed a hand to her forehead and turned to the gathered crowd, demanding, who was responsible for her grooming? A timid maid stepped forward, kneeling in panic. "Madam, today it was the young mistress who chose her own makeup." Before she could finish, Lu Wenxian waved her hand. "What is the purpose of keeping you all here? If she is foolish, you should not indulge her. Hurry and change her appearance, be swift." The trembling maid nodded fearfully, hastily lifting her skirts and pulling Sang Luan back down for a fresh grooming. Half an hour later, "Hurry up, the carriage has long been prepared," Feng Xinian called out, rushing outside. Although Feng Xinian currently held no official position, he was an exception permitted to attend the palace banquet. Feng Hengji's impatience was palpable as he glanced at the teacup in his hand. Even a mere cup of tea seemed more captivating than that woman. Unintentionally, he raised his gaze, only to see Sang Luan a short distance away, her head slightly bowed, a maid supporting her wrist as she adjusted her dress before stepping through the flower-laden gate. In the next moment, she lifted her eyes, and the adornments on her forehead caught immediate attention. Her flowing hair cascaded down her back, the butterfly hair ornaments swayed with her movements, and the pearls hanging from the floral branches danced gently. A delicate line traced the outer corners of her enchanting eyes, which sparkled alluringly today. Her every smile and frown was more captivating than usual, yet she did not appear overly seductive. The subtle makeup on her face preserved her natural beauty. With a single arch of her brow, she could rival nations in beauty. In an instant, everyone stood entranced. Feng Hengji silently averted his gaze, rising slightly, his body turning away. "With such impure thoughts, you truly are despicable. This woman is utterly worthless aside from her beauty." Chapter 18. The young master arrives. Everyone step aside as soon as the words fell. Feng Hengji turned and strode out, leaving behind a cold, indifferent silhouette for Sang Luan. Confused, Sang Luan pondered, is this person unwell? Has his mania flared up again? She reached up to touch her cheek, relishing the delicate sensation beneath her fingers, finding great satisfaction in it. Moments later, the group arrived at the palace entrance. Unluckily, the sedan chairs of the Feng family and the young masteress residence were positioned one before the other. Qi Ran poked half of his head out from the sedan, instantly recognizing Feng Hengji's chair. "Hurry, hurry, move a bit faster, surpass Feng Hengji." Qi Ran clenched his right fist, giving himself a silent boost of encouragement. Jiang Zhe shot him a sharp glare and swiftly smacked the back of Qi Ran's head, admonishing him to behave, as today was a palace banquet. He should restrain himself and not act like a child in front of the emperor. What kind of authority does he have? Qi Ran scoffed under his breath. Qi Shangqing cast him a silent glance, his fist gradually tightening. Qi Ran's eyelids twitched. Fine, I understand. I know my place. A dignified prince threatening him with brute force. How uncouth. Meng Yuning's expression shifted slightly as she tightened her grip on the handkerchief in her hand. Feng Hengji, does that mean Luan is right in front of her? According to palace etiquette, all individuals entering the banquet must undergo inspection at the palace gates, and once cleared, they would be led into the main hall by the eunuchs. In the next moment, both parties halted simultaneously. Qi Ran hurriedly exited the sedan, immediately spotting that vexatious figure. He raised his chin and called out loudly toward Feng Hengji, "I, the young master, have arrived. Everyone step aside." With that, he swaggered forward, his tone laced with provocation, his expression one of disdain. Feng Hengji, who had intended to proceed ahead, paused at his words, turning to behold Qi Ran's arrogant visage. Accompanying him were several other officials. Some, noticing the scene from a distance, wisely chose to detour. These two, one a young prodigy, clever and resourceful, a favored figure before the emperor, and the other a royal relative, the legitimate son of the Prince of Righteousness, were both individuals the courtiers sought to cultivate relations with. When these two collided, trouble was sure to ensue, yet neither could afford to offend the other, so they merely acknowledged the prince and Feng Xinian from afar. Feng Hengji, you were well aware that I, the young master, would arrive at this moment. Qi Ran lifted his gaze slightly, nonchalantly addressing Feng Hengji, yet blocking my path. What is your intent? As a member of the royal family, you ought to show me proper respect. Qi Ran crossed his arms, exuding arrogance. Sang Luan couldn't help but glance at Qi Ran, while Meng Yuning also slightly raised her eyes, and in an instant, their gazes met midair. They both understood the unspoken message in each other's eyes, and then, as if nothing had transpired, they averted their gaze. How has the prince fared of late? Feng Xinian inquired with a smile, nodding slightly to Qi Shangqing. It appears it is the young master. My son has erred in his manners, and I hope the young master will not take offense. Lu Wenxian tugged at Feng Hongji's sleeve, her heart racing with anxiety, feigning a smile as she said, "It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He is the young master, so you should." Feng Hongji turned slightly, casting a cool glance her way, silencing Lu Wenxian's words before they could escape her throat. This child, Hongji, has always been strong-willed, with an inherent pride. It would be impossible to compel him to bow his head in such an occasion. She lowered her head, concealing the myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind. Feng Hongji first nodded at Qi Shangqing, then coldly snorted at Qi Ran, his expression one of utter disdain. "Well, if you fear you cannot see clearly, then come closer." With that, he beckoned Qi Ran forward. What a joke! Qi Ran slightly shifted his stance, stepping back a pace, glaring defiantly at him. "Do you think you are someone of importance, just because you tell me to come over? I shall." A flicker of doubt crossed his face. He found it hard to believe that Feng Hongji would heed his words. Qi Ran parted his lips, ready to retort, when suddenly he stumbled, his eyes widening in surprise as he turned to see Qi Shangqing's foot still outstretched. He hesitated, then met Qi Shangqing's intensely threatening gaze, and silence enveloped the moment. "Do not take this to heart, everyone." Qi Shangqing chuckled, "This lad simply needs a good thrashing." With that, he stepped forward, turning back to find Qi Ran still rooted in place, and his expression grew cold. Still not moving, Qi Ran hesitated for a moment, then promptly stepped forward, shooting Feng Hongji a fierce glare as he passed. "Today, I shall let you off easy." Witnessing the entire scene, Sang Wuan stood in stunned silence. "Is Qi Ran always this intimidating?" the young master, a languid voice called from behind, jolting Qi Ran. He turned abruptly, his eyes lighting up. "Changfeng, greetings, Uncle Gu." Qi Ran casually waved at Gu Changfeng's companion, Gu Shouqian. Gu Shouqian craned his neck, jogging forward, eager to exchange a few words with Qi Shangqing. However, Qi Shangqing simply nodded coldly at him, taking Qi Ran's hand and leading him away. Qi Ran glanced back multiple times, wishing to converse further with Gu Changfeng. "You should avoid associating with Gu Changfeng in the future." Qi Shangqing's tone was frosty. Qi Ran halted, perplexed. White Jiang Zhuo glanced back at the crowd behind them, quickly retracting his gaze. "Just listen to your father." Ji Shouqian, unfazed by the awkwardness, wore an even broader smile. He stepped towards Feng Xinian, about to speak. Feng Hongji turned and departed, leaving Gu Shouqian and his companion behind. Ji Shouqian slowly lowered his hand, silently watching Feng Hongji and his entourage fade from view, his fists clenched tightly. His brows slightly furrowed, a glimmer of malice flickering in his gaze. Ji Changfeng called out to him several times, but upon receiving no response, he waved his hand in front of Gu Shouqian's face. "Father, what is wrong?" Returning his focus, Gu Shouqian's eyes glinted with disappointment. Truly useless, a visible anger radiated from him as he strode angrily towards the palace gates. Ji Changfeng, bewildered, hurriedly followed after him. As they entered the palace gates, Sang Wuan caught a glimpse of a pale yellow figure flitting past a corner ahead. Narrowing her eyes, she attempted to see more clearly, but that fleeting shade of yellow seemed to vanish as if it had never existed. Following her line of sight, a young eunuch smiled and explained, "That is a performance specially arranged by the emperor for the newly arrived beauty. They are from the theater troupe." Those individuals had entered the palace at the same time as them. Sang Wuan gasped, suddenly clutching her stomach. Chapter 19 certainly features an intriguing character. The others turned in unison to gaze at her. Feng Hongji's brow furrowed in discontent as he voiced his irritation. "What troubles you now?" Sang Wuan, with a pained expression, clutched her abdomen, appearing quite unwell. I have a bit of a stomachache and need to relieve myself." A flicker of impatience crossed Feng Hongji's brow. This woman was indeed a source of constant vexation. The young eunuch guiding them pointed to another individual, about to speak, when Sang Wuan interrupted. "Just tell me the way, dear eunuch, and you may attend to your own matters." Sang Wuan squinted slightly, her eyes narrowing. The eunuch hesitated, instinctively glancing at Feng Hongji, who showed no inclination to intervene, merely stating, "Let her go." With that, the group proceeded to leave. Now reassured by the approval, the eunuch visibly relaxed, gesturing towards a point ahead. "Do you see that corner up ahead?" Sang Wuan followed his gaze, recognizing it to be the direction the performers had just vanished. Nodding earnestly, she listened attentively. "After you turn that corner, there will be two small paths on either side. You merely need to take the right path and continue straight until you reach the restroom. Oh, and remember to return the same way you came. It's crucial not to stray from the path. The palace grounds are intricate, and with so many people today, if you take a wrong turn, you might miss the banquet." Sang Wuan's eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. She did not intend to retrace her steps but rather to familiarize herself with other areas, ensuring she would arrive at the main hall promptly. The eunuch pondered for a moment. "The banquet is being held at Linda Hall, and since we are just entering the palace, it is still quite a distance away. However, once you finish your business, the inspection office is right next to the restroom. If you find yourself lost, you can always seek out Lord Wei there. The personnel can guide you as well." Inspection office? Lord Wei, she mused, momentarily troubled about how to broach the subject. To her surprise, the young eunuch had brought it up himself. Sang Luan's eyes lit up as she casually inquired, the inspection office? Yes, please do not mistake it, the eunuch cautioned, glancing around before leaning closer to her, lowering his voice. The noble in Gueran is favored by His Majesty. Should you encounter her, it would be wise to avoid drawing her ire. Sang Luan raised an eyebrow, the tear mole at the corner of her right eye rendering her particularly captivating. She averted her gaze momentarily, discreetly retrieving a handful of silver coins from her sleeve and presenting them to the eunuch with a gentle smile. Thank you for your warning, dear eunuch. Her gaze grew somewhat pensive as she could not resist asking, might you elaborate further? If I were to inadvertently offend someone without knowing them, it could incite His Majesty's displeasure. The eunuch's gaze met Sang Luan's amber eyes, and he was taken aback, bending even further in deference. You are too kind. I cannot accept this. With a subtle smile, Sang Luan relaxed her grip, allowing the coins to slide into the eunuch's sleeve. His smile broadened, as he had heard tales of the young lady from the minister's household who, having married Lord Foam, was notorious for her haughty demeanor and penchant for trouble. Yet, upon meeting her, he found her far less dreadful than the rumors suggested. In truth, it was easy to recognize her. She was often surrounded by admirers. The eunuch's gaze fell upon Sang Luan's attire, noting her affinity for the pale yellow garments, which were typically forbidden for anyone else to wear in her presence. Sang Luan glanced down, realizing the reason for the eunuch's sudden mention of Ngueran, her own pale yellow dress. Are you not in a hurry? The eunuch queried, puzzled. Sang Luan paused momentarily, then bent slightly, feigning a pale expression. Hurry? Who says I'm not? I am quite anxious. With that, she disregarded the eunuch and strode purposefully ahead. Observing Sang Luan's brisk departure, the eunuch shook his head, remarking to himself, Madame Foam truly is a fascinating individual. Upon rounding the corner, Sang Luan stretched her neck forward, glancing ahead in haste, only to find herself a step too late. The expansive corridor was devoid of any presence. Perhaps this was not the main thoroughfare. She had encountered very few people along the way. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to an object on the ground not far away. After ensuring no one was watching, she quickened her pace and picked it up. Oh, just a wooden plaque, and it's even a bit muddy. This item hardly seemed like something a minister would carry. A thought crossed her mind. Without further contemplation, she discreetly slipped the plaque into her sleeve, following the direction indicated by the previous eunuch. The inspection office should be located in the northwest corner. After a brief passage of time in the northwest corner, the inspection office, Sang Luan entered slowly, lifting her skirt. This young lady, you have taken a wrong turn. This is not the banquet. A guard promptly stepped forward, blocking her path with a frown. Before he could finish, Sang Luan interjected, where is Lord Wei? Lord Wei, today, His Majesty is hosting a banquet at Linda Hall, and Lord Wei has gone out to oversee the inspections, the guard replied matter-of-factly, then scrutinized her. But why would a young lady seek Lord Wei? Sang Luan replied directly, I have matters to discuss with him. With that, she attempted to step inside. The guard furrowed his brow and extended his hand to halt her, knocking on the door. Hey, do you see, no unauthorized personnel allowed? Sang Luan's gaze hardened. If she delayed further, she might miss her opportunity. What is all this commotion? Suddenly, a guard wielding a sword swaggered in, his tone laced with evident displeasure. He glared at those present, then raised his voice. What are you all doing gathered here? Shouldn't you be out inspecting? You're quite fortunate. The guard who had initially blocked Sang Luan gestured behind him. Look, Lord Wei has arrived. Sang Luan swiftly turned, her eyes falling upon a tall figure amidst the crowd, his sharp features exuding an intimidating aura. Lord Wei, she called, stepping forward. Wei Jian, he exclaimed, recognizing her as a daughter of the Sang family. Sang Luan narrowed her eyes. He was someone who knew her. She quickly rifled through her memories of him, but all she found was a blank slate. With a serious demeanor, she stated, Lord Wei, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Chapter 20. There is an assassin in the theater troupe. Is she the daughter of the Sang family, the one who has been wailing and clamoring to marry the Prime Minister all day long? Keep your voice down. She is now the Prime Minister's wife. Gradually, the people around leaned in, exchanging hushed whispers, their voices barely audible, yet, a few words still reached Sang Luan's ears. She maintained her composure, her captivating eyes fixed intently on the individual before her. Wei Jian cast a downward glance, noting the woman's unusually serious demeanor. His eyes narrowed slightly, and with a decisive wave of his hand, he ordered everyone to leave for patrol. Boss, with just you and this lady here, the brothers are uneasy, one man remarked, bursting into laughter, a mole on his cheek bouncing with his mirth. Wei Jian's expression grew cold. In the next instant, he unsheathed his sword, the tip aimed directly at the man's throat. Laughter ceased abruptly, and the man swallowed hard, his gaze shifting between surprise and uncertainty as he regarded Wei Jian. Apologize. Wei Jian's voice was hoarse, imbued with an icy chill, suggesting that without an apology, the sword would pierce through his throat. The man, now thoroughly terrified, realized the gravity of his situation. He quickly turned to Sang Luan, his face a mask of contrition. "Miss Sang, I'm truly sorry." Only then did he comprehend that Sang Luan was not only the daughter of Minister Sang but also the Prime Minister's wife. Regardless of how the Feng family treated Sang Luan, appearances mattered. Moreover, Minister Sang was infamous for his fierce protection of his daughter. If he learned of this incident, he might very well rush into the palace with a blade in hand. Had he made such a joke, he would be courting death. Realizing this, the man trembled involuntarily, slapping himself in a moment of self-reproach, his tone now earnest. "Miss Sang, I should not have jested in such a manner. Please do not take it to heart, I am truly sorry." Observing his exaggerated demeanor of impending doom, Sang Luan couldn't help but chuckle lightly, then turned to Wei Jian. "It's nothing, let him go. The priority now is to locate the assassin who has infiltrated the palace." Wei Jian nodded lightly, sheathing his sword without sparing a glance at the man. Before he could speak, the others in the room discreetly withdrew. "Now it's just you and me. If you have something to say, speak directly," Wei Jian stated. "There is an assassin in the palace. Among the performers, one of them should be dressed in light yellow attire," Sang Luan stated succinctly, laying her intentions bare. "I overheard this while listening to the opera this morning." Wei Jian paused, his brows knitting together in concern. "Do you realize what you are implying?" "I only know that they will disguise themselves as performers at today's banquet, intending to infiltrate the palace to assassinate His Majesty," Sang Luan replied, her expression growing more solemn. She recalled the scene vividly. "If I am not mistaken, there should be 4 individuals involved in this assassination attempt." Wei Jian was taken aback. "You even know how many there are?" "Yes," Sang Luan affirmed softly, her urgency palpable. "From the sound of it, there are indeed 4. Time is running short, the banquet begins in half an hour, and the chaos will only escalate then." She spoke rapidly. "I understand you might not believe me, but I had no choice but to come to your patrol office." As soon as she finished, Wei Jian replied resolutely, "I believe you. Look," Sang Luan handed him the wooden token she had picked up earlier. "I found this. I am not sure if it belongs to them." Wei Jian took a cursory glance, his pupils widening in alarm, but he quickly snatched it from her hand, inspecting it closely. "This is definitely theirs. If we calculate the time, they should have already entered the palace." "Indeed, just a stick of incense ago," Sang Luan confirmed. "Let us go, you follow me." Wei Jian stepped outside. Suddenly, he paused, glancing at Sang Luan with a look of hesitation. "What's wrong?" she inquired. "His Majesty has allowed only the troupe of Fu Shangxian to enter the palace to welcome that beauty. He prefers their performances," Wei Jian replied, a hint of conflict crossing his face. "If they were to act recklessly and remove the performers, it would disrupt His Majesty's arrangements. The safety of His Majesty versus a performance. Which is more critical?" Sang Luan's eyes reflected her urgency. "Wei Jian, are you still deliberating?" Gritting his teeth, Wei Jian finally made a decision, striding out the door. "To the left, assassins have infiltrated the palace. You all, swiftly head to Fu Shangxian and ascertain the identities of those entering the banquet today. They will be coming through the eastern side gate." He added emphatically, "Focus on those who entered temporarily." "No," Sang Luan interjected, stepping forward to correct him. "Investigate those who have been residing in the garden for a long time." Wei Jian cast her a sidelong glance. "Why?" "To enter the palace, everything must be meticulously prepared," Sang Luan explained logically. "Fu Shangxian manages the performances and would never allow newcomers to enter, lest they expose themselves before the show even begins." Soon, a group swiftly made their way toward the eastern side gate. "Leave a few behind at the patrol office," Wei Jian instructed, assigning several individuals. "You 3, each take a team and head to Linda Hall to ensure His Majesty's safety." In no time, only about 10 people remained. Wei Jian's eyes narrowed, and he commanded, "The rest of you, follow me to the Internal Affairs office." With that, the group set off in a grand procession. Sang Luan looked up at Wei Jian, impressed by his decisive action. "Oh, isn't this Lord Wei? In such a hurry, where are you off to? Have you forgotten to pay your respects to me?" A sultry voice called out from behind. Wei Jian's expression shifted, he was caught off guard by her presence. He halted, turned, and inclined his head slightly toward the woman before him. "Greetings, your grace. His majesty is in danger, and I am hurrying to apprehend the culprits." Sangluan raised her eyes to see a woman clad in pale yellow, accompanied by a maid fanning her with a palm leaf fan. Behind her trailed about 4 maids, all of them radiating an air of superiority, dressed in pale yellow and exhibiting such demeanor. It was evident that this was the esteemed Nguyen mentioned by the young eunuch earlier. "Danger?" Nguyen casually touched her hair, chin slightly raised, sauntering forward with a sway of her waist. "What danger could His Majesty possibly be in that I am unaware of?" Sangluan felt a wave of exasperation. Did Nguyen harbor a grudge against His Majesty? "Who are you?" Nguyen glanced at Sangluan inadvertently, her posture straightening as an unprecedented sense of threat washed over her. "What is that expression?" Chapter 21, Such a Maneuver? Noble consort and Wei Jian suddenly spoke, his head bowed. "This lady is the newlywed of the Prime Minister, accompanying him to the palace banquet today." Before she could finish her words, noble consort and let out a soft "oh," her tone melodious. "I am aware." She gracefully approached Sangluan, her red lips parting slightly. "You must be the legitimate eldest daughter of the Sang family, am I correct?" "I am familiar with you." Instantly, the threat in her heart dissipated without a trace, and her mood brightened considerably. She had initially suspected this woman to be yet another courtesan presented to His Majesty by some minister. "It seems that Sister Sang is not in a hurry after all." Noble consort and exhaled a breath of annoyance, her demeanor elegant as she circled around Sangluan. "The maidens by my side are of little use. They lack strength, and this hand fan only adds to my growing irritation." She paused briefly, casting a casual glance at Sangluan. "They refer to me as noble consort, yet there is little to discuss between us. Perhaps Sister Sang, since we are fated to cross paths, would care to converse with me and accompany me to the banquet shortly?" She waved her hand towards Wei Jian and the others, signaling them to depart. Wei Jian's gaze deepened, hesitating without movement. Noble consort and let out a scoff, her expression already tinged with displeasure. "What, is Master Wei afraid that Sister Sang will be wronged in my company?" Sangluan lowered her head slightly, whispering, "The safety of the Emperor is paramount. You may proceed, I shall follow shortly." With that, without further hesitation, Wei Jian clasped his fists together and respectfully bowed to noble consort and, saying, "I shall not intrude upon the noble consort any longer." He then stepped away decisively. Noble consort and subtly signaled to a nearby maid, who promptly understood and handed her fan to Sangluan, saying, "Then I shall trouble you, young lady." As Sangluan glanced down at the fan in her hands, her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure clad in pale yellow hastily advancing, and one of the maids kindly reminded her, "The noble consort walks faster than the other concubines, and she is sensitive to heat. You must keep up." Soon after, the group lowered their heads and quickened their pace to follow. Drawing from her extensive experience watching palace dramas with Ning Ning, it was evident that she was being deliberately targeted. She flicked the fan, pondering, "Is this all they have?" In an instant, a radiant smile graced her face as she kept pace. When the person ahead slowed, she slowed. When they quickened, she matched their speed. Sangluan consistently mirrored noble consort An's movements, her fan gently swaying in her hand. A faint smile danced in her eyes, recognizing that the noble consort was intentionally altering her speed, creating scenarios where Sangluan might collide with her, thus providing grounds to accuse her of lacking decorum. During her school years, she had excelled in competitions, accumulating numerous accolades, a veritable seed player of the institution. After graduation, she continued to jog 2 hours daily with Meng Yuning. Her presence was a familiar sight at various marathons. She could effortlessly cover 30 kilometers, while others took 3 hours or more. She finished in just 2, her endurance and speed control finely honed. Noble consort An's attempts to trouble her would surely backfire. After a cup of tea had passed, noble consort An walked briskly while observing Sangluan's expression from the corner of her eye. Regardless of her pace, Sangluan maintained perfect control, the fan always just 2 fingers away. Noble consort An squinted, suddenly halting, her expression one of displeasure, muttering under her breath, "I am weary." As her words fell, the maid closest to noble consort An quickly approached, lowering her brow and supporting herself with her hands, half lying on the ground, her back straightened. Sangluan widened her eyes in surprise. Such a maneuver? In the next moment, without hesitation, noble consort An seated herself atop the maid. If I recall correctly, noble consort An nonchalantly glanced at Sangluan, her fingers elegantly arched as she gently caressed her newly adorned long nails. "You are Sangluan, are you not?" "Indeed," Sangluan replied with a slight smile. She wondered if Wei Jian had arrived at the Ministry of Internal Affairs and if he had successfully apprehended the assassin. She averted her gaze, concealing her thoughts. "You are rather clever," noble consort An remarked leisurely, "unlike them, who constantly clash with me, some even damaging my newly done nails." As noble consort and continued to prattle on, Sang Luan had lost the patience to engage further. She furrowed her brow slightly, taking a deep breath, her gaze falling upon noble consort and, her eyelashes fluttering as she prepared to speak. Just then, a clear and familiar voice rang out, "Ah, you, Sang Luan." Meng Yuning strode over with an air of arrogance, her brows raised. "I wondered why you weren't at the banquet. Turns out you were hiding here?" She snorted. "Do not think that by retreating to this corner, I will let you off easily." Her gaze abruptly shifted to noble consort and, her steps pausing. "You must be noble consort, right? Yu Ning extends her greetings to you." Back in the estate, even the heir had remarked that the emperor's most favored was none other than you, noble consort. She beamed at noble consortin. Noble consortin gradually straightened her posture, a smile gracing her lips as she listened to the flattery. "You flatter me, noble lady. It is merely a slight indulgence from His Majesty." Despite her words, the pride in her eyes seemed poised to overflow at any moment. "You!" Meng Yuning suddenly pivoted, glaring fiercely at Sang Luan, pointing her finger. "It appears you did not heed a word of what I previously said." She impatiently waved her hand towards Sang Luan. "Quickly retreat." "Impudent!" Mu Xiang's eyes widened as she shouted, "Is the young lady not going to pay her respects to the young lady?" Sang Luan straightened her posture, clasped her hands together, her gaze icy. "You are the one who is impudent. If you expect me to bow to Meng Yuning, you may wait for the next lifetime." She half-fisted her hands, rubbing them together, smiling at Meng Yuning. "I see you have forgotten the taste of a beating from last time. Before the noble consort, you cannot be so presumptuous." Sang Luan's tone dripped with disdain. "A mere finger from the noble consort can send you from heaven to hell. Your title as young lady holds no weight in her eyes." Standing face to face, Sang Luan and Meng Yuning began to circle one another, Sang Luan even adjusting her sleeves, as if a fight was imminent. Both women stared fiercely at each other, their spirits unwavering, neither willing to yield. Chapter 22 Imaginary enemy. Has Sang Luan always been this reckless and unrestrained? A flicker of confusion crossed Ngairen's face. A nearby palace maid leaned in and whispered a few words, and Ngairen's expression instantly shifted to understanding. Meng Yuning's eyes seemed ablaze with fury as she glared at Sang Luan, grinding her teeth in anger. "Do not presume that my ailing health renders me fearful of you. How dare you belittle my status as the future consort of the heir? Do you truly believe that your position as the Prime Minister's wife holds any merit?" She paused, turning to Nguyen with a charming smile, before abruptly pivoting back to Sang Luan. "One moment you are the Prime Minister's wife, and the next, you could be reduced to begging on the streets. To put it bluntly, no matter how capable your husband may be, can he surpass the Emperor? Can he outshine those favored by the Emperor?" Nguyen initially found the conversation amusing, but as it progressed, a sense of discomfort began to wash over her. One was the Prime Minister's wife, and the other the future consort of the heir. If either felt slighted, they could easily resort to underhanded tactics to make the other suffer a minor setback. Yet, such actions would only go so far. "You mustn't speak carelessly. Should someone overhear, it would not bode well," she said with a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Moreover, I lack the power to intervene. As a concubine, she ought not to meddle in court affairs, especially given that Feng Hang was a prominent figure close to the emperor. And as for Qi Ran, he was a legitimate royal relative. If her mere words could sway their positions, what would that make her?" "You do have power, you do have power," the two exclaimed in unison, turning to each other with solemn nods. No sooner had the words left their lips than they began to brawl, baring their teeth at one another. Meng Yuning, with her back to Nguyen, signaled to Sang Luan, who immediately understood the cue. As they exchanged insults, they began to inch closer to Ngairen. Ngairen's pupils widened in alarm as she retreated several steps, her heart racing, losing all interest in observing the spectacle. She patted her chest and turned to the palace maid beside her, asking, "What is the meaning of their conflict?" "I am not entirely sure, but I have heard rumors that these two seem to harbor mutual disdain for one another," the maid responded. Ngairen's eyelids twitched as she took several more steps back, a hint of panic crossing her features. Suddenly, she stumbled, and the palace maid quickly caught her eye in her fluster. Nguyen clutched the maid's arm, her tone urgent. "Let them fight. Quickly help me away from here." She then turned to warn those around her, "This palace has not encountered either of them today, understood?" The palace maids lowered their heads, nodding in agreement. Once Ngairen's figure was out of sight, the two opponents slowly released their grips on each other. "Did I arrive too late?" Meng Yuning suddenly called out. Just in time, Sang Luan shook her head. The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. Behind them, Mu Xiang stood in astonishment. Wasn't the future consort of the heir at odds with Sang Luan? Realizing this, Mu Xiang instinctively slowed her pace, creating distance from the two ahead. Here, this is the osmanthus cake I brought for you, Meng Yuning said, deftly producing a wrapped piece from her sleeve and offering it to Sang Luan. I thought you would enjoy it. Sang Luan's eyes sparkled as she accepted it, spreading the cloth to reveal a piece to taste. Delicious. This in Guiran, is today our first meeting? Sang Luan inquired as she savored 2 more pieces of the exquisitely crafted ancient pastries, noting how small they were. After finishing the last piece, her mood lifted considerably. But how can she harbor such animosity towards me when we are strangers? Sang Luan pondered, visibly perplexed. Were you not paying attention while reading? Meng Yuning shot a complex glance at Sang Luan. Sang Luan exclaimed in surprise, what do you mean? You may not know her, but she knows Feng Hang, Meng Yuning nudged Sang Luan. In the original story, there was someone who, like you, had affections for Feng Hang but was too shy to express it. Eventually, when she mustered the courage to reveal her feelings, you appeared and thwarted her plans, then she inadvertently entered the palace. Sang Luan blinked, suddenly realizing, is it her? Meng Yuning nodded slightly. Sang Luan understood now, it seemed she had been mistaken for a rival. Have you contacted the inspection office? Meng Yuning asked while surveying their surroundings. Sang Luan clapped her hands, quickly, let us make our way to the Bureau of Internal Affairs. Without further explanation, she hastened forward, with Meng Yuning closely following. At the Bureau of Internal Affairs, in the crafting department, Lord Wei, the troupe from the Floating Life Banquet has already arrived. There are simply no more people available, the head eunuch said, looking helplessly at Wei Jian. Wei Jian cast a cold glance over the assembled individuals, all of whom bowed their heads in submission, their faces already painted with layers of intricate makeup, obscuring their original appearances. Wei Jian frowned, one hand falling naturally to his side while the other grasped the hilt of his sword. Wash off that paint. The troop members hurriedly protested, my lord, we are merely here to perform as ordered. We know nothing of this. Indeed, the head eunuch added in a conciliatory tone, if we were to remove the makeup now, we would be unable to perform in time, the emperor may take offense. Wei Jian shot him a glance, his tone icy, what is more important, the emperor's safety or a mere performance? Is that even a question? The head eunuch hesitated momentarily, seizing the opportunity. Wei Jian waved his hand decisively, ordering, take them all away to wash up. The head eunuch quickly stepped in front of Wei Jian, urgency etched on his face. Lord Wei, if you disrupt the arrangements, what will happen if there is no one to perform? What then if the emperor holds you responsible? Wei Jian tightened his grip on the sword hilt, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. Just as he was about to respond, he caught sight of a person trembling uncontrollably, nearly burying their head in the ground. Wei Jian's expression shifted, his demeanor growing even colder as he pointed at the individual. You, raise your head. Unexpectedly, the person suddenly looked up, producing a handful of powder from seemingly nowhere and throwing it towards Wei Jian. The powder swirled through the air, filling the space with a cloud. Wei Jian instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Seeing this, the individual dashed towards the exit. The sudden turn of events left the head eunuch frozen in shock. Wei Jian, almost instinctively, drew his sword and hurled it towards the door. Chapter 23. A sudden, jarring sound pierced the silence, akin to flesh being punctured, eliciting a deep furrow in the brow and an unbearable pain in the heart. The individual stared in disbelief, slowly lowering their gaze to the hilt of the sword. The blade had already pierced the heart, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of their mouth, which soon splattered crimson onto the ground as they collapsed, lifeless. Their eyes widened in shock. With a cold expression, Wei Jian stepped forward to close their eyes, simultaneously drawing the sword from the wound. In an instant, a spurt of blood erupted from the gash, staining the garment a dark red. Holding the sword aloft, Wei Jian resembled a dark angel of vengeance. After surveying the surrounding onlookers, his gaze settled on the chief eunuch, his words deliberate and resolute, you cannot bear the consequences. I shall take responsibility. With that declaration, he lifted his chin and waved his hand, commanding that all be taken away without exception. After a moment, the chief eunuch finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his anxiety evident as he fidgeted like an ant on a hot stove. Lord Wei, please offer guidance. What shall we do with this vacant space? He sighed, his features contorted with worry. I have a solution. A sultry, enchanting voice suddenly rang out from outside. The occupants of the inner chamber turned in unison, beholding a woman clad in a delicate yellow gown, her hairpins cascading gracefully, accentuating her complexion that rivaled the purity of snow. She stood there, commanding attention as the surroundings faded into obscurity. The chief eunuch remained furrowed in thought, pondering who this lady might be. Meng Yuning, already afflicted with a cough, had been unable to run swiftly. After a brief discussion during their journey, she had opted to let Sang Luan proceed ahead. Madame Feng, Wei Jian spoke coolly, she can be trusted. The chief eunuch paused, bewildered. Madame Feng, which Madame Feng? It dawned on him suddenly. Oh, it is that Madame Feng. A semblance of relief washed over his face, a smile gracing his lips. You mentioned you have a plan? Sangwon nodded lightly. Indeed, as long as you follow my instructions, there will be no issue. The chief eunuch's eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope. I beseech you, miss, save us. I inquire of you, what opera is the idol singer most adept at performing? Sangwon glanced at the chief eunuch. Have you considered why, among so many in Shangjing who enjoy singing, the emperor specifically favors the idol singer? The chief eunuch ground his teeth in frustration. Seeing his confusion, Sangwon chose to elaborate. In the palace, everyone adheres to the emperor's wishes. When he expresses a desire to hear the idol singer's songs, it naturally leads others to assume he favors only the leading performers of that troupe. However, those who appreciate music do not concern themselves with who is singing, they care only for the essence of the song being conveyed. The emperor enjoys Huangmei opera, the chief eunuch replied, and only the idol singer possesses such repertoire. Sangwon's smile brightened further. Then this is easily remedied. We merely need to find someone capable of singing Huangmei opera. At her words, the chief eunuch's expression shifted, his face contorting in distress. You speak as if it is that simple, yet finding such a person is no easy feat. Without over a decade of experience, they would surely be exposed the moment they took the stage. Be patient, Sangwon interjected. What if such a person exists? The chief eunuch's brows furrowed tightly, suddenly contemplating something, his eyes gleaming with a flicker of hope. Could it be that you? Sangwon shook her head resolutely. I cannot. In the next moment, a chilling voice echoed from outside, I can. All eyes turned to the source of the voice, revealing a woman clad in pink. Who might you be? The chief eunuch regarded her with suspicion. The heir's wife, Sangwon patiently explained. The chief eunuch's expression shifted to one of surprise. What is happening today? First, Lord Wei arrives with news of an assassin in the troupe, then the prime minister's wife appears, and now even the heir's wife is here. He hurriedly bowed to Meng Yuning, his tone respectful. I was unaware of your arrival, my apologies. Meng Yuning waved her hand nonchalantly, her lips parting. No matter, I overheard you discussing the need for someone to sing Huangmei opera. Coincidentally, I possess some skill in that area. Sangwon smiled, knowing Meng Yuning had a deep passion for opera from a young age, coupled with undeniable talent that far surpassed her peers. Performing on stage was as effortless for her as breathing. The heir's wife is indeed multifaceted, the chief eunuch remarked, his expression betraying his hesitation. However, he left unspoken the concerns that lingered, which everyone understood. He was reluctant to bear responsibility and harbored doubts regarding Meng Yuning's singing prowess. Meng Yuning, undeterred, immediately launched into a verse, her voice delicate and her tone melodious, imbued with genuine emotion. Just a single line revealed that her talent was far from ordinary. What do you think? Meng Yuning raised an eyebrow. Is this feasible? The chief eunuch felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, eagerly nodding. Yes, this is splendid. He paused, tentatively adding, they had planned to perform the Immortal Matchmaker. May I ask if the heir's wife is familiar with this piece? Meng Yuning nodded affirmatively. I can perform it. The chief eunuch, as if seizing a lifeline, released a heavy sigh of relief, unable to suppress his tears of joy. There is hope now, he whispered softly, overwhelmed with gratitude. Simultaneously, within the troupe, all faces had been thoroughly scrubbed clean, now presented before Wei Jian. His gaze hardened as he struck one individual's shoulder with force. The sound of anguished cries filled the room as he continued with the next, then the third. The expressions in their eyes conveyed that their roles extended far beyond mere performers. The intensity of their resentment and fury was unmistakable. After striking each member of the idol singer's troupe, disappointment washed over Wei Jian's face. The performers now stood in their undergarments, their outer robes discarded, offering no concealment for any hidden weapons. Wei Jian scoffed, slowly walking past them. Let us see how long you can endure. As his words fell, one individual suddenly erupted, bellowing, You dog of the tyrant! I will fight you! He lunged at Wei Jian, his eyes fixed on the sword, reaching out to seize it. In the blink of an eye, Wei Jian delivered a swift kick, sending the man sprawling to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth as he fainted from the blow. Chapter 24 of the Royal Banquet. Brother, third brother, head of the family. At the moment the man collapsed, three voices resonated in unison. In the next instant, several individuals swiftly arrived before him, assisting him to his feet. Wei Jian let out a cold chuckle, remarking that they were still a family. With a grand gesture, he provided no opportunity for further explanation, taking the man away to inquire about any accomplices and the mastermind behind the scene. Subsequently, the group was escorted away. The successful apprehension of the individual was largely thanks to Miss Sang. Wei Jian turned toward Sang Luan and Meng Yuning, offering a respectful salute. My subordinates must head to the Lin De Hall. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. He then instructed his subordinates to be vigilant, ensuring that no suspicious individuals escaped their notice. Understood, the guards replied in a chorus, their voices suddenly elevated. Once Wei Jian departed, the fabrication bureau felt considerably more spacious. Nightfall arrived as anticipated. In the Lin De Hall, palace maids bustled about, each carrying a glass lantern filled with various delicacies. After placing them on the table, they hurriedly exited, their movements brisk yet orderly. The hall was ablaze with light, casting dancing shadows. At this moment, the ministers were already seated, with only the positions beside Feng Hengji and Qi Ran left vacant, the rest filled to capacity. Whispers filled the air. Ever since these two couples were wed, despite the absence of sightings of the brides in court, tales of their deeds circulated among the populace. Where is Luaner? Lu Wenxian inquired, noticing the empty seat beside Feng Hengji. Glancing around, she still failed to spot Sang Luan's figure and couldn't help but ask Feng Hengji. Feng Hengji, seemingly indifferent, lifted his wine cup and took a sip, then slightly turned his body, raising his gaze nonchalantly. No need to concern yourself with her. Lu Wenxian frowned, turning to Feng Xinian beside her, worry etched across her features. She lightly touched his arm. It's quite late, what if she has lost her way? Feng Xinian patted her hand reassuringly. My lady, there is no need for excessive worry. Today is the royal banquet, and Luaner should be aware of the importance of her presence. Yet, an unsettling premonition lingered in Lu Wenxian's heart. She fervently hoped that Sang Luan would not commit any faux pas during the royal banquet. As her mind wandered, a figure clad in bright yellow suddenly appeared above, standing with hands clasped behind his back. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Empress! The crowd simultaneously knelt in reverence. Rise, commanded the Emperor, his voice resonant. During this banquet, I invite you all to act as though you were gathering with old friends. The Emperor cast his gaze downward, exuding vitality, before gesturing for everyone to be seated. Understood, the crowd responded in unison. The royal banquet commenced. A eunuch beside the Emperor raised his voice, announcing the beginning of the festivities. Following this, a procession of women clad in red garments entered the hall gracefully, each movement causing their attire to dance in harmony with their steps. After about 10 or so women had entered, they paused, swiftly arranging themselves. And the next moment, music filled the air, and the beauties began to dance. The sight of the dancers in their flowing red garments captivated the attention of all present, their wine cups gently swaying in their hands. Where is Yuning? Zhang Zhuo leaned closer to Qi Shangqing, lowering his voice. The banquet has begun. Why hasn't she returned yet? Qi Ran, sipping his wine, kept his gaze leisurely fixed on the dancers in the hall. He recalled a night from several years prior when a remarkable woman had danced beneath the moonlight. Her grace eclipsed that of the present company. Regrettably, such days would never return. With this thought, Qi Ran's spirits dampened, and he drained several cups of wine in quick succession, believing that might alleviate his melancholy. Zhang Zhuo's voice broke through his reverie, and he waved his hand in mild annoyance. Mother, why bring her up at such a joyous time? It truly spoils the mood. If not for the insistence of his parents and the Emperor's decree, he would never have considered marrying Meng Yuning. Qi Shangqing shot him a sharp glance, his brows furrowed, and then swiftly smacked the back of Qi Ran's head, admonishing, You insolent boy, if you continue this way, I fear your time as heir may soon come to an end. Qi Ran's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling slightly dazed. He flashed a grin at Qi Shangqing. Father, what do you mean? As long as you remain a prince, my status as heir is secure, forever. Qi Shangqing frowned at him but chose not to engage further, retracting his gaze. Qi Ran raised his hand, his disdain evident. It would be best if she does not come. A hush fell over the assembly, as Qi Ran still appeared somewhat unsteady. The Emperor paused, his jovial demeanor fading. Ah, it seems you are not pleased with the marriage I bestowed upon you? Qi Ran squinted slightly, abruptly rising to his feet and raising his wine cup towards the Emperor, his lips parting to speak, but he was interrupted by an audible belch. Qi Shangqing's eyelids twitched, and with a stern expression, he yanked Qi Ran down to sit. Zhang Zhuo quickly offered a piece of cake, shoving it into Qi Ran's mouth. Just eat. This child has had too much to drink. I beg you, Your Majesty, do not take offense. Qi Shangqing rose, a smile gracing his lips. Your Majesty's marriage decree is a sign of esteem for Ranner, how could he possibly be dissatisfied? Since he cannot hold his liquor, let him drink less, the emperor replied, his eyes narrowing, his tone devoid of emotion. He then raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze elsewhere. Next, the performances by Fu Shengxian should commence. The songs he sings are quite melodious. As his words fell, a chorus of agreement erupted from the audience. The palace attendants hastily cleared the stage of the original instruments, creating ample space for the forthcoming performance. Your Majesty, please enjoy some grapes. The Empress commanded her attendants to present a fresh fruit platter to the Emperor. However, he merely waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed intently ahead. During my youth, my mother would often indulge in Huangmei opera. Empress, do listen attentively. Chapter 25 is splendid, truly splendid. The Queen's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile as she slightly nodded her head in agreement. Following this, her gaze was lifted, sweeping across the gathering. The atmosphere instantly fell silent, as every individual turned their heads towards the entrance of the hall. A lady clad in flowing red robes with water sleeves approached gracefully, her face adorned with a thick layer of makeup, her lips lightly tinted, her hair was styled with simple silver tassels, and a strand of pearls and emeralds from her golden crown delicately dangled on her forehead, swaying gently with each step she took. Around her neck, she wore a string of exquisite beads, and further down, a small piece of jade in a deep green hue was set, with long tassels cascading naturally. The golden crown was embellished with floral designs, while her richly embroidered sleeves transitioned into a soft pink hue, subtly revealing hints of a crimson lining. From her waist down, she donned a pale green skirt, the hem adorned with a striking red pattern. The central motif featured 4 diamond-shaped petals tightly interlinked, encircled by a square outline, with 2 red leaves at the corners, leaning towards one another, creating a slight indentation in the middle. The lady moved lightly into the center of the hall, her gestures exuding elegance, her eyes sparkling with charm. Beside her stood a gentleman, equally dressed in intricate attire, his face similarly accentuated with bold colors. Although there were no singers present in the palace, numerous musicians and accompanying vocalists were readily available. As the music commenced, the lady twirled her sleeves, and the gentleman's eyes lit up. An hour later, the enchanting melodies of the Huangmei opera, favored by the emperor, resonated through the air, touching the hearts of all who listened, evoking tears from the audience and sorrow from the listeners. Suddenly, someone sprang to their feet, dramatically raising their sleeves, their voice imbued with genuine emotion. A glimmer of moisture lingered in the corners of their eyes. After speaking, they wiped their eyes, leading the applause that soon erupted throughout the hall. One by one, the others followed suit, and in an instant, the sound of clapping filled the air. The remaining attendees gradually withdrew, leaving only the lady. She clasped her hands together at her waist, her knees gently bending, her gaze lowered as she spoke softly. I have met the Emperor and the Empress. May the Emperor live long, and may the Empress enjoy boundless blessings. The Emperor, Zhao Wu, responded with a soft grunt, leaning slightly forward. Your voice seems somewhat familiar to me. He gestured for her to raise her head so that he could observe her more closely. The lady complied, lifting her phoenix-like eyes, her eyelids subtly lowered. Zhao Wu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Your visage appears somewhat recognizable as well. At the moment she raised her head, Shi Shangqing, not far away, widened his eyes in shock. Upon her entrance, he had sensed a familiarity in her form, but the emperor had clearly stated that she was affiliated with the idle life of Fu Shengxian. He quickly suppressed his thoughts. Now, upon closer inspection, was this not Meng Yuning? Before bringing her into the manor, he was acutely aware of Meng Yuning's background. There was no possible connection to Fu Shengxian. He realized this, and Jiang Zhuo beside him also took note. Both lowered their wine cups slowly, their gazes fixed intently on the stage opposite them. Feng Hong was quickly captivated by the figure on stage. He furrowed his brow, swallowing the sip of wine he had just taken, curiosity growing in his eyes. Suddenly, the ground trembled, the source of the disturbance emanating from outside the hall. Consequently, everyone instinctively turned their attention towards the entrance. A synchronized sound of footsteps approached, and soon, Wei Jian entered, leading a group from the inspection bureau. Wei Jian's expression was stern, his gaze resolute. Upon entering the hall, he immediately bowed deeply to Emperor Zhao Wu. The individuals behind him followed suit. Wei Jian? Zhao Wu spoke indifferently. Why are you not patrolling the palace but have come to the banquet instead? Wei Jian clasped his hands in respect, his tone reverent. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I did not intend to disrupt your enjoyment, but there has been an assassin in the palace today. His lips parted to continue, but the hall erupted in commotion. The eunuch in front of Zhao Wu gasped in shock and swiftly positioned himself before the emperor, shouting, quickly, protect the emperor. As soon as the words left his mouth, the royal guards simultaneously drew their swords, swiftly encircling Zhao Wu, their gazes sharp and vigilant. The assembly also stood abruptly. In response, Wei Jian continued, there is no need for alarm, the assassin has already been apprehended. Zhao Wu's voice suddenly rang out, his expression darkening with a hint of coldness. Oh? Who possesses such audacity? Wei Jian waved his hand confidently, proclaiming, "Bring them forth." Moments later, approximately 10 individuals were brought in, bound. Zhao Wu's countenance darkened further, his tone growing colder. "Who sent you?" Wei Jian replied, "Your Majesty, these individuals are all affiliated with Fu Shangshan." At this revelation, the entire hall gasped in shock, instinctively casting their gazes towards the earlier lady. Zhao Wu pointed at her. "You claim these assassins are from Fu Shangshan. What is her relationship to this?" Wei Jian took a step back, addressing the lady, "Miss Meng." At this moment, the lady again slightly nodded towards Zhao Wu. "Yuning has met the emperor." "Yuning? Meng Yuning?" Zhao Wu's voice turned icy. "Wei Jian, what on earth is happening? I give you the time of an incense stick to clarify this matter." Wei Jian succinctly recounted the events of the past hour, of course omitting any unnecessary details. Zhao Wu remained silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter, turning to Meng Yuning. "I truly did not expect you possessed such skills, you nearly deceived even me." Meng Yuning chuckled lightly. "Your Majesty has an eye for talent. My humble skills are hardly worthy of your attention." She covered her mouth and cleared her throat gently. Qi Shangqing promptly stepped forward. "This child is inexperienced. I implore you, Your Majesty, do not hold it against her." Zhao Wu sighed. "Why are you in such a fluster?" "I found her performance quite commendable." He then directed his gaze back at Meng Yuning. "Someone, escort the future consort to change her attire." In the next moment, Meng Yuning was led away. The individuals who had been apprehended had thick cloths stuffed into their mouths. Zhao Wu leaned slightly forward, gesturing for the cloths to be swiftly removed. "Tell me," Zhao Wu narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the kneeling captives, "who sent you?" The captives merely snorted coldly, turning their heads aside. "I have conducted a preliminary interrogation," Wei Jian interjected. "They are all from the same family, and this operation was spontaneous." Zhao Wu lowered his gaze, a smile creeping onto his face. "Ah, spontaneous, indeed." Chapter 26. "You smell so good." With a sweeping gesture, Emperor Zhao Wu coldly commanded, "Take the individuals away and interrogate them thoroughly to determine if there are any accomplices. If so, I grant you 3 days to apprehend them." Wei Jian raised his gaze, his lips slightly parted, but to his surprise, Emperor Zhao Wu suddenly spoke. "Is this difficult for you?" Wei Jian shook his head and replied resolutely, "Rest assured, I shall spare no effort." Meanwhile, the subordinates dutifully escorted several assassins away. "Such a bold and meticulous plan indeed demonstrates your skill." Emperor Zhao Wu cast a casual glance at Wei Jian and remarked, "Since you successfully captured these individuals today, you shall take the credit. Speak, what reward do you desire?" Wei Jian responded, "I cannot claim credit for today's events. It was thanks to Miss Sang's timely observation that we were able to locate them." Emperor Zhao Wu acknowledged with a soft "Miss Sang?" As his words fell, a figure emerged from a corner of the hall. She stepped forward, stood obediently, and offered a respectful bow, announcing, "I am Sang Luan, daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Long live your Majesty." Sang Luan, Lu Wenxian's pupils widened in shock, her grip on the silk handkerchief tightening. She leaned closer to Feng Xinian, her right hand pressed against her heart, her brow furrowed tightly. "I knew my heart has been racing ever since I stepped out earlier." Her anxious demeanor prompted her to lift her skirt and move forward. However, Feng Xinian caught her arm, lowering his voice. "What are you doing?" Lu Wenxian replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, I'm bringing her back. Should we let her remain there and continue to embarrass herself?" Adjusting her skirt, she added, "After all, despite having written so much on women's virtues, she hasn't remembered a single word." With that, she huffed and attempted to move forward again. Feng Xinian exerted a bit more force and pulled her back down. "Calm yourself, we are not in the estate. Whether she has lost her decorum is not for us to decide." With his reminder, Lu Wenxian suddenly realized. Indeed, who would dare to act recklessly before the emperor? With this thought, she raised the teacup in front of her, bringing it to her lips only to set it down heavily. With a deep sigh, she muttered, "This Sang Luan truly has no sense of decorum, showing off before the emperor." She hasn't rested for a moment. Feng Hang's eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze on Sang Luan in the hall, occasionally lifting his wine cup to take a sip, his expression remarkably indifferent. His eyelids drooped, obscuring the emotions lurking beneath. Sang Luan, daughter of Sang Shouan. Emperor Zhao Wu's interest peaked sharply as he chuckled lightly. "Since you have taken the lead in this matter, do tell what reward you wish for. I shall grant it." His voice carried a hint of joviality. Sang Luan lowered her head slightly, articulating each word with sincerity. "I merely have keen eyes. I am unworthy of His Majesty's reward." Emperor Zhao Wu's gaze softened, and he waved his hand dismissively. "Do not belittle yourself. If I say you are deserving, then you are." Sang Luan replied, if that is the case, then I shall need to ponder it carefully. She then appeared genuinely engulfed in thought, as if confronted with an insurmountable decision. While Sang Luan remained silent, whispers filled the hall. It could be said that she had successfully saved the emperor, and the crowd speculated on what kind of reward she might request. Observing her conflicted demeanor, they presumed she must be contemplating a grand prize. Even Emperor Zhao Wu shared this sentiment, watching her with keen interest. Meanwhile, Meng Yuning, having changed to retire, slowly settled beside Qi Ran. Qi Ran's face flushed as he suddenly inhaled sharply, leaning toward Meng Yuning to whisper, "You smell so good." Meng Yuning, adjusting her garments, froze momentarily, then turned to him with a forced smile, "You are quite oily yourself." Qi Ran's gaze darted about, as he offered the wine cup toward Meng Yuning, hiccuping, "Thank you, I also believe I am quite impressive." "I am the most impressive." His voice unexpectedly rose in volume. Startled, Meng Yuning quickly covered Qi Ran's mouth and nose, offering an awkward yet polite smile to the onlookers. The crowd couldn't help but sigh, remarking on the evident affection between the young lord and his lady. "Well then," Emperor Zhao Wu interjected suddenly, "what reward do you desire? Or do you have any wishes to share with me?" Sang Luan's eyes sparkled momentarily, the tear mole at the corner of her right eye lending her an alluring charm. She smiled gently, her gaze lowered as she spoke earnestly, "As for a reward, I have not yet contemplated one. However, if we speak of wishes, my sole wish at this moment is for the Emperor and Empress to enjoy this prosperous era together." Upon hearing this, the movements of everyone in the hall paused, their hearts filled with curiosity. Qi Shangqing regarded Sang Luan with admiration, recognizing her cleverness and retreating to advance. Leaning slightly, he turned his gaze toward the squinting Qi Ran, his brow furrowing in concern. Qi Ran leaned forward, sneering, "It seems that Feng Hongji's wife is not particularly clever. Such a golden opportunity squandered. Instead of requesting a tangible reward, she resorts to flattering words. What use is that?" Meng Yuning lowered her eyelids, gently lifting her skirt as she stood, echoing, "I wish for the Emperor and Empress to enjoy a prosperous era." In the next moment, the entire assembly rose in unison, facing Emperor Zhao Wu and collectively offering their blessings. Feng Hongji's gaze wandered towards Sang Luan, and upon witnessing this, he too slowly rose, though his deep, cold eyes bore an additional layer of inscrutable emotion, appearing quite complex. When this woman was not beside him making a racket, she was not nearly as bothersome. Emperor Zhao Wu and the Empress exchanged glances, and in the next instant, they erupted into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "Well, this is the first time I've encountered someone who does not desire a reward. Let us take advantage of the good wishes from all you loyal ministers." The Empress, smiling, elegantly turned her wrist and produced a gold hairpin adorned with a peony, exuding an air of opulence. With her lips parting slightly, she said, "This is my favorite hairpin of late. Since you do not wish for the Emperor's reward, as a fellow woman, I shall gift you something befitting your status, thus fulfilling the Emperor's intent to reward you." Raising her right hand slightly, a senior eunuch bowed respectfully and approached Sang Luan to present it. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity," Sang Luan replied with a smile. With everything settled, Wei Jian performed a deep bow to Emperor Zhao Wu before taking his leave. As he passed by Sang Luan, he cast her a glance, a look filled with complexity. Chapter 27. Is this your new trick to capture my attention? Wei Jian and his entourage arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. In the next moment, the soft strains of silk and bamboo instruments filled the hall, and the crowd resumed their hushed conversations. Sang Luan, with her skirts in hand, strolled leisurely to the side, inadvertently catching the gaze of Lu Wenxian, who looked at her with an intensity that suggested she wished to consume her whole. If looks could wound, Sang Luan would already be a mass of injuries. With a radiant smile, she directed her attention towards Lu Wenxian. To Lu Wenxian, this smile appeared as the epitome of smugness, someone who, having committed a wrongdoing, showed no remorse but rather reveled in self-satisfaction. She clutched her chest, her eyes widening in disbelief as she nudged the man beside her, Feng Xinian, exclaiming, "Look at her, what sort of attitude is that?" Sang Luan nonchalantly averted her gaze, slowly making her way to Feng Heng's side, where she seated herself with an air of indifference. She exchanged a silent glance with Meng Yuning, who sat directly opposite her, before her eyes fell upon the table before her. A plate of unknown white pastries, a dish of grapes, a plate of freshly ground greens, a dish of ginger fish slices, accompanied by a pot of wine. It appeared quite appetizing. A casual glance at Feng Heng's table revealed not only the same fare but also delicacies such as osmanthus shark fin, garlic pork, crispy duck, tofu soup, along with a jug of fruit wine. The rich fragrance of fruits mixed with a hint of wine wafted towards her, quite delightful indeed. She glanced at her own spread, then at Feng Heng's, and made a silent decision. Fixing her gaze ahead, she placed her hands beneath her, slightly raised her body, and inched closer to Feng Heng. He suddenly turned, a hint of annoyance etched across his brow. "What are you doing?" Sangwon smiled sweetly, her bamboo chopstick silently grasped in her hand as her gaze flickered toward the food before Feng Hong got a nominal couple. It was only right for me to assist you in your time of need. With that, she patted her chest, striking a pose of righteous indignation. Her petite face glowed with a playful light, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. Her actions were so conspicuous that Feng Hong could hardly miss them. Following her gaze, he found himself staring at the plate of crispy duck, and with a disdainful heart, he subtly shifted to the side. However, the moment he moved, Sangwon mirrored his actions. With her eyes narrowed slightly, she mused to herself about how petty such a high-ranking official could be. With a charming smile, she drew nearer to Feng Hong, the distance between them barely the width of a finger. The breath she exhaled brushed against his ear, making the already oppressive atmosphere even more irritable. Did this woman truly intend to provoke him in such a public setting? With that thought, Feng Hong's expression grew colder, a faint chill flickering in his eyes. How shameless can you be? I warn you, even if you. Before he could finish, Sangwon decisively seized the moment, her chopsticks accurately landing on the crispy duck, and she deftly lifted several pieces at once. Pulling her hand back with satisfaction, she carefully placed the morsels onto her plate. Raising her gaze to Feng Hong, she asked with feigned innocence, "What was it you just said?" Had she not just heard him utter a word about shame? With a piece of crispy duck in her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, her mood instantly brightened. Feng Hong paused, slightly turning his body to meet her gaze, only to find her fixated on her own food. A flicker of irritation crossed his features as he lowered his voice. "Is this your new ploy to attract my attention?" Sangwon halted her movements, slightly turning towards him, her eyes twinkling with mirth. At that, Feng Hong couldn't help but snort coldly, realizing that this woman had swiftly devised a new method. Having recognized the previous one had failed, he parted his lips, ready to speak, only to find her staring intently at him, asking earnestly, "Aren't you going to eat?" He blinked, momentarily taken aback. "What?" Sangwon pointed at the food before him, patiently repeating, "Are you not going to eat any of this?" Feng Hong's gaze grew complicated as he scrutinized her for a moment before averting his eyes, choosing not to engage. Frustration bubbled within Sangwon. Was it too much to expect a simple response? She glanced at Feng Hong, noticing his utter lack of intention to pick up his chopsticks. With a sly grin, she swiftly plucked the crispy duck from his side, placing it just a finger's breadth away from her. After all, the food remained on his table. A slight adjustment was hardly unreasonable, was it? After a brief silence, her gaze shifted to the jug of fruit wine, and with a quick motion, she seized it as well. Immediately, she poured herself a glass. Feng Hong's voice suddenly rang out. "Sangwon, who?" She replied, extending the glass of fruit wine towards him. "Would you like some?" "Stop moving around." He snapped. "Oh," she replied sweetly, her smile unwavering, "then you can give me your tofu soup." Feng Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, and after a moment of silence, he indeed placed the tofu soup before her. Sangwon smiled broadly, her expression brightening as she fell silent. She casually popped a grape into her mouth. "The purpose of today's palace banquet," the Emperor Zhao Wu declared, his tone suddenly grave, "is something you all have likely heard about upon your arrival. The beauties of Jiangnan are famed for their graceful figures, and their dances are unforgettable. This time, as we welcome the Jiangnan tribute, I wish for you all to join me in admiring the dance of these enchanting maidens." As his words trailed off, the crowd erupted in murmurs of agreement. With a mere glance from the emperor, a nearby eunuch took his cue, adopting a poised stance and calling out in a high-pitched voice, "Let the Jiangnan maiden enter the hall." In an instant, the hall dimmed, the night outside deepening, leaving only a few luminous pearls within to cast a faint silvery glow. The music began to play softly, and at the entrance of the hall, a woman dressed in red, barefoot, advanced gracefully. Her gown modestly concealed her delicate feet, revealing just a hint of their beauty. With each step she took, her movements were light, each footfall barely touching the ground, reminiscent of an ethereal sprite frolicking through the mountains. After taking only a few steps forward, she leapt lightly into the air, her thin garments billowing gracefully, with her hands forming an elegant pose beside her head, her eyes cast downward. Each gesture exuded an essence of fragility and beauty that was nothing short of mesmerizing. Suddenly, with a delicate lift of her toes, she brought her hands together above her head, twisting her waist to the right. With a forceful push of her toes, she spun, lifting herself off the ground. Her flowing red garments fluttered, partially concealing her face in a captivating dance. Chapter 28. Be a person. Most individuals held their goblets aloft, taking only a delicate sip, maintaining the raised posture. The one responsible for pouring the wine inadvertently raised their gaze and caught sight of the scene before them, their attention ensnared until they realized the wine had spilled onto the table, dripping onto the ground. Flustered, they hurriedly wiped the table clean, unable to bear looking towards the center of the gathering. Sangwon picked up a piece of crispy duck, finding it somewhat dry, and took a sip of fruit wine, deeming it a tad bland. In a moment's time, she scooped a spoonful of tofu soup, which was slightly too salty, and her gaze fell upon the plate of garlic sauce pork. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Feng Hong's attention was not directed at her. Swiftly, she grasped a pair of bamboo chopsticks, intent on picking up a slice of garlic pork. Unfortunately, the dish was a bit too far for her reach, compelling her to straighten her posture slightly, one hand tugging at her voluminous sleeve. Just as she was about to lower her chopsticks, her gaze met Lu Wenxian's. Lu Wenxian tilted her head toward Sang Luan, gesturing towards Feng Hengji. In an instant, Sang Luan comprehended. The implication was that Feng Hengji would not partake, and these morsels would likely go to waste, hence the burden fell upon her to indulge further. A sense of duty arose within her, and she nodded earnestly at Lu Wenxian. Lu Wenxian let out a sigh of relief, grateful that Sang Luan understood her intent. Yet, before she could fully exhale, she witnessed Sang Luan, out of nowhere, procure a small plate and proceed to sample every dish before Feng Hengji. Lu Wenxian's eyes widened in shock, glaring at Sang Luan with a fierce expression. However, Sang Luan had already obediently returned to her seat, fully engrossed in relishing the exquisite dishes before her, even raising her glass in a subtle toast with Meng Yuning. Lu Wenxian seethed with frustration, unsure how to vent her ire. Oblivious to the world around her, Sang Luan continued to eat while observing the beautiful dancers performing in the center. Meanwhile, a steady stream of palace maids entered from outside, each bearing a redwood tray, which, curiously, was entirely empty. They stepped forward with small, measured steps, standing before the gathered ministers. With their eyes cast down modestly, they slightly bent at the waist, presenting their empty redwood trays, which obscured part of the figure of the woman in red. Some, caught up in the moment, noticing they could no longer see the dancer clearly, casually reached for the pouches hanging at their waists, pulling out 2 pieces of gold and silver, placing them upon the trays. A synchronized wave of action rippled through the crowd. Sang Luan shifted slightly and saw Feng Hengji, quite self-assuredly, retrieving a stack of gold leaves from his sleeve. Sang Luan's eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly, her food lost all appeal. She was rather pedestrian in her interests. Apart from her dear friend Meng Yuning, only 2 things truly captivated her: delicious food and gold. Tossing her food onto the table, she clapped her hands, instinctively leaning closer to Feng Hengji. Curiosity piqued, she wondered where he had hidden such a trove of gold leaves and why she had not noticed them before. If only he could spare her a few. However, in the next breath, she watched in disbelief as Feng Hengji tossed the entire stack of gold leaves directly into the tray of the maid before him. Sang Luan's voice involuntarily rose. "You're just giving away so many gold leaves?" Bewildered, she exchanged glances with Meng Yuning, both unsure of this unexpected act of generosity. They couldn't recall this being a customary practice of live tipping. A sense of unease settled in, and before long, they discerned the peculiarities of the maid with gold or jewelry in her tray would retreat, while those with empty trays remained steadfast in their positions. The maid in front of Sang Luan and Meng Yuning held an entirely empty tray. Meng Yuning cleared her throat, half covering her lips, casting a glance towards Sang Luan. "What's going on?" Sang Luan cleared her throat, fidgeting with the jeweled hairpin in her hair and then her nose, seizing the opportunity to exchange a knowing look with Meng Yuning. "I'm not sure, let us observe for now." When they had initially watched the scene, they had skimmed over it quickly, leaving them feeling perplexed now. Feng Hengji stole a sidelong glance at Sang Luan, who responded with a radiant smile. He tilted his head slightly in her direction, leaving her confused as she mimicked his gesture. "Stop pretending, hand over the silver." Feng Hengji sighed, his tone laced with impatience. Sang Luan instinctively recoiled, covering her small pouch with a wary expression. "I don't have any." Feng Hengji leisurely picked up a pastry, taking a delicate bite. "This is the emperor's wish, are you certain you want tea? Give?" A pang of distress shot through Sang Luan. She longed to confess her lack of funds. Though Sang Shaoan had not favored the original owner's insistence on marrying Feng Hengji, he had, nonetheless, bestowed a generous dowry upon them during their nuptials. The Feng family had behaved commendably, harboring no unseemly intentions regarding Sang Luan's dowry, which still lay quietly in Furong Garden. She had planned to use this sum as her escape fund post-divorce. Thus, her claim of being penniless lacked credibility. Scanning her surroundings, she noted that over half of the palace maids had already retreated. With her eyes shut, she cautiously opened her pouch just a crack, inserting 2 fingers to rummage for a moment, finally retrieving 3 bits of silver, which she forced to smile while placing them in the tray before the maid. She waved her hand dismissively. In the next instant, she felt a lightness at her waist. Glancing down, she realized her little pouch had vanished. Everything in Furong Garden remained untouched, and this diminutive pouch represented her entire wealth. Feng Hengji weighed the pouch in his hand, his expression one of disdain. It's a bit lacking, but it will suffice." With that, he tossed it directly into the tray, brushing his hand off as if he had picked up something filthy. Sang Luan slowly raised her gaze to Feng Hengji. "Be a person." The maid slightly bent her knees, offering a bow to the two before turning to leave. Sang Luan's hand had not yet reached out when she caught only a glimpse of the maid's retreating figure. "That was all my wealth. Why did you take mine?" Sang Luan shot a baffled glare at the composed Feng Hengji beside her. "You could have just given away yours." Feng Hengji clicked his tongue. "Is it really that significant?" It's just a bit of silver. Frustrated, Sangwon plopped back into her seat. It is significant, quite significant. She lifted her gaze to the Emperor Zhao Wu seated at the head of the table, observing that he seemed utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, his focus solely on the dancer in red, occasionally exchanging words with the Empress beside him. Sangwon's attention drifted across the table, where she noticed Meng Yuning saying something to Qi Ran, who promptly retrieved a bag of silver from his own pocket to offer her, appearing rather weighty. Chapter 29 Hurry, 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 a significant announcement in a fleeting moment. Sangwon transformed her sorrow and indignation into an insatiable hunger, gritting her teeth as she gathered all the food before Feng Hang to her own side. Meanwhile, the woman in red continued to dance gracefully, her hands gliding effortlessly before her, her movements imbued with an ethereal lightness, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, the music ceased, and the dancer's movements slowed to a gentle halt, culminating in a serene pause. The audience could not help but erupt in applause. Your demeanor is quite commendable, spoke the Emperor Zhao Wu, his tone indifferent. The Empress narrowed her eyes slightly, seizing the opportunity to interject. The triennial selection is imminent, why not consider incorporating her into the imperial harem, Your Majesty? Emperor Zhao Wu waved his hand dismissively, his expression unperturbed. I have no such intentions. His gaze fell upon the woman in red. What is your name? With her eyelids lowered, the woman parted her crimson lips. I am called Nanyu. Do you wish to remain in Shengjing? The emperor inquired. Still maintaining her downcast gaze, Nanyu replied, it is entirely at the emperor's discretion. Emperor Zhao Wu erupted in laughter. Ah, how delightful, to leave matters solely to my judgment. His laughter subsided abruptly. I see you dance remarkably well. I shall ponder what reward you deserve. Then, with a sudden proclamation, he declared, why not do this? Observe these two individuals, choose one whom you fancy, and they shall accompany you to serve. He gestured towards Qi Ran and Feng Hang. Sangwon and Meng Yuning exchanged startled glances, turning their attention to Nan Yue at that moment. Nanyu happened to meet Sangwon's gaze, but she merely tightened her lips, averting her eyes after a fleeting glance. It was rumored that Sangwon was infatuated with Feng Hang to the point of madness. If she were to share a roof with Sangwon, her days would undoubtedly be fraught with hardship. Conversely, the young consort appeared delicate and mild, clearly a more agreeable companion. A smile graced Nanyu's lips as she contemplated stepping towards Meng Yuning, but she suddenly noticed Meng Yuning cough violently, her cheeks flushing a bright crimson. When their eyes met, Meng Yuning offered her an apologetic smile. Nanyu momentarily paused, then turned to Emperor Zhao Wu, performing a deep bow. The envoy who brought me has instructed me to serve the emperor diligently. Emperor Zhao Wu casually surveyed the crowd before him. In that case, Empress, please make the necessary arrangements. With that, Emperor Zhao Wu rose slowly, prompting those below to do the same. He flicked his sleeve and waved his hand. Since I am here, you may as well enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave. Having spoken, he swiftly exited the grand hall of the Empress. Gradually stood. I have prepared some delicacies in the imperial garden. Ladies, do indulge yourselves. Yes, the various ladies replied in unison, with Sangwon and Meng Yuning hastily mimicking their actions. Once Emperor Zhao Wu departed from the Linda Hall, he made a beeline for the imperial study. Inside the imperial study, he inquired eagerly, how much silver has been collected today? As soon as he entered, he posed the question to his attendants. The eunuchs replied respectfully, the total silver amounts to 30,000 taels, along with an assortment of jewels and ornaments, which should total around 50,000 taels. Emperor Zhao Wu furrowed his brow slightly, muttering, 50,000 taels? That is insufficient. He sank slowly into his seat, his gaze flickering as he contemplated converting these ornaments into silver, prioritizing the needs of the common folk. Your Majesty, do you think they might harbor discontent? The Empress, having entered the study unbeknownst to him, expressed her concern, a hint of worry evident in her eyes. Emperor Zhao Wu's expression hardened abruptly. Humph, those old foxes, if I do not act thus, how could I ever procure silver from them? In the imperial garden, the noble ladies adorned in opulent attire were surrounded by palace maids stationed at every interval, each holding a lantern that illuminated the path as brightly as day. The atmosphere was palpably vibrant. Upon entering, Sangwon was struck by the scene before her, feeling a wave of social anxiety wash over her, as she recognized none of these individuals. Amidst the lively gathering, a young woman clad in blue sat quietly in a corner. When invited for tea, she delicately sipped from her cup, then set it down, her eyes brimming with curiosity, as if she were an outsider in this extravagant affair. Sangwon raised an eyebrow, pondering which household this young lady belonged to. Noting that she seemed even younger than herself, having already satisfied her appetite at the gathering, she longed to recline in a soft bed and drift into a peaceful slumber. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafted into her nostrils. It was the scent of pine resin. Sang Luan's eyes lit up as she swiftly turned around, and indeed, she spotted a familiar figure. Sang Luan and Meng Yuning exchanged knowing glances. In the next moment, Meng Yuning erupted into a fit of coughs, her complexion shifting to one of distress. Sang Luan's gaze flickered, and she scoffed, leaning against a nearby wall with a tone of disdain. Some people, instead of finding something worthwhile to emulate, insist on shamelessly imitating others at gatherings. Look, they can't even sit still. Meng Yuning's eyes widened in indignation as she looked at Sang Luan, her lips parting as if to retort, but she was abruptly struck by pain, clutching her chest with one hand and a handkerchief with the other. After several deep breaths, she finally steadied herself, pointing an accusatory finger at Sang Luan. She declared, "Though my health is poor, I would never stoop to such malice as you, nor be so relentless in debate." "Humph," Sang Luan retorted with a cold laugh, "clearly, you have no argument left and thus accuse me of being unreasonable." Meng Yuning curtsied before the Empress, softly stating, "Your Majesty, you have prepared so generously this evening. I would not normally decline, but my health is quite poor, so I must excuse myself from accompanying the other ladies." The Empress appeared unfazed, merely waving her hand. "Indeed, it is easy to catch a chill at night. If that is the case, you may return home early." Meng Yuning lowered her gaze. "Yes." She straightened up and turned to leave, pausing slightly as she passed Sang Luan, her lips parting to speak. "It is exhausting to see one's eyes upon those one wishes to avoid. Perhaps it is best to return home early." With that, she did not linger, swiftly departing the scene. Sang Luan pointed a finger at Meng Yuning, but upon lifting her gaze, she could only see the retreating figure of Meng Yuning. "You wait for me. You shall not escape until we have had clarity on this matter." Without a second thought, Sang Luan pursued her. Just as she lifted her foot, she halted, turning to bow to the Empress, her expression one of reluctance. The Empress could not help but chuckle at the youthful folly of the pair. With a casual wave of her hand, she said, "Off you go." Sang Luan's face brightened, and with a courtly bow to the Empress, she hurriedly dashed away. In a nearby corner of the Imperial Garden, Meng Yuning rubbed her hands together, stretching her neck forward. In the next instant, a familiar figure abruptly came into view. She waved her hand towards that person and, as they drew closer, she could not help but exclaim, "Hurry, hurry, hurry, a significant announcement." Chapter 30. Brother Hong, please do not act this way. Meng Yuning's gaze suddenly fell upon Sang Luan's attire, and she could not help but exclaim, "Bright colors truly suit you." "Ning Ning, your thoughts continue to be as unconventional as ever," Sang Luan remarked, directly pulling Meng Yuning's arm, drawing her closer. In an instant, the two of them slipped into the shadows. "What was the significant news you mentioned earlier?" Meng Yuning responded with a slight exclamation. Quickly realizing her surroundings, she stretched her neck to glance around, and upon confirming that no one was nearby, she shifted closer to Sang Luan. "Earlier, on our way from the Linda Hall to the Imperial Garden, I discovered why those palace maids suddenly appeared at the banquet, holding a redwood tray." She lowered her voice involuntarily. "Why?" Upon hearing this, Sang Luan's teeth clenched in irritation. "That scoundrel Feng Hengji has squandered all the money I saved over the past half-month. Truly detestable." After a pause, she added with a hint of confusion, "But I overheard that it was the Emperor's directive?" Meng Yuning nodded. "The original text frequently mentions the emptiness of the royal treasury. The Emperor has been greatly troubled by this, and all his efforts have proven fruitless." Sang Luan halted, murmuring, "The treasury is empty?" Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if filled with the entire sea of stars. "Are you suggesting?" In the next moment, both of them exclaimed in unison, "Our opportunity has arrived." They exchanged knowing glances, instinctively reaching out to clap their hands in the air. Their heads leaned closely together. "Feng Hengji is somewhat difficult to deal with," Sang Luan remarked, raking her fingers through her hair. Meng Yuning furrowed her brow. "Jiran believes that my efforts to earn money would tarnish the reputation of the heir's residence." The two fell silent, contemplating the troublesome situation. In this household, the men ventured out for work, while the majority of women remained at home to manage the family and raise children. Although there was no explicit prohibition against women engaging in commerce, most reputable businesses were owned by men, and buyers tended to place greater trust in establishments run by male proprietors. "I have an idea. I have an idea," they exclaimed in unison, their earlier worries vanishing without a trace. Sang Luan shifted slightly, only to exclaim in pain. Instinctively, she grasped Meng Yuning's arm. Meng Yuning quickly supported her, pulling her up. "Your legs are numb again, aren't they? Hurry up." Sang Luan, her face pale, rose to her feet, stretching her calves and taking a few deep breaths with her eyes closed. After massaging her calves, she finally felt better. She nudged Meng Yuning, "You go ahead." Meng Yuning's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Whether it's Qi Ran or Feng Hengji, they both must heed one person's words. It seems we are on the same wavelength, Sang Luan said with a snap of her fingers, her eyes filled with excitement. This matter requires careful planning. At dawn tomorrow, we shall meet at Tianxiang Tower. Meng Yuning scanned their surroundings. All right, see you tomorrow. In the next moment, Sang Luan stepped gracefully from the shadows, making her way toward the palace gates, with Meng Yuning following closely behind. Behind them, a woman in blue inadvertently caught sight of Meng Yuning's retreating figure. She blinked in surprise, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes before she shook her head and walked away. At Linda Hall, Qi Ran was still indulging in drink. Raising his cup high out, he opened his mouth, yet after a prolonged wait, not a single drop fell. Frowning slightly, he tossed the cup aside and grabbed a nearby jug to drink directly from it, but still, not a drop came forth. Growing impatient, he clicked his tongue and examined the jug curiously. It's empty. Turning slightly, his gaze suddenly fell upon the person before him, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. Father, why are there two of you? Qi Shangqing's expression darkened as he quietly instructed, quickly take him back. He has embarrassed us completely. An hour later, as Sang Luan exited the palace gates, she happened upon Feng Hengji, who was accompanied by Lu Wenxian and Feng Xinian. Upon seeing Sang Luan, Lu Wenxian's face turned grim. When we return home, I will settle the score with you. Sang Luan was bewildered. What had she done wrong? She had been quite well behaved today, avoiding any trouble. Pouting, she climbed into the carriage. Once inside, Feng Hengji leaned against the side, closing his eyes to rest, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Sang Luan discreetly glanced at him, but her attention was immediately captured by a plate of pear candy beside him. Holding her breath, she cautiously approached, casting a shadow over him. What are you doing? Feng Hengji suddenly opened his eyes, his deep gaze now icy and piercing. If you do not wish to ride, you may disembark. His voice carried a hint of irritation, looking at Sang Luan as if she were a disobedient kitten. The sudden shout startled Sang Luan, causing her to instinctively flinch. She stared at him, perplexed, and slightly bent down to reach for the pear candy beside him. Pointing at the candy in her hand, she spoke up, I merely wanted to have a piece of this. Getting angry so easily, are you not afraid of one day driving yourself to your grave? She casually took a piece, biting into it. It seemed wise for her to keep her distance from Feng Hengji today. However, Feng Hengji's brows furrowed even tighter, and he instinctively reached for his waist. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. He shot up, his eyes flashing with cold fury, gazing down at Sang Luan, his voice now hoarse. Hand it over. Sang Luan's gaze fell upon the candy in her hand, pausing for a moment. She eventually offered a piece to Feng Hengji, a smile gracing her lips. So, you wanted this? With a loud thud, the piece she had extended was roughly swatted away by Feng Hengji, causing the entire plate of candy to tumble from her grasp and scatter across the floor. The carriage was instantly in disarray. Sang Luan looked down, stunned for a moment, then raised her eyes to Feng Hengji. Brother Hengji, you Sang Luan. Feng Hengji's eyes narrowed, fury igniting within them. I have told you not to provoke me. He stepped forward, fixing a piercing gaze on her, his disdain utterly transparent. Even if I were to marry you, do not delude yourself into thinking I would ever like you. Sang Luan rolled her eyes internally, thinking, as if I would ever crave your affection. Brother Hengji, please do not act this way. Sang Luan maintained her facade of innocence, retracting her neck slightly, appearing quite hurt. Luaner understands. Feng Hengji's gaze bore into Sang Luan, pressing closer. Reluctantly, she found herself retreating step by step. Chapter 31. A delicate Sang Luan furrowed her brow slightly, shifting her body to the side, realizing that she was backed against the palanquin with nowhere to retreat. Since you are aware, then return it to me. Feng Hengji's voice was icy, extending his hand toward Sang Luan once more. Do not tempt my patience any further. Sang Luan had already pressed herself against the side of the palanquin, her amber-like eyes darting about, utterly perplexed about what Feng Hengji truly desired. What is it that you wish for me to return? She inquired tentatively. To her astonishment, as soon as her words fell, Feng Hengji's gaze transformed into one of insatiable bloodlust. He fixed his stare upon her, his tone dripping with impatience. Stop feigning ignorance. From the moment you entered the palanquin, you were the only one to have come into contact with me. Sang Luan fell silent for a moment. Then do tell me, what exactly is missing? Seeing her innocent demeanor, Feng Hengji felt an escalating irritation within him. With his gaze slightly lowered, an endless fury flickered in his eyes as he pronounced each word deliberately. The jade pendant. He gestured toward his waist, following Feng Hengji's line of sight. Sang Luan's brow relaxed somewhat. It seemed she recalled that during their first meeting, he had indeed worn a delicate jade pendant at his waist, an exquisite piece of exceptional quality. However, as her gaze fell upon Feng Hengji's eyes, which appeared as though they would consume her whole. Sangwon quietly averted her gaze to "It is not with me." She turned her head away. Feng Hengji's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly grasped her wrist, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Sangwon gasped as pain shot through her wrist. Instinctively, her other hand reached to hold the wrist that he had seized. Her delicate fingers, seeming almost boneless, instantly covered his sturdy hand, sending a chill through her. Feng Hengji leaned in closer, his expression dark and menacing as he demanded, "I said, give it to me." A flicker of disbelief crossed Sangwon's eyes. Had he truly disregarded her voice entirely? The pain in her wrist intensified, prompting a soft cry from her lips as she attempted to withdraw her wrist from his firm grasp. Yet, as she made the slightest movement, he tightened his hold even further. "Release me first." She gritted her teeth against the pain radiating from her wrist and spoke suddenly, "You are hurting me." "Who else could it be but you?" Feng Hengji replied coldly, his demeanor suggesting he had already concluded that she was the thief. Considering the crowded palace banquet earlier, it is possible it was lost within the hall. Sangwon took a deep breath, articulating her words with great difficulty. As her statement concluded, a flicker of hesitation crossed Feng Hengji's face, and his grip on her wrist lessened slightly. Seizing the moment, she urged, "It might still be retrievable if we go now." Feng Hengji narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her for several moments, noting the hint of red at the corners of her eyes, her expression innocent and her tone sincere. It did not seem as though she was lying. With a dismissive snort, he forcefully released her hand. Sangwon felt an immediate sense of relief, quickly covering her wrist with her hand and gently massaging it. Unintentionally glancing down, her eyes caught sight of the area where he had grasped her wrist. Her previously fair skin was now a vivid red. Upon closer inspection, there appeared to be slight swelling, with traces of blood seeping from the inflamed area. "How delicate you are," Feng Hengji remarked, retracting his hand and taking a step back to adjust his attire. "Stop the palanquin," he commanded, lifting a corner of the curtain and speaking with indifference. Sangwon observed as the palanquin indeed came to a halt. Feng Hengji slightly bent forward. Just as he was about to take a step, he paused, adding, "You had best pray that it is found." Sangwon blinked rapidly, feigning innocence. Once Feng Hengji finally exited the palanquin, she felt as though the air around her had cleared significantly. She leaned back, exhaling, when a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, causing her eyelids to flutter. She sprang to her feet, locking eyes with Feng Hengji's deep-set gaze. "Brother Hengji, what is the matter?" she asked, a smile gracing her lips. Feng Hengji cast her a fleeting glance. "You are to accompany me." Sangwon chuckled lightly. "Me? I think I shall decline that." He merely regarded her with a penetrating gaze before walking away with his hands clasped behind him. As Sangwon pondered his unusual amiability that day, the palanquin curtain was suddenly lifted once more. In the blink of an eye, two maidservants rushed forward without uttering a word, each taking hold of her arms. "Young madam, we must escort you." Sangwon straightened abruptly. Wait, I can walk on my own." The grip of the two maidservants relaxed slightly, allowing her to stride forward as she rubbed her arms. "What is the matter with these people? Their grip is so heavy-handed." She had suspected that Feng Hengji was not someone easily deceived. Her expression darkened. It seemed the matter at hand required expedited action. As Sangwon stepped out of the palanquin, she collided directly with Feng Hengji. A cold breeze brushed against her neck, sending a shiver down her spine. Slightly raising her head, her eyes sparkled as she called out, "Brother Hengji." Just as she reached out, her words were cut short as he continued walking toward the palace. Slowly, she lowered her hand, allowing the last word to escape her lips languidly. "Brother." Logically, given that she and Feng Hengji were now wed, she ought to address him as husband. However, he adamantly refused to allow her to do so. Gazing at a star in the sky, she couldn't help but wonder if someone were to call Feng Hengji husband, would he gaze at that person with deep affection, taking their hand and lovingly calling them wife? A shiver ran through Sangwon, and she rubbed her arms, now covered in goosebumps. The image was too beautiful, she dared not imagine it. Indeed, the typical romantic narrative was utterly unsuitable for someone like Feng Hengji, whose temperament seemed to align with a late-stage rage disorder. Observing his eager figure ahead, she extended her hand into the air, mimicking his silhouette, broad shoulders and narrow hips. With one hand resting behind him, he appeared to be a noble gentleman, exuding an air of elegance mixed with an aura that suggested "do not approach." Sangwon cast a casual glance ahead, noting the absence of another palanquin. It seemed the other two had already departed for home. Quietly retracting her gaze, she hurriedly quickened her pace to follow. "Brother Hengji, wait for me." Within the Linda Hall, the majority of the guests had already dispersed, leaving only a handful who continued to indulge in drinks, their faces flushed from the revelry. Upon seeing Feng Hengji enter suddenly, many sought to approach him to ingratiate themselves. However, upon witnessing his cold expression and the menacing aura he exuded, their intentions quickly evaporated. Each of them immediately sought an excuse to depart hastily. Sangwon observed the hall, now significantly emptier, and raised her eyes to meet Feng Hengji's presence, intrigued by how he commanded such fear from so many. Feng Hengji paused momentarily, turning to furrow his brow at her instantly. Sang Luan stood upright, poised to speak, when a crisp sound echoed beneath her feet. Chapter 32 Danger. Sang Luan's expression stiffened, as if her foot had inadvertently stepped upon something. A terrifying thought flashed through her mind in an instant. Holding her breath, she slowly lowered her gaze, and indeed, her eyes met a jade pendant. Quite fortuitously, she had placed her foot directly upon the pendant. Unconsciously, she touched her nose and discreetly shifted to the side. A crisp sound resonated once more, and the already cracked jade pendant suddenly shattered into two pieces. A wave of guilt washed over Sang Luan as she cleared her throat, her lips parting slightly. In the next moment, Feng Hengji swiftly approached, his expression growing even colder upon seeing the shattered pendant on the ground. He abruptly turned his gaze towards Sang Luan, gritting his teeth. Sang Luan. He slowly crouched down, meticulously picking up the pieces and cradling them in his palm, his thin lips pressed tightly together. Sang Luan's heart raced with alarm. Feng Hengji's demeanor was unmistakably that of a storm brewing on the horizon. Danger loomed ominously. She discreetly cast a glance at Feng Hengji and silently took a step back. At this moment, the guests in the hall had all departed, and the palace maids who initially intended to enter and tidy up quickly retreated upon witnessing the scene. In the blink of an eye, only Feng Hengji and Sang Luan remained within the hall. Sang Luan surveyed the eerily quiet space, an inexplicable chill creeping into her heart. Her gaze flickered as she contemplated creating a safe distance between herself and Feng Hengji. However, just as she lifted her foot, she observed Feng Hengji carefully placing the jade pieces into his bosom. Rising, he locked his piercing gaze onto her. She swallowed hard, her heart racing, and without hesitation, turned to flee. Feng Hengji stepped forward, his countenance icy, abruptly seizing Sang Luan by her delicate neck. His eyes seemed to blaze with fiery wrath. With a mere twist of his wrist, he tightened his grip, propelling her backward with alarming speed. The sensation was suffocating, her body felt weightless, and the constriction around her neck intensified. Instinctively, Sang Luan reached out, grasping Feng Hengji's hand with all her might, desperate to break free. Yet, the disparity in strength between them was insurmountable. Despite her efforts, she could only pry one of his fingers loose. Sang Luan felt a rush of blood to her head, her cheeks flushing with an unnatural hue. She leaned backward, only to collide with something solid behind her, the impact nearly jolting her heart from her chest. A sudden metallic taste flooded her throat, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. At that moment, Feng Hengji appeared to be in a frenzied state, impervious to any words of reason. "I can recover," Sang Luan managed to articulate, each word a labor. As soon as she spoke, Feng Hengji's grip loosened slightly, seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily distracted. She prepared to escape his clutches. However, in the next instant, Feng Hengji was suddenly shoved aside, and the pressure around her neck vanished, granting her a reprieve. She bent over, coughing several times before regaining her composure. As she dared to look up, she found Feng Hengji staring at the newcomer with bloodshot eyes, a trickle of blood already seeping from his lips. Sang Luan's pupils dilated in shock. Before she could process the scene before her, she witnessed Feng Hengji being seized by another individual, who clenched their fist without hesitation and struck Feng Hengji squarely in the face. In an instant, a bruise blossomed upon Feng Hengji's countenance, his brows furrowed deeply as he touched the site of the blow, hissing, "You better know what you are doing." Sang Luan glanced at the assailant, appearing to be around 16, his youthful face still retaining a hint of boyishness, now contorted with rage. The boy glared fiercely at Feng Hengji, his arms crossed in defiance. With a disdainful snort, he declared, "I am well aware." Just as the two were locked in confrontation, a figure appeared at the entrance of the hall, silently observing the unfolding drama. Upon catching sight of the radiant woman within, his gaze turned complex, softening momentarily before hardening with sudden realization. With a decisive flick of his sleeve, he turned and strode away. Inside the hall, the boy rolled up his sleeves, preparing to advance once more. Sang Luan watched in astonishment, never expecting someone would dare to confront Feng Hengji so boldly. She shifted to the side, eager to discern the unfolding situation. "How long do you plan to watch?" Feng Hengji suddenly turned to her, his voice icy. Disappointment washed over Sang Luan. She had intended to continue observing both from the text and her recent encounters. It was clear that Feng Hengji was not someone to be trifled with, and witnessing anyone strike him was indeed unprecedented. With a lingering bruise at the corner of her mouth from the earlier encounter, she felt the heat rising on her neck. Her throat ached and itched. "You claimed you could recover," Feng Hengji coughed lightly. "I will give you 3 days." He gently touched his lip, his gaze darkening as he handed her the split jade pendant. Sang Luan accepted it cautiously, placing it in her bosom. Feng Hengji glanced at her, then at the boy beside her, muttering, "No wonder you are related, both of you are equally unreasonable." With that, he departed. "Stop right there." The boy attempted to pursue him, exclaiming, "You need to clarify your words." Sang Luan felt a throbbing pain in her head and promptly restrained him. "He is the Prime Minister. If anything happens to him, we will both face dire consequences." She spoke patiently, but suddenly paused. What had Feng Hengji just said? Family? Regaining her composure, she looked at the boy, who was still seething with indignation. Just as she was about to speak, a voice filled with indignation interrupted her. I can't just stand by and let him bully you. He pouted, adding, besides, I was not hitting the Prime Minister, just an incompetent brother-in-law. Sang Luan was taken aback. Did the original owner have a younger brother? She racked her brain and finally recalled that during the banquet scene, there was indeed a mention of one. Sang Zhao, the second son of the Sang family, was also Sang Luan's half-brother. In the original narrative, the protagonist had relentlessly sought Feng Hengji's attention, often pushing the boundaries several times. When Feng Hengji had lost his temper, Sang Zhao had witnessed it and even intervened physically. Ultimately, this had led to a disastrous outcome for him when Feng Hengji retaliated against the Sang family, leaving Sang Zhao crippled and reduced to begging on the streets. Sang Zhao opened his mouth to speak again, rummaging in his sleeve for several pouches of coins and offering them to Sang Luan. Visit home when you can. Mother and father miss you dearly. He paused before adding, I miss you too. Sang Luan wanted to say more, but upon lifting her gaze, she only saw his hurried retreating figure. She rushed out of the palace gates, and upon witnessing the scene before her, fell into silence. Chapter 33 The resentment greater than the evil sword. Immortal before her stood an empty space, devoid of life, or even the faintest insect was a rarity. Sang Luan clenched her teeth, sealing her resolve. The night was dark and windy, the chilling breeze swept across her skin, penetrating to the very marrow of her bones. Sang Luan involuntarily shivered, wrapping her arms around herself and rubbing vigorously, then stamping her feet to restore some warmth. At this moment, her resentment was greater than that of 10 evil sword immortals combined. Without a palanquin, she had no choice but to walk back. Fortunately, she had taken the time to familiarize herself with the route. Otherwise, even if she started now, she might not return until dawn. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, her gaze was filled with determination. She tilted her head upwards, wondering how Ning Ning was faring. Meanwhile, at the prince's residence, Meng Yuning watched in exasperation as Qi Ran stubbornly refused to leave the ground. She exchanged a glance with Mu Xiang, who, with her eyes downcast and lips pursed, stepped forward hesitantly, bending slightly to offer assistance to Qi Ran. Suddenly, Qi Ran pushed himself off the ground and stood up abruptly, his cheeks flushed. His gaze was dazed as he waved a hand before his eyes, finally pointing a finger at Meng Yuning. Mu Xiang instinctively took a step back, casting a sidelong glance at Meng Yuning, her expression troubled. My lady, seeing Qi Ran's current state, resembling a ruffian, Meng Yuning raised her hand slightly and waved it dismissively. You may leave now. Mu Xiang lowered her head and retreated slowly. Yes. Outside Yunyan Pavilion, Song He paced anxiously, occasionally stretching his neck to peer inside. Upon catching sight of Mu Xiang, he stepped forward and tentatively inquired, Where is the prince? Mu Xiang turned her gaze towards the inner room, her tone laden with meaning. The prince may not emerge tonight. With that, she disregarded Song He. Song He was so anxious that he felt compelled to barge in and drag Qi Ran out. If the prince awoke tomorrow to discover he had spent the entire night with the princess, it would surely cause chaos in the residence. Within Yunyan Pavilion, Qi Ran spun around before finally coming to a halt. Who are you? Step aside. His eyes narrowed, his tone authoritative. This prince is going to bed. You should leave, quickly. He waved dismissively at Meng Yuning. Meng Yuning bit her lip, prepared to assert that this was her room when her gaze unexpectedly fell upon Qi Ran's waist. Her eyes flickered as she recalled that the ruler of the household possessed a seal, which Qi Ran had kept safe before by Yue Guang's resurrection. A smile quickly graced her lips, her previous impatience dissipating considerably given his current state. Was it not the perfect opportunity for her to act? Prince, did you not mention that you would entrust the seal to me? Meng Yuning spoke gently. Qi Ran appeared momentarily disoriented, bracing himself as he sought a place to sit. He scratched his head in confusion. Did I say that? Meng Yuning's eyes lit up at his response, clearly indicating a chance. She lifted her skirt and hurried to his side, quickly taking a seat beside him. Where is the seal? Qi Ran struggled to open his eyes, attempting to focus. You don't even have the pledge paper for the seal. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. The pledge paper is right here. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she seized a piece of white paper from the side, hastily scribbling a few lines before presenting it to Qi Ran. Half closing his eyes, Qi Ran took the paper, lifting it high to scrutinize it several times. Then, shaking it in the air, he muttered, This doesn't seem right. Just as Meng Yuning was about to reclaim the paper, she noticed Qi Ran had taken another sheet of paper and began writing on it. She glanced once and silently awaited his completion. After a while, Qi Ran handed her the paper. Look, this is the complete pledge paper. Meng Yuning took a look, her heart swelling with joy at the unexpected ease of the situation. However, her expression soon furrowed with concern. Qi Ran turned to her. What's wrong now? Is it that you do not wish to give me the seal? The pledge paper is ready, but where is the imprint? With her words, a semblance of disappointment crossed her face. Qi Ran sighed, waving his hand grandly. What is so difficult about this? Give it to me. He bit down on his fingertip, causing a drop of blood to emerge. With a steady hand, he let a droplet fall onto the lower right corner of the pledge paper, the blood spreading into an unusual hue. Lowering his gaze, he pressed his thumb against the blood drop, and in the blink of an eye, when he removed his hand, a fingerprint appeared on the pledge paper. Meng Yuning felt an overwhelming wave of happiness wash over her. All the schemes she had concocted during this time paled in comparison to Qi Ran's drunken state. Her mood lightened considerably, and she regarded Qi Ran with newfound warmth. Even if Qi Ran were to awaken from his drunken stupor tomorrow, she would hold the pledge paper, confident he would not deny her. The pledge paper and fingerprint were now complete. All that remained was the seal. After carefully placing the pledge paper aside, she leaned closer to Qi Ran, her hands clasped beneath her chin. "Prince, where is the seal?" "Ah," Qi Ran murmured, tilting his head, his gaze hazy. "I know where that item you seek is." He beckoned her closer. "Come a bit nearer, and I shall tell you." Meng Yuning hesitated, her eyes narrowing with suspicion, yet, upon meeting his clear gaze, she gradually inched closer. Qi Ran grinned. "I'll tell you, the item you desire is." Meng Yuning held her breath, listening intently. Suddenly, Qi Ran's brow furrowed, and he bent over, covering his mouth. The next moment, he began to heave violently. Right there in the room, Meng Yuning's eyes brimmed with disdain. It seemed that acquiring the seal today would prove to be quite challenging. She exhaled heavily, rolled up her sleeves, and reached out to support Qi Ran. In an instant, Qi Ran abruptly lifted his head, his gaze locking onto Meng Yuning's amber-like eyes. He blinked, momentarily captivated. The warmth of his breath washed over her, mingled with the strong scent of alcohol. Only now did she notice how Qi Ran's features were sculpted as if by divine hands, his deep-set eyes, high nose, and perfectly proportioned features. Burp. Qi Ran let out a loud belch. Meng Yuning promptly stood, covering her mouth and nose, unable to hide her distaste. "Come on, Prince, it's late, you should rest now." Qi Ran exclaimed, suddenly sitting upright, only to collapse onto the table without warning. Chapter 34 is unmistakably a veritable goldmine. Within the room, a steady rhythm of breathing emerged. As Meng Yuning turned, she was greeted by this scene. Her figure faltered, her teeth clenched audibly. Yet, the person sprawled across the table seemed to feel uncomfortable in his position. Lifting his head to adjust himself, he smacked his lips, eyes closed, reaching out to fumble beside him. Upon touching something soft, he fell silent. Qi Ran grasped Meng Yuning's arm and laid it upon the table's edge, then proceeded to rest his entire being upon it. Meng Yuning's eyes widened in shock, her brows knitting together as she attempted to withdraw her hand. After several futile attempts, she remained firmly ensnared by Qi Ran's embrace. Gritting her teeth, she poked at Qi Ran's arm, demanding, "Let me go." Qi Ran appeared remarkably content, seemingly disturbed by the commotion. He dug into his ears and turned his head away, whispering softly, "Don't leave." Occasionally, Qi Ran murmured indistinctly, and Meng Yuning strained to catch his words. Suddenly intrigued, she found herself leaning closer to Qi Ran, holding her breath in concentration. Her expression shifted abruptly, her demeanor growing considerably colder. Unbeknownst to her, a surge of strength propelled her to yank her hand away forcefully. Perhaps Qi Ran had exerted some effort moments prior, for her elbow was now flushed red. Gazing at Qi Ran, who was peacefully asleep atop the table, Meng Yuning narrowed her eyes and stepped forward, forcefully pushing the chair beneath him aside. Qi Ran tumbled to the ground like a rag doll, seemingly oblivious, resting his hands beneath his head as he continued to slumber. Meng Yuning tilted her head, hands on her hips, kicked the nearby chair, a smile playing on her lips, though whether it stemmed from anger or amusement was unclear. After a considerable while of commotion, Qi Ran showed no signs of awakening. A glint of mischief flickered in Meng Yuning's eyes. She bent down, grasped Qi Ran's legs, and dragged him forward. This was certainly not her fault, it was the fault of the Prime Minister's residence. Sang Wuan gasped for breath, feeling considerably relieved. Fortunately, the starry night sky was bright enough for her to discern the path ahead. She waved her small hand in the air, having silently resolved that she would empty the contents of Feng Heng's garden by dawn. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged from a nearby corner. "Mississippi." Sang Wuan's eyes brightened instantly. It was Yu Pa. Yu Pa hurriedly approached, overwhelmed with joy. Instinctively covering her mouth to stifle a cry, she leapt into Sang Wuan's arms, her words laced with concern. "Miss, they said you." She paused momentarily, her voice faltering. Sang Wuan patted Yu Pa's back, offering a few words of reassurance. Given Yu Pa's demeanor, it was evident she had been waiting for her at the gate. Her gaze fixed on the plaque ahead, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Let us go inside first." Half an hour later, at Furong Courtyard. Sang Wuan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as her gaze fell upon the jade artifacts arranged atop the table. She stepped forward, snatching one up and lifting it above her head, seemingly ready to smash it to the ground. Yu Pa's quick reflexes allowed her to grasp Sang Wuan's hand, exclaiming, "Miss, this is worth 100 taels of gold." Sang Wuan paused, glancing up in astonishment. "This item is worth 100 taels of gold? Then it cannot be smashed." After a moment of contemplation, she gently set it down. As her gaze unintentionally wandered, it landed on another item. Today had been exceptionally unfortunate for her, having ventured out, her hands and neck bore injuries. A wave of frustration lodged itself in her chest, unyielding and oppressive. Suddenly, she hoisted another jade artifact. Yu Po's eyelids flickered, and she rushed forward to see Sang Wuan's hand. That one is worth 50 taels of silver. Following that, Sang Wuan searched the room for several other items, yet each was intercepted by Yu Po with the rationale that they could all be exchanged for real gold and silver. This was the first time she realized her courtyard was filled with such valuable possessions. Unable to contend with Feng Hong, she found herself at a loss, for these items were not to be smashed. In a moment of exasperation, she plopped down, irritated. Is there anything I can actually smash? Though it was undeniably irrational to destroy things out of anger, it felt rather exhilarating. Suddenly, she paused, her eyes sparkling with realization as she slightly turned her body, gazing at Yu Po. When were these items brought in? Yu Po replied candidly, these were purchased by the lady, specifically placed in each master's room as decor. Every room's inventory is meticulously recorded, and if anything is damaged, it will be replaced with new decor. Sang Wuan instantly grasped the essence of Yu Po's words, replaced with new. Her interest piqued. She straightened her posture and tentatively inquired, so, if I were to accidentally break a few pieces, it wouldn't matter, right? You are the master. Breaking a few jade pieces would naturally have no repercussions. Yu Po paused for a moment, meeting Sang Wuan's hopeful gaze. Then, would it be just like before? Sang Wuan smiled slyly, extending her hand for a high five with Yu Po. Her spirits lifted considerably. As long as she accumulated enough silver, she could escape with Ning Ning. Glancing at the various ornaments in the room, they suddenly appeared much more pleasing to her eyes. These were not mere decorations, they were clearly her cash cow. Her gaze fell upon the jade pendant, shattered into 2 pieces on the table, causing her a sudden headache. In that moment of urgency, had she not spoken as she did, given Feng Hang's volatile state, he might have committed some truly outrageous act. Suddenly, Sang Wuan's head snapped up, a fleeting thought darting through her mind. In the original text, the only thing capable of inciting such fervent emotion in Feng Hong was the white moonlight. She lowered her gaze, leaning in for a closer inspection. Upon closer examination, the shape of this jade pendant appeared strikingly familiar. The book mentioned that Feng Hong always carried a piece of sheep fat white jade, of superior quality and unique design. It was the only item gifted to him by the white moonlight. Having pieced this together, Sang Wuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. If that were the case, she indeed had a way to restore it. A light chuckle escaped her lips, startling Yu Po, who hurriedly whispered, Miss, are you still going to smash things? Sang Wuan shook her head. These are treasures, why would I smash them? She decisively wrapped 3 jade artifacts securely, contemplating for a moment before retrieving another. Naturally, the 2 she selected were worth 500 taels of gold. A smile stretched across her face. Reaching her ears, she glanced sideways at Yu Po. If the lady inquires tomorrow, do you know what to say? Yu Po sniffled. The maid waited for you to return. Upon your arrival, you threw a fit, and in a fit of rage, you smashed many things, accidentally toppling the jade artifacts in the room. And if she asks when I returned? Sang Wuan took a small sip of tea, loosening her grip, causing the teacup to crash to the ground, shattering into fragments. Chapter 35. Is it absolutely necessary to pay respects? After waiting for an extended period, the maid had dozed off in a state of drowsiness. Upon the young lady's return, she had been preoccupied with attending to her needs, thus failing to note the precise time. Yu Po blinked, responding with utmost seriousness. Word by word, Sang Wuan bestowed upon her a look of appreciation and strode towards the bed. Suddenly, she paused mid-step, turned to Yu Po, and gestured towards the debris on the ground, remarking that it need not be cleared away. Upon finishing her words, she casually picked up a teacup from the table, letting it slip from her grasp to crash elegantly onto the floor. Observing this, Yu Po lowered her head and murmured her compliance, then quietly withdrew. Sang Wuan, unable to suppress a yawn, instinctively covered her mouth and leisurely climbed into bed. She removed her socks, lay down, and tucked herself in, executing these actions in one fluid motion. In the blink of an eye, the room was filled with the sound of even breathing. The following day, at the hour of the rabbit, Sang Wuan remained in a state of vague consciousness when Yu Po forcibly roused her from the bed. She yawned groggily, rubbed her eyes, and wondered what time it was. After Yu Po helped her don her garments, she gently informed her that it was already a quarter past the hour of the rabbit. A fortnight earlier, upon her arrival, she had harbored a deep-seated resistance to being attended to while dressing. However, after experiencing the intricacies of dressing and grooming herself, her resolve had swiftly waned. While the garments were undeniably beautiful, the styles were increasingly elaborate, layered in a manner that rendered them utterly confounding. When she managed to secure the undergarment, the outer layer would come undone, and vice versa. Sang Wuan instinctively repeated, a quarter past the hour of the rabbit. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Was it not nearing 6 o'clock? Hastily, she sprang from the bed, sitting before the bronze mirror before Yupa could extend a hand, urging herself to hurry and prepare. Leaning closer to the mirror, she beheld her exquisite visage reflected back at her. She reached out to touch her cheek, the skin as delicate as a petal. Yupa selected a simple hairpin, carefully adorning Sangwon's hair, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the first time I've seen the young lady so eager to pay respects to the madam." Sangwon paused, her expression faltering. "What did you say?" Yupa meekly replied, "Your eagerness is surely to pay respects to the madam, is it not?" Sangwon fell silent for a moment, pondering, is it truly necessary to pay respects? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she inquired, "What if I do not go?" Yupa lowered her gaze, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope. Yupa bit her lip, reluctant to disappoint the young lady, yet explained, "If you do not go, you will be punished with 100 copies of the female virtues, kneeling in the ancestral hall, and deprived of food." Counting off the consequences on her fingers, she raised one digit for each point. Sangwon responded with a soft "oh," recalling that the madam was indeed stringent with rules, and most importantly, she would relay this incident to the master and the elders. Her lips parted, eager to continue, but Sangwon furrowed her brow, gesturing in midair, "Stop. Cease." Merely listening to Yupa's account was overwhelming. She retrieved a jade hairpin from her dressing box and handed it to Yupa. "Let this be the choice." By the time Sangwon completed her grooming, it had already been a quarter of an hour. In the silent reflection garden, as soon as Sangwon entered, she spotted Lu Wenxian seated at the head of the table, her eyes cast down, meticulously brushing the surface of her teacup with its lid. After a moment, she tilted her head slightly and took a delicate sip from the cup. Noticing the other woman's demeanor, it was clear she had been waiting for her arrival. Taking a deep breath, Sangwon approached with measured steps, halting before Lu Wenxian, her hands neatly folded over her abdomen, her face adorned with a perfectly timed smile. She bent her knees slightly and spoke in a soft tone, "Mother, Xuan." Lu Wenxian set down her teacup, casually taking the book prepared by the servants, turning a page as she leaned to the side to read. Grasping the corner of the page with her right hand, she flipped to a new page without lifting her gaze and remarked, "Who permitted you to rise?" At this, Sangwon, who had been standing upright, subtly bent her knees once more, her eyes lowered, her demeanor appearing exceedingly obedient. A slight smile graced Sangwon's lips. Lu Wenxian had indeed learned the methods of punishment from the palace ladies during her visit, silently counting down, 3, 2, in the next instant, Lu Wenxian slammed the book down onto the table, glaring fiercely at Sangwon. "Sangwon, do you have any objections to my punishment?" Sangwon gently shook her head, her voice carrying a clear tone, "Honor has no objections." Seeing her relatively agreeable attitude, Lu Wenxian's tone softened considerably. "What did I repeatedly instruct you before my departure yesterday? I cautioned you time and again, and you promised me so earnestly." She paused, her tone laden with disappointment, "Yet at the palace banquet, you dared to wander off and act independently." Suddenly, she rose, her face flushed with anger, and slammed her palm against the table. "Tell me, where did your understanding of propriety, integrity, and honor disappear to? The female virtues I had you memorize, where did they go?" "Mother, Before she could finish, Lu Wenxian flicked her sleeve, frowning deeply. "What did you say? I can't hear you, stand and speak." Sangwon straightened her posture in silence. Lu Wenxian raised her hand to soothe her chest. "You truly are unaware of your own limits. Fortunately, the emperor is merciful and has not held you accountable, otherwise, the entire Feng family would be implicated." An assassin emerged in the palace. "There are naturally servants to handle such matters. What business do you have meddling in it?" She pointed at Sangwon. "Now tell me, how grave is your wrongdoing?" Sangwon raised her chin slightly, meeting Lu Wenxian's gaze, and spoke deliberately. "Honor does not believe she has erred." Lu Wenxian responded, "You acknowledge your mistake, do you?" "What did you say?" Sangwon replied calmly, her tone resolute, "I say I did not err. If faced with the same situation again, I would still choose to act as I did." Lu Wenxian's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips parting slightly, as Sangwon continued, "Had there been no substitution, not only would the inspection department and the artisans be punished, but the emperor's safety would also be jeopardized." Her gaze was unwavering. "Had we not identified the culprit before the performance commenced, the assassin could have infiltrated the banquet, putting the lives of everyone present at risk, myself, perhaps, or Brother Hong, and undoubtedly." She paused, her eyelids fluttering. "You." Lu Wenxian was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed, "So by your logic, I should not only refrain from punishing you but reward you instead?" Sangwon gently shook her head. "Honor speaks not to incite your anger, but to express that witnessing the demise of over 100 individuals in a single night is something honor cannot bear. I must ask, Mother, if you had discovered the assassin, would you have stood idly by while they entered the palace without taking action?" Chapter 36, The Hidden Fund. Lu Wenxian's expression shifted momentarily. She had never contemplated this aspect before. Sang Luan lifted her gaze, her tone light and airy. Luaner believes that mother possesses a compassionate heart. If it was indeed you who discovered it yesterday, you surely would not have stood idly by. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, her lashes quivering. Lu Wenxian's demeanor softened considerably. She coughed lightly, saying, "This matter has passed, and I shall not dwell upon it further." Suddenly, she shifted her tone, adding, "However, a lesson must be learned. You shall be fined half a month's allowance." Sang Luan's head snapped up. Half a month's allowance? Is that not akin to a death sentence? No, she must speak up to safeguard her funds. Gathering her thoughts, she was about to launch into her defense when she noticed Lu Wenxian's expression suddenly change inexplicably. Lu Wenxian cast her a meaningful glance before waving her hand, prompting Jean Rouet to turn and leave for the inner chamber. "I heard about the jade pendant incident last night. It is quite commonplace for a man to have multiple wives or concubines. Since Gier has only married you, you are certainly better off than many in this capital," Lu Wenxian remarked nonchalantly. As her words fell, Jean Rouet emerged from the inner room, holding a wooden tray adorned with something that sparkled enticingly. Sang Luan discreetly withdrew her gaze, subtly revealing the injuries on her wrist and neck. Lu Wenxian's eyes narrowed slightly. The woman before her possessed a fine figure and fair skin, but the crimson marks on her wrist and neck were quite unsightly. Abruptly, she averted her gaze and continued, "Though Gier has acted against you, there are reasons behind it, and others have also defended you. Consider this as my gift to you on behalf of Gier. Take it and purchase something you desire." Upon finishing, Jean Rouet handed the wooden tray to Yupa, who stood behind Sang Luan. Sang Luan cast a quick glance, instantly captivated by the golden leaves atop the tray. Was this her compensation for emotional distress? A surge of joy welled within her. Her hidden fund had just increased. Maintaining her composure, she merely glanced before returning her gaze. When the name Feng Hengji crossed her mind, her eyes brightened momentarily, her hand inadvertently brushing against her wrist, rendering her momentarily dazed, a flicker of hurt flashing in her eyes before she feigned indifference. She curtsied to Lu Wenxian, slightly raising her gaze, her eyes filled with determination. "Thank you, mother." Lu Wenxian tentatively spoke, "I know you are infatuated with Gier, but your fates are ultimately too shallow." When her gaze fell upon Sang Luan's beauty, tinged with a hint of bitterness, she merely sighed. "Do not dwell too much on this. Those from the past can only exist in memories. If you cannot hold on to someone's heart, someone else will. Do you understand?" Sang Luan pursed her lips. The one she was hopelessly enamored with was, of course, herself. Her glass-like eyes darted, and a shadow of melancholy crossed her face as she comprehended Lu Wenxian's intentions. Lu Wenxian wished for her to swiftly seize Feng Hengji's heart so that she could placate him. This was a roundabout way of telling her that if she failed to capture it, she would have to resort to sending someone into the residence. "As long as you understand, it is well. Regardless, do not repeat yesterday's breach of decorum." Lu Wenxian cast her a casual glance, her tone indifferent. Sang Luan nodded slightly. "It is precisely because there are many who adhere to the rules that the world requires a few who occasionally do not." She leaned slightly forward, then, before Lu Wenxian could respond, straightened up and softly declared, "I accidentally broke my husband's jade pendant and was just about to get it repaired today, so Luaner will not join you for breakfast." With that, she turned and departed. Lu Wenxian abruptly set down the teacup she had just lifted, her previously calm demeanor flaring up once more. Pointing in the direction Sang Luan had gone, she looked incredulously at Jean Rouet. Where on earth did she learn such twisted logic? Jean Rouet couldn't help but chuckle. "In this servant's view, the young mistress seems to bear a subtle resemblance to you in your youth, madam." Lu Wenxian shot her a glare, retorting, "Nonsense. I was never so unruly." Jean Rouet simply chuckled and shook her head, opting for silence. As soon as Sang Luan exited the Jingxi courtyard, she returned to the Fu Rong courtyard with Yu Po in tow. This trip proved quite profitable. Although she had been fined half a month's allowance, she had also received a sum of gold and silver, as well as jewelry. Selling these trinkets would yield yet another fortune. A smile lingered on Sang Luan's lips throughout her journey. She entered the room first, with Yupa closely following, the latter shutting the door securely behind them. Sang Luan eagerly rubbed her hands together, her gaze fixated upon the wooden tray, unable to look away. Golden leaves, silver ingots, loose coins, wealth was within her grasp. Her smile deepened as she clutched a handful of golden leaves in one hand and a handful of silver in the other, the tear mole at the corner of her eye gleaming brilliantly. She quietly began to pass her prepared items to Yupa one by one. A quarter of an hour later, Yupa, her belly now noticeably rounder, looked down and asked, "Miss, will this really go unnoticed?" Sang Luan stuffed the last item in, then clapped her hands. "If anyone inquires, just say you've been overreading lately. Immediately after, the two strode confidently out of the Fu Rong courtyard. Every passerby cast curious glances at Yu Po's abdomen. Why does it seem like Yu Pa has become quite round? Don't stare, hurry along, gut. If the young mistress finds you, she will surely be on your back, pulling your hair and shrieking incessantly. Just wait and see. With that, one of the previously whispering maidservants suddenly recalled something frightful and quickened her pace. Coincidentally, these words fell clearly upon Sang Luan's ears. She couldn't help but twitch her mouth. The original owner was exceedingly jealous of Feng Hengji. Earlier, that person had spoken a few words with Feng Hengji in front of the original owner, prompting her to seize the opportunity and leap atop him, pulling his hair while cursing loudly. When they were merely a step away from the main entrance, Sang Luan suddenly grasped Yu Po's arm, instructing her to take the side entrance. A stick of incense later, at Tianxiang Tower, Sang Luan had secured all the silver upon her person, reiterating their earlier agreement. Once you sense something amiss, come find me at room 1. Yu Pa felt a wave of relief wash over her abdomen and nodded vigorously before turning and hurrying away. Feeling the weight of the silver against her, Sang Luan couldn't help but smile. She raised her chin slightly, glancing at the sky, estimating that there was still a stick of incense's worth of time until Chenshur. In the next moment, Sang Luan lifted her skirts and gracefully stepped into Tianxiang Tower. Chapter 37. Now the art of money-making. At this moment, it was the hour of the dragon. Inside the Tianxiang Tower, only a handful of patrons engaged in hushed conversations, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat desolate. To avoid drawing attention, Sang Luan had deliberately donned a veil today. She lifted her foot and ascended the stairs with purpose. In the private room numbered 1, Sang Luan removed her veil and casually set it aside, pulling down the sheer fabric that had obscured her neck. With a swift motion, she sat down beside Meng Yuning. With a playful smile, she placed her bundle upon the table and gently poked Meng Yuning's arm. Meng Yuning, reclining slightly with her eyes closed, wore no makeup, and her petite face bore a faint, sickly pallor. Yet, despite this, her astonishing beauty was impossible to conceal, each movement reminiscent of a figure from a painting brought to life. As soon as she heard the commotion in the private room, Meng Yuning slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze, clear as water, flickered toward Sang Luan's neck and then landed on her wrist, where a distinct red mark was evident. Meng Yuning quickly straightened up, pulling Sang Luan closer for a closer inspection. What happened to your injury? Sang Luan's expression immediately fell. Her head drooped as she lamented. This is precisely why it feels like a tale of suffering. Feng Heng's mind is utterly deranged. Was this all caused by Feng Heng? Meng Yuning's beautiful eyes whitened slightly. Sang Luan nodded, withdrawing her hand. But it's not a major issue. I even received a sum for emotional distress due to this. Besides, he was injured too, so I haven't suffered too greatly. She opened the bundle on the table, her pupils sparkling with tiny stars. Look, there is so much here. A flicker of pity crossed Meng Yuning's eyes as she refrained from glancing at the contents of the bundle. Is it because of Bai Yueguang? Indeed, who else could drive Feng Heng, and she ran into madness so instantaneously? Sang Luan, feeling despondent, clung to Meng Yuning, burying her head in her shoulder, her feet lifted off the ground as she swayed gently. Suddenly, she straightened up, raising her gaze to Meng Yuning with a hint of suspicion. Wait, she ran. I can understand. But Feng Heng's emotions are exceedingly volatile, he could explode at any moment. How did you guess so accurately? As she spoke, Sang Luan noticed Meng Yuning silently observing her, her eyes filled with complexity. An idea sparked in Sang Luan's mind, her tone became melodious. Could it be that she ran also? Meng Yuning shrugged nonchalantly, casually picking up a teapot from nearby, leisurely pouring 2 cups of tea, handing one to Sang Luan while she sipped from the other. Seeing her demeanor, Sang Luan's understanding deepened. She promptly sat up straight, her eyes gleaming brightly as she fully unveiled the contents of the bundle, revealing the gold and silver within. Meng Yuning set her teacup down, her wrist twisting elegantly, and in an instant, a small porcelain jar appeared in her hand. She slowly opened it, applying a bit of white ointment to her hand. At this sight, Sang Luan instinctively leaned closer. The moment the ointment touched her skin, she couldn't help but hiss, her brow furrowing tightly. Meng Yuning gently applied the ointment to her wound, continuing to speak. This was specially prepared for Qi Ran by the Prince of Righteousness. I have tried it, and the effect is remarkable. She slightly bent over, lowering her gaze to blow gently on the wound, and Sang Luan instantly felt a refreshing coolness. Take this jar back with you. Keep it handy, just in case. We must prepare our finances quickly and make our escape. Sang Luan touched her neck, now feeling much better. Given Feng Heng's temperament, one could never know when he might go mad again, and she certainly couldn't endure that. Her gaze suddenly fell upon the gold and silver on the table. Earlier, in the manner, she had thought that acquiring such wealth was a stroke of good fortune. However, now that she was calm, the question of where to store this wealth became a pressing concern. Since she had taken the gold and silver out, she had no intention of returning them to the manor. Moreover, she felt uneasy about leaving such a sum there. Do you have a place to store the silver? Sang Luan and Meng Yuning turned to face each other, their eyes locked in unison as they spoke in unison. Both women exchanged wry smiles, leaning back together to gaze up at the sky. They had both arrived at the same time, and neither had fared better during their days in the manor. The answer to their dilemma was evident even without thought. Suddenly, Meng Yuning's eyes brightened. She slowly sat up and turned to Sang Luan. I might have a solution. Sang Luan's interest peaked instantly. What solution? Since we currently have no place to store this, why not engage in an ancient form of investment? Meng Yuning said, her demeanor radiating enthusiasm. How so? Sang Luan regarded Meng Yuning with earnest curiosity. If we cannot store it here, we must find a place where we can. We will use our capital to generate more wealth. Meng Yuning dipped her fingertip lightly into her teacup, then lifted her hand to trace the table. Recently, I have had someone keep an eye on various shops in the city. She paused for a moment before continuing. I discovered a shop in the southern part of the city where the owner is hastily selling off the business. I visited in person. They sell rouge, and the quality is excellent. The main issues are customer base and location, but they are far from the point of closing down. Sang Luan's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Are you suggesting we take over? No, I want you to find time to inspect it. If you ascertain that the products are satisfactory, then we can discuss the financial aspects, Meng Yuning replied, shaking her head as she withdrew a handkerchief from her sleeve to wipe her hands. Meng Yuning's understanding of rouge was merely superficial, nowhere near Sang Luan's expertise. As long as Sang Luan had a glance, she would know if the venture was feasible. Suddenly, a unique light flickered in Sang Luan's eyes. She sprang to her feet, declaring, there's no time like the present, let us go now. Meng Yuning stood as well, responding with a soft as they prepared to leave together. Half an hour later, in the southern part of the city, both Sang Luan and Meng Yuning instinctively shielded their eyes from the bright light, tilting their heads slightly to read the sign ahead. Sang Luan narrowed her eyes, it must be this one. Before them hung a sign reading Hongzhenfang, while the surrounding shops bustled with customers. In stark contrast to the desolate atmosphere of Hongzhenfang, the entire shop exuded a heavy, lifeless aura. The two exchanged glances before stepping inside. As soon as Sang Luan entered, a subtle yet fragrant aroma wafted into her nostrils. She couldn't help but inhale deeply. It was composed of common rouge ingredients. She discreetly surveyed her surroundings, her gaze finally resting on a box of lip balm closest to her. Her eyes sparkled as she picked it up, bringing it to her nose for a sniff. Just as she was about to open it for a closer examination, a coarse yet urgent voice interrupted her. Chapter 38. A sure thing. Hey, what are you doing? A man with a scruffy beard glared, abruptly setting down what he held and stepping forward. He swiftly closed the distance to Sang Luan, snatching the lip balm from her grasp. Careful to wipe the outer box, he gingerly placed it back in its original position. Straightening up, he scanned the two with a vigilant gaze, prepared to escort them out at any moment. Given their fine attire, it seemed incongruous for them to engage in such disreputable activities. Meng Yuning coldly inquired, is this shop still for sale? The scruffy bearded man's eyes lit up at once, discreetly appraising the pair anew. A smile crept onto his face as he chuckled. So you two are here to view the shop. Please, look around at your leisure. He gestured with his hand in an airy manner. Sang Luan meticulously observed the shop before retracting her gaze, pointing to the lip balm that the man had just set down. How much for this? A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, yet he replied, glancing at the neighboring prices, this is a special formulation, made from rare ingredients, priced at 10 taels of silver per box. Sang Luan responded with a soft then continued, the location here is quite good. Have you not considered keeping this shop running? Upon hearing this, the man's smile faded considerably, his face contorting into a frown. You see, while the location is indeed favorable, the surrounding shops are bustling with customers every day, whereas my Hongzhenfang is lucky to receive 2 patrons in a day. He paused, letting out a heavy sigh. Today, you two are my first customers. What if I told you I have a way to change the shop's current status? Sang Luan casually picked up a box of rouge, gently rubbing her fingertip on the lid. The man's face brightened momentarily, only to be overshadowed by a shadow of doubt. But how easy could that be? How would you know unless you try? Sang Luan placed the rouge down and cast a few more glances at a small bell nearby. A gentle breeze stirred, sending a clear, melodious sound resonating throughout the shop. At this moment, Sang Luan fixed her unwavering gaze upon him, her beautiful eyes brimming with confidence. Hesitation flickered across the man's face before he clenched his jaw, slightly raising his hand, and declared, ladies, please, upstairs. He swiftly closed the door behind them and led Sang Luan and her companion upstairs. Bowing slightly, he poured 2 cups of water, placing one in front of each of them. Suddenly, his pupils widened. What was the method you mentioned earlier? Meng Yuning took a delicate sip and suddenly spoke, "You are not the true owner of this shop, are you?" At this, Meng Yuning cast a sidelong glance at the man, who appeared visibly startled, then managed a wry smile. "Indeed, I am not. This shop was opened with my wife's funds. It hasn't been long since we started, and my mother insisted she stay home and not wander, leaving me to watch over it. But I truly do not understand women's products." He scratched his head, continuing, "As a result, in all the days I have been managing the shop, not a single item has sold. A few days ago, my family and I discussed it, and I thought it might be better to sell it for some silver." Sangwon silently gave Meng Yuning a thumbs up beneath the table. Clearing her throat, Sangwon suddenly spoke, "If you want the business to improve, it must be your wife who runs it." The man exclaimed in confusion, "And why is that?" Sangwon nonchalantly glanced at him. "Let me ask you, are you well acquainted with the prices of the various rouges in the shop?" He shook his head. "Not very familiar." Sangwon took a sip of water. "Then when a customer enters, are you able to recommend the most suitable rouge for them right away?" He continued to shake his head. "I cannot." Sangwon pressed on with her probing questions, "Do you know why Yu Haven Tea sold a single item in so long?" The man stood there, dazed, and mumbled, "I don't know." Sangwon and Meng Yuning exchanged a glance, their hearts elated, yet their expressions remained composed. Lowering her gaze, she coughed lightly into her fist, then continued unhurriedly, "If you follow our instructions, you will see results within half a month at the latest. We can provide you with some silver to ease your immediate troubles." Sangwon's tone shifted, becoming more deliberate. "However, should you earn profits from my guidance, half of the earnings must be shared with us." The man leapt to his feet, furrowing his brow, and decisively waved his hand. "That's unacceptable. You want to take half my profits before I've even made a sale?" He flung his sleeve dramatically, his expression one of discontent. "Where in the world does such a good deal exist?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sangwon retrieved her package, opened it, and calmly pushed it toward him. "If you follow our methods and it bears no fruit, you need not return a single coin. Without us, you would not even have the chance for revival. Consider it well, whether you wish to proceed." The man's gaze fell upon the shimmering gold and silver, his pupils widening, momentarily caught in indecision, his face a mask of conflict. Meng Yuning and Sangwon exchanged knowing glances to eye, and the next instant, Sangwon swiftly gathered the package from the table, effortlessly draping it over her arm. "Since you have yet to make up your mind, ponder it further." With that, she turned, feigning an intent to leave. The man, who had been wavering, suddenly found himself in a flurry of anxiety. Yet he was indeed contemplating the feasibility of the matter. Ultimately, if it worked out, all the better; if not, he bore no loss. As the two prepared to depart, he called out to them, "Hey, let us talk this over properly, shall we?" He subtly positioned himself to block their exit. The two women, their faces partially obscured by veils, allowed a faint smile to curve their lips. An hour later, the man cheerfully bid farewell to the departing duo. "Safe travels, ladies." Once outside Hongzhou and Fong, Sangwon patted the agreement she had just signed within her sleeve, her spirits buoyed. "With this, we can await our earnings." Yet a trace of worry flickered in Meng Yuning's eyes. "Will this really work?" "Fear not, for this is a truth proven through countless practices." "It is bound to succeed," Sangwon reassured, nudging Meng Yuning's arm. The two then found a secluded corner to chat for a while before each returned home. In the following days, Sangwon frequented Hongzhou and Fong, each round trip consuming a full hour. On one particular day, as soon as Sangwon stepped out of her residence, a maid in the shadows fixed her gaze intently on her departing figure, before slowly emerging from her hiding place. Chapter 39. The young mistress appears to have another affection. The maid's eyes sparkled with an unusual hue, and her face instantly donned a flustered expression. She glanced around nervously before discreetly taking a step back while lifting her skirts. Then, she hurriedly dashed into the main hall. Within the main hall, boldness was unwarranted. How could one behave so indecorously in the presence of the lady? Jean Rue glared at the suddenly intruding maid and scolded her sharply. "Why aren't you retreating at once?" She waved her hand dismissively at the maid. However, the maid seemed oblivious, suddenly kneeling before Lu Wenxian with a tone of utmost respect. "Madam, I just saw the young mistress leave the estate again." Lu Wenxian did not lift her head, leisurely replying, "I am aware, she has ventured out to personally select some nourishing food for Hangji." A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips, reflecting her thoughts on the child. Though she lacked decorum at times, with proper guidance, she could one day become a competent mistress of the household. The maid slightly raised her head and continued, "However, the young mistress has been leaving before the hour of Chen these past few days, which does not seem like a mere errand for food." It appears as though she is deliberately meeting someone as her words trailed off. Jean Rue cast a disapproving glance at her. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Lu Wenxian placed her teacup down, subtly raised her right hand to signal Jean Rue, and then lowered her gaze back to the maid. Continue. The maid took a deep breath, speaking hastily. About 3 days ago, I woke up early and happened to see the young mistress leaving the estate. Initially, I thought it was a coincidence, but she has been departing at the same time each day. Just a moment ago she paused. I also noticed that she seemed to be carrying a veil, looking quite joyful. Lu Wenxian's tone remained flat, rendering her emotions indistinguishable. Did you see clearly? The maid immediately nodded. I saw her distinctly. It was indeed the young mistress. Without a doubt, she cautiously lifted her gaze to Lu Wenxian, then lowered her head again, her hands folded respectfully on the ground as she bowed her head in reverence. A woman only wears such a smile in the presence of someone she holds dear. Therefore, I believe the young mistress is not leaving for the young master, but rather she pressed her lips together, choosing not to elaborate. Bang! Lu Wenxian's eyes narrowed slightly, her body leaning forward as a teacup suddenly clattered to the ground, her anger evident in her expression. Jean Rue stole a glance before quickly averting her eyes. In an instant, she addressed the kneeling maid coldly. If this matter proves true, you shall certainly be rewarded. However, should you be fabricating tales, you are fully aware of the consequences. Her words carried a blatant threat. Lu Wenxian's gaze remained fixed ahead, her eyes swirling with complexity. After a long moment, she commanded, "Send someone to follow her and investigate." Jean Rue nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the very individuals under scrutiny were leisurely savoring tea in a private room of the Tianshang building. Sangwon sat gracefully to the side, holding a cup of the establishment's new tea, Bitao, casually opening the window while taking delicate sips. Her eyes fell upon the people below, who were spinning in circles, and a smile slowly crept across her face. What brings you here today? Has something occurred? Meng Yuning noticed her gaze directed downwards and straightened up, peering outside. Have you been followed? Meng Yuning's brows arched in curiosity. Sang Wuan replied with a soft hum, her attention returning to her companion. It's members of the Feng family. The moment I stepped outside, I noticed I had a tail. I employed a little trick and came here. Now, those below are like headless flies. In recent days, Sang Wuan and Meng Yuning had been diligently working to get Hong Zhenfang on track, visiting the shop daily. They always brought Yu Po along, specifically to keep watch. Why is the Feng family so concerned about your whereabouts? Meng Yuning suddenly inquired. Sang Wuan pouted. Someone must have leaked information. I recognize that person as one of Lu Wenxian's attendants. She quietly set her teacup down, resting her head on her hands. When will we ever gather enough funds? She lowered her hands again, resting her head on her elbows, and tugged at Meng Yuning's arm. Every time I return to the Feng family, I have to face that ice-cold expression of Feng Hengji, as if I owe him a fortune. Seems rather challenging. Meng Yuning's voice carried a hint of frustration. Last time, when Shi Ran was drunk, I coerced him into pressing his handprint and signing a promissory note. I thought it was a sure thing, but when he sobered up, he denied everything and insisted I was fabricating nonsense. The memory of that night, when Shi Ran stubbornly refused to return to his own room, was still vivid in her mind. She couldn't fathom why she had seen so little of him these days. Sang Wuan sighed heavily, her face contorted in distress. Who could argue otherwise? That individual from the Feng family is particularly fierce. It is a small victory that I endure less scolding from her. As long as she is around, the authority of the household will never rest in my hands. In the next moment, Sang Wuan inadvertently caught sight of the people below, still spinning in confusion, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. At this moment, in the corner of the building opposite Tianshang building, 3 remarkably handsome men stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. Each possessed an extraordinary appearance, and several eligible young women below occasionally cast glances in their direction. If any one of them were to glance down, he would undoubtedly capture the hearts of those observing. On the upper floor, the central figure wore a deep crimson robe, a pure black ribbon tightly cinched around his waist, his brows and eyes exuding an air of cool detachment. At this moment, his profound gaze remained fixed ahead. Unblinking, the man in blue beside him exclaimed in surprise, pointing downward, "Hey, Feng Lauda, isn't that your little lady?" Upon hearing this, the other 2 instinctively turned their attention to the direction indicated by the blue-clad man. Not far away, a woman in red casually rested her right hand on the edge of the window, her demeanor languid. Occasionally, she would lift her teacup to take a gentle sip. Even from 2 buildings away, one could see her looking down with a light smile. Her eyes seemed to glimmer with countless fragments of light, her lips moving with grace, and the smile on her face was exceptionally radiant. Suddenly, as if recalling something, her brow furrowed slightly, and she propped her head with one hand. Each of her movements was imbued with charm and elegance. Such simple gestures, when performed by her, were enough to ensnare one's heart. Stunning, she was simply breathtaking. The 2 men beside the crimson-robed figure stared in awe, unable to suppress their admiration. Chapter 40. In the presence of others, she affectionately calls him brother, yet behind closed doors, who is he truly? The expression on Feng Hengji's face grew even colder, his aura enveloping him like a chilling frost. The two men, inadvertently shifting their stances, quickly realized their faux pas and hastily amended their words, yet still felt themselves lacking in comparison to the esteemed Feng. With smiles plastered on their faces, they stirred the hearts of the young ladies below. Exchanging a glance, they silently averted their gazes, momentarily forgetting that this individual before them held a particular disdain for Sang Luan. However, what business did she have at the tea house at this hour? The man in the blue attire voiced his confusion. At that moment, the sun began to peek through, casting a stray beam of light upon Sang Luan's hair, enveloping her in a soft glow. Her eyelashes fluttered with each movement, radiating a brilliance that softened her typically enchanting features, rendering her serene. Feng Hengji momentarily paused, his gaze involuntarily lingering on her. Will the person we are waiting for appear? Zhuo Jing questioned skeptically, instinctively pulling his collar closer and waving at the crowd below, a broad smile gracing his lips. In an instant, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. The man to Feng Hengji's left could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. I say, Zhuo-san, can't you be a bit more low-key? Zhuo Jing raised an eyebrow, his smile widening as he continued to wave. What can I say? My charm is simply too overwhelming. Feng Hengji cleared his throat, subtly casting him a sidelong glance, causing Zhuo Jing to instantly straighten up, retract his hand, and declare earnestly, let us capture the target first. A few days prior, the assassins who had been lurking at the royal banquet had all confessed. Since the new emperor's ascension, these individuals had relentlessly plotted to usurp the throne for themselves. Their meticulously crafted plans, however, were riddled with flaws. After 7 weeks of study, they had devised such an assassination scheme. The would-be assassins were not limited to those present at the banquet. There were accomplices waiting outside. Just as they thought they had captured them all, one had managed to slip away at a critical moment. To avoid further complications, the task naturally fell upon Feng Hengji, yet he silently withdrew his gaze, preparing to leave. Zhuo Jing suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a spot below, look over there, doesn't that person resemble the one who escaped that day? The others instinctively turned their heads and indeed spotted a man wearing a wide-brimmed hat, his face obscured, swiftly entering the shop before them. He has entered Tianxiang Tower. Zhuo Jing's pupils dilated, is your esteemed one in any danger? Feng Hengji replied coldly, she is not, and besides, I have no interest in her affairs. Zhuo Jing awkwardly rubbed his nose, wishing to retaliate against Nia Jiang, whose eyes gleamed with mischief. Then Zhuo Jing turned only to see Feng Hengji elegantly spin and, in the next moment, land gracefully on the ground below. Why not take the normal route? Why must he do it this way, he muttered, pointing at Feng Hengji's retreating figure, and he claimed he was uninterested in her matters. Nia Jiang shrugged, his hands raised in feigned innocence, who knows? Before Zhuo Jing could respond, he mimicked Feng Hengji's movement, spinning down from the loft, landing effortlessly, and with a flick of his wrist, produced a jade fan. With a swift motion, he unfurled the fan, delicately waving it in front of him, then looked up at Zhuo Jing, exclaiming cheerfully, I shall take my leave first. Zhuo Jing clicked his tongue, muttering under his breath, and promptly followed suit. Just as he leaned forward, a wave of dizziness struck him, and he quickly stepped back, clutching his chest and closing his eyes momentarily. I'll take the slanted stairs. Inside the private room of Tianxiang Tower No. 1, Sang Luan furrowed her brows, glancing around in confusion. Instantly, she shrank back into her seat. Meng Yuning could not help but ask, what's wrong? Sang Luan shook her head, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel as though someone is watching us. Meng Yuning peered out, looking around before returning to her seat. I don't see anyone. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a handkerchief, which wrapped something inside, then handed it to Sang Luan. The jade pendant is ready. Sang Luan lowered her gaze, concealing her thoughts, her face lighting up as she took the pendant to examine it closely. Not a single crack to be found. I knew you could do it. She quietly tucked the pendant away. It would surely fetch a handsome sum, but she dared not entertain any thoughts of it, for given Feng Hengji's volatile temperament, he might very well strangle her alive. The Meng Yuning's eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions, and she nodded in agreement. To ensure one's survival, one must keep their distance from Feng Hengji, and she ran. Suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed at the door, prompting both women to glance towards it in unison. Sang Luan composed herself, tidying up her belongings before straightening up. In the blink of an eye, Yupa hurriedly burst through the door, quickly nodding at Meng Yuning and urgently addressing Sang Luan, Miss, there is news of an escaped prisoner causing a ruckus with other guests downstairs. She swallowed hard, her face etched with anxiety. Sang Luan and Meng Yuning exhaled in relief, preparing to settle back down when Yupa suddenly exclaimed, the Prime Minister has arrived. What? Sang Luan slowly sat down, instinctively repeating, and the sip of tea she had just taken came spewing out, her eyes widening. You mean Feng Hengji is here? Yupa nodded emphatically. Sang Luan instantly stood upright, stepping forward to grasp Meng Yuning's arm. The two hastily exited the private room. At that moment, Tianxiang Tower was not particularly crowded, and no one paid attention to the commotion. Sang Luan urged Meng Yuning, quickly, hide, we must not let Feng Hengji see us together. Yupa bit her lip, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Has the animosity between you and the heir reached the point where you must argue in separate private rooms? Meng Yuning quickly retreated into the adjacent room, while Sang Luan turned her back to the staircase, adjusting her attire. What brings him here so suddenly? Just as Yupa was about to respond, her eyes widened in alarm, fixated on something behind Sang Luan, her lips parting in shock. Noticing Yupo's expression, Sang Luan narrowed her eyes, sensing impending trouble, and spun around. Sure enough, she found herself face to face with the frosty countenance of Feng Hengji. Zhuojing and Nie Jiang exchanged glances, discreetly retreating. This Sang family young lady is indeed intriguing. In public, she affectionately calls him brother, while in private, he is merely that one. With her hands clasped behind her back, Sang Luan gazed at Feng Hengji with a playful smile, her tone melodic. Brother Hengji, what brings you here? The two men nearby shivered in unison, goosebumps prickling their skin. Yupa quickly regained her composure, standing beside Sang Luan and offering a respectful bow to Feng Hengji. Meanwhile, not far from the group, an individual cloaked in layers tightened their grip on an object in hand, their gaze fixed on Sang Luan with a chilling intensity. Chapter 41, Is it coming again? Suddenly, the man sprang into action in an instant. With a speed as swift as lightning, he brandished the object in his hand and lunged towards Sang Luan. A corner of that object inadvertently revealed itself, unmistakably a freshly sharpened dagger. A sliver of sunlight streamed through the nearby window, glinting off the dagger's tip and emanating a chilling aura. The man's eyes glinted with malevolence as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Sang Luan, raising his hand with what appeared to be the last of his strength. The dagger was poised to pierce Sang Luan's heart. Everything transpired too rapidly for the onlookers to react. Yupa and Zhuojing widened their eyes involuntarily, instinctively covering their mouths. In that fleeting moment, Feng Heng's eyes sharpened. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick that struck the man's shoulder, causing him to grunt in pain, and the dagger slipped from his grasp. The man gritted his teeth, struggling to rise, and swiftly reached for the dagger, reclaiming it in an instant. As the black cloth atop his head threatened to fall, he hastily secured it with one hand. In the next moment, Feng Heng and Nie Zhiyang advanced swiftly, encircling the man in black. The moment the man straightened, he charged directly at Sang Luan, muttering vehemently, "You shall perish." Sang Luan's heart raced as she instinctively sidestepped several paces, her heart leaping to her throat. Just moments ago, the dagger had been a mere 3 fingers away from her. To her dismay, the man in black seemed resolute in his pursuit. With each step she took, he followed suit. "It's all your fault, all you're doing," the man in black bellowed, his eyes bulging with rage as he glared at Sang Luan. She quickly retreated a step. Is it coming again? Feng Heng's expression grew impatient as he delivered another kick, striking the man in black squarely in the chest. The man's face blanched in shock, and despite the pain, he gritted his teeth, attempting to advance once more. However, Nie Zhiyang acted swiftly, kicking the dagger from the man's grasp and, alongside Zhuojing, they effectively subdued him from both sides. "Behave yourself," Zhuojing admonished, delivering a firm slap to the back of the man's head. "Dare you lay a hand on others again?" The man in black fixed his gaze on Sang Luan, his expression particularly agitated. "If it weren't for your meddling, we would have succeeded long ago." Zhuojing, growing impatient, reached to clear his ears, then yanked the black cloth from the man's face and shoved it into his mouth. Beneath the cloth lay an unremarkable visage. The man's pupils widened in shock, as he attempted to speak but could only emit muffled whimpers. "What is all this ruckus? Can't you all be quiet in the morning?" Meng Yuning sauntered leisurely out from the adjacent room, standing languidly by the door. Upon catching sight of Sang Luan, she let out a scoff. "Oh, I thought it was someone important." She then cast a casual glance at Feng Heng, her tone dripping with mockery. "It seems the esteemed minister is also present." "How rare." Zhuojing and the others offered a slight nod to Meng Yuning. "Your Highness." Meng Yuning lazily acknowledged them with a hum, her gaze shifting to Sang Luan, just as she noticed the man being restrained. She suddenly covered her mouth in astonishment. "What's wrong with this fellow? His grimacing is utterly terrifying." Meanwhile, a commotion arose from downstairs, and in the blink of an eye, someone approached Feng Heng, speaking respectfully, "Sir, everyone has arrived." Instantly, all attention in the room turned to Feng Heng. Meng Yuning subtly exchanged glances with Sang Luan. Noticing no one was watching her, curiosity flickered in her eyes as she leaned closer to the man in the mask, who continued to emit muffled sounds. Meng Yuning blinked, her eyes remarkably clear. She slowly withdrew a hairpin from her coiffure, holding it with casual indifference as she glanced at the man before her. Suddenly, the sound of a sharp object piercing flesh rang out. The hairpin had plunged into the shoulder of the masked man. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto Meng Yuning's cheek, the acrid scent invading her nostrils. The man in black let out a pained whimper, and the blood seeping from him quickly darkened his clothing. His head wobbled as his pupils dilated, and in the next instant, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Meng Yuning's face paled as she stared at her hand in a daze, and suddenly, her hand trembled, causing the hairpin to clatter to the ground. Her eyes glistened with moisture, fear evident in her expression as she instinctively took a step back. Frozen in place, she wrapped her arms around her head and let out a piercing scream, seemingly terrified by the scene unfolding before her. Yu Pa, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, silently lowered her head to eye. In the next moment, the onlookers snapped back to reality, their gazes fixed on Meng Yuning in astonishment. Zhuo Jing blinked, glancing between the masked man and the frightened Meng Yuning, a complex expression crossing his face. Meng Yuning raised her gaze, slightly tilting her head, as if she had just regained her composure. That scoundrel! His eyes were clearly saying he wanted to kill me. How could I, a dignified noblewoman, be threatened by him? Her tone brimmed with indignation. Zhuo Jing and the others instinctively looked to Feng Hong, who merely waved his hand dismissively. Following this, the masked man was escorted away. Meng Yuning suddenly collapsed, her hands pressed to the ground, appearing extremely frail, her complexion ashen, her brows knitted tightly together as she clutched her chest. Feng Hong, why is it you again? Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated. Meng Yuning paused, slightly turning to see Qi Ran swaggering towards her, pulling out a handkerchief from an unknown source. She tightened her grip on it, casting sidelong glances at Feng Hong. Feng Hong merely shot a cold glance at Qi Ran, snorting disdainfully. What a day of misfortune, encountering unwanted individuals one after another. Sang Wan subtly curled her lips. Were it not for the desire to maintain the course of events, she wouldn't have bothered with this ice-cold face. Qi Ran blared, stepping forward to point at him. Who are you talking about? Feng Hong completely ignored him. You, Feng Hong, you esteemed minister. When Qi Ran's gaze fell upon the collapsed Meng Yuning, his expression brightened, his anger intensifying as he emphasized the word minister. Is this how you bully a noblewoman? He circled around Feng Hong with crossed arms, threatening, I'll be sure to report you to the emperor. As Feng Hong attempted to leave, he coolly remarked as he passed Qi Ran, if the nobleman wishes to part with his eyes, he may freely give them to those in need. Chapter 42. Why does she look at me so oddly? Qi Ran furrowed his brow slightly, shifting his body to the side, and lowered his voice to ask the nearby Song He, is he subtly mocking my lack of vision? Song He paused for a moment, seemingly in agreement. Qi Ran's temper flared in an instant, his expression darkening several shades as he raised his hand and commanded, stay right there. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a servant from the prince's residence stepped forward, interposing himself before Feng Hongji. Zhuo Jing and Nie Jiang exchanged knowing glances. With these two encountering each other at this hour, should a fight break out, it would surely spell disaster for the innocent. Zhuo Jing's eyes darted as he and Nie Jiang hastily concocted an excuse and swiftly exited the Tiansheng building. Nie Jiang hesitated for a moment, gently waving the jade bone fan in his hand, casting a glance upwards, wondering if Feng Hongji would be alright. Would it be too disloyal to leave like this? Zhuo Jing looked at him incredulously. Have you forgotten who these two are? If they don't tear this place apart, it will be a miracle. After a pause, he added, you've known Feng Hongji long enough. Who could possibly make him suffer? Nie Jiang pondered for a brief moment, then nodded earnestly, a faint smile gracing his lips. That's true. Upstairs, Qi Ran's face bore a look of deep sorrow. Upon catching sight of Meng Yuning half reclining on the floor, he quickly stepped forward. When she suddenly glanced over, Meng Yuning exclaimed, oh dear, I'm so frightened. Qi Ran immediately crouched down to assist her, his tone filled with concern. Ning Ning, my Ning Ning, are you all right? His voice was notably loud. Observing Qi Ran's demeanor, Sang Wan understood that he was up to something again. Having shared the original text with Meng Yuning, she had come to know Qi Ran quite well. Simply put, he was both incompetent and playful. Meng Yuning took a deep breath, and at the moment her gaze met Qi Ran's, she decisively rolled her eyes and fainted completely. Since someone sought to exploit her, she would lend a hand in return. Qi Ran appeared momentarily stunned, tentatively shaking the person in his arms. Meng Yuning, Meng Yuning? Silence enveloped the air. Qi Ran squinted, his gaze suddenly fixed on a blood-stained hairpin lying on the ground. Song He, ever observant, promptly picked it up. At this moment, the individual in his arms looked pale, her lips lacking color, possibly due to the arid weather causing them to crack slightly. Were it not for close inspection, one might not notice at all. Her eyes were tightly shut, and contrary to her usual delicate appearance, there was an inexplicable firmness on her face. A trace of blood marked her cheek, tinting her petite visage with an unusual hue, resembling a lifeless kitten, languidly resting in his embrace, devoid of vitality. With each breath, Qi Ran detected a faint medicinal scent, causing him to furrow his brow deeply. Without further hesitation, he bent slightly and lifted Meng Yuning into his arms, standing upright thereafter. Sang Luan's eyelids twitched as she leaned forward, her gaze fixed on Meng Yuning, noticing the latter's eyelashes fluttering incessantly, which instantly calmed her heart. She knew Ning Ning would be fine. Qi Ran held Meng Yuning as he rose, his eyes locking onto Feng Hongji's. This prince has no desire to argue with you today, not because I fear you. He glanced down at Meng Yuning in his arms, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes, one he himself was unaware of. With that, he strode purposefully towards the exit. As he passed by Feng Hongji, he paused momentarily, giving a cold snort, before the entourage from the prince's residence swiftly departed the Tianxiang building. Sensing the slight jolt, Meng Yuning felt quite perplexed. Initially, she had intended to feign fainting as an excuse for Qi Ran and Feng Hongji to clash, thereby seizing the opportunity to avenge Sang Luan for being choked by Feng Hongji. Who could tell her what was happening now? Left behind, Sang Luan found herself locked in a staring contest with Feng Hongji. She quickly regained her composure, beaming brightly as she took 3 steps to close the distance, reaching Feng Hongji's side. Grasping his sleeve and giving it a gentle shake, she exclaimed, "Brother Hongji, what brings you here? I was so worried just now. Thank goodness you are unharmed, otherwise, I would have had to accompany you." Feng Hongji's expression brimmed with disdain, his brow furrowing as he stared at Sang Luan's hand. "Let go. Don T think I'm unaware of your intentions." Sang Luan's eyes shimmered with feigned hurt. "Does Brother Hongji not trust my feelings for you? My affection for you is as evident as the heavens and the earth. If I utter a single falsehood, may the heavens unleash their wrath upon me." Oh heavens, what she had just said didn't count. What she truly felt mattered. Should she speak falsely, may Feng Hongji face divine retribution. Sang Luan gazed at Feng Hongji with a charming smile. Feng Hongji cast a nonchalant glance at her, ultimately refraining from pushing her hand away. However, the depth of his gaze held a hint of scrutiny as he regarded her. "What are you doing at the Tianxiang building at this hour? And why is Meng Yuning here as well?" Sang Luan lowered her eyes slightly. "I'm not sure. I didn't encounter her earlier. Who would have known she would suddenly appear and startle me?" She scoffed, dismissively adding, "Had she not fainted so quickly, I would have scolded her to tears." Feng Hongji shifted slightly. "When did you develop such a grudge against her?" Sang Luan answered without hesitation, "Brother Hongji dislikes her husband, so naturally, I cannot favor her." Her small face lifted in triumph, as if this were a matter of great delight. Her eyelashes fluttered, the beauty mark at the corner of her right eye particularly beguiling. Her eyes sparkled like shattered stars, suddenly cast into her pupils, where they dispersed into a myriad of glowing particles, radiating dazzling brilliance. As Feng Hongji turned slightly, he was met with this scene. The girl stood close to him, her head tilted as she gazed up, warmth radiating from her arm. Her pupils reflected his image. Feng Hongji's right hand formed a loose fist, lifting it to his lips as he cleared his throat, his voice softening. "You should return early. Do not linger outside, otherwise, should something akin to today occur again, none will be able to protect you." Sang Luan replied with a gentle hum, her voice soft. A loose strand of hair fell beside her ear, and as Feng Hongji's gaze fell upon it, his eyes deepened. His intention to look away was momentarily halted, compelling him to glance several times. Feng Hongji appeared slightly dazed, and in the next moment, he leaned closer to Sang Luan. At this juncture, only a finger's breadth separated them, and a warm breath suddenly washed over Sang Luan's face, causing her to instinctively twitch her nose. In that instant, she felt a slight itch on her cheek, about to reach out to scratch it. How strange, why did Feng Hongji's gaze suddenly appear so peculiar? Feng Hongji grasped Sang Luan's wrist, his lips parting as he spoke in a husky tone, "Do not move." Chapter 43. A gaze too gentle. Sang Luan's movement faltered, her eyes filled with bewilderment. In the next moment, Feng Qingji slowly extended his hand, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. A sudden chill brushed against her temple, causing Sang Luan to involuntarily shudder. She wore a slightly awkward smile, adjusting her hair, clearly indicating that the maid had been negligent during her grooming. Just moments before, Feng Qingji had looked at her with a hint of tenderness in his gaze. His deep-set eyes, usually so enigmatic, now seemed to linger on her with an unusual softness, as if they were whispering tales of endless sorrow. Sang Luan silently took a step back, creating a safe distance between herself and Feng Qingji. Yet he abruptly snapped back to reality, his hand pausing momentarily in the air before he discreetly withdrew it. Clearing his throat, he restored his usual demeanor, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Sang Luan with his customary icy stare. He cast her a nonchalant glance, remaining silent, before turning to leave the room. Instantly, Sang Luan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Indeed, that aloof demeanor was quintessentially Feng Qingji. The preparations at Hansenfang had been completed, and the establishment was now transformed. Sang Luan and Meng Yuning needed to remain vigilant. Once they earned their first fortune, they could petition to enter the palace. With this thought, Sang Luan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Soon, she would be able to make her escape. Sangwon exhaled a heavy sigh, waving her small hand, signaling her departure back to the residence. Half an hour later, as she stepped through the door, her pace faltered. She raised her gaze slightly and saw Lu Wenxian seated regally in the main hall, her expression notably cold the moment Sangwon entered. Lu Wenxian merely cast her a fleeting glance, her voice devoid of any discernible emotion. "You're back." A sense of foreboding crept into Sangwon's heart. Lu Wenxian was known for her impatience. She could hardly conceal her feelings. The current atmosphere clearly indicated that she was seeking to settle accounts, though she masked it well, suggesting she had already vented her frustrations. Sangwon lowered her gaze, slowing her steps, and approached Lu Wenxian with graceful poise, offering a respectful greeting. "Mother." Lu Wenxian looked at her, her voice calm yet commanding. "Kneel." Sangwon pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Simultaneously, she slightly shifted her body, and with just a glance, Jean Rue, who was attending, called out loudly, "Seize the guilty maid and take her to face the household's punishment." As her words fell, two burly maids stepped forward, grasping Yupa's wrist with a fierce glare, yanking her forward. Yupa's face paled in panic. The punishment had yet to begin, and already she looked as if she might faint. Unsteady on her feet, she collapsed to the ground, her hands hanging limply at her sides. In the Feng household, the punishment for errant maids was to stab slender bamboo sticks into their fingernails. One of the strong maids held Yupa's arm, preparing to strike. Yupa's pupils dilated in horror as she murmured something under her breath, her gaze fixated on the maid's hand. She was terrified of pain. Sangwon's brows knitted tightly together, her eyes now filled with anger. She bent down slightly, grasping Yupa and lifting her up, locking her gaze onto Lu Wenxian. "Yupa came with me as part of my dowry. Even if she has committed an error, it is my duty to discipline her." Pausing for emphasis, she continued resolutely, "Moreover, even if someone in the palace wishes to punish, there must be a valid reason." "May I ask, Mother, what crime has Yupa committed?" Beside Lu Wenxian, a maid had been keeping her head down, occasionally glancing at Sangwon. Since Sangwon's entrance, she had been observing her closely. The maid knew well who surrounded Lu Wenxian, and this one was clearly not from Jing Sitang. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. This person seemed vaguely familiar. Lu Wenxian could no longer contain her anger, rising abruptly, her face a mask of fury as she glared at Sangwon. "How dare you? How could the Feng family allow a woman like you to enter our home?" Sangwon's lips curled into a faint smile as she tilted her head, feigning ignorance. "What have I done to provoke such anger, Mother?" Yupa, now on her feet, silently stood behind Sangwon, clutching the hem of her garment. Lu Wenxian took a deep breath. "Very well, since you refuse to acknowledge it, let me ask you, where have you been going every day at dawn?" Sangwon blinked innocently. "I've been fetching some nourishing food for my husband." Lu Wenxian pressed further. "And where are the provisions?" Before Sangwon could respond, Yupa stepped forward, opening the food box she had been carrying, revealing an array of exquisite delicacies. "Madam, these are the provisions the young mistress brought back." Lu Wenxian leaned forward slightly, her tone softening. "These could be obtained at any time. Why do you only leave at dawn?" Sangwon blinked again, responding matter-of-factly, "My husband does not enjoy breakfast, so I thought it best to leave early, ensuring he would have something to eat upon returning from court." Lu Wenxian scrutinized her for a moment, sensing no deceit in her words. Sangwon continued, "Then, might I inquire what exactly has displeased Mother? Is it my concern for my husband?" Lu Wenxian's earlier anger dissipated, her demeanor slightly awkward as she replied, "That is certainly not the case." Sangwon pressed on. "Was it that I was delayed by encountering something amusing on my way back? Or perhaps someone has spoken ill of me in your presence?" She cast a seemingly casual glance at one of the maids beside Lu Wenxian. Lu Wenxian turned, rubbing her temples, lowering her voice. "Did the ones who accompanied you see anyone else?" Jean Rue hesitated for a moment, then looked at Sangwon before shaking her head. Lu Wenxian abruptly averted her gaze, slamming her hand on the table. Suddenly, the maid in green, who had been standing beside Lu Wenxian, panicked, dropping to her knees and pointing at Sangwon, her voice trembling. "Madam, the young mistress must have discovered someone following her, which is why they couldn't catch her today." Her eyes lit up as if struck by a sudden realization. "Yes, I was right behind the young mistress today. She must have detected me, which is why she laid a trap. If Madam does not believe me, you may interrogate Yupa, she surely knows the truth." A flicker of barely concealed anger surged in Sangwon's eyes as she slowly approached the maid, realizing why her mother was so enraged. It was clear that this woman had instigated the trouble. The maid in green shook her head vigorously, instinctively glancing at Lu Wenxian. "No, that's not how it is, Madam." Lu Wenxian's impatience was palpable as she raised her hand. "Take her away." Jean Rue clicked her tongue, and two robust maids moved forward, seizing the green-clad maid by the arms and dragging her away, leaving only her protests echoing in the air. Chapter 44 Secrets in an instant. The air outside was filled with piercing screams, each more harrowing than the last. When Lu Wenxian's gaze fell upon Sang Luan's face, she quickly averted her eyes and rose silently to her feet. Even if this were not the case, one must always be mindful of their words and actions, lest they invite misunderstanding. Lu Wenxian made her way directly to the Jingxi Hall. Otherwise, should others seek to wrong her, they would find no opportunity to do so. With that, she departed without awaiting Sang Luan's response. Sang Luan's eyes turned icy, a faint smile gracing her lips as she mused, "Let us uncover who was so intent on tracking my movements." As she approached the source of the cries, the wails grew increasingly pronounced. She halted, arching an eyebrow, and beheld the green-clad woman's face, now grotesquely swollen, her cheeks bruised and seeping with traces of blood. Sang Luan stepped forward, slightly bending at the waist before straightening up to address Yupa with a light laugh. "After all this commotion, it appears it was merely one of my own from the courtyard." The green-clad woman turned her head away in silence. Sang Luan stood tall, instructing those nearby, "Once the punishment is dealt, simply hand her some silver and see her out of the estate." The green-clad woman widened her eyes in outrage, attempting to voice her protest, but the moment she opened her mouth, a sharp pain shot through her cheeks. Desperately, she reached out to grasp the hem of Sang Luan's garment, yet all that remained was the silhouette of Sang Luan's retreating figure. Regardless of how the others called after her, she did not look back. At such a critical juncture, individuals like her could not be allowed to linger. Who knew when they might strike again? Sang Luan swiftly returned to the Furong courtyard, and upon entering, Yupa instinctively closed the door behind them. Sang Luan crossed her arms, surveying her surroundings. Lost in contemplation, she had perused all the cosmetics in Shengjing, yet their substitutability was exceedingly high, failing to adequately meet market demands. The southern part of the city was simply too distant, wasting precious time in back-and-forth travel. If she could produce them herself, she could scout for a shop in the vicinity. Yupa opened the food box, carefully extracting its contents. And the next moment, several boxes of cosmetics appeared on the table. Once everything was arranged, Yupa, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Miss, why did you purchase so many different kinds of cosmetics, especially from various shops?" Sang Luan turned to her with a mysterious smile, "It's a secret." Meanwhile, at the prince's residence, "You ungrateful child, all you do is cause trouble for me outside." Qi Shangqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, fuming as he glared at Qi Ran, who knelt before him. Qi Ran, hands gripping his earlobes, could only steal furtive glances at Qi Shangqing. "But father, this time it truly has nothing to do with me," he weakly protested. It was an utter miscarriage of justice. Meng Yuning had fainted on her own accord, yet she insisted on placing the blame squarely on him. Noticing that Qi Shangqing's focus seemed to waver, Qi Ran gritted his teeth, preparing to rise. However, the moment he moved, Qi Shangqing's eyes flared with anger, commanding, "Kneel properly, you may rise only when Yuning awakens." Qi Ran's heart sank. He turned to his mother, Jiang Zhua, with a pitiful gaze. Jiang Zhua, however, averted her eyes, ignoring his plea. Qi Ran straightened, indignation boiling within him, eager to retort, but upon locking eyes with Qi Shangqing, he fell silent and knelt once more. Muttering under his breath, "I am but a prince, must I kneel at every turn? What becomes of my dignity?" Qi Shangqing furrowed his brow and stepped forward, striking Qi Ran on the head. "What are you mumbling about?" Qi Ran immediately straightened, adopting a docile demeanor. Observing this, Qi Shangqing's expression softened slightly. "You will remain by Yuning's side tonight, caring for her until she awakens. It is high time you assumed the responsibilities of a husband." Qi Ran instinctively objected, "I do not wish to be with her." Qi Shangqing halted in his tracks. "What did you say?" "You heard me," Qi Ran retorted, pouting. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. After a brief pause, Qi Shangqing suddenly declared, "Have the audacity to say that again." Sensing the tension, Jiang Zhua hastily interjected, "Your Highness, do remain calm." She then turned her gaze back to Qi Ran, "You two are already wed. There is no reason for separate sleeping arrangements." Qi Ran turned his head defiantly, resolute in his stance. Qi Shangqing scoffed, "Very well, you are quite impressive. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. If that is the case, do not blame your mother and me for being harsh." He rose, fixing Qi Ran with a cold stare, and clapped his hands. Moments later, a group emerged, each carrying a tray, each laden with an item. Some bore handkerchiefs, others bracelets, and one a pristine white jar. Qi Ran narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. His gaze fell upon a half-broken jade pendant on the far right, and realization struck him, these were all his most treasured possessions. Understanding Qi Shangqing's intent, Qi Ran surged forward, attempting to snatch them away. With a mere glance from Qi Shangqing, the others promptly destroyed the items in their hands. Qi Ran's thoughts raced as his pupils dilated. Instinctively, he lunged for the jade pendant on the right. Just as he took a step forward, he watched helplessly as one person seized the pendant, lifted it high, and then smashed it to the ground. The sharp sound rang out, echoing in Chi Ran's ears with an agonizing clarity. His outstretched hand froze mid-air, with lips parted in disbelief, his eyes filled with tears as he felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. All he could hear was the sound of shattering jade, and his gaze fell to the ground, where the pendant lay in countless irreparable fragments. Chi Ran's expression darkened, and he raised his head slowly, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his eyes. "Why," he exclaimed, his voice hoarse, "they were merely resting there quietly, not obstructing your view. Why must you destroy them?" His eyes burned with fury, his heart shattered alongside the pendant. Slap! Chi Shangqing struck Chi Ran across the face, the sound resounding sharply. Chi Ran was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixated on the broken jade at his feet, crouching in silence. As he reached for it, Chi Shangqing kicked the shards further away. "Scoundrel!" Chi Shangqing trembled with rage. "Is this how you speak to your father?" With eyes closed, he exhaled a heavy breath, taking a few moments to collect himself. "Look at you. You do not resemble a prince at all." He pointed an accusatory finger at Chi Ran, disappointment etched on his face, voice raised. "There are 3 forms of unfilial behavior, with lack of heirs being the gravest. You have been married for so long, yet have not shared a single bed. On your wedding night, you abandoned her in the bridal chamber to indulge in drunken revelry. Which noble in the capital behaves so recklessly, so utterly heedless of consequences?" Chapter 45. "Is this not what you desire?" Chi Ran turned his head away, remaining silent. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Chi Shangqing's anger intensified, his brows twitching violently as he strode forward and delivered a fierce kick to Chi Ran's shoulder, sending him sprawling a considerable distance away. Chi Ran's gaze turned icy. It was all Meng Yuning's fault. He clenched his teeth, pushed himself up from the ground, and with barely concealed fury in his eyes, he strode directly into the Yunyan Pavilion. Chi Shangqing's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Jiang Zhua, exclaiming, "Look at him, when will he ever learn?" Jiang Zhua hurriedly approached, attempting to soothe his troubled heart, casting a worried glance at Chi Ran's retreating figure. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly suggested, "Perhaps it's time to transfer the household authority to Yuning. Ran needs someone he can confide in." Fuming, Chi Ran made his way toward the Yunyan Pavilion, with Song He hastily trailing behind. He tentatively urged, "Your Highness, the prince is currently in a foul mood. Perhaps you should." Before he could finish, Chi Ran interrupted him with a dark expression. Chi Ran paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at him, warning, "If you utter another word, I will have you sent away." Song He fell silent, intimidated. Inside the Yunyan Pavilion, Meng Yuning lay supine on the bed, her complexion devoid of color, her lips exhibited a faint pallor, and her overall condition appeared dire. A group of maidservants knelt beside the bed, each wearing a face etched with urgency. "Lady, please awaken," Mu Xiang pleaded as she knelt by Meng Yuning's side, having just administered the medicine prescribed by the doctor, gently shaking her hand. As Chi Ran stepped inside, a pungent odor of medicine assaulted his nostrils, an unpleasant scent that rapidly permeated his mind. His brows knitted tightly together as he surveyed the room, then raised his right hand slightly, dismissing the maidservants. "You may all leave. My presence suffices." Beneath his gaze lay a complex emotion. Fixated on the figure on the bed. One by one, the maidservants exited the room. Noticing Mu Xiang still lingering, Chi Ran's voice turned cold. "Do you not comprehend my words?" Mu Xiang bit her lip, casting a glance at the still-lying Meng Yuning before looking back at the furious Chi Ran. Concern flickered in her eyes as she lowered her head and quietly withdrew. Something was amiss with the young master. A hint of suspicion crossed her face as she hurried out of the Yunyan Pavilion, heading straight for the front hall. Within the Yunyan Pavilion, silence enveloped the room, and Chi Ran felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. With his hands on his hips, he tilted his neck, his eyes aflame with intensity as he gazed at the woman before him. Meng Yuning, feeling the weight of his burning stare, fought to suppress her discomfort and remained lying still. In an instant, Chi Ran advanced swiftly, his hands cradling the back of Meng Yuning's head, narrowing his eyes as he leaned in closer. A shadow enveloped her, darkening the space around them, and an icy sensation swept over her, mingled with an unexpected coolness. Meng Yuning furrowed her brows. What had provoked Chi Ran this time? Just as Chi Ran leaned over, Meng Yuning let out a faint whimper. Chi Ran halted momentarily, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as he murmured, "It seems your remedy is not oral, but rather this." His heated breath brushed against her cheek, tinged with a tingling sensation that quickly turned cool. He then pressed closer, his demeanor turning frosty. Chi Ran's gaze darkened, devoid of tenderness, as he tightened his grip on Meng Yuning's neck, causing her to wince in pain. Unable to endure any longer, Meng Yuning furrowed her brows and bit down hard, a metallic taste flooding her mouth. In response to the pain, Chi Ran abruptly withdrew, seizing Meng Yuning's chin, demanding, "Isn't this what you wanted? Why are you still unhappy?" Meng Yuning's eyes flew open, her lips stained with an unusual hue, her pale face now appearing even more pitiful. Supporting herself, she leaned back slightly, glaring at Chi Ran. What are you doing, Your Highness? Xi Ran scoffed, adopting an all-knowing demeanor. We are husband and wife, sharing the same chamber. What else do you expect me to do? He chuckled derisively, adding, rest assured, I shall be careful. With that, he reached out, intending to tug at Meng Yuning's outer garment. Startled, Meng Yuning had no time to think. As Xi Ran made his move, she instinctively raised her hands to block him. However, the disparity in their strength was overwhelming, and she could not withstand his force. A sharp sound echoed through the room as the slap resonated. The atmosphere instantly froze. Meng Yuning swiftly grasped the bedding to cover herself, retreating further back with a wary expression. Your Highness, please conduct yourself with decorum. Xi Ran pressed his tongue against the side of his face where he had been struck, feeling a strange sensation, but to him, it was akin to a mere scratch from a kitten, neither painful nor bothersome. He fixed his cold gaze on Meng Yuning. Conduct myself? Ha, Meng Yuning, were you not the one encouraging my parents for us to share a bed? Meng Yuning's brows furrowed even deeper. Xi Ran's current demeanor was decidedly unsettling. He clapped his hands and leisurely settled himself at the edge of the bed, casting a nonchalant glance at Meng Yuning. Just a few trinkets, is that so bothersome to you? Very well, since you insist on this, I shall indulge you. His eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity as he suddenly seized Meng Yuning's arm, pulling her closer to him. Isn't your ultimate aim to ensure that I see no one but you? His brows knitted tightly together. I take back what I said earlier. You are wholly unworthy of the title of young mistress. Xi Ran's grip tightened, and Meng Yuning felt a sharp pain in her wrist, confusion flooding her mind. What are you saying, Your Highness? What trinkets, whose eyes are being offended? In the next instant, she yanked her hand back, gently rubbing her wrist, feeling considerably better. Xi Ran's eyes narrowed, a cold snort escaping him. Do not feign ignorance. I was deceived by your meek demeanor. Leaning closer, he taunted, come now, were you not eager to share a bed? Meng Yuning's expression shifted in surprise, her pupils widening. Realizing his intentions, she quickly reacted, biting her lip as her glass-like eyes glistened with unshed tears, her nose tinged with red. As Xi Ran prepared to advance again, she extended her arm, unhesitatingly delivering another slap. Her voice, laced with a rough edge, pierced the air. You scoundrel! Chapter 46, Rescuing Someone. Xi Ran chuckled with a bloodthirsty grin. Am I the scoundrel? His gaze fixated intensely on Meng Yuning. He tugged at his sleeves and exhaled heavily, then brazenly tore off his outer robe. Just as he was about to take the next step, the door was suddenly kicked open. In the next moment, a crisp voice tinged with dissatisfaction rang out. Xi Ran, what are you doing? Jiang Zhuo surveyed Xi Ran from a distance, glancing around the room, and quickly pieced together the situation. Her expression turned cold as she slightly turned her body, signaling to a nearby servant. Immediately, a group of individuals stepped forward to seize Xi Ran's arms. Xi Ran, with a scornful expression, retorted, Mother, have you and father not always used the wedding night as a topic of discussion? I am simply fulfilling your wishes, but alas, your beloved daughter-in-law is not cooperating at all. With that, he nonchalantly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Zhuo was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Meng Yuning. She saw that Meng Yuning was tightly wrapped in the bedding, her head turned away, appearing quite unwell. Take him away and lock him in the room. He is not to come out without my permission. Xi Ran threw his head back and laughed heartily, his gaze toward Meng Yuning resembling that of a venomous snake poised to strike, devoid of any warmth in his expression. Jiang Zhuo turned her attention back to the figure on the bed, and after a long pause, sighed heavily, I shall leave the young master's residence for a while with the prince. You and Ran must learn to get along. She hesitated, cautiously reaching for Meng Yuning's hand. As her wrist twisted, a white jade bracelet suddenly adorned Meng Yuning's previously bare wrist, instantly revealing its considerable value. Meng Yuning's expression finally shifted, her eyes slowly lifting, her lips parting slightly. Jiang Zhuo preemptively silenced her. This is what we owe you. Ran is still immature and requires your constant reminders, especially given the attitude this ungrateful child currently holds toward you. Her gaze was complex as she sighed, I appreciate your efforts. While we are away, I must trouble you to keep a watchful eye over the entire residence. Before Meng Yuning could respond, a mere glance from Jiang Zhuo prompted a maid to step forward, holding a palm print. Meng Yuning's heart soared with joy. She subtly averted her gaze, realizing the implications. Half an hour later, a plethora of gold, silver, and jewels arrived at Yunyan Pavilion. These treasures were all placed within Meng Yuning's chamber. Sitting at the edge of her bed, she casually picked up a string of coral, scrutinizing it closely. Its quality was indeed commendable. Mu Xiang chattered beside her. Indeed, young mistress, all of these were sent by the prince and princess because they felt the young master has wronged you. She added, by the way, you and the young master are now the only masters in the residence. Meng Yuning reclined slightly, a smile gracing her lips as her gaze lingered on the coral. Her tone was laden with meaning. Is that so? The following day, after realizing she had wronged Sang Luan, Lu Wenxian had not made an appearance all day. Even during the morning greetings, Lu Wenxian excused herself on the grounds of illness, directly dismissing Sang Luan's visit. Feng Hong, too, was mysteriously absent from the residence that night. As for Feng Xinian, she had not laid eyes on him even once. Sang Luan's day unfolded with remarkable ease. As dawn broke, Sang Luan set out with Yupa, free from Lu Wenxian's incessant nagging and the sight of Feng Hang's icy demeanor, feeling as if the world was filled with charm. "Miss, look over there. There's Candide Hawthorne." Yupa suddenly pointed at a nearby stall, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In high spirits, Sang Luan treated herself and Yupa to a skewer of Candide Hawthorne, and the vibrant exterior, encased in a crystalline layer, burst with a sweet and sour flavor upon a gentle bite. "Today, our goal is the red and blue flower," Sang Luan declared, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Yupa instinctively inquired, "What do you need that for?" Sang Luan halted her steps, a mysterious smile gracing her lips, and playfully tapped Yupa's forehead. "You'll know when the time comes. Make way, everyone, clear the path." Suddenly, amidst the bustling crowd, a fiery red stallion charged forward. The horse's rider was an exceedingly handsome young man, his features scattered in disarray as he repeatedly uttered the same phrase. Sang Luan cast a casual glance, and at the rider's abrupt shout, the crowd instinctively recoiled. At that moment, right in front of the man and his steed stood a woman draped in purple, her veil fluttering in the gust of wind. Sang Luan's eyes widened as she caught a glimpse of the woman's exquisite features. The horse galloped swiftly, the young man appeared increasingly agitated, fearing for the safety of those nearby, yet, inexplicably, the woman in purple remained frozen in place, utterly unresponsive to the imminent danger as the horse's front hooves threatened to trample her. In a split second, Sang Luan's eyelids flickered, and with lightning speed, she reached out and grasped the woman's arm, pulling her swiftly to safety. The young man on horseback sighed in relief, tightening his grip on the reins. Without turning back, he raised his hand in gratitude. "Thank you." He appeared to be a young gentleman, truly captivating. Sang Luan redirected her gaze, only to see the woman blinking in shock, visibly shaken. Sang Luan tilted her head, gently patting the woman's shoulder. "Are you all right?" Though the woman's attire was not overly extravagant, it was certainly not that of an ordinary person. She scanned the surroundings before returning her gaze. "Are you alone?" The woman shuddered, clutching her chest, her expression one of sheer fright, that was truly terrifying. "I came out alone today." Regaining her composure, the woman cast a sidelong glance at Sang Luan. "I sincerely thank you, otherwise, I would surely have been harmed." As she spoke, she rummaged through her sleeves. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she produced a large stack of silver notes, thrusting them into Sang Luan's hands. "This is yours, thank you for saving me." Not far away, around a corner, two men in coarse clothing were greedily eyeing the stack of silver notes in the purple-clad woman's hands, their eyes gleaming with avarice, their hands itching to pounce. Sang Luan gently pushed the woman's hand back. The woman appeared momentarily taken aback before breaking into a radiant smile. "Are you suggesting it's too little? However, I did not bring much silver with me today." "If you feel it's insufficient, I don't want this." Sang Luan shook her head, discreetly surveying the surroundings before firmly taking the woman's wrist and returning the silver notes to her sleeve. "Moreover, wealth should not be flaunted. You must conceal it quickly." Chapter 47. No one has ever spoken to me like that. The woman in the purple attire suddenly brightened, her gaze upon Sang Luan deepening with intrigue. The revelation that her savior had not acted out of a desire for monetary reward was indeed a rarity. After bidding farewell to the purple-clad lady, Sang Luan turned to seek out the red and blue flowers. "Thief! Thief!" A clear voice abruptly pierced the air, landing squarely in Sang Luan's ears. Listening closely, she found the voice strangely familiar. With a slight raise of her brows, she turned just in time to be violently jostled by an unseen force, causing her to lose her footing. Fortunately, Yupa, quick of hand, grasped Sang Luan's arm, steadying her. Before them stood two cowering men clutching a stack of silver notes, glancing back over their shoulders as they fled. Just behind them was the very purple-clad lady, one hand lifting her ham while the other pointed ahead. In an instant, Sang Luan grasped the situation. Exchanging a knowing look with Yupa, they raised their brows in unison and swiftly turned, darting into a nearby alley. The purple-clad lady opened her mouth, her hand poised to speak, but in the blink of an eye, the two had vanished from her sight. She silently retracted her hand, her footsteps slowing perceptibly. Not far away, around the corner of the alley, Sang Luan surged forward, spotting the two thieves ahead of her. Surveying the surroundings, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. With a smile playing at her lips, she deftly sidestepped to the side. "Brother," one of the thieves murmured, "this young lady is a bit intimidating. Perhaps we should. Well, this is rightfully ours, and there is no reason to return it." As they ran, they continued their scheming, occasionally glancing back. To their surprise, the path behind them was entirely devoid of anyone. Their steps faltered, expression shifting to delight. However, as they turned, darkness enveloped their vision, and they realized Sangwon had somehow appeared right before them. Moments later, the two thieves, battered and bruised, squatted in a corner, shielding their heads and casting furtive glances at Sangwon. She counted the silver notes in her hand, lowering her gaze to the duo in the corner. "You haven't hidden anything, have you?" With grim faces, they silently raised their hands high, pleading innocence. Sangwon scoffed, shaking the notes in her grasp. "Consider yourselves fortunate to be so compliant." Subsequently, she and Yupa departed, leaving the two in a state of relief, their sides aching from the encounter. This is no mere young lady. She is undoubtedly a fierce tigress. As the pair prepared to leave, they found their exit barred by the presence of officials from the magistrate's office. "Here, this is your silver note," Sangwon casually handed it to the purple-clad lady. "Take good care of it." The lady blinked in surprise, a flicker of gratitude crossing her features. "Thank you immensely. Since you have aided me twice today, allow me to assist you in return. I happened to overhear you mention the red and blue flowers. I noticed the place. Shall we go together?" Sangwon glanced at her, unhesitatingly agreeing, "Very well." After a brief tease time, Sangwon stood before the shop sign, pausing momentarily before turning to the purple-clad lady. "Is this the establishment you mentioned?" The lady nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed." Sangwon peered into the shop, hesitating not a moment before turning to leave. "Wait," the purple-clad lady exclaimed, grasping Sangwon's arm. "Are you not in need of the red and blue flowers? They are indeed within." She placed her hand upon her heart, assuring, "Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to help you." Sangwon was well aware that the shop was indeed a treasure trove of red and blue flowers. The place they were headed was the largest supplier of rouge materials in the city, a century-old establishment firmly rooted in the community. Their goods were typically not sold to individuals, as stock had long been reserved for various makeup shops. However, seeing the lady's earnest demeanor, Sangwon ceased her resistance, allowing herself to be led inside. As the purple-clad lady stepped forward, a gust of wind unexpectedly lifted a corner of her veil. Sangwon had previously noted the proprietor's haughty demeanor, yet today he was unusually accommodating, personally attending to them and offering the flowers at a remarkably low price. Everything transpired with remarkable ease. After finalizing arrangements for the delivery of their purchases to the Prime Minister's residence, Sangwon and her companion stepped outside. She tilted her head to the sky, observing the clouds drift lazily above, her spirits lifted. The purple-clad lady gently nudged Sangwon's arm. "How do you find it? I told you I could assist you, did I not?" Sangwon's eyes sparkled with delight, her enchanting beauty further accentuated by the tear mole adorning her visage. She clasped the purple lady's arm, declaring, "I have decided to keep you as my friend." The lady froze, her expression one of astonishment as she murmured, "Friend?" Noticing her reaction, Sangwon paused, inquiring, "What is it?" "I have never had anyone speak such words to me," the purple-clad lady confessed, extending her hand to Sangwon. "You may call me a Shang." Sangwon's gaze turned complex in an instant as she reached out to shake hands. "Sangwon." Throughout the day, Sangwon discovered that a Shang had never tasted candied hawthorn nor encountered even the simplest of trinkets. Everything along the street was a marvel to her. Sangwon led a Shang on a delightful outing until evening, when a Shang reluctantly bid her farewell. After a Shang departed, Yupa suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting dramatically. "Miss, did you perhaps forget something today?" Sangwon's hand, still lingering in the air, faltered as a radiant smile graced her face. "What is it?" In a flash, the smile faded, her pupils widening in realization. Without a moment to spare, she hastily gathered her skirts and strode towards the residence. After a few steps, she paused, silently retreating a bit before decisively entering through the doors of the establishment before her. Upon her return, Sangwon appeared considerably more robust than before. Half an hour later, upon reaching the gates of her residence, her eyelids fluttered incessantly. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, and when she opened them again, a newfound resolve glimmered within her gaze. It seemed this night was destined to be another sleepless one. Sangwon steadied her expression, taking measured steps into the estate. The further she advanced, the more assured her stride became. What should have concluded long ago now officially commenced the moment she stepped inside. One by one, the maids entered, presenting dishes, as the only sounds remaining were those of the serving of food. Chapter 48. Let her undress him. Sangwon discreetly swept her gaze across the room and soon noticed an additional presence at the table. An elderly woman, her hair already flecked with silver, sat unwaveringly at the head of the table. Beside her, Feng Xinian lowered his brow, silently serving dishes for the elderly matron. The woman's expression was markedly stern, her full attention devoted to the food before her. Despite her age, her eyes sparkled with vitality, and she exuded an undeniable energy. To her left sat Feng Xinian, while to her right was Feng Hengji. The original text offered scant details about Feng Hengji's grandmother, merely a few cursory mentions, yet it was evident that she was not to be trifled with. Not a soul in the room directed their attention toward her for a moment. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Something felt amiss, truly amiss. Sang Luan's lips curled into a faint smile as she cleared her throat and stepped forward respectfully, addressing the woman at the head of the table. Luana was unaware of grandmother's return today. Please allow me to sit. The elderly lady picked up a slice of lotus root without lifting her head and gestured towards an empty seat across from her. Sang Luan cast a discreet glance at Feng Hengji but quickly averted her gaze. It was clear that his expression revealed no useful information. She took a calm step forward and sat down, while Lu Wenxian, who typically would chatter incessantly from dawn till dusk, remained unusually quiet. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a flicker of anger hidden within Lu Wenxian's eyes. This was the most subdued meal Sang Luan had ever experienced. After what felt like an eternity, it finally concluded. Just as Sang Luan exhaled in relief, the elderly woman elegantly wiped her hands and spoke indifferently. Once you are done eating, you may return to your quarters. Sang Luan paused, glancing at the untouched delicacies on the table, her grip on the bamboo chopsticks tightening. It was excruciating. The sumptuous dishes were tantalizingly close, yet utterly beyond her reach. She instinctively brushed her fingers against the pastries hidden in her sleeve. Lu Wenxian shot her a glare, urging, "What are you still doing? Hurry to the ancestral hall for me." The elderly lady suddenly rose, with a maid hastily coming forward to support her arm. She casually remarked, "Today, there is no need." Sang Luan's eyes brightened, ready to speak, only to hear the matron add, "Just hold on to it for now." Lu Wenxian lowered her head in silence. "Yes, we shall abide by Mother's arrangements." Sang Luan sighed inwardly, planning to snack on some pastries later. However, before she could revel in her thoughts, the elderly woman cast her a nonchalant glance and stated, "From today on, the Furong courtyard shall cease to exist." Cease to exist. Sang Luan instinctively looked towards Feng Hengji, only to see him rise slowly, bypassing her entirely as he strode out. It didn't take long for Sang Luan to comprehend the implications of the elderly lady's words. "I am the room." Sang Luan and Feng Hengji exchanged silent glances. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Sang Luan tactically sipped her tea, her mind racing. Feng Hengji stretched his arms and nodded his chin towards her, beckoning her over. Sang Luan's eyes flickered with suspicion. "Come what?" Tonight marked the first evening of grandmother's return from her pilgrimage. No one could contravene her wishes. Noticing Sang Luan's hesitation, Feng Hengji coldly urged, "We shall discuss the matter of separate quarters later." Sang Luan understood. He was indicating that she should assist him in undressing. She promptly stepped forward, her gaze fixed ahead, her hands slowly exploring the waist of Feng Hengji as her fingers grazed his waist. Warmth radiated from her palms. It was undeniable. Feng Hengji had a physique that was both statuesque and proportionate, resembling a perfect model. She silently reveled in the tactile sensation of his contours. And the next moment, a flicker of anger appeared in Feng Hengji's dark eyes, his brows furrowing as he hissed, "Sang Luan." Suddenly, her wrist was seized with a vice-like grip, pain shooting through her as she halted, her gaze dropping. Upon looking at Feng Hengji, she realized she had tangled the intricate sash of his outer garment in a chaotic manner. Sang Luan quickly withdrew her hands, instinctively taking a step back. "Husband, perhaps you should handle it yourself?" She struggled even with her own attire, let alone his. As soon as her words left her lips, Feng Hengji shot her a piercing look and enunciated, "What did you just call me?" His gaze was reminiscent of a poised serpent, glimmering with a chilling venom that promised to evoke a near-death experience with a single bite. Such a look bore down upon her, sending a shiver down her spine. Meeting his gaze, Sang Luan instinctively recoiled and promptly corrected herself. "Hengji?" Before she could finish, Feng Hengji impatiently interrupted, "You shall sleep on the side bed tonight." With that, he turned and strode forward. Sang Luan glanced around. The side bed was merely a curtain's width away from the main bed. Though designated as a side bed, its opulence rivaled that of her Furong courtyard. In no time, Feng Hengji had removed his outer garment, revealing his inner attire. Sang Luan discreetly stole a glance, immediately noting the contrasting hue of his undergarment. Feng Hengji clearly possessed a physique that accentuated his build. Under the flickering candlelight, his bronzed skin appeared remarkably robust, with well-defined lines. Sang Luan couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Feng Hengji lay down slowly, turning to glare at Sang Luan with intensity. She flashed him a grin. "Good night, brother Hengji." In the next instant, she decisively lay down and shut her eyes. Only then did Feng Hengji close his eyes, and moments later, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows that painted the walls, bathing the entire room in a warm hue. The interplay of light and shadow graced Sang Luan's delicate face, adding an unexpected softness to her features. Suddenly, a low, husky voice resonated through the room. Sang Luan furrowed her brows, groggily opening her eyes and struggling to sit up. After a moment of stillness, she realized the voice was indeed emanating from the main bed. Hesitating briefly, she strained to catch the murmurs that grew increasingly distinct. Peering forward, she saw the figure on the main bed, his features contorted in discomfort. Without further hesitation, she lifted her skirts and approached the main bed. Leaning slightly, she lowered her gaze to observe the man. Feng Hengji's deep-set eyes and prominent nose were even more striking up close, and she could faintly see the stubble on his jaw. She intended to discern his murmured words, but he fell silent at that moment. Could it be that she had misheard? Yawning, Sang Luan was about to turn and leave when, at that precise moment, her wrist was abruptly seized with a firm grip. Chapter 49. A mysterious thought. Sang Luan halted momentarily, slightly turning her body, her gaze falling upon the large hand that grasped her wrist. In an instant, that hand turned over and grasped her hand instead. A wave of warmth radiated from the palm, enveloping her hand within its embrace. She subtly lowered her eyes, applying a slight pressure to withdraw her hand. However, just as she made the slightest movement, the grip on her hand tightened further. The murmured voice resounded once more. Sang Luan bent slightly, this time hearing it distinctly. There lay Feng Hengji on the bed, his brow slightly furrowed, lips parting and closing, his voice hoarse. "Don't leave." Sang Luan, unable to free herself after several attempts, resignedly settled by the side of the bed. Feng Hengji's lack of appetite had led to complications beyond mere irritability. At midnight, he was plagued by nightmares. In the original text, it was only after the return of Bai Yueguan that Feng Hengji's nightmares were thoroughly cured. Reflecting on this, Sang Luan silently extended her hand to gently pry apart his fingers, one by one. Feng Hengji murmured softly, as if clutching an exquisite treasure, refusing to let go regardless of the circumstances. His brow creased tighter, his expression evident of discomfort. Years ago, due to the machinations of a malicious party, Feng Hengji had come to believe that Bai Yueguan's death was somehow linked to him. Each time midnight approached, he would find himself reliving that harrowing scene. Witnessing Feng Hengji's current distress, it was likely that he had once again been haunted by those memories. Nevertheless, he was, at least in this moment, her benefactor. With lowered eyes and an exceedingly gentle demeanor, she reached out to smooth his furrowed brow. Again and again she did so. With her soothing touch, the tension in his brow began to ease, and his expression gradually calmed. The large hand that had enveloped her left hand gradually lessened its grip. Sang Luan's eyes flickered with resolve, seizing the opportunity to withdraw her hand decisively. A faint red mark adorned her wrist, which she gently shook in the air before leaning closer to blow softly on it, feeling considerably more. The breathing of the person on the bed began to stabilize, and Sang Luan took the liberty of placing his hands together atop his abdomen. After a brief moment, she quietly returned to her side of the bed. As soon as she settled down, a delightful aroma captured her attention. She instinctively touched her abdomen, which responded with a series of gurgles. A pang of hunger struck her upon entering the room. The old matriarch had sent someone to thoroughly inspect her, leaving her devoid of any concealed food. Dinner had been rather solitary. She glanced at the person on the bed, who was deeply asleep. In the next moment, a mischievous thought crossed her mind, and she quietly rose, stealthily consuming an entire platter of pastries. Sang Luan caressed her stomach, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she lay back down. No sooner had she reclined than a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Her head tilted, and soon her breathing became even. Yet, the next moment, the figure on the main bed stirred awake. He slowly straightened himself, slightly turning to cast a glance at Sang Luan, who was not far away. His gaze deepened, and he touched his brow, seemingly lost in thought. Was it her? After a brief pause, he decisively rose from the bed and strode towards Sang Luan. His shadow enveloped her head. A faint smile curled at the corners of Sang Luan's lips, as if she were lost in a beautiful dream. He discreetly surveyed her sleeping posture. His expression darkened, a surge of frustration rising within him. This was hardly the demeanor of a refined young lady. Feng Hengji's brow involuntarily knitted together. Sang Luan lay in a rather unseemly manner, one leg tucked beneath the covers while the other lay exposed, her arms wrapped around a corner of the blanket, which barely concealed half of her form. As he raised his foot, he felt a sudden force binding him at the waist. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a delicate foot lightly entwined around his waist. The foot, akin to Sang Luan herself, possessed soft, fair skin, the warm sensation penetrating through his clothing and spreading throughout his body. In an instant, the area where he felt her touch became overwhelmingly heated. Feng Hengji's eyes darkened, the depths of his gaze now tinged with an unmistakable intensity. His throat involuntarily tightened. After a moment of silence, he averted his gaze and reached out, firmly grasping Sang Luan's ankle to pry it away. Yet, the unusual hue in his eyes only intensified. The person on the bed, for reasons unbeknownst to her, appeared to be in high spirits. She intertwined her hands and rested them beneath her head, producing rhythmic breaths. Typically, Sang Luan exerted little force, but now, in her slumber, Feng Hengji found it far from easy to dislodge her from his side. He wondered where she drew such strength. Suddenly, she exerted force with her foot, inadvertently catching his waistband. Feng Hengji stumbled, instinctively spreading his hands to brace himself against the edge of the bed. At that moment, one of Sang Luan's feet rested casually against his back, and as he settled down, her hands found their way to his legs. A faint, elusive fragrance wafted into Feng Hengji's nostrils, a scent unique to women. His brow twitched with agitation, one hand lifting her foot while the other pushed her hand away, showing no mercy. Yet, in the next instant, the hand he had just removed found its way back. In that fleeting moment, Feng Hengji felt as if he were akin to a bamboo shoot sprouting after the rain, suddenly emerging, strong and upright, nourished by the spring rain. The newly risen shoot stood tall yet retained its vitality. Sang Luan, however, found discomfort beneath his touch, pouting her lips and shifting restlessly. After a moment, she finally found a comfortable position, her hand settling securely in place. Feng Hengji's expression darkened considerably, and he swallowed silently with closed eyes. He took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, clarity returned to his gaze. His eyes held a glimmer of restraint. On a June night, the air was still tinged with warmth, enveloping those within its embrace. Having lingered in one spot for too long, one was bound to feel overheated, and thus, the person on the bed was in search of the coolest position. Just as Feng Hengji regained a semblance of calm, Sang Luan, undeterred, began to shift restlessly. She murmured softly, shifting outward, her hands and feet finding their way onto Feng Hengji. His impatience was unmistakable. With a slight downward glance, his gaze inadvertently landed upon Sang Luan's delicate face. When awake, she would follow him around, calling him Brother Hengji incessantly. And now, however, she was remarkably serene, her tranquility drawing more attention than during the day. Realizing that he harbored inexplicable thoughts towards someone he found irritating, a surge of anger erupted within him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he seized Sang Luan's foot, gritting his teeth as he called out, "Sang Luan!" Chapter 50 has its intriguing moments. Feng Hengji's gaze was fixed intently upon Sang Luan. At the sound of his voice, Sang Luan, who had been lost in slumber, jolted awake, her body trembling in shock. "What happened?" she exclaimed, scrambling to sit up and instinctively clutching her blankets, craning her neck to survey her surroundings with wide, astonished eyes. "Was there an earthquake or a fire?" The moment the words slipped from her lips, silence enveloped the room. Realizing the gravity of the situation, her gaze snapped to Feng Hengji, her pupils narrowing in alarm. Clutching the blankets, she retreated hastily, distancing herself from him. A frown creased her brow as an unsettling feeling washed over her. There was something decidedly odd about Feng Hengji's demeanor. His gaze was peculiar, his expression strange. Even more astonishing was the faint flush coloring his ears, rendering him an enigma. A flicker of suspicion crossed Sang Luan's face. Could he have taken advantage of her slumber? Quickly, she peeked under the blankets, her anxiety dissipating as she reassured herself that everything was as it should be. However, upon witnessing her relief, Feng Hengji's countenance darkened, and he rose abruptly, towering over Sang Luan. She regarded him warily, questioning his intentions. Noting her defensive posture, he paused momentarily before exclaiming, "Grandmother said you should sleep properly and keep your blankets tucked in." Sang Luan tilted her head slightly, sensing the incredibility of his statement. Her lips twitched in disbelief. Was he truly rousing her in the dead of night merely to convey this? She mentally rolled her eyes, recognizing that only Feng Hengji could commit such an inconsiderate act. Suddenly, he halted mid-step and added, without turning back, "Given the way you sleep, you needn't worry about me harboring any thoughts." With that, he strode purposefully toward the main bed. Sang Luan's eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively straightened her posture, her gaze inadvertently glancing at his back, which conveyed an unmistakable sense of retreat. How could he resort to personal attacks when there was no provocation from her? With a slight pout, she shook her head, dismissing her thoughts, and tugged the blankets over her head, cocooning herself entirely. Only after returning to the main bed did Feng Hengji feel a wave of relief wash over him. He exhaled deeply, surveying the room, only to find that the figure on the side bed had completely concealed herself. His gaze deepened, and his expression turned inscrutable as he lay back slowly. Outside, the moonlight grew more profound, casting flickering shadows within the chamber. The following day, Sang Luan stirred from her slumber, yawning and instinctively covering her mouth. Yet, in the next moment, she sensed something amiss. She quickly scanned her surroundings and then glanced at the person beside her. She had distinctly been on the side bed before sleeping, yet now she found herself in the main bed, lying next to Feng Hengji. Blinking in disbelief, she racked her memory instinctively. Upon realizing she was sharing a bed with Feng Hengji, she nearly screamed, clutching the blankets tightly. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye lifted slightly with her movements. Lowering her gaze, she noticed Feng Hengji with his eyes firmly shut, prompting her to quietly shift away from him. Countless memories flashed through her mind, and she finally pieced together the events. She had unknowingly made her way to Feng Hengji's main bed in search of coolness during the night. Originally intending only to enjoy the chill, she had somehow sprawled across the bed. After a moment of contemplation, she pressed her hand to her forehead and, noticing that Feng Hengji remained asleep, held her breath and cautiously lifted a corner of the blanket. Every movement was executed with utmost care, as she feared he would awaken at any moment. Tension coursed through her as she undertook this seemingly simple endeavor, now rendered excruciatingly difficult. The instant her toes touched the cold floor, a sense of clarity washed over her, and she bit her lip, stealthily stepping down from the bed. Only after she was fully upright did she exhale softly. Without a moment to spare, she hurriedly gathered her clothing and donned her outer garments at a remarkable speed, rushing toward the door. Once she departed, a profound silence settled in the room. Feng Hengji, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. He languidly rose, turning to gaze toward the door, and then his attention shifted back to the side bed, his expression darkening considerably. Whispering her name, Sang Luan, a trace of a smile played on his lips, though it lacked warmth. Outside, upon seeing Sang Luan emerge, Yu Po instinctively stepped forward. However, before she could complete her sentence, Sang Luan interrupted urgently, "Hurry, let us get back to Furong Courtyard." She dashed ahead, her skirts flying. Along the way, the maidservants kept their heads bowed in silence. "But your main house has been demolished," Yu Po exclaimed, trailing closely behind. Sang Luan's eyes widened in shock, her steps faltering as she turned to Yu Po. "Demolished?" Yu Po nodded. "The old madam issued the order last night. The main house is now in ruins." Sang Luan couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Although the old madam was advanced in age, her decisiveness was unparalleled. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Yu Po and asked again, "What about the treasures in my room?" After a brief pause, Yu Po replied, "The people who were cleaning up said they likely moved them to the residence of the Prime Minister." It was only then that Yu Po noticed Sang Luan's attire. At first glance, she seemed impeccably dressed, but upon closer inspection, the buttons of her outer garment were all askew. Her gaze drifted lower, revealing that the hem of her clothing was uneven. Anxiously, she pointed at Sang Luan's attire and lowered her voice, "Miss, why didn't you fasten your clothes properly before coming out?" Sang Luan pouted, recalling the earlier scene in the room. If she had bothered to adjust herself, she would have been stuck there indefinitely. Yu Po looked puzzled. Just as Sang Luan lifted her foot, she unexpectedly collided with Lu Wenxian. Lowering her head, she felt that if Lu Wenxian saw her in this state, she would undoubtedly face another scolding. With a sudden impulse, she discreetly retreated with Yu Po, turning her head aside and covering her face with one hand. However, just as she took a step, she heard Lu Wenxian call out to her. "Sang Luan." The tone was neither heavy nor light. Resigned, she turned around, forcing a bright smile onto her face. "Mother, what brings you here? I was just about to pay my respects to you." The disdain in Lu Wenxian's eyes was unmistakable. In that instant, Sang Luan noticed not only the familiar servants accompanying Lu Wenxian but also a stern-looking matron standing beside her. Chapter 51, The young madam is truly unique. The stern matron regarded Sang Luan with a poker face, surveying her from head to toe before breaking into a chuckle, exclaiming, "The young madam's demeanor is indeed one of a kind." Her words were laden with genuine sentiment. Instinctively, Sang Luan retorted, her tone rising in defiance, "And who might you be?" Lu Wenxian shot her a disapproving glare and stepped forward, declaring, "This is the tutor I have engaged for you. Over the next 3 days, you shall earnestly learn from her." With a light remark, Lu Wenxian turned on her heel, seemingly keen to depart. Sang Luan raised an eyebrow, questioning whether she had missed some crucial information. As a tutor suddenly appeared out of nowhere, the tutor silently fixed her gaze on Sang Luan, and when the latter glanced back, she merely smiled, yet the smile did not reach her eyes. The matron's face bore a stern expression, with a hint of ruthlessness lurking in her gaze. Sang Luan felt an uneasy twitch at her temples, pondering whether this person had some peculiar penchant for pricking with needles. Before Lu Wenxian could completely leave, Sang Luan hastily stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Lu Wenxian. Noticing her companion's expression had darkened somewhat, Sang Luan finally lowered her hands, asserting that she had already committed the household rules to memory. The principles of obedience and virtue, along with how to serve her husband, were all perfectly clear. She truly did not require a tutor. As she spoke, the matron's expression soured, and she suddenly interjected, "Please rest assured, madam, that in 3 days' time, I shall ensure that you witness a completely transformed young madam." Her voice was firm and unwavering, her demeanor resolute. Sang Luan twitched her lips slightly. There was no need for such volume. Lu Wenxian turned slightly, casting a leisurely glance her way, then stated without looking back, "Sumomo will inform you of what you need to learn." Lu Wenxian shot Sang Luan a meaningful look, silently hoping she would not be disappointed. With graceful strides, she departed from the scene. Sang Luan furrowed her brow, instinctively stepping forward, but in the next moment, a group swiftly encircled her. "We kindly ask the young madam to heed the tutoress instructions." Sang Luan glanced around, noticing that aside from Yu Po, the others were all individuals associated with Lu Wenxian. She gathered her garments, pulling them closer, while simultaneously unfastening the small floral button on her attire, only to retie it. Her movements flustered. Sumomo cleared her throat, deliberately coughing a few times. Sangwon paused, raising her brows in confusion as she regarded her. Sumomo first glanced at Sangwon's attire, then gestured towards her with a slight nod. Of the bewilderment on Sangwon's face deepened, and she stepped forward, lowering her gaze to continue fastening the floral button. Yet again, the matron's cough resounded. Sangwon halted, casting a complex glance at Sumomo, and suggested, "Perhaps you should visit the doctor for a checkup?" Sumomo appeared taken aback, instinctively asking, "What ailment?" Sangwon pointed at her, raising a hand to cover half her face. "I noticed you coughing incessantly and blinking repeatedly." As she spoke, she exaggeratedly blinked her eyes. A few young maidservants could not contain their laughter, and Sumomo quickly shot a fierce glare at the giggling maid, who promptly lowered her head in shame. "I am merely here at the madam's behest to instruct the young madam," Sumomo huffed, her voice rising sharply. "Young madam, please do not attempt to play tricks on me. I shall not engage in any arguments with you." Her expression darkened, and she added, "Now, young madam, shall we commence?" Sangwon discreetly surveyed the individuals around her. Tentatively, she took a few steps forward, with the entourage following closely behind, maintaining a half-step distance from her. A headache began to brew within her. Irritated, she glanced at Sumomo, who was watching her intently, and queried, "May I ask, what exactly is it that you are here to teach me?" She emphasized the word exactly with particular weight. To her surprise, Sumomo replied without so much as a glance, "In due time, young madam will come to know." Sangwon pursed her lips, feeling increasingly vexed. An incense stick later, within the side chamber of the Lotus Pavilion, Sangwon leaned over the table, casually taking a bite of the lotus cake before her. "I shall first observe your dancing style and figure," Sumomo stated, her back turned to Sangwon, articulating each word distinctly. Suddenly turning around, she was met with an alarming sight. "Young madam," she exclaimed, her eyes widening as she hurried closer. "Even in private, your actions should exhibit composure and propriety. Should your husband witness such behavior, he will surely be displeased." Sangwon halted mid-bite, the morsel of lotus cake still in her mouth, and abruptly turned her body. In the next instant, the cake was snatched from her hand. With her eyebrows slightly raised, she replied in a calm tone, "There is no need for you to worry over such trivial matters, Sumomo." "Wait." After a brief pause, disbelief filled her eyes. "What did you just say? Dancing, figure?" Sangwon clapped her hands, and Yupa, ever attentive, promptly offered her a handkerchief, which Sangwon used to daintily wipe her hands. Her gaze inadvertently swept around the room before she quickly averted her eyes. Outside this chamber, there were servants standing everywhere. It seemed unlikely that she would be able to escape within the next 3 days. A flicker of worry crossed her mind as she calculated the time. It was the moment for the Red Zuanfang to assess their progress. The success or failure of it would become evident in these few days. As it stood, she could not attend, and she hoped that nothing would go amiss on Ning Ning's side. Sangwon subtly lowered her gaze, concealing her thoughts, and when her eyes returned to Sumomo, there was a hint of impatience in her expression. "What exactly do you wish to teach?" Beside her, Yupa edged closer, slightly tilting her body. "The madam likely wishes for you to learn the blessing dance." Sangwon's eyes widened in surprise. "The blessing dance?" Noticing her continued confusion, Yupa whispered once more, "In 3 days, it will be the birthday of the princess consort." At this revelation, Sangwon instantly comprehended. The princess consort's birthday required a noblewoman to perform a blessing dance, symbolizing the wish to age gracefully among the younger generation. Aside from the royal family, Sangwon, as the daughter of the Minister of Revenue and the first assistant's wife, held the most esteemed status in the capital. With her dual identity, she was indeed the ideal candidate to perform the blessing dance. While the dance was neither exceedingly difficult nor overly simple, Sangwon's current stiffness rendered her incapable of executing it properly. She might as well be invoking deities instead. Clearing her throat and biting her lip, her face appeared quite pitiful. She clasped her hands together, resting her head on her arms, gazing at Sumomo with a sorrowful expression. "Momo, may I kindly request that we consider replacing the dancer?" Chapter 52. To apologize or not to apologize, Sangwon frantically winked at Sumomo. Sumomo merely gazed at her with a cold stare. "Young mistress, each moment you delay reduces the time available to correct your dance." Sangwon, exasperated, looked skyward. After several exchanges with the person before her, she finally resigned herself to the truth. With a heavy heart, Sangwon lifted her skirts and trudged slowly to the center. Observing her compliance, Sumomo's expression softened slightly. Then, with a piercing glance directed at Yupa, she commanded that all bystanders depart during the young mistress's lesson. Sangwon spoke first, her tone resolute, "No way. Su Momo glanced at her and, noticing her concern, refrained from broaching the subject again. Su Momo extended a hand towards Sang Luan. Young mistress, please proceed. A quarter of an hour later, silence enveloped the room. An eerily profound stillness settled, an inexplicable atmosphere gradually permeating the air. The only sounds were the faint breaths of a few individuals standing in the center. Sang Luan held her fingers stiffly aloft, her waist rigid as stone, bending awkwardly to one side, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Her eyes, brimming with enthusiasm, fixed on the front, and in a fleeting moment, she even winked at Su Momo. In Su Momo's hand was a bamboo board, a precaution taught to her by the mistress to prevent Sang Luan from slacking off. She observed the figure before her, rapping lightly on the table. Stop. Wasn't it said that the daughters of the minister's residence were adept in song and dance? Yet today, it appeared that Sang Luan was woefully lacking in grace. The green leaves outside the window danced in the wind, far more pleasing to the eye than her earlier attempts at movement. Su Momo furrowed her brow tightly, her expression caught between words. As soon as Sang Luan halted, she turned to Su Momo, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. How was my dance? And my form? Su Momo's expression was complex. After a pause, she reluctantly replied, the 2 swats you just performed to swat away flies were quite commendable. Sang Luan meanwhile, within the young master's residence. What did you say? Chi Ran's eyes widened as he slammed his hand down on the table, rising abruptly. Does this young master need Meng Yuning's permission to step out? The teacup on the table abruptly lifted, hovering momentarily before crashing back down, and the tea splashed onto Chi Ran's hand, yet he seemed oblivious, his face still flushed with anger. Song He stood obediently behind Chi Ran, calmly interjecting, young master, to be precise, it is not that you need the young mistress's approval to leave, but rather you require silver to do so. However, most of the silver you previously had was secretly given to you by the steward. Now that the steward has changed, the young mistress reviewed the household accounts on the day the prince and princess left the residence. Given your extravagant spending, it is likely that your funds have already been depleted. After a brief pause, he continued, therefore, if you wish to leave the residence now, you will need at least 50 taels of silver. If you desire to obtain silver from the young mistress smoothly, you must first apologize to her to have even the slightest chance of receiving it. With that, Song He took a deep breath. Chi Ran turned to him, dumbfounded. Mouth agape, how did you manage to say so much in one breath? Realizing something, Chi Ran waved his hand dismissively and slowly sat back down, beckoning Song He closer. Come, draw nearer. Song He, without a trace of doubt, moved closer to Chi Ra, and in the next moment, Chi Ran abruptly smacked the back of Song He's head. Am I asking you? Song He winced in pain, quickly stepping back, looking quite aggrieved. Young master, why did you hit me? Chi Ran shot him a fierce glare, gesturing threateningly. Say another word, and I'll hit you again. Do you believe it? After a moment of silence, he finally spoke slowly. Do you have anything of value? Song He pondered seriously for a moment before pointing to himself. Chi Ran extended his hand. I see you still want to be hit. Song He shrank back, his tone earnest. The only thing of worth here is your loyal servant, young master. Chi Ran clicked his tongue. Silence. As soon as the command left his lips, Song He fell silent. Chi Ran wore a troubled expression, sighing in frustration. I never imagined that as a dignified young master, I would be devoid of silver. It was unacceptable. He had made plans to meet with that scion from the Gu family, and if he failed to show up, he would undoubtedly be looked down upon by others. Thus, the most effective and expedient solution before him was to take the initiative to apologize to Meng Yuning. Chi Ran suddenly declared. No one responded. Chi Ran turned, pretending to kick the air. This young master is asking you a question. Song He replied, didn't you tell me to be quiet? Chi Ran gritted his teeth, glaring at him, and snatched an empty teacup from the table, hurling it directly at Song He. The teacup narrowly missed Song He as it flew past. Song He nodded vigorously. That seems to be the case. Chi Ran, with a gleam in his eye, resolved in the midst of his thoughts, I have come up with a plan. He rose and strode toward the door. Song He's face registered surprise, and he hurriedly followed. A moment later, beside the flower bed, Chi Ran stared intently at the last few petals in his hand, holding his breath as he plucked one. To apologize, not to apologize. To apologize. After plucking the final petal from the stem, he revealed a smile that was more painful than tears. How could it be an apology? Song He trailed behind him, silently watching Chi Ran. Is this truly the plan the young master concocted? After much contemplation, Chi Ran rose indifferently, and soon, his eyes brightened as he dashed into the flower bed, indiscriminately beginning to pick flowers. Blossoms and leaves fell onto his hair, and he carelessly brushed them away. After taking a deep breath, he yawned widely, rubbing his nose and glancing at the vibrant flowers in his hand, a smile creeping onto his lips. With this bouquet, surely Meng Yuning will forgive me. It will be a cinch. He waved the flowers in front of him. This will surely work, right? Song He spoke up quietly. Not necessarily. Chi Ran narrowed his eyes dangerously. Song He nodded fervently. If the young mistress sees you so sincere, she will undoubtedly forgive you. Finally satisfied, Chi Ran smiled and stepped forward, patting Song He's shoulder as he passed, a promising disciple indeed. He then looked up at the sky, estimating the time, before arriving outside Yunyan Pavilion. Qi Ran focused intently on the doorway, watching as it slowly creaked open. He composed himself, preparing for the moment. With his right hand poised in the air and his left cradling the bouquet, he lowered his gaze. The instant Meng Yuning emerged, he stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of her. With lightning speed, he thrust the flowers into Meng Yuning's arms, his tone melodious. Though we did not rise together, let us share the same heart. Chapter 53 is clearly one of disdain. Meng Yuning's delicate brows knitted together, and almost at the moment Qi Ran extended the flowers, she instinctively leaned away. With a thud, the flowers in Qi Ran's hand fell abruptly to the ground. Meng Yuning took a step back, bewildered, clutching a handkerchief, wondering what the young master was up to. The flowers lay in disarray, a few petals scattered forlornly nearby. As his gaze fell upon the broken petals, Qi Ran's expression hardened, and he shot a fierce glare at the person before him. His lips parted to speak, but at that moment, the dark figure beside him coughed heavily, as if to say, "Young master, do you not see how the sky resembles the 50 taels of silver you have when leaving the estate?" The implication was subtle, yet Qi Ran understood. Suppressing his thoughts, he lifted his gaze once more, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Ning Ning, I've heard that Tianxiang Tower has introduced a new tea that is exceptionally refreshing. Might you have time today? Allow me to accompany you to taste it." With those words, Qi Ran subtly gauged Meng Yuning's reaction. After all, leaving the estate required silver. He could seize the opportunity to procure some later. His calculations seemed quite clever. However, the next moment, Meng Yuning's expression revealed a hint of impatience as she turned away without a second glance. "No need. If you like it, young master, you may go on your own." Qi Ran's eyes widened, and he pointed at Meng Yuning's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. The dark figure hastily restrained Qi Ran's arm, urgently blinking at him. "Young master, please remain calm. If you provoke the young mistress, you may not receive even a single tael of silver." Qi Ran closed his eyes and took a deep breath. For the sake of silver, he was willing to risk it. Surely, he could not allow that Gu family's lad to mock him. The dark figure quietly picked up the flowers, shook them off, and handed them back to Qi Ran. Clearing his throat, he swiftly moved to stand before Meng Yuning, rubbing his hands together. "Ning Ning, do take another look. These were personally picked for you from the flower garden this morning, still fresh." He waved the flowers in front of her. Meng Yuning raised an eyebrow, casting a faint glance at the eager Qi Ran. Suddenly, she felt an itch in her nostrils, an uncomfortable sensation arising within. In the next moment, she sneezed several times in quick succession. Grasping one corner of her handkerchief, she raised her hand to her nose, retreating a step while warily observing Qi Ran and the object in his hand. Qi Ran's heart raced. Disdain, this was unmistakably disdain. The nearby Mu Xiang suddenly interjected, "Young master, the young mistress cannot tolerate overly pungent scents." Qi Ran was taken aback. Was it truly so pungent? Meng Yuning sneezed again, multiple times in rapid succession. Qi Ran immediately grasped the situation, discarding the flowers to the dark figure, his gaze fixated on Meng Yuning. "It is I. If you have something to say, young master, just say it directly." "There is no need for such roundaboutness," Meng Yuning replied calmly. "As for the new tea at Tianxiang Tower," Mu Xiang interjected again, "the young mistress does not drink tea." Qi Ran's prepared words caught in his throat, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Why must this woman be so troublesome? She refused both the flowers and the tea. "I apologize for what happened last time." He clenched his right hand into a fist, bringing it to his lips as he coughed lightly. "I was overly emotional. I understand that it was all decisions made by my parents, and it has nothing to do with you." His voice dwindled to a whisper. Meng Yuning remained composed, silently observing him. Given Qi Ran's self-absorbed nature, expecting him to genuinely apologize was as unlikely as snowfall in June, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Upon meeting the tranquil gaze of Meng Yuning, he found himself disinclined to maintain his facade. The smile faded from his lips as he spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. "Since you have seen through me, I shall no longer conceal it." He waved his right hand in front of Meng Yuning. "Tonight, I have an appointment with Changfeng. You must lend me some silver." Meng Yuning fixed her eyes on the incessantly swaying hand, raising her gaze slightly, and replied coolly, "If I recall correctly, young master, you have already received your entire month's allowance." With that, she did not spare him a glance and turned to leave. Qi Ran stood with his hands on his hips, looking quite disgruntled. Why had he never found Meng Yuning so intolerable before? The dark figure lowered his head, not daring to mention that since the young mistress entered the estate, the young master had not been particularly fond of her. If he voiced this, it would be unwise. The dark figure stepped forward. "Young master, what shall we do now?" "Go!" Qi Ran glared fiercely at Meng Yuning's departing figure. This young master has never been miserly towards Gu Changfeng and the others. Just this once, without silver, I refuse to believe they can expel me. "Miss, will this work?" Yupa tugged at her clothing, squatting before Sang Luan, a hint of awkwardness on her face. The two were currently huddled in a corner of the room. Sang Luan adjusted Yupo's attire with a confident expression. "Do not worry, it will be fine, just follow what I told you to do, and we must delay the inspection by 3 days, no matter what." Yupa raised her gaze, and upon meeting Sang Luan's amber eyes, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. She nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, miss, I will accomplish the task." Sang Luan nodded, giving Yupa a gentle push since she could not go out. Sending Yupa in her stead would suffice. She had already entrusted Yupa with some crucial messages. Suddenly, a loud cough echoed within the room. Sumama glanced around, puzzled. "Where is everyone?" Yupa instinctively grabbed Sang Luan's hand, her eyes filled with growing concern. Sang Luan immediately grasped her hand back. "I believe in you." Then, Sang Luan stood up first, smiling brightly at Sumama. "You're back?" Sumama eyed her with suspicion, her steps hesitating as she slowly approached Sang Luan. "What is the young mistress doing over there?" Just then, a faint voice sounded from the corner. "Ouch, ouch, it hurts." Sumama furrowed her brow, holding her breath for a moment, straining to listen. In her moment of focus, she slowly made her way to the corner. There, Yupa was clutching her abdomen, writhing on the ground in pain, her lips trembling slightly, appearing quite unwell. Sumama was taken aback. "What has happened?" Yupa gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. "I beg for your understanding, Mama, my lower abdomen is in excruciating pain." Sumama hesitated for a moment, glancing at Sang Luan, who wore a worried expression. Only then did she retract her gaze. "Young mistress, you do not intend to personally escort her to see a doctor, do you? Time is too tight, and you cannot afford to waste any." Chapter 54. Arriving late, the young master is no more. Crouched on the ground, Yupa hastily spoke up. "A servant's life holds little value, I shall go myself." "Naturally, it would be so. Would you have someone accompany you?" Granny Su cast a fleeting glance at her, her eyes downcast. "Do you not realize you must hurry?" With her brow furrowed, Yupa pressed one hand against her abdomen and used the other to push herself up with great difficulty. She offered a respectful bow to Sang Luan, her lips parting slightly. "I fear I shall not be able to attend to the young mistress today." Sang Luan waved her hand nonchalantly. "The sooner you go, the sooner you return." In a moment concealed from Granny Su's sight, she winked at Yupa. It was only after Yupa's figure had completely vanished that Sang Luan quietly withdrew her gaze. Granny Su approached Sang Luan. "Young mistress, shall we continue our practice?" Sang Luan responded with a gentle hum and promptly raised her fingers into a delicate pose. In the next instant, she turned her body and began to dance. Granny Su closed her eyes tightly and exhaled deeply. Indeed, she had overestimated the young mistress. With her right hand poised elegantly, resting beneath her chin, Sang Luan looked at Granny Su. "What do you think? Is there any progress?" Granny Su paused for a moment before stepping forward. As she turned, nearly losing her balance, Sang Luan inquired, "Granny, do you think someone like me could learn the blessing dance in just 3 days?" Granny Su replied, "Aside from a foundation built over more than 10 years, what one can learn in a few days, months, or even years is merely superficial." Yet, Sang Luan's face remained fervent as she tirelessly attempted the simple movements. "Granny, am I dancing correctly? Is this better than the last time?" With each movement, she would raise her gaze and call out to Granny Su, fully capturing her attention. Noticing Granny Su was wholly focused on correcting her movements, Sang Luan felt a wave of relief wash over her. 4 hours later, dusk settled in and the streets were nearly deserted. Yupa kept her head down and walked briskly, her anxious heart finally beginning to settle. Although she had been delayed, the outcome was ultimately favorable. She felt she had not let down her young mistress's instructions. With this thought, she unconsciously quickened her pace. Suddenly, the once bright full moon was abruptly obscured by dark clouds, casting a shadow over the sky. Yupa held her breath, instinctively clenching her hands, her vigilance heightened as she surveyed her surroundings. "Young lady, out so late and all alone?" Suddenly, 2 burly men emerged from the shadows, blocking her path. Under the faint starlight, she caught sight of their fierce expressions, causing her to involuntarily take a step back. Swallowing hard, the 2 men exchanged glances, a glimmer of mischief flashing in their eyes, and simultaneously cracked a lewd smile. One of them stepped forward, slouching slightly, rubbing his hands together, and gazed at Yupa with predatory intent. "Do not be afraid, young lady, if you take us to see your master, we might consider letting you go." His tone suggested negotiation, yet his words brooked no refusal. Their unwavering gazes made Yupa's heart race. Clenching her fists tightly, her eyes narrowed, a fleeting thought darted through her mind. She regarded the 2 men warily. "Who sent you?" One of them chuckled mockingly. "Didn't he realize you were quite clever, little lady?" He grinned, "But cleverness in the wrong place won't do you much good." They brandished sticks, roughly the thickness of a finger, brandishing them menacingly. Do you think you can withstand a few hits from our sticks with those delicate arms and legs? The man inched closer to Yupa. I advise you to obediently lead us to your master, lest you suffer more. With every step he took, Yupa silently retreated. She shook her head, her tone resolute. I do not understand what you are saying. It was clear these men were after her mistress, their expressions hardened. Don't be ungrateful. With that, they simultaneously raised their sticks and swung them down towards Yupa. Her pupils dilated, breath caught in her throat. Suddenly, the man wielding the stick collapsed to the ground with a thud, dust swirling in the air. Yupa's gaze flickered, and she looked up to see a woman in flowing garments standing before her, holding a sturdy club, blood faintly visible at its end. The woman was strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of elegance, her brows and eyes icy and aloof, maintaining the pose of having just swung her weapon. Her rough action possessed an unexpected grace. Noticing Yupa's unwavering gaze, she swiftly discarded the club to the side, standing upright and brushing her hands off. Dealing with such scum requires a firm hand. Her voice, as cool and ethereal as her appearance, bore a hint of softness upon closer listening. As the dark cloud slowly dispersed, revealing the original bright moon, Yupa's heart raced upon recognizing the woman's visage. She quickly bowed deeply. This servant greets the young master's wife. Meng Yuning sighed softly and stepped forward. No need for excessive courtesy. Return and inform your master to be cautious. Though filled with questions, Yupa nodded earnestly, yes. She cast a glance at the two men lying on the ground. Shall we take them to the authorities? Young master's wife, shall we return now? Asked Mushan, lowering her gaze as she draped an outer robe over Meng Yuning, ensuring no wind would seep in. Meng Yuning tilted her head slightly, about to speak when a figure stumbled towards them from a distance. Yuning narrowed her eyes, and before she could utter a word, Mushan suddenly exclaimed, Songhai? Why are you here, away from the young master? Songhai took a deep breath. Young master's wife, I finally found you. His expression was frantic, visibly calming upon seeing Meng Yuning. What has happened? Speak slowly, Meng Yuning replied coldly. As Songhai began to gesticulate wildly. The young master is in danger. You are the only one who can save him. He attempted to move forward. Meng Yuning lowered her gaze at his slender fingers, her demeanor still unperturbed. If I recall correctly, it was at the hour of Chen that your young master caused a ruckus at the Union Pavilion. Songhai dared not refute. If you delay, the young master may be lost. Chapter 55. Drunk at Jin Chao Zui. Meng Yuning raised her eyebrows slightly, speaking leisurely. How could the heir be in danger if he is not at the heir's residence? The dark-eyed figure faltered, struggling to articulate a coherent thought for a long while. At this juncture, Mu Xiang interjected, if you do not speak, do not expect the heir's consort to accompany you. With a clenched jaw, the dark-eyed man reluctantly began to explain, the heir is at Jin Chao Zui today, and he has not a single silver piece to his name. Upon hearing this, he glanced anxiously at Meng Yuning, for the prince and princess were nowhere to be found, leaving only her capable of rescuing the heir. Meng Yuning lowered her gaze and quickened her pace, having grasped the situation. Qi Ran had long harbored intentions of borrowing money for an appointment. When she did not relent at the hour of Chen, Qi Ran, devoid of any funds, had ventured to Jin Chao Zui. Meng Yuning's eyelashes fluttered. She recalled the figure of Gu Changfeng, who in the original narrative was tasked by his father to approach Qiran. At crucial moments, Qi Ran would invariably consult Gu Changfeng, who consistently offered poor counsel. Over time, Qi Ran's already tarnished reputation had only worsened within Xingjing, yet Qi Ran regarded Gu Changfeng as a confidant, frequently opposing the prince and princess. At a significant banquet, a careless remark had incited the emperor's ire, leading to a decree that confined Qi Ran. The original character suffered collateral damage during this confinement, her pent-up frustrations intensifying. She suddenly lifted her gaze, contemplating seizing this opportunity for Qi Ran to perceive Gu Changfeng's true nature, lest she find herself entangled in Qi Ran's troubles before she had amassed enough funds to flee. Resolute in this thought, she hastened her steps. The dark-eyed man, left behind in the wake of her urgency, gazed at her retreating figure with a twinge of emotion. Though the heir's consort and the heir often exchanged barbs, it was clear she held him dear. Truly, the heir's consort was a good person. Meng Yuning furrowed her brow and paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at the dark-eyed man. Are you not in a hurry to rescue your heir? The dark-eyed man snapped back to reality and trotted forward. How much silver do we need? Meng Yuning inquired as she continued onward. 10,000 taels. Her eyelids twitched. Qi Ran was indeed a troublemaker. Before she could respond, the dark-eyed man weakly added, that is the minimum required to secure the heir's return home. With a cold expression, Meng Yuning instructed Mu Xiang beside her, the sum must come from the estate. When my parents return, inform them truthfully. Consequently, the group hurried back to the heir's residence to gather the necessary funds. Half an hour earlier, at Jin Chaozui, the main hall was abuzz with animated voices, as patrons exchanged cups in revelry. Some maintained their composure, downing drink after drink, while others flushed with merriment, engaging in lively banter. The air was thick with swirling smoke, dissipating mere moments later. Qi Ran, with a casual lift of his garments, boldly ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the loft, the scene before him was entirely transformed. Without a glance, he expertly stepped into a private room at the corner. No sooner had he entered than he was seized by the arm and seated abruptly. "Ah, you've arrived late today." "Self-punish with 3 cups," Gu Changfeng proclaimed, draping himself over Qi Ran in a brotherly manner. He promptly handed 3 cups of wine to Qi Ran, slightly turning to whisper in his ear, "Drink freely. It's just water." Qi Ran patted Gu Changfeng on the shoulder, a look of camaraderie passing between them. He then downed the contents of his cup in one go. Gu Changfeng's eyes glimmered as he gestured to the 2 individuals beside him. "Qi Ran, these are my new acquaintances. I thought you might like to meet them." Leaning closer, he added, "Aren't you eager to venture into commerce and earn your parents' esteem? They are more than capable of teaching you for a time." The 2 newcomers nodded slightly, wearing shy smiles. "We have long admired the heir." With a sigh, Qi Ran waved his hand dismissively. "There is no heir here, only young Master Qi." He poured himself another cup and, raising it sincerely to the gathered company, declared, "To all present, whether known or unknown to me, since you are friends of Changfeng, you are also my friends." Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Today is a joyous occasion. We are at Jin Chaozui, thus we must indulge. Each of you shall take 2 bottles of Jin Chaozui home with you." He pounded his chest, asserting, "Count it all under my tab." The crowd's excitement grew palpable. Gu Changfeng paused momentarily before reminding Qi Ran in a hushed tone, "This Jin Chaozui is not inexpensive." Before he could finish, Qi Ran halted abruptly and shot an indignant glance at Gu Changfeng. "No matter the cost, can it surpass the bond we share? Everyone is to comply, anyone who does not is disrespecting me." Gu Changfeng let out a quiet sigh, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his mouth, concealed from Qi Ran's view. He discreetly took a step back, subtly signaling to the person beside him. The individual immediately understood, rising to speak, "We thank the young master for his generosity, thus, all expenses incurred today at Jin Chaozui shall be on your behalf." Engrossed in the merriment, Qi Ran failed to detect any underlying discontent. With a grand gesture, he encouraged everyone to eat and drink heartily. After several rounds of toasting, the attendants of Jin Chaozui entered the private room in a line, led by a woman clad in a pale purple garment, her allure unmistakable. She approached Qi Ran directly, softly stating, "Young master, the total amount you have spent today is 25,000 taels." Holding an abacus and smiling sweetly at Qi Ran, he momentarily froze, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Looking up, he asked, "May I charge it to my account?" The woman's smile widened, and seeing her expression, Qi Ran couldn't help but smile in return. However, in an instant, her smile vanished as she replied, "I'm afraid not." Qi Ran turned away, intending to leave, but the woman fortuitously blocked his path. "Yet, considering the young master's substantial expenditure today, I might make an exception." Qi Ran exhaled, his expression brimming with triumph. Even without Meng Yuning, he could still thrive. Did you really think withholding funds would hinder him? Ha, women truly were naive. In a moment, the woman spoke deliberately, "Then let us proceed according to the rules of Jin Chaozui." She extended her hand, slightly lowering her gaze, "Young master, please." Qi Ran exclaimed in confusion, "What do you mean?" "Within a specified time, we shall play a game of guessing numbers. If you win, the account may be charged. However, should you lose," her tone rose slightly, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Chapter 56 Diligent Quarrels. Qi Ran squinted, persistently inquiring, "What will happen if I lose?" At that moment, Qi Ran's complexion was flushed, his steps unsteady. The woman chuckled softly, her breath fragrant like orchids. "If you lose, my lord shall agree to 3 conditions of mine for free, and he must leave behind something as well." As she spoke, she tilted her body and scanned Qi Ran from head to toe. Qi Ran felt a chill run down his spine, suddenly realizing something, and retreated warily. Is there truly no other way? The woman merely regarded him in silence. The young master could simply choose to concede. "Thereafter, I shall naturally go to the manor to reclaim the silver you owe." She paused, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "However, from this day forth, you shall not set foot in Jin Chaozui again." Qi Ran resolutely refused. How could that be? Meanwhile, Gu Changfeng and others silently observed the unfolding scene. Ku Changfeng stepped forward, letting out a soft sigh. You see, if you lack silver, you should have mentioned it earlier. The brothers would not have turned a blind eye, but look at the situation now. Ku Changfeng exhaled heavily, an air of reproach subtly evident in his brows and eyes. Shi Ran shot him a glance, waving his hand dismissively. Rest assured, since I have spoken, I shall handle it myself. A moment later, within the great hall, a long table was set in the center. To the left of the table sat the woman in purple, her right foot nonchalantly resting on a stool, her right hand casually draped over her knee, playing with a translucent pebble. She glanced indifferently at her opponent across the table. In that fleeting moment, the vibrant surroundings seemed to lose their color. Opposite the purple-clad woman sat an eager Shi Ran, a crowd already gathered around them. Shi Ran was rubbing his fists in anticipation. He recalled that in the young master's residence, he had never lost at such games. It was merely a test of keen eyesight, something he found both easy and enjoyable. Behind him, Song He wore a worried expression. Young master, perhaps you should concede. If you truly lose, it will be difficult to explain to the prince and princess upon their return, not to mention the young mistress. Shi Ran, without turning back, waved his hand again. Do not mention her. I am the young master. I refuse to believe that if I truly lose, she could do anything to me. The mere mention of Meng Yuning ignited his ire. He could not fathom why his parents had entrusted the household stewardship to an outsider. What folly! Song He remained silent, not daring to utter another word. Observing the excitement of those around him, he quietly stepped back, seeking an opportunity to slip away. The woman in purple spoke with a languid tone. The rules are simple. We each have 10 pebbles and 2 bamboo tubes. We shall cover the pebbles with the tubes, shake them vigorously, and upon stopping, you must guess which tube contains the most pebbles. Best 2 out of 3, of course. If you can accurately guess the number of pebbles under each tube, you win. She demonstrated twice, explaining that the one closer to the correct answer would be deemed the victor. Do you understand? The purple-clad woman smiled radiantly. Shi Ran, feeling a bit dazed, nodded. After a moment. The woman suddenly slammed the bamboo tubes on the table. Good. She then raised her chin slightly, her hands gesturing in the air, inadvertently revealing a portion of her alabaster arm. Many men present turned their heads in unison upon witnessing this scene. Some who had brought their wives or concubines quickly shielded their gazes with their sleeves, only to sneak a glance when they thought no one was watching. Shi Ran lightly tapped his head, feeling dizzy at her movements. What? Sang Luan's pupils widened in shock. Is there such a thing? Leaning to one side, she had her maid Yupa gently massage her shoulders, suddenly sitting up with astonishment. After glancing at Yupa on either side, Sang Luan reclined once more. Why Yupa lowered her eyes, continuing to knead Sang Luan's shoulders. Sang Luan interlocked her fingers, resting her head upon them, her eyes half closed, entirely at ease. Do you not have anything you wish to ask? Sang Luan's voice was soft, her tone gentle. Suddenly, Yupa halted. No. She recounted everything that had transpired during the day without omission. As a dutiful maid, she adhered to her master's instructions, remaining tight-lipped about matters that were not to be questioned. Abruptly, she knelt before Sang Luan. Miss, although I am unaware of your intentions, I know you are a person of great wisdom. She paused, gazing steadily at Sang Luan. If you wish to pursue something, do so boldly. No matter what occurs, I shall stand by your side. Her tone was sincere. Sang Luan exclaimed, oh, and sprang up, bending slightly. I naturally understand your sentiments. Yupa slowly rose, her lips pressed together, her eyes filled with complexity. Come, quickly massage my shoulders again, Sang Luan instructed, twisting her waist and pointing to her shoulders. I am utterly exhausted from trying to catch Sumama's attention today. Yupa lowered her gaze, swiftly approaching to resume her previous actions. I have a hunch about the two who obstructed your path today, Sang Luan said leisurely. They clearly aimed to block you. Previously, they had not ventured beyond their doors, diligently maintaining the narrative. Whenever they had the chance, they argued with Meng Yuning from the streets to the alleys. Recently, the only individual she had interacted with were those from Hongzhenfang. Hongzhenfang? Yupo's eyes widened in surprise. Sang Luan waved her hand lightly, sitting upright. It must be the rival establishment of Hongxianfang. Do you recall when we visited, there was a rouge shop located at the rear right of Hongzhenfang? Yupa shook her head in confusion. Sang Luan's gaze flickered, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye becoming increasingly captivating. Despite Ning Ning having sent them to the government office, the two had not inflicted any substantial harm. They would likely be released in a few days. This was ultimately not a sustainable solution. Suddenly, Sang Luan's eyes lit up, resting one hand on the couch and beckoning Yupa closer with the other. You should do this first tomorrow, then that. Yupa nodded earnestly, taking in every word. Sang Luan rose from the couch, hands on her hips, twisting side to side, letting out a heavy sigh. I must practice the prayer dance again. Meanwhile, in the great hall of Jin Chao Zui, Qi Ran had slumped over the table, his features contorted. Slightly turning, he was jolted awake. Where is Song He? This game appeared simple, yet in practice, it was akin to scaling the heavens. He could not guess the number of pebbles beneath the opponent's bamboo tubes. The opponent, however, had guessed his correctly half the time. The woman in purple wore a smile. Thank you for your concession. Qi Ran suddenly exclaimed, isn't it best 2 out of 3, you haven't won yet. As he spoke, a hint of insecurity glimmered in his eyes. The woman laughed heartily, very well, let us continue. Qi Ran's gaze deepened, the effects of the wine had mostly worn off, and he fixed his stare intently on her, gritting his teeth. He was about to speak when he was interrupted. In this third round, I shall take his place. Chapter 57. Yun Yang, a melodious and enchanting voice reverberated through the grand hall. Everyone turned in unison towards the source of the sound, and there, not far away, a woman clad in white was approaching with an expression of indifference. Her delicate features were akin to a picturesque painting, exuding an ethereal grace as though she had just stepped out from the canvas of a masterpiece. A faint pallor graced her petite face, yet it did nothing to diminish her beauty. Rather, it bestowed upon her an extraordinary allure. Each movement she made was imbued with an air of calm detachment. How beautiful she is, truly beautiful, a man could not help but exclaim in admiration. Beside him, a woman immediately placed her hands on her hips and tugged at the man's ear, indignantly questioning, just how beautiful is she? This spectacle elicited a collective chuckle from the onlookers. TCH, who was afraid of women, such pitifulness, thought a young man lounging on a nearby stool, his expression one of disdain. With that, he slapped the woman beside him, declaring, you should learn from me. If I say east, she wouldn't dare say west. The woman lowered her head, silently pressing her lips together, too intimidated to speak. Are you mute? Speak up. Seeing her demeanor, the man raised his foot and kicked her sharply in the abdomen. Now tell me, is it true or not? The woman, startled, instinctively covered her belly with her hand and managed to respond with great difficulty, yes. Gu Changfeng pulled the man closer, casting a sidelong glance at the suffering woman. Sister-in-law is with child. Aren't you afraid you might harm your unborn child with that kick? What is she to me as a sister-in-law? Xian Hongshan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the woman on the ground. It was already a privilege for her to come out and witness the world. What more could she possibly desire? He raised his cup and drank it down in one gulp. Then, with an air of indifference, he remarked, if she loses the child, so be it. If she does not wish to bear it, there are plenty of others eager to take her place. The woman on the ground was dressed in a simple green outfit, and at that moment, her once pristine garment was now speckled with dust. Gritting her teeth, she pushed herself up with great difficulty. A fleeting glimmer of emotion crossed her eyes before vanishing without a trace. Xiang Hongshan looked at the woman in the hall, his eyes glimmering with greed, thinking, that one might just be worthy of my status as the legitimate son of the deputy minister of punishment. Gu Changfeng clicked his tongue meaningfully, gesturing towards Qi Ran with a nod of his chin. Qi Ran squinted his eyes, and upon catching sight of the figure before him, he suddenly stood up, murmuring, Meng Yuning? While the crowd admired the scene, Meng Yuning had already gracefully approached Qi Ran's side. The woman in purple paused, stating, this game can only be played by husband and wife. May I ask, who is this young lady? Meng Yuning raised her brow slightly, her expression calm. I am she. At her words, the crowd erupted in a clamor. Such a beautiful woman already had a husband. Qi Ran, whose heart was previously in his throat, finally found some relief. However, the next moment, he looked at Meng Yuning with a hint of skepticism. I have already lost 2 rounds. Are you certain you can manage? Meng Yuning lowered her gaze to him. If the heir does not believe in me, he may certainly continue on his own. She feigned stepping back a pace. Qi Ran fell silent, his mind racing back to the earlier one-sided defeat he had suffered. As his gaze fell upon Meng Yuning's amber eyes, he felt as though something deep within him had been suddenly struck. Gritting his teeth, he instantly stood up and took a step aside. The woman in purple curled her lips into a slight smile. As a guest, you may go first. Meng Yuning straightened her posture, fully attentive. No need. You may proceed. The woman in purple raised her brows slightly, placing her hands on the 2 bamboo tubes before her, swiftly covering the stones within. Her gaze remained fixed on Meng Yuning, never glancing at her hands, as her fingers moved with astonishing speed. In an instant, the only sound in the air was that of stones clattering together. Who doesn't know that today, Yun Yang is an expert in this field? How audacious of someone to challenge her. Speak softly. Haven't you heard of her status? Once the game commenced, there was no turning back, and at this juncture, status mattered little. Indeed, look at this young lady. If she loses, she won't have a place to cry afterward. Whispers of speculation arose from the crowd, with the majority believing that Yun Yang was destined to win. After all, they had yet to hear of anyone who could triumph over Yun Yang in the present day. Even Qi Ran harbored doubts. Suddenly, Yun Yang's movements faltered, her speed gradually slowing. Withdrawing her hands, she leaned back slightly, an air of defiance in her demeanor. "I must admit, I admire the courage of the heiress wife. It's just unfortunate that you allowed me to go first." Upon finishing her words, her smile grew even more radiant, as if she had already secured victory in this game. Yun Yang gestured towards the bamboo tube before her. "Please." Meng Yuning's eyelashes fluttered, and in the next moment, her crimson lips parted. 6 in my left hand, 4 in my right. Yun Yang leaned forward slightly. "Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider?" Meng Yuning gently shook her head, her voice cool. "No need. Let us begin." Yun Yang sighed softly. Youth and impetuosity. She reached for the bamboo tube on her left, but her expression suddenly froze, and her pupils constricted. "How can this be?" "Continue." Meng Yuning maintained her calm demeanor. "Can someone explain what is happening right now? Why does it feel as though Yun Yang is suddenly being overwhelmed?" "Just watch. This might be Yun Yang's strategy. That young lady is probably just feigning calmness while being terrified inside," someone murmured. Qi Ran shot a fierce glare at the speaker, and the atmosphere abruptly quieted once more. Everyone held their breath, intently observing Yun Yang's actions. Yun Yang pressed her lips together, her right hand slowly resting on the bamboo tube before her, and then, with a single, decisive motion, she lifted it. Silence enveloped the room. A palpable tension filled the air as, beneath Yun Yang's bamboo tube, lay 4 stones resting quietly. Left hand, 6 stones. Right hand, 4 stones, not a single one amiss. "We have one." Qi Ran's eyes widened in astonishment as he grasped Meng Yuning's shoulders, shaking her vigorously in uncontainable joy. "We truly have one." Meng Yuning, feeling overwhelmed, quickly pushed his hands away. "It's not over yet." She smacked Qi Ran's arm sharply. Only then did Qi Ran regain his composure, retracting his hands. His gaze towards Meng Yuning was filled with admiration and excitement. Yun Yang's smile faded, and she suddenly exclaimed, "I have yet to begin." Chapter 58, Where is the last stone? Qi Ran stared intently at Meng Yuning, as if at that moment, his entire being was consumed by her presence. Meng Yuning slightly lowered her gaze, her delicate, fair hand resting on the bamboo tube before her. Her exquisite, cool visage was marked by a serious expression. Qi Ran's gaze involuntarily fell upon the bamboo tube, his body taut with tension. Suddenly, Meng Yuning began to move. With her head bowed, her hands moved at a leisurely pace. Yun Yang, whose heart had been tightly wound with anxiety, felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Yet, recalling the earlier scene, she dared not let her guard down. Moments later, Meng Yuning gradually came to a halt, slowly retracting her hands. "Is that it? Hold on, I can't quite grasp this. Surely it's not something just anyone can discern, right?" Yun Yang furrowed her brow, her gaze downward, contemplating deeply before finally looking up at Meng Yuning, resolutely pointing beside her. "I suspect it's a 50-50 chance." Meng Yuning raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. This slight astonishment did not escape Yun Yang's notice. With renewed conviction, Yun Yang declared, "Open it, there should be 5 on each side." In response, Meng Yuning remained silent, simply removing the 2 bamboo tubes. Yun Yang's expression shifted abruptly, her brow furrowed tightly. Leaning forward with her hands planted on the table, her eyes were filled with disbelief. "This can't be." Meng Yuning shrugged. "As you can see, nothing is impossible." Qi Ran quickly interjected, "Indeed, you, the esteemed proprietress of Jin Chaozui, wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you?" Yun Yang's gaze darkened as she fixated on the stones before Meng Yuning. To her left, beneath one bamboo tube, lay 9 stones, yet, under the other tube, there was not a single one. By the rules, it was clear that Yun Yang had lost. Her hands instinctively clenched together. "How can this be? Wait, weren't there originally 10 stones? Now there are only 9 in total." From the side, Xiang Hongxian squinted, suddenly speaking up. Yet Yun Yang's expression remained unchanged, her gaze still locked on the stones. She bit her lip, then abruptly looked up at Meng Yuning. "Where is the last stone?" Meng Yuning understood that this was Yun Yang conceding defeat. Silently, she lifted the bamboo tube on her right, exerting a slight force, shaking it over the table, and suddenly, a stone tumbled out from the previously empty tube. The onlookers were taken aback, craning their necks in astonishment. Nonetheless, not a single soul dared to utter the word cheat, for they were in Jin Chaozui, utilizing bamboo tubes and stones prepared in advance. If cheating were to be considered, it would only be Jin Chaozui capable of such actions. Yun Yang exhaled heavily, her demeanor softening considerably. With a relieved smile, she stood, accepting her defeat gracefully. "It appears I am outmatched. From this day forth, whatever you wish to partake in at Jin Chaozui, it shall be on my account." With that, Yun Yang stepped away from the table and approached Meng Yuning. Qi Ran's eyelids twitched as he immediately positioned himself in front of Meng Yuning, warily eyeing Yun Yang. What do you intend to do? Behind them, Zhang He bore an expression of deep sorrow, hoping that the young master would remember tonight's events. Upon waking, Meng Yuning lightly nudged Qi Ran's arm. Step aside. She means no harm. Yun Yang disregarded Qi Ran, embracing Meng Yuning in a grand gesture. After a deep gaze into Meng Yuning's eyes, she suddenly released her and waved to the crowd. Everyone, please disperse. In no time, the gathering scattered. Xiang Hongxian and Gu Changfeng shared a moment of silence, exchanging glances. Then, in unison, they sprang up, flanking Qi Ran. I knew you could do it. Truly impressive. Meng Yuning casually glanced at the man clad in dark attire, suspecting he was Gu Changfeng. Xiang Hongxian, with his arm around a woman, looked at Meng Yuning with a smirk. I've heard that the young master's bride was redeemed by the righteous prince. Had she not married the young master, she likely would still be lingering in some brothel. Zhang He interjected coldly. Young Master Xiang, please show some decorum. The young master's bride was brought into the household with honor. Xiang Hongxian narrowed his eyes. And what are you? Your master hasn't uttered a word, yet you dare to confront me. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd fell silent, centered around Meng Yuning and her companions. The onlookers instinctively created space. Gu Changfeng discreetly signaled Xiang Hongxian, yet the latter seemed oblivious, continuing, it is common knowledge in Xingjing that the young master has no affection for his bride. He is no fool. The true young master's bride is someone he cannot afford to offend. However, this woman here is merely a name, not someone Qi Ran holds dear. Since she does not have his favor, he can say whatever he wishes. In truth, he believed he was doing Qi Ran a favor. The woman dressed in green, who had been following Xiang Hongxian, bit her lip nervously and gently tugged at his sleeve, her voice trembling. Husband, let us return. This action drew the ire of the woman in Xiang Hongxuan's embrace, who shot her a glare. With her right hand trailing lightly down Xiang Hongxuan's chest, she teased, young master, if you leave, this little one will be left to gaze at the moon all night. Xiang Hongxian threw his head back in laughter, grasping the delicate hand of the woman in his arms, lowering his head to plant a soft kiss, and in a lowered voice, with a mischievous smile, fear not, such a beautiful lady, how could I allow you to gaze at the moon alone? However, his expression suddenly hardened as he coldly regarded the green-clad woman. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck her face sharply. The green-clad woman fell to the ground, one hand clutching her cheek, the other bracing against the floor. She looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Xiang Hongxian glared fiercely at the woman on the ground. As if unsatisfied, he stepped forward and kicked her several times. You, Zhang Zhaodi. How dare you point fingers while I speak? Do you wish to court death? Each kick landed squarely on her abdomen. The green-clad woman gritted her teeth, her complexion paling as she instinctively shielded her belly. Meng Yuning rushed forward, pushing Xiang Hongxian away, bending down to support Zhang Zhaodi's arm, glaring at him in anger. She is pregnant, how can you keep kicking her? What grudge do you hold against her? Zhang Zhaodi's face was ashen as she shakily attempted to rise. Xiang Hongxian instinctively glanced at Qi Ran, noting his lack of reaction. His gaze hardened as he forcefully shoved Meng Yuning. Caught off guard, Meng Yuning staggered several steps backward. Qi Ran's eyes turned icy as he rolled up his sleeves, his expression seething with fury. Zhang He's eyelids twitched, hastily interjecting, young master, what are you planning to do? Chapter 59 Save our children. Without looking back, Qi Ran strode forward with a cold voice, beat him. He quickly closed the distance to Xiang Hongxian, raising his hand to deliver a powerful left hook. Bang, bang, bang. The corners of Qi Ran's eyes turned slightly red, each punch landing with brutal force. In mere moments, Xiang Hongxuan's face was marred with bruises. The suddenness of the event caused bystanders to instinctively retreat a few steps. The woman in Xiang Hongxuan's arms was taken aback, instinctively stepping aside, her pupils widening in shock. What nonsensical drivel were you just uttering? Clean up your mouth. Qi Ran's eyes narrowed, his tone icy, showing no signs of relenting. His stature considerably exceeded that of Xiang Hongxian, who, weakened by the constant presence of various beauties, was already in a fragile state. With a mere exertion of strength, Qi Ran brought Xiang Hongxian crashing to the ground. One punch followed another, striking Xiang Hongxuan's face, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. In a fleeting moment, Xiang Hongxian seized the opportunity, grabbing Qi Ran's arm during a brief lapse. His brow furrowed tightly, he turned his head slightly towards Gu Changfeng, gritting his teeth. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and pull him away. Qi Ran yanked his hand back, landing another punch directly on Xiang Hongxian. A howl escaped Xiang Hongxuan's lips, echoing throughout the hall. Gu Changfeng's gaze flickered. He had never witnessed Qi Ran in such a state of uncontrollable fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward, discreetly signaling the two individuals beside him. The three swiftly pulled Qi Ran away. In the split second that followed, Xiang Hongxian felt a significant relief wash over him. Seeing this, his eyelids twitched, and he braced himself against the ground, rolling to his feet. He gingerly touched the corner of his mouth, wincing slightly, his gaze suddenly fixated on Qi Ran, his tone filled with resentment. Qi Ran, have you lost your mind? Sensing the situation deteriorating, Yun Yang decisively led the inebriated Jin Zhao upstairs. Matters such as these were best left unentangled. With Yun Yang retreating, the other patrons hastily placed their coins on the table and departed without a backward glance, fearing that further listening would unveil royal secrets. Xiang Hongxian spat heavily onto the floor, the spittle tinged with traces of blood. Let me tell you, they fear you, but I do not. He shot a fierce glare at Meng Yuning, then turned back to Qi Ran. What are you pretending for? Have you forgotten how you spoke of your newlywed wife when you were with Gu Changfeng? Song He instinctively glanced at Meng Yuning, only to find her displaying an unexpectedly intrigued expression. Just as he intended to step forward, he was abruptly blocked by Meng Yuning. Her eyes were fixed intently on Qi Ran, her lips parting slightly. Not so fast. Qi Ran pointed an accusatory finger at Xiang Hongxian, his anger palpable. Silence. I refuse to be silent. Xiang Hongxian retorted, nudging his wound with his tongue, his expression one of disdain. On the wedding night, leaving your bride alone in an empty room while you frolic outside, you're the real scoundrel here. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, scoffing. In truth, Longfeng and the others merely indulge you. Just because they call you young master doesn't mean you are anything special. Qi Ran's gaze was fixed intensely on him as he coldly replied, I may not be fond of you, but my parents are. If they were to learn of your disrespect towards their daughter-in-law, do you believe they would let you off easily? Xiang Hongxian resumed his embrace of the previous woman, his right hand resting casually on her waist, giving a light squeeze. He appeared to find amusement in the situation, casually stating, your parents, who doesn't know that the emperor has long since. Xiang Hongxian. Before he could finish, Gu Changfeng's voice rose in astonishment, his eyes fixed on him. Qi Ran's expression stiffened as he interjected, what does this have to do with the emperor? What exactly do you mean by long since? Xiang Hongxian raised his gaze to meet Gu Changfeng's. After a moment, he chuckled softly, casting a meaningful glance at Qi Ran. A moment of intimacy is worth 1,000 gold. I believe it's better to be with a beauty. He wrapped an arm around the woman beside him, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Are you frightened? Don't worry, I shall make it up to you later. The woman giggled playfully, lightly punching him. Stop it, there are still so many people here. With that, she buried her head into Xiang Hongxuan's embrace. His mood instantly brightened, he threw his head back and laughed heartily, striding towards the door. Suddenly, he halted, turning to the pale-faced Cheng Zhadi. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Why don't you hurry back to your manor? Cheng Zhadi trembled slightly, her hands gripping her clothing tightly, her eyelashes fluttering as she dared not look at the man nearby. Meng Yuning, glancing back, noticed the dark red stain beneath Cheng Zhadi. Her expression shifted as she pointed at Cheng Zhadi. You're bleeding, a lot of blood. Cheng Zhadi slowly lowered her head, and upon seeing the dark red on the ground, she felt the world spin around her. Panic flooded her features, and she instinctively clutched her abdomen, reaching out towards Xiang Hongxian, her voice strained, Husband, save our child. Her demeanor was one of humility, her tone pleading, simply yearning for that man to cast a glance at the child within her womb. The woman in Xiang Hongxuan's arms covered her mouth in surprise. Young Master Xiang, it seems you won't be able to make it up to her tonight. Such a pity, I had prepared a surprise for you. Her voice was soft, yet it brightened Xiang Hongxuan's expression. Fear not, I keep my promises. When have I ever gone back on my word? Call me husband once more, and I will have someone sew your mouth shut. He turned, irritation evident, his cold gaze fixed on Cheng Zhadi. What a nuisance. He then addressed the others. Everyone present recognized the Xiang family mansion. If she is not dead, simply toss her into the Xiang residence. If she has passed, dispose of her as far away as possible. With that, he embraced the woman beside him and sauntered away. Cheng Zhadi felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Her hand remained suspended in the air, her lips parted slightly to eye. In the next instant, her eyes closed, her body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Sensing the situation had grown complicated, Jun Yang rushed out, leaning halfway out from upstairs. Young mistress, this, her meaning was unmistakable given the attitude of the Xiang family as young master. It was clear he cared little for the fate of the woman on the ground. Jin Zhao naturally had no desire to take on this burden. Meng Yuning lowered her gaze, glancing back at Song He. Take her back to the young masteress' residence. In the hall, only Qi Ran and Gu Changfeng remained. Noticing Gu Changfeng attempting to slip away, Qi Ran suddenly spoke. What did Xiang Hongxian mean when he mentioned the emperor? Chapter 60 appeared to be quite promising. Qi Ran fixed his gaze upon Gu Changfeng. You know, don't you? Gu Changfeng paused in his steps, slightly raising his eyes. I honestly do not know. Please do not look at me like that, I truly have no idea. The reason I called him back earlier was to prevent further quarrels. After all, we are all friends. He managed a faint smile, considering that they would all be living in Xingjing from now on, with their elders serving in the court. It would be rather unpleasant if things escalated to an embarrassing degree, wouldn't it? Noticing Qi Ran hesitated for a moment, Gu Changfeng seized the opportunity to slip away. Once Qi Ran regained his senses, he turned to look ahead, only to find himself alone, having no idea when the others had left. How desolate! How desolate, so you've left me here alone, huh? Just wait until I return, I will settle the score with you. He muttered quietly to himself as he made his way out. The night passed in silence. The next day, at the hour of Chen, Sangwon awoke with a start, urging Yu Po to quickly assist her in freshening up before heading directly to the front hall, obediently waiting for breakfast. After a full day of practicing the blessing dance yesterday, she was determined to replenish the energy she had expended. Her gaze suddenly landed on a plate of pastries nearby, and her eyes lit up upon seeing her favorite berry-flavored matcha jujubyeom cake. She glanced around, not spotting Lu Wenxian, and swiftly grabbed a piece, popping it into her mouth with great satisfaction. After a stick of incense burned out, all the dishes had been served, yet she waited and waited, but saw no one else apart from herself. How strange, where has everyone gone? Just as Sangwon pondered this, she inadvertently looked up and spotted Jean Rui approaching from a distance. Young madam, the madam and old madam have instructed that you may dine on your own. Sangwon sighed, I truly feel rather desolate not being able to eat with my mother. Please convey a message to her for me, saying that I will continue practicing after breakfast, and I have made some progress in my blessing dance. Jean Rui cast a silent glance at Sangwon, unable to discern where Sangwon felt desolate. Suddenly, she slightly raised her eyes. Indeed, young madam is exceptionally talented. It has barely been a day, and you have already made some progress. I imagine the madam will be quite pleased to hear this. Jean Rui nodded slightly at Sangwon before turning to leave without looking back. Sangwon rubbed her hands together. Every dish on the table appeared to be a feast for the senses. With a chuckle, she picked up a pair of bamboo chopsticks, preparing to indulge. However, just as she grasped the chopsticks, a tall figure suddenly appeared around the corner. Feng Hengji maintained his icy demeanor, silently taking a seat without acknowledging Sangwon at all, engrossed in selecting his food. The smile that had graced Sangwon's lips faded considerably, and she suddenly cast a glance at Feng Hengji. With his chiseled features and thin lips, he certainly had an impressive appearance. Sangwon shook her head vehemently. It was early morning, and he wore a scowl as if someone owed him an immense sum of money. She pursed her lips, choosing to ignore him, and continued to savor her favorite dishes. Feng Hengji raised his hand, intending to pick up a piece of begonia cake, only to have it snatched away by another pair of chopsticks. That he lifted his brow, spotting Sangwon with a small bowl, having just dropped the pancake into it. His gaze shifted to the last piece of jade sugar cake, ready to make his move, only to find it preemptively taken. That he abruptly set his chopsticks down and turned to Sangwon. Sangwon was blissfully enjoying the jade sugar cake she had just seized, which was sweet yet not cloying, quite delightful. There were only 3 pieces on the plate, and she could easily devour one in a single bite. With only 1 piece remaining, how dare he attempt to snatch it from her? Clutching her small bowl, she took a step back, regarding Feng Hengji warily. What are you doing? She decisively popped the jade sugar cake into her mouth, chewing rapidly. Feng Hengji couldn't help but chuckle softly, yet Sangwon distinctly sensed the mocking tone in his laughter. As he merely stared at her in silence, she huffed lightly and jogged back to her original seat. Ignoring Feng Hengji, she focused earnestly on her meal. Suddenly, a loud bang startled her, causing the table to tremble. Slowly lifting her head, she found Feng Hengji glaring at her coldly. Clearly, that noise had originated from him. Sangwon leisurely wiped the corner of her mouth and cleaned her hands before finally raising her gaze again. Brother Hengji, I have finished eating. You may take your time. She waved her hand at him, feigning a departure. However, her wrist was suddenly grasped, and she slightly turned. Feng Hengji had retracted his hand, his gaze fixed ahead, his tone indifferent. Well, since you are done, you may remain here and serve me. Sangwon's eyes widened in surprise. She had finally found an opportunity to leave without facing that grim expression any longer, only to hear such unfortunate news. What? Feng Hengji glanced at her casually. You are unwilling? Sangwon's hands, concealed in her sleeves, tightened and relaxed repeatedly. Ultimately, she forced a beaming smile, her eyes crescent-shaped as she stood beside Feng Hengji. Oh, how could I possibly refuse, Brother Hengji? It is a privilege for Luoner to serve you during your meal. Bowing her head slightly, she secretly muttered a few curses. This privilege was one anyone could take or leave. Feng Hengji raised his eyes, observing the young woman beside him, her smile radiant, her gaze slightly lifted. Despite her lack of any particularly grand gestures, she had an enchanting quality that compelled one to steal another glance. Her attire was light and ethereal, resembling a celestial being who had accidentally wandered into the mortal realm. At this moment, Sangwon slightly bent forward, her right hand wielding the bamboo chopsticks, skillfully picking up a piece from the nearest begonia dish. while her left hand rested. She then gently placed it in the white jade bowl before Feng Hengji. A fragrant blend of fruit and food aromas surged into Feng Hengji's nostrils. Although he typically disliked strong scents, for some reason today, the moment he caught a whiff of this fruity fragrance, a sense of calm enveloped him. As he slightly turned, their eyes met, and Sang Luan's innocent gaze sparkled. Perhaps it was the proximity, but in her clear eyes, Feng Hengji's reflection was vividly apparent. "What is it?" "Brother Hengji, please eat," Sang Luan urged, her voice carrying a hint of impatience. Realizing he had momentarily lost focus, Feng Hengji subtly averted his gaze, silently picking up the food from the white jade bowl. He elegantly placed it in his mouth. Though she had intended to serve him, their interaction lasted only a few breaths. Sang Luan sighed in relief and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a frown creased her brow as an unexpected sense of weightlessness washed over her. Chapter 61. We are truly a perfect match. Sang Luan's pupils widened abruptly, her entire being leaning back as she instinctively reached out her hands, flailing in the air, desperately attempting to grasp something. Her crimson lips parted and closed, as she felt herself on the brink of tumbling to the ground. Gritting her teeth, she instinctively shut her eyes. Yet, in the next moment, the anticipated pain did not arrive. She cautiously opened her eyes a fraction, pausing for a moment. At this instant, half of Sang Luan's body dangled in midair. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through her as she fully opened her eyes, only to find her right hand firmly grasped by Feng Hengji. Despite this, she could feel his long fingers, faintly cold, reminiscent of the chill that seemed to seep deep within, much like his own demeanor. Beside her, Yupa had intended to rescue Sang Luan but found herself a moment too late. Seeing this, she could only silently retract her hand. With a slight exertion, Feng Hengji spun Sang Luan around, and, as if by fate, she landed snugly in his embrace. Her arms instinctively crossed over her chest, naturally resting against her chin. In that fleeting moment, their gazes locked. Sang Luan blinked, her lashes significantly thicker than average, creating a delicate flutter. From her vantage point, all she could see were two petite fans opening and closing. A gentle whiff of fresh soap wafted into her nostrils, calming her amidst the summer heat. Feng Hengji lowered his gaze slightly, observing the astonishment etched across the face of the girl in his arms. The outer garment on her shoulders slipped down slowly due to their position. The surrounding maidservants instinctively knelt, each bowing their heads. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. A warm breath, almost imperceptible, brushed against Sang Luan's face, sending shivers coursing through her. Feng Hengji's expression, often a source of exasperation, might have led her to entertain other thoughts were it not for his inexplicable temper. Regrettably, the purpose of that striking visage seemed limited to mere observation. Once she made her escape, she vowed to seek out all the handsome men in the world. Sang Luan cleared her throat, her eyes sparkling with adoration, looking as if she had fallen under the spell of Feng Hengji's attire. She tilted her head, exclaiming, "Ah, Luaner always knew that brother Hengji harbored feelings for her. His gallant act of heroically rescuing the damsel is simply enchanting." Before she could finish her thought, Feng Hengji's expression turned icy as he abruptly released her and stepped aside. Sang Luan's eyes widened in shock, while Yupa, noticing the shift, stepped forward and extended her hand towards Sang Luan. In a flash, Sang Luan grasped Yupa's hand with remarkable agility, using her feet to regain her balance and stand firmly. Feng Hengji glanced at Sang Luan with an indifferent gaze, then at the untouched food on the table, his voice cold as he remarked, "There is still so much here, you should finish it all, lest it goes to waste." With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. The kneeling maidservants exhaled in relief, slowly rising to their feet. One from the small kitchen couldn't help but ask, "Madam, do you intend to eat all of this?" Sang Luan replied curtly, "No, take it all away. Just warm it up for later, it will be convenient if mother and grandmother wish to eat." The maidservant bowed her head, acknowledging, "Yes, my lady." After Feng Hengji's departure, Sang Luan's spirits lifted considerably. She even took the initiative to visit Furong Courtyard to practice the blessing dance with Granny Su. Unbeknownst to her, after she left, two figures emerged from the adjacent room. The old matriarch's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of approval as she watched Sang Luan's retreating figure, a hint of appreciation flickering in her gaze. Furrowing her brow slightly, she coughed gently, prompting Lu Wenxian to promptly offer her a cup of light tea. "Mother, please drink some tea to soothe your throat." The matriarch lowered her eyes, accepting the tea and taking a delicate sip. At that moment, the tension in her features eased considerably. Lu Wenxian quickly rose, stepping forward to gently pat her mother's chest. "Mother, your visit to the temple was taxing on your health. Now that you're back, it's the perfect opportunity to recuperate." The matriarch waved her hand, and Lu Wenxian withdrew silently. "I believe Sang Luan is not as lacking as you claim," the matriarch remarked, her brows lifting slightly. "She reminds me of you when you first entered the household." Lu Wenxian instinctively retorted, "Mother, I assure you, I am not as unruly or ignorant as she. I am well aware of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, yet she seems to disregard them entirely." Mentioning Sang Luan stirred a wave of frustration in Lu Wenxian. This girl, just when Lu Wenxian thought she was improving, inevitably managed to create a significant mess. The matriarch chuckled softly, shaking her head. I beg to differ, this child understands far more than you realize, her defiance is merely a matter of inner resistance. Pausing, the matriarch continued, who amongst the young is not a bit mischievous? We must allow the youth some time and opportunities to grow, after all, we old folks will eventually take our leave. Lu Wenxian's expression shifted, cautiously inquiring, Mother, are you suggesting that? The matriarch rose slowly. Remember, the reason jade can become refined is not solely due to its inherent qualities, but also the skill of the sculptor. Lu Wenxian nodded lightly, her tone respectful. Yes, I understand, Mother. Meanwhile, in a side room of Furong Courtyard, Granny Su was utterly exhausted from Sang Luan's relentless practice. She had never encountered a woman whose body could become so rigid, yet remained so enthusiastic in her endeavor. Sang Luan rubbed her hands together. Granny Su, why are you looking down? Come here, I believe I have gained new insights into the blessing dance, you must help me assess it. Her voice suddenly rose in pitch. Granny Su rubbed her temples, silently encouraging herself, before slowly lifting her gaze. Her pupils dilated in disbelief. Where did she go? At the same time, atop the main house of Furong Courtyard, Sang Luan, still shaken, patted her chest. What had just tugged at her collar and sent her flying? Glancing down, she straightened her posture, her movements becoming cautious as she instinctively clutched the sleeve of the person beside her, her knuckles turning pale from the grip. She had a fear of heights. Sang Luan, on the verge of tears, turned to the person beside her. She was taken aback. Feng Hengji or Brother Hengji, what a coincidence, it seems we are truly a perfect match, Sang Luan exclaimed with a strained smile, her voice trembling slightly. However, perhaps we should discuss this after we descend. She tightened her hold on Feng Hengji's sleeve, her grip growing more fervent. Glancing inadvertently, she abruptly shut her eyes. Feng Hengji narrowed his eyes slightly, observing her demeanor, which appeared genuine rather than feigned. His expression remained icy as he focused ahead, attempting to discreetly withdraw his hand, but each movement he made prompted Sang Luan to cling closer. He cast a sidelong glance at Sang Luan, his voice cold as he commanded, release. Sang Luan pressed in closer, resembling a koala bear, her hands gripping Feng Hengji tightly. I refuse. Chapter 62. Do not move. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing the strands of Sang Luan's hair by her temples to flutter slightly, while the delicate hairpin on her head swayed ever so gently. The wind at the hour of Chen was still a bit nippy, prompting Sang Luan to instinctively shiver. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably, merely casting a glance ahead sent a wave of unease coursing through her. Feng Hengji's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze gradually settling upon the hand that clutched his arm, his expression growing colder still. I shall reiterate, release your grip. Under normal circumstances, upon witnessing his demeanor, Sang Luan would have obediently relinquished her hold. However, at this moment, a careless misstep could result in her becoming nothing more than a mere puddle of flesh. Weighing her options, she held her head high, her voice resolute. I will not let go unless you set me down. Feng Hengji turned slightly, lowering his gaze to regard her. The depths of his already profound eyes flickered with an unusual emotion. After a brief pause, he let out a soft chuckle. Are you threatening me? Sang Luan slowly lifted her gaze, instantly met with his teasing expression. She recalled the frequent descriptions of Feng Hengji in the original text. When he wore that playful smile, it invariably foretold misfortune for those around him. Silently, she averted her eyes, her hands remaining motionless. Taking a breath, she was not content merely to hold on with one hand, she resolutely grasped Feng Hengji's arm with both hands, regardless of any impending misfortune. Preserving her own life took precedence. Brother Hengji, let us descend. Sang Luan spoke once more. Without so much as a glance in her direction, Feng Hengji replied, I have questions for you. Answer truthfully. Should you utter even a single lie, I shall cast you down from here. He seized Sang Luan's arm with a hint of menace in his tone. Upon finishing his words, he applied pressure to her arm, gently pushing her forward. She found herself bending at the waist, her gaze suddenly meeting the ground below. Instinctively, she shut her eyes and turned her head aside. A single glance made her dizzy. Before she could scream, the sensation of weightlessness compelled her to clutch Feng Hengji's waist desperately. A fear was evident on her face, her heart racing to her throat. The solid warmth of his waist, even through his clothing, was unmistakably palpable given her petite stature. Bent as she was, her form barely reached Feng Hengji's waist, her face pressed tightly against his chest. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythmic and powerful beating of his heart echoed in Sang Luan's ears. A wave of heat surged throughout her body as she bit her lip, her hands, almost mischievously, squeezed at his waist. Feng Hengji stiffened, his usually impassive countenance cracking momentarily. He gazed at Sang Luan in disbelief, gritting his teeth. What are you doing? As soon as the words left his mouth, he disdainfully pried her hands from his waist. With her support gone, panic surged within Sang Luan, compelling her to reach for him again, yet, each time she took a step forward, he merely sidestepped away. With determination, she resolved to seize his thigh. Indeed, it was his thigh. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and the familiar sensation of weightlessness returned. Her eyelids fluttered, and she instinctively grasped Feng Hengji's arm. In the blink of an eye, Sang Luan found herself tumbling off the eaves, with Feng Hengji following suit. As they plummeted, in a flash of brilliance, Feng Hengji wrapped his arms around her waist, lightly pushing off the ground with his toes, and they soared upwards, landing safely on the rooftop. Sang Luan squirmed uneasily. Feng Hengji's voice rang out sharply, "Do not move." Instantly, she fell silent. With a pained expression, she gazed at him. "Could we not find another place?" Feng Hengji shook his head. "No." She stared ahead, striving to avoid looking down. "Why?" Seeing her genuine curiosity, he finally spoke. "When faced with things that frighten us, one can only speak the truth." Sang Luan paused for a moment, unable to refute him. She tightly closed her eyes. "Brother Hengji, please ask quickly." A cool voice resonated beside her. "On the 6th of June, during the palace banquet, how did you discover there were assassins, and that they were from Fuxing Xian?" A chill gripped Sang Luan's heart, yet she maintained her composure. "While at home, my parents occasionally invited troops to perform. That day, the demeanor of those individuals was quite peculiar." "Is the wax seal with you?" Feng Hengji's gaze bore into Sang Luan, scrutinizing her every expression. Sang Luan was visibly taken aback. "What wax seal?" Feng Hengji's eyes flickered. Did this woman truly not know? He paused. "That day at Tianxiang Tower, you were the only one to have come into close contact with that assassin." Understanding dawned upon Sang Luan slowly. She opened her eyes, lifting her chin slightly, her tone laced with confusion. "But they have already captured him, have they not?" Feng Hengji's gaze remained fixed on her, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "He had already taken his own life out of guilt," Sang Luan tentatively inquired. "So the last assassin committed suicide, leaving behind a wax seal, and now you are searching for its whereabouts?" Feng Hengji gazed deeply at her, losing the desire to delve further. He left her with a chilling warning. "What transpired today must remain buried in your heart, otherwise, you shall die." With that, he turned, his right hand resting behind him as he stepped into the void. Sang Luan was left in a daze. Was he truly leaving? She had been diligently practicing her blessing dance when Feng Hengji insisted on bringing her to the rooftop, and now he had abandoned her here alone? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Feeling a twinge of grievance, unable to contain herself, she burst into tears. Feng Hengji, who had taken only a few steps, furrowed his brow. In the next moment, he leapt back into the air, seizing Sang Luan's arm and bringing her down. Finally, her feet were firmly on the ground, and Sang Luan exhaled in relief. Feng Hengji wore an expression of impatience. "You're being noisy." Sang Luan froze, a pang of bitterness welling up within her. She raised her gaze to his face, where disdain was plainly evident in his eyes. Her nose crinkled slightly, the corners of her eyes reddening, the beauty mark at her eye growing more pronounced. Her lashes fluttered, and in an instant, 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. As the first tear fell, all her pent-up grievances seemed to pour forth at that moment. She simply did not wish to meet the same tragic fate as the original owner of her body. All she desired was to accumulate enough silver with Ning Ning and escape. Was that a fault? Her gaze suddenly fell upon the exquisite jade pendant at Feng Hengji's waist. After Meng Yuning's successful restoration, she had promptly handed it over to Feng Hengji upon her return to the manor. The scene from the palace banquet night replayed vividly in her mind. The more she pondered, the more distressed she became, disregarding everything as she wept openly. Feng Hengji hesitated in his steps. Chapter 63. The events of today were my fault. As Feng Heng turned, his gaze abruptly fell upon Sang Luan. At this moment, Sang Luan had her head bowed, her shoulders slightly trembling, and the tip of her nose was faintly tinged with red, that delicate hue standing out starkly against her fair complexion. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly, and 2 tear droplets clung to her eyelids. An aura of sorrow enveloped her, and the once radiant countenance now wore a veil of melancholy. Feng Heng paused for a brief moment, and an unusual emotion flickered across his deep-set eyes. He fixed his gaze intently on Sang Luan's eyes, and the impatience and disdain that had previously resided in his expression vanished without a trace. After a moment of silence, he parted his lips and uttered an apology. Sang Luan suddenly lifted her gaze, her expression momentarily stunned, meeting Feng Heng's complex stare. Noticing her confusion, he slowly retrieved a white handkerchief from his sleeve. He stepped closer, grasping the handkerchief by one corner, and gently wiped away the tears from her eyelids. They were so close that Sang Luan could feel the warmth radiating from Feng Heng. The corners of her brows lifted slightly, and she thought she detected a hint of tenderness on his face. It must be an illusion, she assured herself. She averted her gaze, only to hear Feng Heng speak again. "The events of today were my fault." His voice was cold, yet it struck Sang Luan with profound astonishment. Her eyes widened slowly, and as she prepared to respond, the handkerchief suddenly fell into her hands, and when she looked up again, Feng Hong had vanished without a trace. She hastily dabbed at the corners of her eyes, her heart racing in the stillness of the AT the Duke's residence. She glanced incredulously at the basin of water before him, sitting upright again for another look. After a moment of silence, he turned to the dark-clad attendant beside him and inquired, "Be honest with me, did you sneak in to hit me while I was resting?" His gaze was fixed and dangerous, exuding an air that suggested he might erupt at any moment. The attendant waved his hands repeatedly. "My lord, even if you gave me 100 chances, I would never dare to do such a thing." Chiran lifted his eyes to regard him, then lowered them slightly to touch the bruise at the corner of his eye, letting out a pained exclamation. "I dare say you wouldn't, so tell me, what happened?" He pointed to the bruise, questioning its origin. The attendant fell silent for a moment before tentatively asking, "You truly do not recall anything from last night?" Chiran allowed the maid beside him to tend to his wound, and upon hearing this, he shot a fierce glare at the attendant. "Didn't I go to see Chang Feng last night?" As he spoke, he suddenly fell silent, his brow furrowing deeply as he grasped the maid's hand that was still treating his injury. The maid immediately lowered her head, quietly gathering her things before departing. He fixed his gaze on the attendant, asking earnestly, "I didn't do anything out of the ordinary last night, did I?" The attendant pondered for a moment before shaking his head resolutely, "No." Though Chiran's heart had yet to fully ease, he then heard the attendant state with utmost seriousness, "Last night, apart from punishing the son of the Minister of Justice for the sake of the young lady of the Duke's residence, you nearly lost the final game while drunk, but the young lady intervened just in time to secure a victory." He paused before adding, "Moreover, the young lady brought the wife of young Master Xiang back home." Chiran halted, a light chuckle escaping him as he glanced around, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the side as he casually picked up an object and beckoned to the attendant. Meanwhile, in the side room of Yunyan Pavilion, a woman lay on the couch with her eyes tightly shut, her complexion pale. Suddenly, her fingers twitched, and she gradually awakened. Furrowing her brow, she knocked lightly on her head. As if recalling something abruptly, she lowered her gaze and placed a hand on her abdomen. The moment her hand made contact, her expression froze for an instant. She tightly clasped her abdomen with both hands, slightly bending forward, whispering to herself as tears streamed down her cheeks. Despite her profound sorrow, she emitted not a sound, as though all her pain and weariness were crushed within her, swallowed whole. The harsh words and disdainful expression of the man from last night replayed in her mind, surfacing again and again. With this thought, her tears flowed more freely. Meng Yuning, upon pushing the door open, was met with this poignant scene. Observing this, Mu Xiang instinctively closed the door. Meng Yuning stepped forward, halting beside the woman. Her gaze silently settled on the woman's abdomen, lamenting the fact that she had come too late last night. The woman bit her lip tightly, a trace of blood seeping through, yet she appeared oblivious, continuing to bite down fiercely. She shook her head abruptly, her gaze blankly fixed ahead. "It is my fault, I failed to protect my child. She didn't even have the chance to see this world, not a single soul left behind." Meng Yuning furrowed her brow, realizing that the person before her was in a state of utter despair. The words of comfort she intended to offer lingered on her lips, but the actions of Xiang Hongxian from the previous night resurfaced in her mind, causing her to swallow her words. Chang Jiaoti's eyes were slightly red, and in an instant, she bore the pain in her body and suddenly knelt heavily before Meng Yuning. Her knees hit the ground with a resounding thud. Unperturbed, Chang Jiaoti straightened her posture, grasping Meng Yuning's hands with tears in her eyes. "You are a great benefactor, thank you for saving me, I am truly grateful." Meng Yuning felt a sudden flutter in her eyelids, and before she could respond, Mu Xiang bent down to gently assist Chang Jiaoti to her feet. "Miss, please rise. Our young lady does not place importance on such matters." Chang Jiaoti vehemently shook her head, remaining rooted in place. She lifted her gaze to Meng Yuning. "Young lady, I implore you to save me once more. I would gladly serve as your maid." She had thought she had seen through Xiang Hongxian long ago, but after the events of last night, her heart ached more than ever. Mu Xiang glanced at Meng Yuning with a troubled expression before silently stepping back. Chang Jiaoti rose to her feet once more, her demeanor significantly calmer. She looked earnestly at Meng Yuning, her tear-filled eyes speaking volumes. "My name is Chang Jiaoti. My parents sent me to Xiang Hongxian's bed to ensure the welfare of my younger brother. Lady Xiang, seeing that I was reasonably fair, decided to keep me in the household." As she spoke, her voice caught in her throat. Though she didn't articulate her story fully, Meng Yuning could surmise the tragic details. Listening to her plight was indeed heartrending. However, she had mistaken her target, for she was only marginally better off. She casually seated herself, lowering her gaze. "I cannot assist you in this matter." Chapter 64 Venting Frustrations. Chang Jiaoti was momentarily taken aback, then leaned closer to Meng Yuning. "Miss, my master has already stated that he cannot assist you. Since you are now unharmed, it would be best for you to leave." Mu Xiang whispered softly in Chang Jiaoti's ear. Startled, Chang Jiaoti hastily grasped the hem of Meng Yuning's garment, urgently imploring, "Your Grace, I beseech you." If you can persuade the young master to speak, Xiang Hongxian would surely not dare to refuse you. I am but a trifle in his eyes, and he holds little affection for me. Seeing that Meng Yuning remained composed, Cheng Zhaoti's heart raced with desperation. Your Grace, please believe me. It would simply take a word from you. Meng Yuning slowly lowered her gaze, her eyes resting on a nearby teacup. Observing this, Mu Xiang, with a stern expression, stepped forward and firmly grasped Cheng Zhaoti's arm. Cheng Zhaoti's eyes brimmed with tears, continuously repeating her previous plea. Suddenly, Meng Yuning spoke up, "Wait a moment." Mu Xiang halted, lifting her gaze toward her, and Meng Yuning rose and approached Cheng Zhaoti, asking, "What skills do you possess?" Cheng Zhaoti was overwhelmed with joy, bowing deeply to Meng Yuning. Half an hour later. Yuning, how have you fared? That rascal Qiran has not bullied you in our absence, has he? As soon as Meng Yuning stepped out of her own courtyard, she was pulled by Jiang Zhua, who inquired earnestly. Meng Yuning chuckled softly, "No, he has not." As Jiang Zhua led Meng Yuning towards the main hall, she chattered on, "I have heard that you and that Sang Luan are at odds. In a few days, I shall ensure you can vent your frustrations." Her tone was resolute. A pang of unease struck Meng Yuning, and she asked nonchalantly, "What do you mean by that, mother?" To her surprise, Jiang Zhua merely patted her hand and smiled mysteriously, "Just wait and see. That girl will certainly avoid you in the future." A sense of foreboding lingered in Meng Yuning's heart as she stole a glance at Mu Xiang. Upon meeting her gaze, Mu Xiang immediately bowed her head and slowed her pace. In the main hall, Qiran sat in a corner, wearing a woeful expression. Observing Jiang Zhuo and Qi Shangqing's beaming smiles, he muttered under his breath, "Who, pray tell, is your true son?" Qi Shangqing shot him a disapproving glance. "How dare you complain? It has barely been a moment since your mother and I left, and you have already lost all sense of decorum." Confused, Qiran protested, "How have I lost decorum? It's just that I was speaking to Gu Changfeng." Before he could finish, Qi Shangqing's temper flared, and he seized an empty teacup, hurling it at Qiran. Qiran instinctively widened his eyes. "Are you attempting to murder your own son? I will report this to the emperor." Qi Shangqing's brow furrowed, momentarily pausing his actions, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He then slowly sat down, turning his head away, no longer acknowledging Qiran. Seeing this, a fragment of a half-finished remark from Xiang Hongxian echoed in Qiran's mind. He gazed inquisitively at Qi Shangqing and then glanced at Jiang Zhua, who was animatedly chatting with Meng Yuning. Moments later, Meng Yuning quietly retrieved an item from her sleeve. Cradling it in her hands, she nodded slightly and presented it to Jiang Zhua. Jiang Zhua, puzzled, asked, "Yuning, what is this?" "This is the seal. Mother mentioned that during your absence, I should temporarily manage the household affairs." Meng Yuning opened the box, revealing the exquisite seal inside. "Now that you have returned, I ought to return it to you." Jiang Zhua chuckled lightly, waving her hand, "I see you have managed the household quite well. You should keep it for now." Meng Yuning nodded in agreement, silently taking back the seal. With the seal in hand, her ability to amass resources would surely accelerate. An incense stick later in Yunyan Pavilion. Meng Yuning cautiously placed the seal away, then rubbed her hands together, urgently looking at Mu Xiang. "Did you find out what mother meant by her earlier words?" Mu Xiang took a deep breath, leaning closer to Meng Yuning, lowering her voice to whisper a few words. Meng Yuning gasped instinctively, "What? Mother wants me to perform the prayer dance?" Realizing her outburst, she quickly glanced at the door. Mu Xiang lowered her eyes and stepped outside to check, ensuring no one was around before firmly closing the door. She swiftly returned to Meng Yuning's side, covering her mouth. Meng Yuning couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the dance moves. However, a gathering of dignitaries would surely be present at the event. Although the emperor himself would not attend, he would undoubtedly send representatives. The occasion was undeniably significant. If she were to falter in such a setting, it would be a minor issue if her performance was ungraceful, but to offend the emperor's authority would be a grave matter. Clenching her right hand tightly, she quickly contemplated her course of action. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she picked up a nearby wolf hair brush. At this, Mu Xiang instinctively stepped forward to prepare the ink for her. Seated at the table, Meng Yuning straightened her back, holding the brush with a serious demeanor. In the next moment, her eyes widened slightly as she decisively began to write on the paper. After a brief period, Meng Yuning carefully lifted the paper, gently shaking it, and once satisfied that the ink had dried completely, she slowly rolled it up and carefully placing it into a bamboo tube, she turned and handed it to Mu Xiang, insisting that it must be delivered promptly, urging her to exercise utmost caution. Mu Xiang, with a solemn expression, accepted it and tucked it carefully into her sleeve, nodding earnestly, "Understood." A flicker of worry crossed Meng Yuning's features as she gazed absent-mindedly at Mu Xiang's departing silhouette. Due to her status, she was not without attendants, yet if one were to serve her closely for an extended period, they would inevitably uncover the truth regarding the medicinal matters. She felt an overwhelming sense of distrust within the entire young master's residence. Only Mu Xiang could be deemed trustworthy. At the hour of you in the minister's residence in a secluded corner of Furong Courtyard's side chamber, Sang Luan glanced around, ensuring no one was present before she nudged Yu Po. What has transpired? Yu Po's eyes glimmered, and she replied softly, as you suspected, after following your instructions, someone could not remain calm. However, today, I encountered an unusual individual. She discreetly withdrew a bamboo tube from her sleeve and respectfully handed it to Sang Luan. That person merely left a message urging caution and departed in haste. Sang Luan raised her brow slightly, her tear mole accentuating her allure. Oh, she exclaimed, effortlessly accepting it, and upon opening it, she scanned the contents and quickly grasped the situation. A smirk escaped her lips as she realized that her endeavor to learn the prayer dance was entangled with the prince and his wife. Sang Luan's gaze flickered, and she casually tucked the bamboo tube into her sleeve. Just pretend you know nothing. There is no need to visit Hongzhenfang tomorrow. Chapter 65. The princess's gift. Yu Po lowered her brows and murmured softly. Young madam, young madam. Not far away, the voice of Su Mama suddenly rang out. Sang Luan and Yu Po exchanged a knowing glance, and Yu Po immediately understood. Stretching her neck to respond, Sang Luan reached out to adjust her clothing. Just as she was about to step forward, she caught sight of Su Mama standing at the door, looking in her direction. Young madam, the time to practice the blessing dance is limited. With her eyelids slightly lowered, Sang Luan lifted her foot and re-entered the side room. In the following 2 days, Sang Luan diligently practiced the blessing dance in her room. Although she could not master it thoroughly, she managed to perform it reasonably well. The next day at noon, Sang Luan sat before a bronze mirror, allowing her maidservant to groom her. Stealthily glancing around and noticing no one was paying attention to her, she stifled a yawn. However, one yawn led to another, and soon a third followed. Instinctively, she covered her mouth. In the blink of an eye, tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a light cough broke the silence from the side. Without needing to turn around, Sang Luan recognized it was the voice of Lu Wenxian. She silently pouted but obediently straightened her posture, staring intently at her reflection in the bronze mirror. From the hour of the rabbit, she had been unceremoniously pulled from her bed. That was indeed the hour of the rabbit. In the past, the rooster would still be crowing at that time. Lu Wenxian, perhaps feeling a bit idle, had been checking on Sang Luan intermittently since she began her grooming. Each time she entered, she would correct Sang Luan's actions and demeanor, nearly causing Sang Luan to lose her smile. At the doorway, a cold gaze made Sang Luan's back prickle with discomfort. She could not help but twitch her lips. It was just that when she was forcibly awakened, she had inadvertently glimpsed Feng Hangji on the main couch. Sound asleep, she had unintentionally disturbed him. She swore it was truly an accident. Little did she expect that he would hold a grudge and come straight here after the morning court, leaving her feeling quite uneasy. Sang Luan was utterly exhausted, but due to the scrutinizing gazes around her, she had no choice but to force herself to stay alert. When she saw the maidservant undo the painstakingly arranged hairstyle, she could no longer hold back. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly as she suddenly exclaimed, "This one need not be used." Before her words could fully escape her lips, Lu Wenxian interjected, "Just focus on waiting for them to finish your grooming." Lu Wenxian stood up, approached Sang Luan, and casually picked up a hairpin from the nearby makeup box, gesturing above Sang Luan's head while frowning slightly and shaking her head. She then set it down and picked up another. Sang Luan, gazing at her reflection in the bronze mirror, could not help but voice, "Mother, I think this one is quite good." She pointed to the hairpin Lu Wenxian had just set down. Lu Wenxian shot her a sharp glance and huffed, "Do not speak, the last one you chose was hardly commendable." Sang Luan recalled the hairpins from the last palace banquet adorning her head and longed to explain. There was a reason for that. Yet, when her gaze met Lu Wenxian's, she silently swallowed the words she had prepared. An hour later, Sang Luan cautiously reached up to touch her hairstyle, feeling it sway slightly, which made her head feel heavy. With her eyes closed, she took a deep breath and, upon opening them again, exhaled a heavy sigh. It was not until the hour of the monkey and a quarter that Sang Luan and her companions finally arrived at the prince's residence. The atmosphere in the residence today was particularly lively. As they stepped into the main courtyard, they were greeted by a neat array of birthday gifts. "This must be the first minister's wife?" An elderly matron approached with a radiant smile, addressing a group of them. "The residence has prepared everything necessary for the blessing dance. Please, young madam, follow me to the other side to wait." Upon hearing this, Feng Hengji immediately stepped forward without a backward glance. As Lu Wenxian was leaving, she specifically reminded Sang Luan, "Just a few simple movements. Do not make any mistakes." Sang Luan smiled brightly, assuring, "Of course, mother, rest assured those few movements are already ingrained in my mind." "That was a lie," she added sweetly, "leave the rest to me, mother, and have no worries." Well, perhaps 100 worries. As for the remaining 20, she had none at all. Lu Wenxian discreetly appraised Sang Luan from head to toe. With her proper makeup, decorous demeanor, and suitable smile, she appeared even better than when at home. Seeing this, Lu Wenxian felt considerably relieved. Only after Lu Wenxian's figure disappeared did Sang Luan notice the surrounding tranquility. With Lu Wenxian nearby, she was either chided for her eating manners or her posture. Curiously, whenever she walked and ate properly, Lu Wenxian was nowhere to be seen. Yet, whenever she allowed herself a moment's respite, Lu Wenxian would invariably catch her in the act. The princess's gift has arrived. A young man on horseback shouted from a distance. As his words faded, he reached the entrance of the residence. Gripping the reins with one hand, he skillfully dismounted with the other, taking down the items from the horse's back. The princess is unwell today and cannot leave the palace. She has sent me to deliver the gift to the princess consort. He paused briefly before adding, the princess wishes the princess consort joy and happiness, may it last forever. The gift-bearer appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. Sang Luan raised her brows slightly, turning to the side, but only caught a glimpse of his back. Blinking in surprise, she thought the voice sounded familiar, and now, seeing this scene, it felt even more reminiscent. At the entrance of the residence, Meng Yuning and Qi Ran were standing to greet guests. Sang Luan's eyes flickered as she stepped forward and gave a slight bow towards Qi Ran. Greetings, young master. Qi Ran hardly paid her any mind, merely waving his hand dismissively. Sang Luan's gaze fell upon Meng Yuning beside him, and she could not help but mock, oh dear, young masteress' wife looks like that, are you truly all right? She said this while covering her mouth, feigning surprise. Meng Yuning coughed lightly, about to respond, but Qi Ran whispered in her ear, you are unwell, it's windy today, best to go inside. Sang Luan scoffed lightly, slightly turning as she walked past Meng Yuning. Meng Yuning tilted her head, and their gazes suddenly locked in the air. I have long heard of the young madam, renowned for her beauty that could topple kingdoms, the matron suddenly spoke, continuing as she walked forward, seeing you today, I finally understand what it means to be as beautiful as a celestial being. Sang Luan paused, narrowing her eyes slightly. The matron looked back, still wearing a radiant smile. Seeing her stop, the matron felt a bit embarrassed and chuckled apologetically, I truly meant no offense, I only knew this phrase was to praise beautiful women. If I have inadvertently offended you in any way, I beg your forgiveness. Chapter 66, The acting is awkwardly poor. The elderly maid lowered her head slightly, her demeanor imbued with caution, as if she feared that Sang Luan might reproach her for it. Sang Luan's gaze darkened. Despite the other's warm smile, she discerned an inexplicable undertone within that mirth. She momentarily collected her thoughts and discreetly surveyed her surroundings. Unbeknownst to her, the atmosphere had quieted significantly, with only faint echoes of commotion lingering in the air. Raising her eyes slightly, Sang Luan inquired, where are we headed? The elderly maid gasped softly and patiently explained, it is thus, young mistress, before the auspicious dance commences, you must first wait in the side hall. Sang Luan continued, the banquet is about to begin, if we are too far away, we may not arrive in time, rest assured, someone will come to remind you, the elderly maid replied with a smile. This is the princess's birthday banquet. The people of the Wang residence will certainly exercise greater caution than usual, mistakes of this nature will not occur. A flicker of skepticism crossed Sang Luan's mind, though she concealed it well, and took a step forward. However, as she did, a clumsy young maid suddenly rushed forth, colliding with Sang Luan and causing her to cry out in pain. The young maid, startled, immediately knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, repeatedly bowing her head, noble one, spare me. I did not mean it. The elderly maid's eyes widened in anger. Which courtyard do you belong to, that you are so ignorant of the rules? Do you know who this is? She is the wife of the Prime Minister, who will be offering blessings to the princess shortly. A wave of annoyance washed over Sang Luan, prompting her to merely wave her hand dismissively. Seeing that the noble one did not pursue the matter, the young maid cautiously rose, casting a fleeting glance at Sang Luan before lowering her head and silently moving forward. Suddenly, a tearing sound pierced the air as Sang Luan took a step. She turned back to see the young maid, in her haste, had accidentally stepped on the hem of Sang Luan's garment, causing a small piece to tear away as Sang Luan lifted her foot. Today, Sang Luan wore an inner garment of green, complemented by a white outer robe, the hem of which was a confluence of the two colors. At this moment, the outer robe had been torn away, revealing only the plain green garment beneath, rendering her appearance rather monotonous. Realizing the gravity of her blunder, the young maid, who had just regained her composure, knelt down again with a thud. Her body trembled involuntarily, her teeth chattering. Noble one, The young maid supported herself on the ground, her panic palpable. The elderly maid, who had previously been smiling, now displayed a drastic change in countenance upon witnessing the scene. Her expression hardened as she raised her foot and kicked the young maid fiercely, shouting, have you lost your sight? How can you walk like that? With gritted teeth, she lifted her hand, poised to strike. Quick-witted, Sang Luan grasped the elderly maid's hand, calmly interjecting, she did not do it intentionally. Turning to the young maid still kneeling on the ground, she said, "You may rise." She cast a deep glance at the elderly maid. The elderly maid rubbed her hands together, glancing at the torn hem of Sang Wuan's garment, tentatively proposing, "Then, young mistress, what shall we do now?" She looked ahead, her face filled with anxiety as the princess's banquet was soon to commence. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. "Ah, young mistress, there is a side room not far from here, devoid of people. Perhaps you could change into a more suitable outfit there." Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Sang Wuan's lips. This familiar tactic was all too evident. Just moments ago, she had been uncertain, but now, she was entirely convinced that the individual before her harbored ulterior motives. Abruptly, she declared, "There is no need to change. This will suffice." The elderly maid gasped, yet in the next instant, she witnessed Sang Wuan seize a corner of her white garment. Pausing briefly, Sang Wuan then yanked off a considerable piece of fabric. The elderly maid was immediately struck with alarm. "Young mistress, you must be mistaken. Such an incomplete garment will result in an incomplete dance, and the heavens will not accept your blessings." Her urgency was palpable as she stomped her foot. "What shall we do now?" Sang Wuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. What nonsensical reasoning was this? Then, the elderly maid knelt before Sang Wuan, pleading earnestly, "Young mistress, I implore you. This truly cannot be. Please, heed my words and change." She gestured towards a nearby small room, where a complete outfit awaited, assuring that it would not take much time. If any issues arise here, the princess will surely punish me with death, young mistress. The elderly maid's sincerity was evident. Had it not been for the calculating glint in her eyes, Sang Wuan might have been swayed. Sang Wuan stepped forward, asserting, "I have said that this is sufficient. There will be no problem. The essence of the auspicious dance lies in the performance and the dancer, not merely in the attire." She paused, adding, "If you explain the situation to your mistress, she will undoubtedly forgive you." The elderly maid's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She had not anticipated that her ploy would fail. As she lifted her gaze, she found herself alone in the space. Stunned, she straightened up, preparing to investigate, when suddenly, a sharp pain struck the back of her head, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Sang Wuan clapped her hands together. "From the moment you appeared, your shifty eyes revealed your ill intentions. Your insistence on having me change my clothing was utterly transparent. Your acting skills are woefully inadequate." After a moment of relief, Sang Wuan found herself at a loss again. With her hands on her hips, she surveyed the area, noting the numerous branching paths surrounding her. She gradually lowered her arms, a look of perplexity crossing her face. Which path led to the banquet stage? Time was of the essence, as it should be commencing soon. Luan. Suddenly, a faint voice called from not far away, landing precisely in Sang Wuan's ears. She halted, turning sharply to find Meng Yuning approaching her. At that moment, a group of maids and servants emerged from the opposite direction. Meng Yuning beckoned her over. "Come here quickly." Sang Wuan narrowed her eyes and promptly moved towards Meng Yuning. Meng Yuning grasped Sang Wuan's arm, and in an instant, they entered a secluded little room. Sang Wuan exhaled a heavy sigh, pausing briefly before urgently stating, "Ning Ning, you must be cautious as well. I sense that Feng Hung is in danger. The incident with the assassin at the last palace banquet has yet to be fully resolved." She paused, her brow furrowed, recalling the incident at Tiansheng Tower, where an assassin had concealed a wax pill. Feng Hung suspected her involvement, but she had none. The only individuals present that day, besides Feng Hung and Shi Ran, were herself and Yuning. Meng Yuning casually took a seat, gazing steadily at Sang Wuan. "A wax pill? What does it look like?" Chapter 67 of the Blessing Dance. Sang Wuan shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. "I do not know either. I merely heard him mention these two." Before her words could fully escape her lips, Meng Yuning suddenly produced a pale yellow object from her waist. Holding it in her hand, she inquired, "Is this what you referred to as the wax seal?" Sang Wuan fell silent at once. She glanced at Meng Yuning, then at the pale yellow wax seal in her hand. After a moment's contemplation, Meng Yuning sensed nothing particularly remarkable about it. It appeared merely to be another form of candle wax. Sang Wuan felt an overwhelming urge to scream in frustration, her delicate features tinged with an alluring blush. She paced back and forth within the room. "At what moment did you discover this?" Sang Wuan pressed. Meng Yuning blinked and replied, "It was after I returned from Tiansheng Tower that day." Sang Wuan immediately pressed on, "This matter isn't known to anyone else, is it?" "No," Meng Yuning shook her head, pointing at Sang Wuan, "only you are aware." Sang Wuan exclaimed, "Oh no! Feng Hengji is uncertain about this object being with me. If he were to learn that it is in your possession, he would undoubtedly resort to unscrupulous means." She paused, adding, "Moreover, Feng Hengji and Shi Ran have always been at odds." Meng Yuning gently massaged her temples, then grasped Sang Wuan's arm, urging, "Do not fidget. Your movements are making me dizzy. Let us set this matter aside for now and focus on resolving the urgent issue of the Blessing Dance." Sang Wuan halted. "The Blessing Dance?" She then waved her hand with utmost confidence, declaring, "Fear not, the Blessing Dance poses no problem. I have already mastered its essence. With that, she elegantly arched her fingers and spread her arms, beginning to dance in place. Meng Yuning thought to herself, indeed, she is still the Sang Luan I know. However, the motions bore little resemblance to a proper dance. Sang Luan paused. I was just recalling it this morning, how could I forget so suddenly? Meng Yuning interjected, admit it, you simply lack the talent for dancing. After a brief silence, she stowed the wax seal away, then stood and approached Sang Luan, instructing, please repeat that movement you just performed. Sang Luan began to move again. In the next moment, she noticed Meng Yuning mimicking her every gesture, learning her poses step by step. A fragrant incense stick later, Sang Luan wore a skeptical expression, do you truly know how to dance now? Without a word, Meng Yuning launched into action. Although the movements were identical, they emanated a sense of lightness when performed by Meng Yuning, each motion akin to a celestial being dancing. Sang Luan remarked, you only watched it twice and yet you have mastered it? And you dance so well. She pouted, what does that make my 3 days of relentless practice? Meng Yuning lightly tapped Sang Luan's forehead, consider it a matter of time. At that moment, a loud sound resounded. Sang Luan intended to remind Meng Yuning about the wax seal, but a booming voice from outside instantly captured their attention. Meng Yuning spoke clearly, rest assured, I will find an opportunity to dispose of that item. Remember what I just told you. Moments later, in the main hall, the birthday celebration for the princess consort commenced. The gongs and drums that had been prepared earlier struck up, filling the royal residence with a lively atmosphere. At the head table, Jiang Zhuo surveyed the surroundings and turned to Qi Ran, asking, where is Yuning? The event is about to begin, yet she is still absent. Qi Ran, leisurely enjoying fruits, replied nonchalantly, how would I know? I saw her outside just a moment ago, but I have not seen her since. Jiang Zhuo pointed at Qi Ran, but upon noticing the gazes of those around her, she refrained from expressing her annoyance and quietly withdrew her hand. Soon after, Jiang Zhuo gestured to a nearby maid, go see where the young lady has gone. With her eyes slightly cast down, she turned to the prince, please, commence the blessing dance. As soon as she finished speaking, the attendant held his breath and announced loudly, please begin the blessing dance. Once the dance concluded, the graceful movements and melodious tune elicited thunderous applause from the audience. However, Jiang Zhuo kept her head lowered, concealing her thoughts. Why did it differ so drastically from her expectations? Yuning wished her mother a birthday filled with joy and used the blessing dance to express her heartfelt sentiments, hoping her mother would enjoy longevity as boundless as the mountains. Meng Yuning? Qi Ran could not help but voice his surprise. Jiang Zhuo shot up suddenly, Yuning, how can it be you? Meng Yuning proclaimed, Mother, this is a surprise from Yuning for you and everyone here. Do you not like it? Jiang Zhuo shook her head, no, I like it, of course. At that moment, a woman clad in azure emerged from the crowd, holding a bamboo flute. She bowed slightly to Jiang Zhuo, her gaze lowered. Sang Luan wishes the princess consort a joyous birthday. As her words fell, the assembled guests took the opportunity to rise in unison, bowing to Jiang Zhuo in a chorus of, wishing the princess consort a joyous birthday. Not only was Jiang Zhuo taken aback, but even Lu Wenxian leaned forward in surprise. She glanced at Feng Xinian beside her. Wasn't Sang Luan supposed to perform the blessing dance? Feng Xinian merely shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the stage. Feng Hengji's eyes lifted slightly, leisurely raising a nearby teacup to take a sip, his demeanor as calm as ever. Suddenly, his expression shifted as his gaze landed on a specific spot, revealing a flicker of unusual emotion. He abruptly stood. Lu Wenxian called out, where are you going? Just a matter of urgency. You all remain seated, Feng Hengji replied tersely before striding away. Jiang Zhuo's eyes flickered. Was it not said that Yuning and that girl from the Sang family were at odds? To her, they seem to have never been more harmonious. Well, let the matters of the young be left to the young. Feng Hengji followed a maid, turning a corner into a garden adorned with rocks. The maid, head bowed and steps hurried, occasionally glanced around. Suddenly, she turned back, trembling in fright. Noble one. A flash of panic crossed the maid's face as she quickly bowed to Feng Hengji, preparing to speak. But before she could, Feng Hengji unexpectedly drew a dagger from seemingly nowhere, pressing it firmly against the throat of the person before him without uttering a word. The maid's face blanched in shock. Feng Hengji coldly regarded her. Do not feign innocence, you do not resemble a woman in the slightest. The maid gasped, but upon seeing Feng Hengji grip the dagger tighter, she declared, I will say it only once more. Do not test my patience. Noticing the firmness in his tone, the maid's eyes turned icy, and she balled her fist, striking forcefully at Feng Hengji simultaneously. She leaned back at an unusual angle, bending down to snatch the dagger from his hand. Chapter 68 features her. Feng Hengji's gaze sharpened, and with a deft twist of his wrist, he swiftly seized the sleeve of the individual before him. To his surprise, the person gritted his teeth and nimbly yanked his hand back. The outer garment fell abruptly to the ground, revealing the true identity of the figure who had been masquerading as a maid. A man with a hint of stubble on his jawline, his lips adorned with bright red rouge, stood before him. The coarse features of his face were oddly accentuated by the 2 blush marks on his cheeks. He was exceptionally tall, presenting a rather peculiar sight. Realizing he had been discovered, the man chose to abandon his pretense. He raised a hand to wipe the rouge from his lips, his eyes turning cold as he glared menacingly at Feng Hengji. Warning: I advise you to steer clear of matters that do not concern you. Feng Hengji's expression remained inscrutable as he casually glanced at the man before him. Then, with a swift motion, he raised his hand and executed a turn, snatching the dagger from the man's grasp. He held the dagger nonchalantly, playing with it as he spoke. Hand over the wax ball, and I may spare your life. At his words, the man's expression shifted, realizing once again that Feng Hengji was after the wax ball. He scoffed, I have no idea what you are talking about. Observing the man's obstinate demeanor, Feng Hengji slightly lifted his gaze, his eyes glinting dangerously. Are you certain you don't know? I don't, the man replied defiantly, but his heart raced with alarm, and he eyed Feng Hengji warily, ready to retreat at any moment. Feng Hengji lowered his gaze, an amused smile playing on his lips. Without lifting his head, he swiftly grasped the dagger's hilt and hurled it away. The dagger flew from his hand. The man's pupils widened in shock, his body momentarily stiffening. Slowly, he lowered his gaze, only to find the dagger embedded in his chest. Of blood began to drip from the wound, pooling on the ground and creating a peculiar stain. His expression morphed into one of disbelief. He had not anticipated such sudden brutality. His lips trembled as he instinctively reached out, wanting to say something, but in the next instant, he saw Feng Hengji move forward. With an emotionless expression, Feng Hengji gripped the hilt and forcefully withdrew the dagger, only to plunge it back in with renewed vigor, relentlessly stirring the man's heart. Throughout the ordeal, Feng Hengji's demeanor remained unchanged. Blood began to seep from the corners of the man's mouth, and his face contorted in agony. Unable to endure any longer, he collapsed backward. Feng Hengji knelt down slowly, retrieving the dagger and wiping the blood from it onto the man's clothing. He then rummaged through the man's garments. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as his hand paused at a particular spot, and in an instant, he held in his grasp a pale yellow wax ball. Feng Hengji raised an eyebrow. He had indeed found it here. He quickly crushed it, and his expression shifted dramatically. There was nothing inside. Suddenly, his demeanor turned serious as he spun around, his gaze landing on 2 figures not far away. Sangwan and Meng Yuning, having sensed the burning intensity of his stare, were crouched low, furtively hiding behind a rockery. Both women froze for a moment before slowly standing upright. Sangwan was the first to react, shoving Meng Yuning with urgency and admonishing, I told you to keep an eye on me and circle around. If it weren't for the princess's birthday today, I would not have been so accommodating toward you. Her tone dripped with disdain. Sangwan waved at Feng Hengji from afar, her smile radiant. Brother Hengji, what a coincidence. As she spoke, she tilted her body and winked at Meng Yuning. Understanding her cue, Meng Yuning gasped lightly, her gaze fixed intently behind Feng Hengji. Feng Hengji furrowed his brow and turned around simultaneously. Meng Yuning held her breath, carefully positioning the wax ball between her thumb and index finger. With a subtle movement, she discreetly flicked it away. The wax ball landed silently within the sleeve of the man lying on the ground. Seeing this, Sangwan and Meng Yuning exchanged knowing glances, a sense of relief washing over them. Sangwan signaled Meng Yuning, who promptly bowed her head and took her leave. Once Meng Yuning's figure disappeared from sight, Feng Hengji turned back. Sangwan exclaimed in surprise, jogging closer. Her curiosity piqued as she stared at the man's sleeve. What is this? She reached out, prepared to touch it. Feng Hengji's eyes narrowed, and he caught her hand before she could make contact, his voice low and commanding, do not touch. Sangwan's expression flickered with confusion, yet she remained still. She softly murmured and withdrew her hand from his grasp. Feng Hengji's gaze dropped slightly, and from the corner of his eye, he spotted a hint of bright yellow in the man's sleeve. After a brief moment of contemplation, he used the dagger to poke at it. In an instant, a vivid hue emerged before his eyes. Doubt crossed his mind. Had he overlooked this location? Gently rubbing the wax ball between his fingers, it crumbled into pieces, revealing a neatly folded note inside. Sangwan, puzzled, stood silently, taking a step back, her eyes glued to Feng Hengji's expression. Without knowing what the note contained, Feng Hengji cast a cursory glance at it, and his countenance changed dramatically. He sprang to his feet, gripping the paper tightly in his hand, not sparing Sangwan a glance as he prepared to leave. Sangwan hurried after him, calling out, Brother Hengji, where are you going? The princess's birthday is not yet over. Feng Hengji, without looking back, replied, I have matters to attend to. Once he disappeared from sight, Sangwan's anxious demeanor vanished entirely. She clapped her hands, watching his retreating figure with a cold huff. This time, let's see how you dare to drag me up to the rooftop at dawn. Suddenly, a wave of bloodiness assaulted her senses, and upon closer inspection, it was somewhat nauseating. They were a distance away from the front courtyard, hearing only faint sounds emanating from that direction. The sky gradually darkened, and Sangwon surveyed her surroundings die in the dim twilight. With the stench of blood and the towering figure of a man lying lifeless, Sangwon felt a shiver run down her spine, an unsettling sense of dread washing over her. She wrapped her arms around herself, rubbing her upper arms nervously, avoiding the sight of the man on the ground as she hurried away from the scene. After several individuals departed, a shadowy figure in blue emerged from the darkness. Judging by her silhouette, she appeared to be a woman, slender and pale, with lips devoid of color and an unhealthy complexion. The woman in blue pressed her lips together, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. It was her. The woman in blue cast a glance at the lifeless figure on the ground, her pale face growing even paler. She raised her gaze toward the direction Sangwon had taken, a contemplative expression crossing her features. Chapter 69 concluded before it even began. Within the secluded confines of the heir's residence. In a remote chamber, Sangwon was tense, holding her breath as she craned her neck to survey her surroundings. Upon confirming that the area was indeed deserted, she exhaled softly and chose a spot to sit down. Rest assured, I have thoroughly inspected this place. It is quite safe. Moreover, everyone is currently in the front courtyard, so at this hour, we are unlikely to be disturbed, Mang Yuning reassured her, noticing Sangwon's evident anxiety. Sangwon nodded slightly, retrieving an object from her sleeve and whispering, "Take a look at this, you should have noticed it last time." Meng Yuning extended her hand to receive it, lowering her gaze to unveil a thin sheet of paper densely covered with numbers. Her brow furrowed as her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. Silently, she tucked the paper away and coldly remarked, "In such a short span, they have already amassed this much." Sangwon replied, "Indeed, I have yet to deliver the new creations, and it has been less than half a month. They are already harboring ulterior motives." The recent period had been overwhelmingly busy, and she hadn't had the chance to inform the proprietor of Hong Zunfang about the new shade she had prepared. Sangwon shifted slightly, resting her body against Meng Yuning's shoulder, her head bobbing gently. The pressing matter at hand remained, finding an opportune moment to meet with the emperor. As she spoke, her brow furrowed even deeper. Meng Yuning stared ahead resolutely, nudging Sangwon lightly. "Using our name will certainly not suffice, it has ended before it has even begun." Suddenly, Sangwon's eyes sparkled with realization as she turned abruptly to, "I have heard that there is a princess in the palace whom the emperor holds in high esteem. If we could somehow make contact with her, gaining entry into the palace would be a mere formality." Meng Yuning paused momentarily, then leisurely glanced at Sangwon. "Have you ever seen what this princess looks like?" Sangwon's face fell instantly. No, the room fell silent, a palpable tension spreading swiftly between the two. After a lengthy pause, Meng Yuning finally spoke, "What are the odds that Feng Hang will take you into the palace?" Sangwon's eyes darkened, almost none. Meng Yuning pondered thoughtfully, "I do have an idea, though I am uncertain of its feasibility." Sangwon turned to her eagerly, "What is it?" The two gradually inched closer together, and after a few breaths, Sangwon's face lit up with excitement, "I believe it will work." They then engaged in a lively discussion for a while longer before finally straightening up and leaving the room in single file. Half a stick of incense later, upon returning to the front courtyard, Sangwon discovered that not a single one of Lu Wenxian and the others was present. She breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze suddenly drawn to a plate of chestnut cake not far away. In the vast estate, there was nothing she particularly liked to eat, but anything sweet would suffice. Sangwon stepped forward eagerly, devouring several pieces, her spirits lifting considerably. The heiress residence did not adhere to the strict protocols of the imperial palace. As night fell, most guests departed one after another. Sangwon stood up, brushed off her hands, and quickly returned to the estate. However, just as she stepped into the front courtyard, she sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Raising her eyes, she indeed found the matriarch and Lu Wenxian seated in the main positions. A sense of dread washed over her. She had indulged too much in her earlier feast and had lost track of time. With a slight smile, she lowered her head and performed a shallow bow. "Grandmother, mother." As she spoke, she intended to head towards the inner room. "Stop right there," Lu Wenxian suddenly called out. Even without looking up, Sangwon could envision the displeasure etched across the other's face. "Tell me, what are the rules of the household?" Lu Wenxian's voice was icy, suppressing her impatience. Sangwon replied patiently, "As a newlywed, one must always remember the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, and one should not return home after the hour of you, except in special circumstances." Lu Wenxian continued coldly, "What time is it now?" Sangwon responded, in reply to mother, "I am unaware. Someone, come and tell our young mistress what time it is." A voice echoed from somewhere, "It is now the hour of high 6 past. Sangwon immediately raised her eyes and spoke up, "Mother, today qualifies as a special circumstance, and besides, it was already quite late when I left." Lu Wenxian's eyes widened in fury. Instinctively, she pressed a hand to her heart and glanced at the matriarch. "Mother, look at this girl, how can I feel at ease letting her manage the household?" The matriarch suddenly interjected, slamming her hand on the table, "Enough. What she said is not incorrect. Why are you in such a rush?" Sangwon's eyes narrowed slightly. Had she heard correctly? Manage the household? The matriarch turned to face Sangwon, looking at her intently. Luan girl, don't take it too seriously. Come here, let your grandmother take a good look at you. She beckoned for Sang Luan to approach. Sang Luan obediently responded and stepped forward. Luan Xian raised her voice, Mother, by doing this, you are only encouraging her misbehavior. She is already unlikable. You, the matriarch, shot her a glare. Be quiet. What do you mean by unlikable? Do not forget that she is the legitimate granddaughter-in-law of the Feng family. Luan Xian remained visibly displeased but refrained from further commentary. Then, the matriarch turned her attention back to Sang Luan, smiling as she spoke. Come, Luan girl, tell your grandmother why the one who should have performed the auspicious dance was you, yet it was the heir's wife who took the stage instead? As she finished speaking, Luan Xian grew even more enraged, abruptly turning to point at Sang Luan that if you do not clarify this today, you will kneel in the ancestral hall as punishment. Sang Luan straightened her posture, the smile in her eyes fading considerably. A mother, the heiress wife, insisted on taking the stage herself. How could I, an unlikable person, go against her wishes? You certainly have many reasons, Luan Xian scoffed. Do not think I am unaware of your discord with the heiress wife. Who knows what schemes you might resort to while she is performing the auspicious dance? You should consider yourself fortunate that nothing happened to her today, otherwise, I would certainly teach you a lesson. Sang Luan looked up in astonishment, confusion filling her gaze. Mother, even if I despise Meng Yuning, I would never resort to harming her in such a setting. That is a matter between me and Meng Yuning. The princess has no enmity with me. Why would I ruin today's birthday celebration? The matriarch observed the exchange silently, shaking her head in disappointment. Chapter 70 of The Punishment of Luan Xian. Luan Xian's eyes widened, her lips parted slightly as she was about to speak to in the next instant. However, she was abruptly interrupted by the old lady. Enough, no more words. Luan, you may leave now to rest. Today's events shall be put behind you. It was unexpected for the young lady of the heir to suddenly make such a request. You cannot be blamed for this. Sang Luan gave a soft acknowledgement and turned to leave the front courtyard without looking back. After a long day of toil, she was utterly exhausted, and upon returning, she was bombarded with questions. The old lady's voice cut through the air. What exactly is the matter? Is this Luan girl truly so unappealing to you? Luan Xian gasped, feeling a wave of grievance wash over her at the old lady's fury. Mother, it is not that she does not appeal to me, but her behavior is simply too unrestrained. She is the wife of the Prime Minister, yet, look at her, there is not a hint of decorum befitting her status. As soon as she finished speaking, Luan Xian turned slightly, pursed her lips, and murmured a few words under her breath. I cannot fathom how the Ministry of Rites could raise a daughter so lacking in propriety. It was merely a moment of weakness that allowed her to enter the household. The old lady furrowed her brow, cautioning, choose your words wisely. After a brief pause, she continued, have you arranged for Luan to familiarize herself with the household matters as I advised last time? Luan Xian took a moment to compose herself, lowered her gaze slightly, and replied respectfully, I am in the process of making arrangements. The old lady responded with a soft hum, her expression visibly softening. From tomorrow onward, whenever you have free time, devote yourself to transcribing the scriptures. It will temper your temperament. A flicker of shock flashed in Luan Xian's eyes, and her expression turned bewildered as she stammered. Mother, the old lady closed her eyes, her fingers deftly manipulating a string of prayer beads, and replied matter-of-factly, how old are you, and how old is she? In my opinion, you are regressing with each passing day. Even now, you cannot maintain your composure in front of a mere young girl. Luan Xian wished to say more, but upon meeting the old lady's resolute demeanor, she could only nod in acquiescence. Meanwhile, Sang Luan made her way back to her quarters, her head spinning with fatigue. Without even removing her shoes, she collapsed onto her bed, her eyes barely open as sleep overtook her. In an instant, she shut her eyes, succumbing to a deep slumber, her body shifting restlessly. Suddenly, she frowned, reaching back to grasp something behind her. Realizing the current position was uncomfortable, she adjusted herself. Yet, the sensation of discomfort returned. Muttering softly, she stretched her hand to grasp the irritating object behind her. It was warm to the touch but also rather hard. What, even in my dreams, I encounter a man with abs? She pondered. However, the more she moved her hand, the more she sensed something amiss. The shape of those abs seemed rather peculiar. Sang Luan, a low, cold voice suddenly resonated behind her. The warm breath brushed against her neck, turning icy in an instant. Startled, Sang Luan opened her eyes wide and moved her hand. The tangible sensation returned, and she quickly withdrew her hand, realization dawning upon her as she sat up abruptly, her pupils dilating. Her gaze fell upon Feng Hengji, who was sprawled on the bed, and she held her breath. Her eyes widened in shock as she took in her surroundings. She had been sleeping on Feng Hengji's main bed, and her hand had been placed. A flush of embarrassment crept across her face as she forced a smile. I assure you, it was unintentional. Will you believe me? Feng Hengji's brow twitched incessantly as he pointed toward the door, gritting his teeth. Get out. Sang Luan felt a sudden rush of joy. Although Feng Hengji had an admirable physique, sleeping next to him was far too perilous. It was better to keep her distance. She blinked innocently and replied cheerfully, but it was grandmother's arrangement, and besides, the main house of Furong Courtyard has already been demolished. Feng Hengji's expression hardened. Then stay in your own space and keep to yourself, Sang Luan acknowledged with a simple "oh" before quietly turning to walk toward the side bed. After the commotion, her drowsiness had dissipated significantly. As she lay down, her eyes remained wide open. Not if one were to examine closely, they would notice that Feng Hengji's ears were slightly flushed, merging with the flickering candlelight. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as Sang Luan opened her eyes, Feng Hengji was nowhere to be seen on the main bed. The wax seal had suddenly been discovered, indicating that Feng Hengji had been preoccupied of late. Sang Luan quickly proceeded to the Jingxi Hall to pay her respects to Lu Wenxian and the old lady, noticing that Lu Wenxian seemed unusually amiable today. Soon after, Sang Luan set off with Yu Put, eager to leave the estate. Sang Luan, just as she stepped out, a familiar voice called from behind. She turned abruptly to see a figure in light purple, the woman's face concealed beneath a veil. As Sang Luan scrutinized her, the woman suddenly removed her veil. "Oh, it's you, Shang," the woman smiled, then donned the veil once more. Sang Luan, puzzled, inquired, "Why are you here so early?" Shang chuckled, "I was bored and intended to come find you." "I didn't expect you to be coming out. By the way, where are you headed? May I accompany you?" Sang Luan nodded decisively. Today, she was primarily going with Meng Yuning to the Hongzhou and Fong to reclaim their money. Having an extra person along would not be an issue. With that thought, she readily agreed. An hour later, the group arrived swiftly at Hongzhou and Fong. The entrance was already crowded with people. Observing this, Sang Luan promptly donned a mask, and as she glanced around, she spotted a familiar figure not far away. Sang Luan exchanged glances with Meng Yuning before stepping into the inner chamber. "Ah, esteemed guests, are you here to see our rouge? Our rouge is undoubtedly the finest in Xinjiang, even favored by the noble ladies of the palace." A woman rushed forward, her demeanor exceedingly cordial. Sang Luan surveyed the surroundings discreetly. The proprietor of Hongzhou and Fong had indeed taken their previous suggestions to heart, as evident by the improvements made. Noticing the elegance of Sang Luan and her companions, the woman's smile widened. With such affluent-looking guests, they would surely be easy to deceive. She thought to herself that a few well-chosen words would surely lead them to purchase a significant quantity of rouge from her shop. As this notion crossed her mind, a smile began to form on her lips, one she could hardly suppress. Sang Luan stepped forward, clearing her throat lightly, and the burly owner immediately took notice. His smile faded as he hurried over, whispering urgently to the woman beside him, "Mother, they are the ones my son mentioned last time." The woman's expression transformed instantly, her brows knitting together as she glared at Sang Luan and her companions. "You all should leave immediately, you are not welcome here." Chapter 71 of the Jade Token. The elderly woman glared, as if the person before her had committed a most heinous act. Unfazed, Sang Luan averted her gaze and coldly remarked, "Boss Xiao, it seems you are in good health." The man referred to as Boss Xiao, a bearded figure, briefly displayed a flicker of guilt in his eyes, yet his demeanor hardened as he surveyed the bustling crowd within the shop. Straightening his back, he addressed Sang Luan and her companions, "Please, step aside." The elderly woman seized Boss Xiao's arm, her tone laden with dissatisfaction. "Step aside for what? We have come to collect our silver." As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on the group. The moment Sheng entered the Hongzhou and Fong, she was captivated by the assortment of novel items on display. Just as the elderly woman's words faded, Meng Yuning suddenly interjected, "Boss Xiao, you've truly mastered the art of burning bridges after crossing them." Boss Xiao maintained his composure, replying, "Thank you for the compliment, Mississippi." The elderly woman, on high alert, retorted, "What are your intentions? Do not think I am unaware, you simply wish to partake in the silver we have earned." Leaning slightly, Boss Xiao whispered in the elderly woman's ear, "Madam, it was they who proposed the plan. We merely offered some silver to send them on their way." The elderly woman widened her eyes, exclaiming, "What do you mean some silver? You are clever enough to devise a simple solution without them." Without hesitation, Sang Luan produced the original agreement signed by both parties. Waving it in front of them, she asked, "Surely, Boss Xiao has not forgotten this?" The elderly woman's gaze fixated on the paper, and in a sudden burst of anger, she snatched it away, tearing it into shreds in mere moments. With hands on her hips, she provocatively glared at Sang Luan, "Now that you no longer possess this, how do you expect my son to part with his silver?" Sang Luan slightly raised her gaze and calmly retrieved a stack of papers from her sleeve. "I still have this," she stated. Pausing for effect, she added, "Oh, and I must mention, there are additional documents I did not bring." The elderly woman's expression darkened instantly, her lips parted as if to speak, but Boss Xiao interjected, "I will, of course, acknowledge the silver due, but your desire to share in the bounty is out of the question, for this is the fruit of my mother's lifelong labor." Sang Luan and Meng Yuning exchanged a knowing glance. Sang Luan cleared her throat and extended her hand, softly saying, "In that case, let us settle this matter." Half an hour later, outside the Hongzhou and Fong, Sang Luan felt the weight of silver in her sleeve, a smile gradually spreading across her lips. Meng Yuning nudged her, you truly are impressive. Sang Luan held her head high, indeed, I anticipated this very tactic. When the agreement was initially signed, she had explicitly stated that if Hongzhu and Fong were to renege, they would owe double the silver. The combined total of what Sang Luan and Meng Yuning had saved, along with the double compensation, amounted to a full 10,000 taels now. They would need to amass more silver before contemplating an escape. Then, Sang Luan divided the silver in half. She took some back to her residence, leaving the remainder with Meng Yuning. Shang, observing the direction in which Meng Yuning departed, suddenly spoke up, that must be the young lady of the air. A look of surprise crossed Sang Luan's face, and she nodded slightly, do you know her? Shang shook her head, I have merely heard descriptions. Upon seeing her, I made the connection. Shang blinked, her eyes fixed on the somewhat anxious Sang Luan. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, are you in dire need of silver? Sang Luan replied, yes, I require an abundance. Shang's interest peaked, her eyes sparkling as she slightly turned, gazing intently at Sang Luan, I know of a place. If you can negotiate with that individual, you are certain to earn a considerable sum. Upon hearing this, Sang Luan's interest was instantly kindled, and the two quickly sought out a secluded spot. Once seated, Sang Luan inquired, what is this place you mentioned? Shang answered without hesitation, within the Golden Luan Hall, the one clad in yellow robes. Sang Luan instinctively repeated, the Golden Luan Hall. As for Qi Ran, even he required prior notice to gain access, let alone others. Shang straightened her expression, speaking earnestly, I have a way. To ensure their privacy, Sang Luan promptly secured a private room, wary of eavesdroppers who might cause unwanted trouble. She quickly asked, Shang, you even have a method to enter the palace? Shang's lips curled into a smile, indeed, are you familiar with the eldest princess? Sang Luan's eyes widened slightly, you cannot be suggesting that you are the legendary eldest princess? Shang shot her a glance, noting her astonishment, before shaking her head, of course not. I merely know someone who serves her. Sang Luan listened intently. Shang continued, I recently overheard her mention that His Majesty is seeking a skilled merchant from among the common folk to establish a partnership, and I believe he is about to post a recruitment notice. Sang Luan's gaze fell as she pondered this information seriously. After a moment, Shang asked, if you genuinely wish to enter, why not allow me to assist you? Sang Luan sprang to her feet and quickly approached Shang, how will you assist me? Shang produced a jade token from her bosom, presenting it to Sang Luan, here, with this, you can gain entry. Simply present it, and no one will be able to stop you. Sang Luan glanced over to see a flawless white jade token resting quietly on the table, the lower right corner inscribed with a character. She exclaimed, what is this? Shang smiled mysteriously, you know, those in the palace do not simply reveal themselves, sometimes they are tempted, and with this, you can come and go at will. Sang Luan felt a surge of joy. The plan she had concocted with Meng Yuning had yet to be tested, and now she had encountered Shang. Beaming, she wrapped her arms around Shang in a warm embrace, thank you. If this succeeds, I shall be sure to express my gratitude. Shang smiled shyly, her gaze evasive, but you must return this jade token to me promptly, my friend will soon require it. Sang Luan nodded, discreetly tucking the token into her bosom. Chapter 72, a successful audience. Unintentionally lifting her gaze to the outside, Shang noticed that it had unknowingly reached midday. A fleeting sense of desolation crossed her mind, I must return now, but I shall come find you at the Prime Minister's residence later. Sang Luan nodded in acknowledgement. After seeing Shang off, she retrieved the jade token once more, holding it in her hand and gently rubbing it with her thumb. The moment Yupeng entered, she was greeted by this scene. Lowering her brows and eyes, she could not help but inquire, Miss, what is this? Sang Luan abruptly rose and returned the jade token to its place, securing the edict was of utmost importance. With this thought, she hesitated no longer, gauging the time and heading directly to the palace. Initially feeling a tinge of apprehension, as she produced the jade token, she found that no one questioned her. Lowering her gaze, her eyes fixed upon the jade token, it seemed that Shang had indeed spoken the truth. An hour later, Sang Luan exited the palace gates, hastening towards the Prime Minister's residence, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. Instinctively, she reached into her sleeve to touch the imperial edict. The entire process had been alarmingly smooth, and even after leaving the palace, she felt as though she were floating. The emperor had readily acquiesced to her request. With the edict in hand, dealing with Lu Wenxian and the others would be a mere formality. Upon returning home, Sang Luan had yet to encounter Lu Wenxian, and a secret joy welled up within her. This was precisely as she wished. She made her way to the Furong courtyard to conceal the edict, but just as she stepped out, an unsettling feeling crept over her. She paused momentarily before turning back to place the edict once again in the ancestral hall. This location was seldom visited, and her hiding spot was rather discreet. Without close scrutiny, it would be challenging to discover. If anyone were to frequent this place, it would undoubtedly be her. Sangwon straightened, brushing off her hands, feeling a considerable sense of relief. Meanwhile, in Lu family village, south of Shangjing. Why is there so little today? Have you hidden some away? Lu Daxian weighed the few copper coins in his hand, his brow furrowed in displeasure. He then raised his foot and kicked the person before him with force. He sat heavily on a stool, one foot resting on the ground. In his right hand, he held a jar of wine, his cheeks flushed with color. At that moment, he squinted slightly, leaning forward slightly. Before him stood a woman in plain attire, her head bowed, her body trembling slightly. As Lu Daxiang's words fell, the woman silently stepped back, her hands pressed against the ground, her fingers clawing into the earth. Gradually, she stood upright, still casting her gaze downward. Biting her lip, she uttered, "I did not hide anything." Lu Daxiang slammed the copper coins onto the table and took a swig from the jar, exclaiming, "There should be at least 10 on a usual day. Why is there barely half today?" He paused, his tone turning menacing. "You had better pray you've hidden it well, or if I discover otherwise, I shall not hesitate to flay you alive." He casually picked up a nearby bamboo stick and began tapping it on the woman. Seeing there were indeed no concealed coins, he finally set the bamboo stick aside. The woman recoiled slightly, slowly raising her eyes, a hint of fear flickering as she glanced at the bamboo stick beside Lu Daxiang. With her delicate brows knitted in concern, she bit her lip and spoke softly, "Today, no one came for a pulse diagnosis. Those who did had only minor ailments, so I only collected the diagnosis fee." Lu Daxiang gritted his teeth, ire evident on his face. "For now, I shall let you off the hook, but if you return tomorrow with so little again, do not blame me for being ungracious." The woman nodded softly, her voice trembling as she replied, "I understand." Seeing her compliance, Lu Daxiang smiled in satisfaction, stuffing the few copper coins from the table into his pocket. He now had funds for tomorrow's wine. His demeanor softened slightly as he continued, "Xiaoling, you know that I am in a tight spot. It was years ago that I took you in after you were gravely injured, which is why you are here today." Tu Ling listened quietly. "I have not asked you to do anything excessive. Merely to give the villagers a pulse diagnosis. How difficult can that be?" Lu Daxiang took another gulp of wine, belching loudly, "Tell me, where is the difficulty?" Tu Ling shook her head, "It is not difficult." Suddenly raising her gaze, she looked at Lu Daxiang and said, but Lu Daxiang's brow furrowed, "No buts. How much do you charge for a diagnosis now?" Tu Ling replied, 1 copper coin. Without lifting his head, Lu Daxiang continued to down his drink. "Starting tomorrow, you will charge 3 copper coins per diagnosis, and all other prices must be raised as well." This would provide him with more money for wine. Such a life would be delightful. Tu Ling slowly raised her head, her eyes widening in shock. "If that happens, no one will come for a diagnosis." Lu Daxiang waved his hand dismissively, "Then go concoct some potent medicine and add it to the well water. When the villagers are all lying around, would they still care about those few copper coins?" His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he continued, "In that case, 3 copper coins 1 tea suffice. Let us make it 5. The light in Tu Ling's eyes gradually dimmed, and she bit her lip, torn within. Suddenly, Lu Daxiang seemed to recall something, sitting upright as he fixed his gaze on Tu Ling. His tone turned inquisitive. "Xiaoling, do you remember anything from before?" No sooner had he spoken than confusion washed over Tu Ling's face, prompting her to silently shake her head. In a corner unseen by Tu Ling, Lu Daxiang's lips curled into a faint smile. He sighed, "If you remember, just let me know in advance. I won't stop you from returning to your former life. You know my penchant for a little drink." Lu Daxiang rubbed his hands together, grinning broadly, "If you truly have some money, just buy me more wine when the time comes." Though he spoke these words, in his heart, he held disdain. After all these years, no one had come looking for this girl, but that was fine. It meant she could remain to earn him money for a lifetime. He wouldn't have to toil, and every day would be filled with an endless supply of wine. Life was simply delightful. Tu Ling softly replied, "All right. Go quickly, tonight, prepare the potent medicine, and tomorrow we can sit back and wait for the money to roll in." Lu Daxiang waved his hand casually. However, the next moment, he noticed that she remained rooted to the spot. Confused, he asked, "Aren't you leaving?" Tu Ling hesitated, finally managing to voice her thoughts, "But I would feel guilty for earning money this way." Lu Daxiang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, his disdain palpable. His expression darkened as he beckoned Tu Ling closer, slamming the jar of wine onto the table, causing the contents to splash. It was as though he had heard the greatest joke, his eyes narrowing with malice, yet a mocking smile played on his lips. "Oh, you feel guilty? Come here, step a little closer." Chapter 73. At her past, her own search of flicker of fear passed through Tu Ling's eyes, yet when her gaze met Lu Daqiang's fierce countenance, she clenched her teeth, suppressing the unease that surged within her. Trembling, she stepped forward. Lu Daqiang's cold voice pierced the air. "Why do you stand so far away?" Tu Ling paused, sensing his dwindling patience, and hurriedly took a step closer. Lu Daqiang's eyes narrowed, and without a word, he seized the nearby bamboo stick and struck her without hesitation. As he swung, he muttered in dissatisfaction, "I made you feel guilty, yet you still feel guilty." Raising the bamboo stick high, he struck her back with unrelenting force. Tu Ling pressed her hand against the bruised spot, her lips tightly pursed. Typically, Lu Daqiang refrained from leaving visible marks on her body, wanting her to earn more silver. It was only in moments of rage that her wrists bore noticeable scars. Lu Daqiang glared at Tu Ling, and only when his anger had somewhat subsided did he cease his assault. "Do you still feel guilty?" Tu Ling lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, and slowly shook her head, "No." Upon hearing this, Lu Daqiang tossed the bamboo stick aside, reaching for a wine jar and taking a hearty swig, satisfaction washing over his face. He casually rested a foot on the table, casting a languid glance at Tu Ling as he drawled, "That's more like it. I wonder what you were up to before. A little lesson is all it takes." He left the last word unspoken, yet Tu Ling understood his implication, which deepened her distress. "Hurry and fetch me foot water," Lu Daqiang commanded boisterously. His loud voice startled Tu Ling, causing her to tremble involuntarily as she bit her lip and retreated into the inner room. She rubbed her sore wrist gently, feeling numb as she poured water into the nearby wooden tub. It was only in the hidden corners, away from Lu Daqiang's sight, that she could tend to her wounds. Suddenly, she halted, her gaze inadvertently falling upon an object nearby. She lowered her eyes slightly, a glimmer of intrigue flashing within them. With this, Lu Daqiang could sleep soundly until dusk. Then, her mind shifted, and she quietly reached for the object, tossing a small amount into the tub. Her fingers trembled slightly, as they brushed against her wounds. Her resolve solidified. After a stick of incense burned, Lu Daqiang, initially content as he awaited Tu Ling's service, suddenly froze, his pupils dilating in shock as the wine jar slipped from his grasp with a clatter. A wave of drowsiness overtook him, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Tu Ling slowly rose, stretching her neck, and after a brief wait, the sound of his thunderous snoring filled the air. She cautiously approached and gently poked his arm. Aside from the resounding snores, he showed no reaction. Feeling somewhat reassured, she quietly pocketed a few copper coins from the table. Her belongings were few, all collected in a small bundle. With the bundle slung over her shoulder, she turned and left without a backward glance. Perhaps, her past was something she would have to seek out on her own at Tianxiang Tower. The moment Meng Yuning stepped into the private room, she eagerly turned to Sang Luan and said, "Luaner, I reckon we need to change our meeting place. Qi Ran has been unusually concerned about my whereabouts lately." She picked up a teacup from the table, took a sip, and exhaled a sigh of relief. "Just now, I spotted Qi Ran's people. It took me quite a while to shake them off." As she finished her sentence, she noticed a smile on Sang Luan's face as she mysteriously pulled something from her sleeve, revealing it to Meng Yuning. Meng Yuning exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" Sang Luan gestured for her to open it. Meng Yuning unwrapped the object, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Covering her mouth in disbelief, she whispered, "An imperial edict?" Sang Luan snapped her fingers, "Exactly. Now we just need to choose a location. You can handle the perfume formulation, and I'll take care of the lipstick production." Meng Yuning nodded, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. "All right, it's settled." Meng Yuning paused, "But it will have to wait a few days. I'm quite inconvenienced leaving the residence right now." Sang Luan frowned. Could it be that Qi Ran has discovered something? Meng Yuning shook her head. "That shouldn't be the case, but I am puzzled. He hardly frequents the residence. Ever since that last incident, the Yi Wang and the princess have forbade him from associating with Gu Changfeng and the others." Sang Luan fell silent for a moment, the image of a figure flashing through her mind. Is it the Gu Changfeng I'm thinking of? Her eyes widened slightly. Meng Yuning nodded vigorously. Sang Luan's brow furrowed deeper. In the original story, Gu Changfeng was a notorious troublemaker. Being the legitimate son of the Deputy Minister of Justice, he was inevitably surrounded by sycophants. Gu Changfeng had initially been by Qi Ran's side, suggesting troublesome ideas, and she recalled a part of the original plot where he sought out Feng Hongji but was turned away. Now that Gu Changfeng held no value for Qi Ran, he might entertain other thoughts. After a moment of silence, she turned to Meng Yuning and inquired, "By the way, has anything significant happened in court recently?" Meng Yuning lowered her gaze, pondering. "After the princess's birthday banquet, there seems to be something." Suddenly, her expression brightened. "One of the students of the Deputy Minister of Justice knows a lot, but for some reason, he suddenly betrayed them." She paused, then continued, this student left the Xiang family at night, eager to find the deputy minister, only to discover that they were in cahoots, plotting to side with Qi Ran. Sang Luan's interest was piqued, but Qi Ran is unaware of their collusion. Acting on Gu Chongfeng's advice, he inadvertently sent them away, which caused a great uproar with the Yi Wang. As soon as she finished speaking, both fell silent. Now that the student could not find Qi Ran, he would have to seek another powerful ally. They exchanged glances, simultaneously exclaiming, Feng Hongji, what is the name of that student? Sang Luan asked urgently. Meng Yuning thought for a moment. I believe his surname is Su, a rather fair-skinned young man who looks about 18. Chapter 74. Boss Feng, is that your little lady again? The day the disciple fled was the day after the birthday banquet of the righteous princess. Sang Luan's figure paused, realizing that this meant today. Swiftly, she concealed the imperial edict, knowing she must remain in the manor, biding her time and ensuring that Gu Chongfeng did not encounter Feng Hang or the fleeing disciple. With that thought, she quickly rose, and the two of them confirmed their upcoming meeting time and location before returning to their respective residences. Upon exiting Tianshang building, Sang Luan made her way directly to the Feng residence. Suddenly, a furrow of concern crossed her brow as an uneasy sensation washed over her, narrowing her eyes. She instinctively shifted to the side. In the next moment, a man rushed out from behind her in a flurry. He clutched a bundle in his arms, panic etched on his face, and upon colliding with her, he merely uttered a hasty apology before glancing back over his shoulder. A fleeting look of fear crossed his features. Sang Luan frowned and grasped his bundle, preparing to speak. You, with the surname Su, halt right there. The man's expression turned even more frantic as he clutched the bundle tightly. Casting a glance at Sang Luan's hand and then at the pursuers closing in behind him, he gritted his teeth, tugged at his clothing, and with a sudden effort, tore away the piece of fabric she held onto. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief, disregarding the pursuers as he dashed forward. Sang Luan stared at the torn cloth in her hand, lost in thought. Wait, what did those people just call him? She silently raised her gaze to the man who was sprinting ahead. Su, a fair-faced young man, both criteria matched. After a brief moment of contemplation, she turned to glance back, confirming that the direction was indeed that of the Xiang family. The group pursuing the man was clad in identical attire. A closer inspection revealed the character Xiang embroidered on their sleeves. Sang Luan's eyes narrowed. She had not anticipated finding the person so easily. With a slight lift of her chin, her mind stirred, and she took steps to follow in the same direction. The further she went, the more familiar the path became. Wait a moment, isn't this the road to the Prime Minister's residence? A wave of confusion washed over her. Could it be that the other party had already sought out Qi Ran? To avoid detection by those ahead, Sang Luan deliberately slowed her pace. As she passed a shop, she momentarily paused, entered, and upon emerging again, her pockets were noticeably fuller. The man appeared rather fragile. Initially, he managed to keep his pursuers at bay, but in the blink of an eye, they caught up to him. The group, panting heavily and with fierce expressions, surrounded him. Among them, one particularly burly individual, presumably the leader, stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to the young man. The blow left him dazed, instinctively grasping the wall for support. Su Qingqing clutched his bundle tightly, despair flashing across his heart. Was he truly about to lose the precious item he had so painstakingly acquired? When Sang Luan arrived, she witnessed this very scene. Her gaze narrowed, and with swift precision, she drew a pouch of powder from her pocket and scattered it towards the group. Instantly, chaos erupted among them as they instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands, flailing about in confusion. The young man's eyes widened in surprise as he caught sight of Sang Luan to the side. His lips parted as if to speak, but she gestured for him to move closer to the wall, inching away cautiously. Once they had reached what Sang Luan deemed a safe distance, they halted. Su Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly. After a moment's respite, he cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Though I know not why you chose to rescue me, I am profoundly thankful for your timely intervention." He tightly gripped the bundle, bowed slightly, and prepared to depart. Sang Luan's attention fell on the bundle in Su Qingqing's grasp. It was likely the incriminating evidence against the Xiang family. She reached out, but before she could utter a word, a sudden sound pierced the air, a sharp, sickening thud of a weapon piercing flesh. The clear sound echoed in Sang Luan's ears, and she froze in shock. In that instant, a warm spray splattered across her right cheek, prompting her to instinctively close her eyes. Within the blink of an eye, the warmth transformed into a chilling sensation, sticky and unsettling. Reflexively, she reached up to touch her face, feeling the viscous substance. Upon inspecting her palm, she was horrified to find it stained with blood. A strong metallic scent surged into her nostrils, overpowering and unavoidable. Sang Luan's gaze darkened as she realized that an arrow had pierced Su Qingqing's chest. He stood frozen, the impact rendering him immobile, while the bundle fell from his grasp, its contents rolling out onto the ground. She barely had time to react. Su Qingqing slowly turned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and pooling on the ground, staining it a vivid red. He struggled to point at the fallen bundle, his lips moving as if to speak Sang Luan's name, but all she could hear was Feng Hongji. Her pupils constricted. Had she misremembered the details with Ning Ning? How could he have succumbed so swiftly? Not far away, a voice called out, "Boss Feng, is that your little lady again?" Zhuo Jing tilted his head, lightly nudging the nearby Feng Hangji. Upon meeting the gaze of the perplexed woman, Feng Hangji's brow furrowed involuntarily. Noticing his silence, Zhuo Jing and Nie Jiang exchanged a knowing glance, opting to remain silent. The atmosphere around Feng Hangji was palpably dangerous, and experience told them that discretion was the better part of valor. The group advanced, and Feng Hangji suddenly voiced his displeasure. "How is it you again?" Sang Luan suppressed her astonishment, elegantly waving her hand. "Brother Hangji, what a coincidence, it seems you are here as well." Her expression was one of feigned surprise, her radiant demeanor marred by the peculiar hue on half of her face. Feng Hangji discreetly glanced at the fallen Su Qingqing and then at Sang Luan. He slowly crouched down, retrieving the item that had spilled from Su Qingqing's bundle. At that moment, Sang Luan finally discerned that it was a jade ring, one that appeared far from ordinary. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hand and swiftly wiped her face clean. Though her right cheek was now unblemished, the disparity between her two cheeks was striking. Nie Jiang pointed at Sang Luan, inquiring of Zhuo Jing beside him, "Should we bring her along as well?" Chapter 75. Reveal your methods. As Nie Jiang's words fell, Zhuo Jing beside him nudged his arm, puzzled. He turned around to see Zhuo Jing frantically winking at him. In that instant, the atmosphere seemed to take on an unusual tension. Nie Jiang fell silent once more. Feng Hangji cast a casual glance at Sang Luan and coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" Sang Luan narrowed her eyes, about to respond, when Feng Hangji waved his hand dismissively and turned away, taking her along with him. Sang Luan instinctively let out a soft gasp. Nie Jiang quickly stepped forward, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Please, go ahead." Sang Luan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, you don't think I have any connection with him, do you?" She pointed at the person on the ground. Zhuo Jing glanced at the figure ahead, then silently withdrew his gaze. Perhaps it was insignificant before, but that was no longer the case now. A wave of exasperation washed over Sang Luan as the unpleasant scent in the air mingled. She unconsciously furrowed her beautiful brow, raising a hand to cover her lips. She subtly inched closer to Feng Hangji, reaching out to tug at the hem of his garment, but before she could act, Feng Hangji abruptly retracted his hand. His gaze was thick with displeasure, as if to say, "What sort of behavior is this?" Sang Luan let out a soft "oh," quietly withdrawing her hand. Wasn't he, Feng Hangji, the Prime Minister? Why did he need to personally intervene in such matters? Surely, a mere command would suffice, and his subordinates would hasten to execute it. She lowered her gaze slightly, concealing her thoughts. "Isn't that Lord Feng?" she mused. "What brings him to our side? Yes, I too find it curious. I wonder what trouble that person beside him has found himself in to fall into Lord Feng's hands. She must be in for quite a time. What sort of trouble? After all, she is the Prime Minister's wife." Those around them instinctively averted their gazes, returning to their tasks in silence. Feng Hangji walked ahead, with Sang Luan following quietly behind him. Along the way, cries of those being punished echoed intermittently. Sang Luan kept her head bowed, focusing intently on her surroundings. Suddenly, she collided with a solid back, instinctively lifting her gaze and rubbing her forehead. Feng Hangji turned around, his eyes piercing as he fixed his gaze upon her, a hint of disdain lacing his voice. "What are you doing?" While rubbing her forehead, Sang Luan muttered softly, "Who told you to stop so abruptly?" Feng Hangji snorted coldly, finding her utterly unreasonable. In the next moment, he slightly turned his body, glancing at the two beside him. "Which of you will interrogate her?" Zhuo Jing and Nie Jiang exchanged knowing glances. Zhuo Jing spoke first. "I just remembered. I have an appointment to keep. It appears to be now. I must take my leave." Nie Jiang quickly followed suit. "Ah, yes, I also have urgent matters to attend to. I must report to His Majesty at tomorrow's court." As soon as Feng Hangji lifted his gaze, he only caught sight of the two hurrying away. He instinctively reached out, but the next moment, he found himself grasping at empty air. With a slight cough, he withdrew his hand, looking around to find only nameless underlings. "This matter pertains to significant state affairs. It seems he must conduct the interrogation himself." After a short while, he spoke. "Now, tell me, what is your relationship with Su Qingqing?" Feng Hangji's voice was calm, yet it carried an undercurrent of coldness. Sang Luan was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. "Do you even realize what you are saying?" Suppressing her thoughts, she slowly curved her lips into a smile, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye appearing particularly enchanting under the dim candlelight. She placed her hands flat on the table, leaning slightly forward, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Feng Hangji. Feng Hangji maintained a frosty demeanor, exuding an air of impartiality. In the next moment, Sang Luan spoke, her ruby lips parting. "Brother Hangji, Luaner is not acquainted with him. My presence there today was purely coincidental. I was specifically looking for calming incense for you." As she spoke, she drew an object from her sleeve. Feng Hangji's expression faltered momentarily, a look of confusion crossing his features. "What do you need calming incense for?" Sang Wan sighed lightly, glancing around before her gaze returned to Feng Hengji. She then softly said, "Isn't it because my husband has been feeling unwell at night, when he cannot sleep? Wana naturally feels it too, and it pains my heart." She placed her hand over her heart, feigning a look of deep concern. Those surrounding them silently lowered their heads. After a pause, Feng Hengji spoke again, "And how do you explain the powder on you?" "My husband knows Luana well, my heart only holds him," Sang Wan exclaimed, feigning dismayed. "Oh, these people see me alone and harbor such vile thoughts." In a moment of desperation, as she coughed lightly, covering her face with her hands as her shoulders trembled slightly, appearing utterly heartbroken. Feng Hengji's eyes narrowed, and he abruptly stood up, glaring at Sang Luan. Sang Luan slightly composed herself and lifted her head, her face a picture of confusion. "What is it?" Feng Hengji's coldness intensified. "If you call out like that once more," Sang Luan gasped, her voice laden with grievance. "But you are Luanara's husband." Her lips parted slightly, her eyes reddening, looking at him with an expression of innocence. The words Feng Hengji had been about to utter caught in his throat as he met Sang Luan's clear and innocent gaze, ultimately swallowed back down. In truth, Sang Luan's earlier words were not entirely implausible. Given her beauty, it was indeed rare for her to encounter such situations. He reined in his emotions, and when he lifted his gaze again, the coldness remained in his eyes. Then, Feng Hengji turned to the matter at hand, while Sang Luan first smiled sweetly, distancing herself, then expressed her affection for him and her concern for his discomfort. After some time, those around them only gleaned one thing. The Prime Minister's wife harbored genuine love for the Prime Minister, prioritizing him in all matters and caring for him from the depths of her heart. The official in charge of the Ministry of Punishment held his fist half closed against his lips as he cleared his throat. He then stepped forward, slightly bowing, and after a moment of consideration, he leaned closer to Feng Hengji and whispered, "Lord Feng, the Ministry of Punishment is dark and damp. Perhaps you and the madam would prefer to discuss this at home." Feng Hengji coldly raised his gaze, his brow furrowing, and suddenly spoke. "What do you mean?" The official's expression faltered, nearly casting a glance at Sang Luan across the room. Sang Luan immediately responded with a radiant smile. He quickly averted his gaze. Suddenly, Feng Hengji stood up sharply, slightly turning his body, his voice revealing no hint of emotion. "She is currently a prisoner, not merely the Prime Minister's wife. You are to treat her equally, employ whatever methods you deem necessary to extract the truth from her." Chapter 76. Returning to Furong Courtyard, Sang Luan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that after speaking for so long, the other party still did not believe her. She raised her gaze to meet Feng Hengji's eyes, then lowered her head with a soft chuckle. All right, if my husband says I am the culprit, then I shall be the culprit." Feng Hengji's brows furrowed even tighter. What antics was Sang Luan up to now? No sooner had her words fallen than the magistrate beside them revealed a knowing smile. Sang Luan straightened her back a little more, slightly raised her chin, and addressed the crowd around her. "Did you all hear that? Come, let us interrogate me. I must return home shortly to prepare soothing incense for my husband." Those nearby exchanged glances, their faces betraying hesitation. The magistrate chuckled lightly and stepped forward. "Come now, let our esteemed First Minister's wife witness the methods of our Ministry of Justice." Upon seeing this, the tension on Feng Hengji's face finally eased a bit. He leisurely took a seat, watching the scene unfold before him with an air of detachment. The magistrate positioned himself in front of Sang Luan, conveniently blocking Feng Hengji's line of sight. Sang Luan tugged at the corners of her lips. "My good sir, please be quick. My parents are waiting at home for my husband and me to return." The magistrate's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he had refrained from offending this lady too much earlier. With this thought, he narrowed his eyes, feigning anger as he picked up a nearby piece of dogtail grass, waving it in front of Sang Luan. He declared, "You speak honestly. How many of your previous statements were true, and how many were false?" He paused before adding in a booming voice, "Otherwise, I shall use this to tickle your palm and ask if you fear it." Sang Luan dramatically leaned back, feigning terror. "Oh, I am so afraid." Feng Hengji narrowed his eyes and coldly questioned, "What are you doing?" "Interrogating the culprit," she replied. Feng Hengji frowned, rubbed his temples, and waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, everyone disperse." A stick of incense later, Sang Luan trailed closely behind Feng Hengji. Unable to endure any longer, he finally turned around, casting a silent glance at her, his tone laden with danger. "You did that on purpose back in the ministry." It was a statement, not a question. Sang Luan instinctively gasped, her expression one of confusion as she raised her eyes, wide and innocent. "Brother Hengji, what are you saying?" Luaner does not understand. Feng Hengji squinted slightly, staring at Sang Luan for a long while. Finally, he spoke slowly, "Consider yourself fortunate today, be more cautious in the future." With that, he abruptly swung his sleeve and left without a backward glance. Behind him, Sang Luan stifled a laugh, keeping her demeanor composed, and promptly hurried after him. "Brother Hengji, wait for me." Upon returning to the residence, Sang Luan immediately spotted the old matriarch. The thought of facing Feng Hangji's frosty countenance made her feel a wave of gloom. In the future, while crafting lip balm, she would inevitably encounter him. But if he were to suddenly lose his temper and discard her creations, she would have no time to weep. To be safe, it would be best for her to move back to Furong Courtyard as soon as possible. Currently, the only one who had the final say in the household was the old matriarch. Sang Luan slightly lowered her gaze, collecting her thoughts, and with a smile playing on her lips, she approached. When she reached the elderly woman's side, she gently nodded. "Grandmother, Wanner has been causing my husband distress lately. Perhaps it would be best for me to return to Furong Courtyard." Upon finishing, she lowered her head, presenting a look of utmost grievance. The old matriarch paused in her actions, then slowly set her teacup down on the table. She gazed at Sang Luan, asking each word with deliberate clarity. "Is that so? Then let it be as you say." Sang Luan's heart leaped with joy. It was so smooth. Without further ado, she quickly gathered Yupa and had the servants move all her belongings into Furong Courtyard. However, the main house was damaged, so this time she could only move into a nearby room. The moment Sang Luan stepped into Furong Courtyard, a sense of refreshment washed over her. She tilted her head and jumped onto the couch. Indeed, a place without constraints was the most comfortable. As Yupa busily carried things out, she couldn't help but ask, "Miss, it has been a long time since I have seen you smile so joyfully." Sang Luan quickly straightened her posture, the corners of her eyes lifting slightly, her lips curving into a genuine smile. "Of course. After all, I no longer have to face that icy block." As she spoke, her voice gradually trailed off. Yupa, unable to hear clearly, inquired, "What did you just say?" Sang Luan exhaled a deep sigh, waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just carry on with your tasks." With a flicker of inspiration, she made her way to the adjacent room. During this period, she had stockpiled all the necessary materials for crafting lip balm. The red and blue flowers from last time had gone unused. Almost a whole day passed with Sang Luan immersed in her work at Furong Courtyard. Hands on her hips, she gazed at the scene before her. Inside, although the red and blue flowers appeared abundant, a significant amount would be wasted in the process of successful production, making it clear that they would not suffice. In addition to the red and blue flowers, Sang Luan had also included purple jasmine, roses, and other fragrant elements. "Wow," Yupa exclaimed upon entering and witnessing Sang Luan's industrious figure. "Miss, you are truly remarkable." "Enough with the flattery," Sang Luan replied, her focus unwavering as she commanded, "Hurry over and help me." Yupa hastened to comply, diligently following Sang Luan's instructions. She first selected some red and blue flowers, washed them clean, and then laid them out in the sun to dry. Once fully dried, Sang Luan and Yupa enthusiastically collected the petals, proceeding to crush them, rinse them with water, and extract the yellow juice. This meticulous process took 3 hours. By now, beads of sweat had begun to form on Sang Luan's forehead, yet her enthusiasm remained unquenched. With hands on her hips, Sang Luan admired the several boxes of lip balm she had completed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Miss, we have made it!" Yupa exclaimed, her small face flushed with joy. In the following days, whenever Sang Luan had free time, she would be found creating lip balm in Furong Courtyard. During the day, she also arranged for a shop location. Typically, Meng Yuning handled the shop-related matters, requiring little effort from her. Given their unique circumstances, they could not openly act as the proprietors and thus sought a mutually agreeable person to serve as the shop's representative. To avoid detection, Sang Luan specifically instructed everyone not to enter her room without permission. Even for cleaning, they needed to communicate with Yupa beforehand. Everything progressed in an orderly manner. Sang Luan's production speed increased, as she crafted lip balm while Meng Yuning produced perfumes. The two occasionally visited their newly opened shop. Besides selling their own lip balm, Sang Luan also created some simpler yet popular lip balms for affluent ladies, selling them to larger fitting rooms. One day, upon returning from outside, Sang Luan was deep in thought about new lip balm production methods. "Miss, how much are we making today?" Yupa cheerfully followed Sang Luan, casually pushing the door open. Suddenly, both of them froze in place, their expressions shifting dramatically. Chapter 77, The Destruction of the Lip Balm. Within the confines of the room, everything lay shattered upon the ground. The lip balm container was in pieces. Sang Luan's pupils constricted sharply as she hurried forward to pick up a lip balm box from the floor for inspection. The marks were evidently made by human hands. Furrowing her brow in concern, she turned to Yupa and inquired, "Has anyone entered here?" "Since you began crafting the lip balm, no one has set foot in here," Yupa recalled thoughtfully before shaking her head, adding, "Only the maid occasionally comes to clean." She paused, a look of urgency on her face as she insisted, "It was not the maid's doing." Sang Luan's gaze remained fixed on the lip balm container in her hand as she murmured softly, "I know it wasn't you. Let us gather these fragments and see what can still be salvaged." Leaning closer, she inhaled deeply, the distinctive scent of soapberry mingled with a hint of deep wood rushing into her nostrils. She halted momentarily, as the aroma triggered a distant memory. Suddenly, her brow unfurled. She recognized this scent from Jean Rouet, who often frequented Lu Wenxian's side. "My lady, these are all rendered unusable," Yupa lamented, her head drooping as she muttered, "I cannot fathom who could be so ruthless." Sangwon slowly rose, clutching the lip balm box tightly, her gaze leveling ahead as she declared, "I know who is responsible." No sooner had she spoken than a rustling sound echoed from outside the courtyard. In an instant, several figures appeared at the door. Lu Wenxian stood there, flanked by a group, her eyes fixed on Sangwon with evident dissatisfaction. A flicker of something unusual crossed Lu Wenxian's gaze as she waved her hand dismissively at those behind her, commanding, "Why is it not yet cleared away? Dispose of this mess immediately." As soon as her words left her lips, her associates rushed forward, carelessly tossing aside the red and blue flowers and various materials that Sangwon had just collected, and then they brutally trampled on them. Yupa hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to protect them. "What are you doing?" Unfortunately, her efforts were futile against their numbers. A resounding slap struck Yupo's face, leaving her disoriented. She braced herself on the ground, one hand pressed against her bruised cheek. Anger surged within her, yet upon meeting Lu Wenxian's furious countenance, she swallowed her indignation. Sangwon, maintaining her composure, discreetly tucked the lip balm box into her sleeve. She adjusted her garments before swiftly moving closer, bending slightly to assist Yupo in rising. With one hand grasping Yupo's arm, she helped her to her feet, then turned her steady gaze upon Lu Wenxian, asking, "Mother, what is the meaning of this? How has Luoner provoked you to warrant such treatment?" Lu Wenxian's anger was palpable, her chest heaving as she pointed an accusatory finger at Sangwon, coldly demanding, "Tell me, what is all this chaos in your room?" Sangwon silently surveyed her surroundings. Aside from the array of flowers, the lip balm on the table stood out conspicuously. After a brief moment, she spoke up, "Do you mean to say that these are displeasing to Mother?" Lu Wenxian strode to her seat, taking her time to settle down before raising her gaze. "Jean Rouet, you enlighten her on where she has erred." Jean Rouet tilted her head slightly and declared loudly, "The young madam neglects her duties in the household, shows no respect for her husband, nor reverence for her elders, and lacks the virtues expected of her." Each word struck Sangwon with force, leaving her momentarily bewildered. "Pray tell, how has Luoner failed in her duties? How has she disrespected her husband, and how has she not honored her elders?" Lu Wenxian cleared her throat lightly, prompting Jean Rouet to step forward and assert, "The young madam spends her time tending to flowers and plants, which is hardly a proper duty. When she contradicts the lady of the house, it is a sign of disrespect to her elders. As for neglecting her husband, she squanders most of her time on these frivolous pursuits, thereby disregarding her obligations toward the young master." With a slight wave of her hand, Lu Wenxian signaled Jean Rouet to cease her speech, and Jean Rouet obediently retreated a step back. Lu Wenxian shot a glance at Sangwon, her tone laced with intense reproach. "Since you have married into the family, you must prioritize him above all else." She gestured toward the disarray on the floor. "What do you think all this nonsense is?" "One might think the Feng family has wronged you." Sangwon retorted, "If I am to understand Mother correctly, Luoner is permitted to engage solely in matters pertaining to her husband, while everything else is deemed frivolous." Lu Wenxian replied with an air of certainty, "That is only natural." Rising slowly, she approached Sangwon, signaling to those nearby. Jean Rouet promptly took hold of Yupa and pulled her aside. Lu Wenxian's voice softened as she said, "I have neither deprived you of food nor clothing, yet you choose to wallow in such disreputable activities." Her anger escalated with each word, as if Sangwon had committed an unforgivable sin. Sangwon's eyes widened slightly, the tear mole at the corner of her eye growing more pronounced with her agitation. "I cannot accept Mother's assertion. I have merely crafted a few boxes of lip balm. How does that make me a sinner in your eyes?" With a sudden crash, Lu Wenxian slammed her palm on the table, causing the teacups to tremble and spill droplets of tea onto the surface. Fixing her furious gaze upon Sangwon, she thundered, "Just a few boxes of lip balm, such trivialities are beneath your dignity as the wife of the Prime Minister. How can you belittle yourself so? Tell me, how is this not a grave transgression?" As her words hung in the air, she raised her right hand slightly. "I have seen your little antics, hand them over from now on, focus your heart on Hangji, and I shall spare you from punishment." Instinctively, Sangwon shifted her right hand behind her back. Lu Wenxian shot a cold glance at Jean Rouet, who immediately moved closer, raising her eyelids and respectfully bowing to Sangwon before reaching out her hand. Sangwon took a step back, placing her hand behind her in a defensive posture. "Mother! It is merely a few boxes of lip balm." Lu Wenxian narrowed her eyes in displeasure. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and gather all those items from your person and discard them." Upon hearing their mistress's command, the maids lowered their heads and rushed forward, tugging at Sang Luan's sleeves with urgency. Sang Luan's lashes fluttered. She had intended to conceal the lip balm even deeper, however. In the ensuing struggle, it unexpectedly slipped from her grasp, for this was the new lip balm she had painstakingly created, fundamentally different from the previous versions. The exquisite box fell to the ground, and Jean Rouet's eyes sparkled with interest as she promptly retrieved it. "Madam," she said, cradling the box delicately in her hands and presenting it to Lu Wenxian. Lu Wenxian leaned forward slightly, raising an eyebrow as she inhaled the scent. "Not bad," she murmured, retracting her hand, but in the next moment, Jean Rouet violently smashed it against the ground and stomped on it with force. Lu Wenxian's demeanor softened somewhat as she languidly remarked, "These are merely items that can be casually purchased at the market. There is no need for you to dirty your hands." Chapter 78. "I am doing this for her good." Lu Wenxian surveyed her surroundings with a sweeping glance and commanded, "Search the entire Furong courtyard thoroughly to see if there are any more of these disgraceful items." As soon as she finished speaking, the maidservants around her sprang into action. Yupa gritted her teeth and instinctively shielded the belongings within the room. Almost immediately, her arms were seized from either side, rendering her utterly immobile. With her eyes slightly reddened, she fixed her gaze intently on the actions of the others. As they raised their hands, the room descended into further chaos. Soon, it was in complete disarray. Sang Luan's lips parted slightly. "Mother, I merely..." But Lu Wenxian coldly regarded her and replied indifferently, "Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You simply wish to go out and make a name for yourself. Have you considered what will happen if others discover this? How will you preserve my dignity? What will others think of Heng Ji?" Sang Luan fell silent for a moment, then looked up resolutely at Lu Wenxian. "What if I have obtained the emperor's permission to produce lip balm?" Lu Wenxian's expression momentarily faltered, her eyes narrowing, only to soon break into a derisive laugh. "The emperor's permission?" Sang Luan nodded emphatically, "Yes." Seeing Lu Wenxian's skeptical demeanor, Sang Luan quietly produced the imperial edict from her bosom, waving it before Lu Wenxian. "If you do not believe me, you may read it for yourself." She knew this matter was not so easily resolved. Had it not been for Ah Shang, she would have had no legitimate reason to enter the palace. This edict was primarily aimed at Lu Wenxian to eye in her daily life. She seldom encountered Feng Xinian. As for the old lady, she was quite amicable towards her. Lu Wenxian lifted her gaze slightly, and Jean Rouet stepped forward to take the document that appeared to be the edict from Sang Luan's hands. She bent down, presenting it respectfully to Lu Wenxian. Lu Wenxian leisurely accepted it, opening it only to cast a cursory glance to eye in the next moment. Her pupils widened in disbelief as she stared at the document in her hand. She involuntarily rose to her feet, her hand holding the edict trembling slightly. She looked up at Sang Luan, her eyes filled with incredulity. Sang Luan seized the moment to speak. "Mother, I am not deceiving you, am I?" Lu Wenxian quickly folded the edict and handed it back to Sang Luan. She was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend why the emperor would grant Sang Luan permission to engage in business. Lu Wenxian snorted coldly, "Do not blame me for keeping a close watch on you. If you could allow me to rest easy, I would not need to worry all day." She paused before continuing softly, "Even with the emperor's consent, you must manage your time wisely." She subtly surveyed the area once more, her brows furrowing with barely concealed impatience. "When Heng Ji is present, he must take precedence. You ought to know where your priorities lie." She glanced at Sang Luan. "Considering you have only been in the residence for less than a month, I shall grant you an extension. However, if 3 months pass and you remain so reckless, do not blame me for lacking compassion." With that, she turned and left without a backward glance. Only after Lu Wenxian's figure vanished from sight did Sang Luan exhale heavily. Lu Wenxian would, at least for a time, remain quiet. Her gaze fell upon the chaos strewn across the floor, and she felt a wave of headache wash over her. She rubbed her brow. What had once been salvageable was now utterly ruined. The raw materials were easy enough to find, but it was a pity to lose the prepared lip balm. In the front hall, Lu Wenxian sat quietly in the main seat, her head bowed in contemplation. Observing this, Jean Rouet suddenly spoke up tentatively. "Madam, could it be that the edict is..." Lu Wenxian abruptly lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently on Jean Rouet, causing her to swallow her words. Lu Wenxian interjected, "Such talk is not to be taken lightly. I doubt she has the capability. I have seen the imperial seal, and it does not appear to be counterfeit." Jean Rouet responded, "But what if the young lady is so careless? What shall we do?" Lu Wenxian lightly tapped her fingers on the table, her brows furrowed as though deep in thought. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she raised her head, slightly inclined to the side, beckoning Jean Rouet. "You must..." Jean Rouet straightened slowly, her expression filled with doubt. "If the young lady discovers this, will she not think you are plotting against her?" Lu Wenxian replied with displeasure, "What do you mean plotting? I am doing this for her benefit. She will understand in time. Just go and do as I say." With Lu Wenxian's command, Jean Rui turned and swiftly exited the residence. Meanwhile, within the Furong courtyard, Sangwon let out a long sigh and then turned to Yupa beside her, saying, "Just throw all of this away." Yupa nodded, her head lowered as she silently began to gather the scattered items. Suddenly, she paused, looking up abruptly. "Miss, do you not need to deliver a batch of lip balm to Shioluwa Pavilion?" Sangwon froze for a moment, instinctively asking, "How long do we have?" Without hesitation, Yupa replied, 3 days. 3 days. Sangwon furrowed her brow tightly, subconsciously murmuring to herself, "There is still time. Come with me to buy the red and blue flowers again." Since the matter had already been made public with Lu Wenxian, there was no need for further concealment. Sangwon clapped her hands and adjusted her clothes. She then ordered the maidservants to clean the Furong courtyard thoroughly. Sangwon and Yupa made their way directly out of the residence. The selection of red and blue flowers could not be taken lightly, or the quality of the produced lip balm would suffer. "What?" Sangwon exclaimed in surprise, looking at the person before her. "There are no red and blue flowers left?" The young servant smiled apologetically. "Yes, they were all purchased just before you arrived. There are not a single flower left in the shop." Sangwon inquired at several shops, receiving the same response each time. Her gaze flickered as she made her way to the largest cosmetic raw materials shop in Xingjing. They had promised to reserve the flowers for her. Upon entering the shop, Sangwon headed straight for the owner. "I have come to collect the red and blue flowers." The owner looked at her in astonishment. At this, Sangwon felt a wave of unease wash over her. The anxiety in her chest deepened when the owner spoke. "I am truly sorry, Miss Sang, but just a moment ago, someone paid double the price to take all the red and blue flowers from the shop." Sangwon's lips parted, about to speak, when the owner continued, "Not only that, but she has also taken all future supplies of red and blue flowers. How can you do this? How can there be none left? We clearly made prior arrangements, and you assured us." Yupa pointed angrily at the person opposite them. Sangwon raised her hand to stop Yupa, casting a deep look at the individual before her, her voice betraying no emotion. "Enough, let us go." Chapter 79. A coincidence. It is one thing to claim coincidence if a shop lacks red and blue flowers, but the identical outcome in every establishment they visited today is far from mere happenstance. Moreover, it is not solely the red and blue flowers. Every shop provided the same response regarding the materials necessary for Sangwon's lip balm. Yupa parted her lips, eager to voice her thoughts, but Sangwon shot her a glance, compelling Yupa to fall silent. The two then meandered out of the shop. Sangwon gazed down the long street, exhaling deeply at the surroundings buzzed with the comings and goings of people, their calls echoing in succession. Yupa casually glanced at Sangwon and noticed a hint of disquiet in her demeanor, prompting her to grasp Sangwon's arm with concern. "Miss, are you all right?" Sangwon waved her hand dismissively, her gaze fixed ahead. "I'm fine. Let us return." She turned slightly, casting a fleeting look back at the shop, an unusual glimmer dancing in her profound eyes. Yupa could not help but ask, "Miss, if the materials are unavailable, what will happen to the remaining lip balm?" Sangwon replied, "We shall reassess upon our return. If feasible today, we will proceed with the usual production. If not, we shall refund their money double." The situation was evidently orchestrated. Someone was deliberately obstructing her acquisition of red and blue flowers. Soon, Sangwon led Yupa back to the residence of the Prime Minister. Lu Wenxian remained in the front hall, exuding an air of tranquility. Sangwon's eyelids lifted slightly, and upon closer inspection, she discerned a faint smile gracing Lu Wenxian's lips. This sight solidified her suspicions. After a brief nod to Lu Wenxian, she made her way to Furong courtyard. Only after Sangwon's figure vanished did Lu Wenxian stretch her neck to glimpse in the direction she departed. Did she fail to arrive, or was it that she could not procure anything? Lu Wenxian pondered, her tone tinged with curiosity. Jean Rui followed her gaze, responding respectfully, "It appears she could not procure anything." Both returned empty-handed. Lu Wenxian's brow furrowed slightly as she murmured, "Yet why does she seem entirely untroubled?" Pausing momentarily, she continued to inquire of Jean Rui, "Are you certain you completed the tasks I assigned?" Jean Rui nodded affirmatively, replying, "Madam, I assure you all matters have been arranged." With this assurance, Lu Wenxian felt a measure of relief. She straightened her posture leisurely, picking up a teacup from the table, tilting her head back to sip delicately before setting it down. Though she remained unaware of how she had persuaded His Majesty, in a few days, the truth would reveal itself. A woman ought to fulfill her designated role. In a few years, she would return to express her gratitude. Jean Rui lowered her head, responding clearly, "Indeed, it is likely that the young madam will come to understand your heartfelt intentions, madam." Lu Wenxian was well pleased by this, her smile widening. Gratitude for what? Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated at her side. Lu Wenxian's expression froze. Upon turning, she beheld the old matriarch standing nearby, her countenance icy as she regarded her. Instantly, Lu Wenxian rose. "Mother, what brings you here?" The old matriarch surveyed the surroundings with an impassive gaze, ultimately fixing her eyes upon Jean Rouet. She pointed at Jean Rouet, commanding, "Come, you speak." Jean Rouet felt a jolt of anxiety, instinctively glancing at Lu Wenxian. Bang! The old matriarch forcefully struck her cane against the ground, her voice booming. "What are you looking at her for? What, am I unable to command you?" Lu Wenxian hurriedly stepped forward, soothingly saying, "Mother, please be cautious, there is no need to quarrel with a servant." Then, casting a reproachful look at Jean Rouet, she feigned anger. "Though you have been by my side, you must answer my mother's inquiries truthfully. I am not one to harbor resentment." Jean Rouet trembled internally, her hands clasped together in front of her, head bowed, murmuring an acknowledgement. A moment later, the old matriarch's demeanor grew even more severe, her expression cold as she fixed her gaze intently on Lu Wenxian. "Is what you said true?" Until the matter was resolved, Jean Rouet could not divulge all of Lu Wenxian's instructions, selectively sharing only the essentials. For instance, the madam had whimsically desired numerous flowers to adorn the garden, with no knowledge of anything beyond that. Lu Wenxian's eyelids twitched as she affirmed, "Indeed, Sienner merely acted on a whim." The old matriarch's response was a prolonged "oh," her tone softening slightly. "So that is the case." Lu Wenxian internally exhaled in relief. Although she had been married into the Feng family for over a decade, she always felt a twinge of apprehension in the presence of the old matriarch. The Feng family was renowned for producing talented individuals, and Feng Xinian had been a prominent figure in the court prior to his departure, widely acknowledged as the favored minister of the late emperor. Countless women aspired to marry into the Feng family, all believing that Feng Xinian would wed a lady of equal stature, including the late emperor himself. Yet, in the end, no one anticipated that a powerless village woman would become his wife, a union dictated solely by his affections. At the beginning of her marriage, there had been whispers and gossip. Gradually, however, such remarks faded, and she became a sought-after figure among the elite women of Xinjiang. Had she not come from humble beginnings, she might have mastered the skills and wit of the capital's noble ladies. Alas, she did not. Thus, she understood the weight of propriety intimately. Her status remained a thorn in the old matriarch's side. Lu Wenxian lowered her gaze, and when she lifted her eyes again, a subtle smile graced her lips. "Mother, it is merely Neil." The old matriarch slammed her hand on the table, her gaze unwavering and stern. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the maidservants and attendants fell to their knees in unison, their heads bowed deeply. Each breath grew noticeably shallower. Jean Rouet gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Old matriarch, the madam." The old matriarch cast a disinterested glance at Jean Rouet, prompting Lu Wenxian to seize Jean Rouet's arm, applying a gentle but firm pressure. Jean Rouet obediently fell silent and instinctively took a step back. Lu Wenxian deftly adjusted her garments, then silently knelt, her back straight and her eyelids lowered. Pain shot through her knees, causing her to involuntarily furrow her brow. The old matriarch fixed her gaze on her, asking, "Do you understand why I require you to kneel?" Lu Wenxian shook her head. The old matriarch occasionally sought solace in the Buddhist hall, and as long as her actions were not excessively egregious, she would not be punished. The old matriarch cast a meaningful glance at Lu Wenxian before pointing at Jean Rouet once more, declaring, "I shall grant you another chance." "What, precisely, have you done?" Chapter 80 Wild Roses. Upon hearing these words, Lu Wenxian instantly grasped the situation. Just as she was about to speak, the old lady interjected once more, stating, "This household cannot tolerate those who deceive their masters. Since you are unwilling to speak, then gather your belongings and leave." Her tone was casual, yet it struck Lu Wenxian's ears like a sharp blade. Suddenly, Jean Rouet knelt down, her lips trembling slightly as she hoarsely addressed the old lady. Lu Wenxian cast a fierce glare at her, thinking, "You impertinent wretch, if there is anything left unsaid, hurry and disclose it." Jean Rouet's lips moved hesitantly. As she raised her gaze, she noticed Lu Wenxian frantically blinking at her. In that instant, comprehension dawned upon her. The old lady's inquiry indicated that she must have uncovered something. Continuing to conceal the truth at this juncture would be futile. With this realization, Jean Rouet swiftly recounted the entire sequence of events. The old lady's eyes widened in indignation as she exclaimed, "She has already obtained the imperial decree, and you still persist in this behavior?" Lu Wenxian raised her chin slightly and muttered under her breath, "Who knows how she acquired it? Moreover, I have not openly accused her." The old lady snorted disdainfully. "So you resort to such disgraceful conduct, after years in this household, you have yet to rid yourself of your intrinsic flaws." Her words weighed heavily upon Lu Wenxian's heart. She lowered her head, biting her lip in silence. The old lady rapped the table, embodying the frustration of wasted potential. "If you truly disapprove, you could have spoken plainly, instead of pretending to comply while covertly undermining her." She paused, then continued coldly, "Who taught you this?" Lu Wenxian raised her gaze, only to see the old lady issue a command for the next few days: you shall kneel in the ancestral hall to reflect. Contemplate how you may act for her benefit while also teaching her propriety, but you must first adhere to the rules yourself. Mother! Feng Xinian rushed in, catching his breath before addressing the old lady in a clear voice. Oh, the old lady replied nonchalantly, casting a brief glance his way. I haven't seen you around lately, yet today you appear quite swiftly. Feng Xinian nodded slightly, responding leisurely, what do you mean, mother? I spend most of my time in the residence, it would take but a word for you to summon me. He then bent slightly, reaching out to support Lu Wenxian's arm. Get up. The ground is cold, and I would not want you to suffer ailments by nightfall. Lu Wenxian instinctively glanced at the old lady, silently withdrawing her arm, acknowledging, mother's punishment has merit. It is my fault that has incited her anger. Seeing her resolve, Feng Xinian retracted his hand. He stood tall, meeting the old lady's gaze. Mother, I am unaware of what Xian'er did to provoke your ire, but as her husband, I ought to share in her punishment. The old lady retorted, are you threatening me? Feng Xinian lowered his head slightly, his tone earnest. How could I dare threaten my mother? The old lady abruptly rose, fixing him with a frosty stare. You do not dare? I see no limits to your audacity. She continued, very well, since you plead for her with such sincerity, you shall kneel with her in the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, within the Furong courtyard, Sangwuan lay sprawled across the table, her expression one of utter despair, lamenting, where have all the red and blue flowers gone? Even roses would suffice, any flower will do. Suddenly, Yu Po's eyes lit up as she quickly approached Sangwuan, her face alight with excitement. Miss, what about wild roses and jasmine? Sangwuan instantly straightened, eagerly nodding, that would be splendid. Yu Po leaned in closer. I know of a place that has wild roses and jasmine growing naturally. Really? Sangwuan exclaimed, her eyes widening, then take me there at once. Yu Po, brimming with joy, hesitated for a moment. Sangwuan inquired, what is it, is the place off limits? Yu Po shook her head, not at all, I merely worry for the mistress. In the blink of an eye, Sangwuan produced several handmade pouches, shaking them in the air. Let us go. Lead me to the place you mentioned. Yu Po's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The two carefully exited the Furong courtyard, with Sangwuan's gaze darting about, her mind racing with thoughts on how to respond should Lu Wenxian inquire about their whereabouts, ensuring a smooth escape from the residence. However, upon reaching the main hall, she discovered that Lu Wenxian's presence was no longer there. Sangwuan sighed in relief and, without further thought, the two boldly made their way out of the estate. In the heir's residence, Meng Yuning glanced at the person opposite her, casually inquiring, have you made your decision? After placing your handprint here, you will be but a maid by my side from this day forth. Before her lay a sheet of paper densely filled with text, while Chang Zhaodi stood at Meng Yuning's side, her gaze fixed intently on the document. The moment Meng Yuning finished speaking, Chang Zhaodi, without a second thought, stamped her handprint in the lower right corner, seemingly fearful that the person before her might change their mind. Chang Zhaodi's eyes flickered as she silently breathed a sigh of relief. Once she signed the deed of servitude, she would have no further ties with Xiang Hongxian. The thought of him conjured a flurry of unpleasant memories. She shook her head, quickly suppressing those thoughts. Then, Chang Zhaodi slowly raised her gaze, fixing her eyes on Meng Yuning, enunciating each word with conviction. I have made up my mind. From this day forth, you shall be my mistress, and I shall serve you with utmost diligence. She lowered her head, contemplating that remaining in the Xiang household as a mere facade of a wife was far less appealing than following the present Miss Meng. From the moment she witnessed Miss Meng's remarkable skill unveiled that day, she knew that Miss Meng possessed a heart as intricate as a finely crafted masterpiece. Standing at a distance in the crowd, she was effortlessly noticeable. Though she appeared delicate, she swiftly resolved any issues that arose. Meng Yuning observed Chang Zhaodi silently for a long moment before suddenly laughing. Are you so eager to escape the jaws of the tiger, yet fear landing in the den of wolves? She tapped her fingers rhythmically on the table, each tap landing heavily upon Chang Zhaodi. Chang Zhaodi raised her gaze slightly, shaking her head firmly. No, I have known since the first time I met you that you were not a person of malice, willing to resort to unscrupulous means for your own ends. Meng Yuning leisurely lifted the paper from the table. Chapter 81. A word of caution. Meng Yuning raised the paper before her eyes, scrutinizing it intently. Presently, she spoke slowly. You seem to know me rather well. Upon finishing her statement, she nonchalantly turned her head slightly to glance at the side, addressing Muxiang. Am I correct in what I said? Muxiang lowered her head, her tone respectful. In this servantess' humble opinion, she is only partially right. Meng Yuning gently placed the paper on the table, arching an eyebrow as she inquired with a melodic tone, Oh? Then do enlighten me, which part did she get right? Muxiang lifted her gaze slightly and replied softly. She said that the young lady of the air is not a person of ruthless disposition. After a brief pause, she continued, the young lady of the air is merely not ruthless in front of her own people, yet when it comes to outsiders, it might be quite another matter. As she spoke, a faint smile graced her lips. Cheng Jiadi suddenly raised her eyes, instinctively glancing at Muxiang, only to find her wearing a serious expression. Unable to suppress her anxiety, she cast a worried look at Meng Yuning, her heart racing. Surprisingly, Meng Yuning merely chuckled lightly, your summary is rather astute. From the moment she arrived in this place, Meng Yuning had only allowed Muxiang to draw near her. However, there was one individual whose presence remained somewhat inconvenient. Cheng Jiadi, with her keen sensibility and remarkable patience, proved to be an excellent candidate. Contemplating this, she lowered her gaze towards Cheng Jiadi and asked, do you know why I have chosen to keep you here? Cheng Jiadi gradually lifted her head, shaking it gently, hesitatingly responding, I do not know. Meng Yuning leaned slightly forward, speaking softly, there is no need to rush. You will discover it in due time. However, let me be frank, my assistance comes at a cost. I shall grant you a month's time. Should you fail to adapt to life within the estate after this period, I will have no choice but to dismiss you. She fixed her gaze upon Cheng Jiadi, enunciating each word with clarity. At that time, regardless of your arguments, I shall not allow you to remain, for this estate does not harbor those who contribute nothing. Do you understand? Cheng Jiadi's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light as she nodded emphatically, this servant understands. I shall adapt as swiftly as possible, and I will certainly not provide you with a reason to expel me. Meng Yuning cast a casual glance in her direction before rising slowly, her attention ultimately resting on Cheng Jiadi's exposed wrist. Then let us hope you can uphold your promise. In the next moment, she retrieved a small porcelain white vial from her sleeve, bending slightly to toss it at Cheng Jiadi's feet. What is this? Cheng Jiadi inquired. Meng Yuning reclined back into her seat, adjusting her sleeves with an air of languor. Since you have entered the Yunyan Pavilion, you must not carry any injuries, otherwise, should others see you, they might mistakenly believe I have mistreated you. Cheng Jiadi lowered her eyelids, adopting a submissive demeanor. Although she married Xiang Hongxian as his legitimate wife, her status within the household was well known, and with Xiang Hongxuan's treatment of her, anyone in the Xiang family could easily belittle her. Ironically, being a maidservant at Meng Yuning's side felt far superior to the role of the so-called matriarch of the Xiang family, for Meng Yuning would not resort to verbal or physical abuse. Reflecting on this, Cheng Jiadi's resolve grew stronger. Meng Yuning leisurely glanced at Cheng Jiadi once more. However, since you are now in my service, you must never again refer to yourself by your former name. After a moment of contemplation, she stated, from now on, you shall be called Mai. Cheng Jiadi lowered her head, softly murmuring, Mai. Suddenly, she raised her gaze, her eyes sparkling as if filled with countless stars. I shall obey all of Miss Meng's commands. Meng Yuning looked down at her, clearly pleased. Supporting herself on the table with her right hand, she squinted slightly and waved her hand dismissively. All right, I wish to rest now. Muxiang, you shall train her in matters of medicinal herbs, ensuring she becomes proficient as quickly as possible. You may leave now. Muxiang replied respectfully, yes, and promptly exited the Yunyan Pavilion with Mai and TOW. It was not until they had passed through the grand doors that Mai let out a sigh of relief. She discreetly glanced back at the entrance of Yunyan Pavilion, a hint of trepidation reflected in her eyes. Muxiang, maintaining her focus, inquired, are you afraid of the young lady of the air? Mai stammered slightly, her expression betraying her unease. No, I am not afraid of the young lady of the air. Rather, I fear myself. Initially, I approached the young lady of the air with nothing to lose, but I never expected her to be so kind. With that, she released a heavy sigh. Muxiang reassured her, do not fear, since the young lady of the air has chosen you, it signifies you possess value in her eyes. Moreover, you would do well to commit every word she has spoken to memory. Mai nodded earnestly, listening intently. An incense stick later, in the small kitchen, a young maid greeted Muxiang, Sister Mu, are you here to fetch medicine for the young lady of the air again? Muxiang nodded lightly, acknowledging the greeting, you may all retire for now. With that, the remaining individuals in the room bowed their heads and departed. In the blink of an eye, only Muxiang and Mai remained. Muxiang meticulously opened the medicinal herbs she had just procured. She then pulled a handkerchief from her bosom and carefully arranged several pieces of the herbs neatly upon it. Once organized, she folded it and returned it to her chest, executing the entire process fluidly in mere moments. What I placed inside is a millennium-old Ganoderma, along with a few pearls. The young lady of the air always insists on the finest quality for her medicines, including whole pearls. If any newly acquired herbs contain pearls, remember to wrap them with a handkerchief as you did before. Additionally, if there are any particularly precious items among the herbs, such as millennium ginseng or Yishou Wu, you must set those aside. Remember, you must act swiftly and avoid drawing the attention of others. Muxiang paused momentarily before continuing. This matter must remain undisclosed to anyone within the estate, apart from you, me, and the young lady of the air. This includes the prince and the princess. Mai inquired earnestly, is it forbidden even to the heir? Muxiang halted, turning to face her. Yes, even to the heir. Is there a problem with that? Mai hesitated, then shook her head. No. Muxiang resumed her focus, explaining that approximately around the hour of Chen, someone would return with the medicinal herbs. Typically, they would be boiled the day before, allowing the young lady of the air to consume them twice. Thus, when the herbs are brought back, there is no need to rush into boiling them immediately. You may arrive here around the hour of Shen to oversee matters. Generally, there will be 2 individuals present. When you come, seek an opportunity to dismiss them, then conceal the items. At the hour of you, the young lady of the air will take her first dose of medicine. Furthermore, Muxiang abruptly recalled something. The items you retrieve do not need to be handed over to the young lady of the air. Chapter 82 The Natural Sea of Flowers. Muxiang remarked, as for the specifics of how to proceed, I shall take you to see it for yourself tomorrow. At that time, you can return the silver to the young lady of the air. Muyi pressed her lips together and earnestly inquired of Muxiang, is the young lady of the air in dire need of silver? Muxiang paused, her brows furrowing lightly. Just follow my instructions without question. It is best not to inquire too much about matters that do not concern you. Do you have any other questions aside from this? Muyi fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. After familiarizing Muyi with the young lady of the air's residence, Muxiang clapped her hands together and said, very well, we shall leave it at that for today. We will continue tomorrow. The hour is growing late, you should rest and regain your strength. Half a stick of incense later, in Yunyan Pavilion, Meng Yuning furrowed her brow and tilted her head back to down the dark concoction in her bowl. Beside her, Muxiang swiftly offered a sweet date to Meng Yuning. She accepted it without a second thought and tossed it into her mouth. Feeling considerably better, she looked at Muxiang and softly asked, how did it go? Muxiang respectfully replied, I have conveyed all the young lady of the air's instructions to her. However, she merely asked if you were in urgent need of silver. Aside from that, she did not show much reaction. When I instructed her to gather the precious herbs, she seemed somewhat perplexed. Meng Yuning took a slow sip of water and asked, is that all? Muxiang nodded in affirmation, continuing to observe her. Meng Yuning raised her hand. Muxiang was someone she had meticulously chosen, and her loyalty was unwavering. Even if she considered bringing in a new face to Yunyan Pavilion, it required utmost caution. Only those who passed her scrutiny would be entrusted with her tasks. As soon as Meng Yuning's words fell, Muxiang slightly inclined her head and asked, should the side hall be informed? Meng Yuning gradually rose, responding as she walked, not for now. There must be no room for error there. Shortly, the two arrived at the side hall of Yunyan Pavilion. Muxiang stepped forward, carefully opening the door. Ever since she opened the shop, she had devoted most of her energy to crafting perfumes. Yet, the space was severely limited, with many resources unavailable and the steps overly complicated. She was still in the experimental phase. While Sang Luan had already sold several batches of lip balm, she had yet to make any progress. Once inside, Muxiang cautiously closed the door behind her. Meng Yuning rolled up her sleeves and said, Muxiang, come and assist me in concocting this. Half a stick of incense later, Meng Yuning gazed at the pile of wasted materials before her, her expression one of despair. Muxiang silently stepped back, lowering her head, her tone filled with remorse. I am sorry, young lady of the air, it is all my fault for being clumsy. After a long pause, Meng Yuning sighed lightly, waving her hand dismissively. It is fine. You may go outside and keep watch. Do not let anyone approach. Muxiang pressed her lips together and quietly retreated inside. Meng Yuning casually found a spot to sit, her gaze fixed on the materials not far away. Presently, all that could be seen were solid incense products. She wished to create a perfume to sell, but whether this endeavor would succeed remained uncertain. Her brow furrowed tightly as she pondered the repeated failures. Where had the problem arisen? In a moment of clarity, Meng Yuning suddenly stood up with a spark of inspiration. She knew what to do. Without hesitation, she began her attempts anew. Meanwhile, outside Yunyan Pavilion, Muxiang knelt with a thud, saying, Young master, the young lady of the air has already retired. She has been quite weak lately, it would be best not to disturb her. Qi Ran glanced at her with indifference. She is resting, so I cannot enter? He waved his hand dismissively, urging her to step aside while his mood was still somewhat pleasant. These past few days had been remarkably peaceful for him. He found himself unaccustomed to the absence of banter with Meng Yuning. Meng Yuning, frail in health, often coughed lightly. Strangely enough, despite not seeing her much these past days, he always felt her cough echoing in his ears at night. Surely, Meng Yuning had been up to something behind his back to capture his attention. Mu Xiang appeared respectful, yet her body remained protectively in front of Qi Ran. His expression darkened slightly with annoyance, and he ordered the nearby Song He, remove her. As he spoke, Song He stepped forward and deftly seized Mu Xiang's arms, pulling her aside. Apologies for the inconvenience. Mu Xiang's face flushed with urgency as she opened her mouth to protest, only to see Qi Ran stride forward and open the door to Yunyan Pavilion. He entered the main room first, only to find it empty. His gaze flickered as he stepped into the side hall. At the very moment Qi Ran pushed the door open, Meng Yuning had just completed her first bottle of perfume. She held the small vial up, shaking it before bringing it close to her nose to inhale deeply. A rich fragrance surged into her nostrils, long and lingering. Overjoyed, Meng Yuning embraced the newcomer, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wonderful! I have finally succeeded! Lost in her jubilant triumph, Meng Yuning remained oblivious to the nuances of her embrace. Qi Ran's arms instinctively rose into the air, his expression momentarily stiffened. As he felt the softness before him and the refreshing scent wafting through the air, he surprisingly found himself less averse to Meng Yuning's proximity than before. This woman had undoubtedly fallen deeply in love with him. It was only when he noticed Mu Xiang standing at the doorway with a look of bewilderment that Meng Yuning suddenly snapped back to reality. She pushed Qi Ran away with a start. Caught off guard, Qi Ran instinctively stepped back as Song He quickly steadied him. Young master? Meng Yuning finally recognized the person before her, her heart racing with alarm. Miss, just ahead is the place I mentioned, Yupa said, pointing forward with a hint of excitement in her voice. Sang Luan wiped the fine sweat from her brow and adjusted her clothing. Lifting her gaze, she was instantly captivated by the stunning sight ahead. Not far away lay a vast natural sea of flowers, a kaleidoscope of various species. Some Sang Luan could name, while others remained unknown to her, yet, this did not hinder her appreciation. The moment she beheld the flower sea, her spirits lifted significantly, and her previously gloomy mood dissipated. With this floral paradise, she would no longer worry about finding goods at the market. Sang Luan turned and abruptly patted Yupo's shoulder, exclaiming, I can't believe you found such a natural sea of flowers. It's remarkable. Yupa chuckled lightly. It was a casual discovery, I was just trying my luck, and to my surprise, it truly exists here. Sang Luan, lifting her garment, prepared to continue forward, but suddenly, the smile on her face began to fade. Chapter 83, Could it be that we are a match made in heaven? Sang Luan held her breath, her senses heightened as she listened intently, growing increasingly aware that something was amiss. Her brow furrowed slightly as she grasped Yupa's arm, inquiring, Do you hear anything unusual? With a smile playing on her lips, Yupa was about to respond when her expression suddenly shifted. There was the unmistakable sound of clashing blades. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Sang Luan seized Yupa, pulling her into the shadows and signaling for silence. In an instant, they concealed themselves amidst a sea of flowers. Not far away, a man clad in black stood with a tense expression. He crouched down to check the pulse of a fallen figure. Moments later, he rose and respectfully addressed another man before him. My lord, the person has completely lost their breath. The man dressed in dark garments stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He lowered his gaze slightly, speaking coldly. The request was to dismember the body beyond recognition. The man in black nodded vigorously and replied, Understood. Immediately afterward, he executed a series of precise strikes with his blade, and the air became thick with the pungent scent of blood. Sang Luan inadvertently caught a whiff, recoiling at the acrid odor, and stifled several dry heaves, her entire demeanor reflecting her discomfort. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes as the chilling thought crossed her mind. Had she stumbled upon a scene of assassination, a shiver raced down her spine, and an unsettling sense of dread settled in her heart. Silently, she tugged at Yupa's sleeve, inching closer and lowering her voice. Perhaps we should retreat for now. As they began to rise slowly, an icy sensation enveloped her neck, accompanied by a foul stench. Sang Luan fought against her rising unease, cautiously reaching to grasp the hilt of the sword. While Yupa stood frozen, her gaze fixated on the blade that hovered threateningly against her throat. She whispered softly, blood, before she could finish her sentence. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed. Sang Luan instinctively reached out to catch her, but as she extended her hand, she quickly recognized the precariousness of her situation. Swallowing hard, her heart raced as she thought, this brave man, we are merely passing through. A cold voice emerged from behind. Who are you? Sang Luan steadied her composure, replying, we are but two defenseless young women. She raised her hands high, her radiant face appearing even more animated in that moment. Who are you? If you cannot answer, you shall die. The man remained unfazed, continuing his line of questioning. Sang Luan shut her eyes, then reopened them with a slight smirk. At this juncture, she could only express her apologies to Feng Hengji. Might you be facing some difficulties? Do not rush. My husband is the Prime Minister. Whether it be riches or power, he can provide it for you. The man behind her hesitated momentarily. A Feng Darren, indeed, you know him. Sang Luan replied eagerly. Knowing him makes things easier, the man responded, his tone now tinged with uncertainty. However, I have heard that the current Prime Minister's wife harbors unreciprocated feelings for him. Are you certain he would grant me an official position? Sang Luan replied without hesitation, absolutely. I am the Prime Minister's wife. Do not be deceived by his indifferent demeanor. He actually listens to me quite well. Here's what you should do: write a self-recommendation letter, and I will personally deliver it to him. Sang Luan felt the icy pressure against her neck dissipate. In a corner she could not see, the man's expression flickered with a moment of confusion as he cast a complex glance at her. Then, silently, he withdrew the sword and stepped back, freed from the constraint. Sang Luan breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she parted her lips to speak, a familiar, chilling voice reached her ear. Are you certain? Instinctively, Sang Luan replied, of course. As she turned slightly, her eyes fell upon the man not far away, and her body involuntarily trembled. Feng Hengji. Beside him stood several stern-faced men in black, all watching her with predatory gazes. Feng Hengji raised his hand slightly, and his companions instinctively stepped back. Sang Luan shrank her neck and discreetly took a step back, feeling as though she had been caught speaking ill of someone in their presence. Her lips curled into a smile. Brother Hengji, could it not be said that we are a match made in heaven? She flailed her hands animatedly. Feng Hengji's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, blocking her path. What did you see just now? Sang Luan waved her hands in protest. I saw nothing. I heard nothing. No sooner had she spoken than she fell silent, realizing how peculiar her words sounded. Upon raising her gaze, her eyes locked with Feng Hengji's deep, indifferent gaze, reminiscent of their first encounter. She instinctively turned away, seeking to evade his penetrating stare. However, as she moved, Feng Hengji's gaze sharpened, and he grasped her chin firmly. Do you truly claim you heard nothing? Sang Luan had appeared in places she ought not to have been on multiple occasions. It was implausible that there was nothing amiss, and Feng Hengji, skilled in martial arts and possessing immense strength, would not be easily deceived. The pressure on her chin felt as though her bones might crack, sending pain radiating through her. She lacked the strength to resist. Feng Hengji stared unblinkingly at her, and after a prolonged silence, he suddenly spoke. I tortured him to death. You didn't hear that? Sang Luan's eyes widened in shock, and instinctively, she covered her ears with her hands, muttering, la la la, I'm not listening. A dangerous smile danced on Feng Hengji's lips, or perhaps it was I who ordered the dismemberment. You didn't hear that either. What was wrong with him? She had no desire to hear any of it, unable to bear it any longer. Sang Luan gritted her teeth and exclaimed, please stop talking. Feng Hengji continued as if he had not heard her. Or perhaps you were already present from the very beginning. Tears of frustration welled in Sang Luan's eyes as she fervently blinked at him. I swear, I didn't hear a single word. As the pain in her chin intensified, she could no longer endure it, and her hands flew to his wrist. It hurts. Her beautifully arched brow furrowed as she let out a faint whimper. Feng Hengji inquired, so you did hear everything? Sang Luan longed to curse him, but she lacked the energy. She could only vaguely recall something about dismemberment. Feng Hengji scoffed, abruptly releasing her. At that moment, unbeknownst to both, an arrow shot swiftly from the shadows, hurtling towards Feng Hengji with blinding speed. Chapter 84. Injured to save her, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept past Feng Heng's ear. His eyelids fluttered slightly, and almost instinctively, he shifted his body to the side. In the blink of an eye, an arrow shot straight toward Sang Luan. The occurrence was so abrupt that she had no time to react, and could only watch in horror as the arrow grew larger in her line of sight. With remarkable speed, Feng Heng's hand shot out, grasping the swiftly approaching arrow. In the next instant, a sickening sound of metal-piercing flesh echoed through the air. Sang Luan furrowed her brow, slowly lowering her head to find the arrow embedded in her shoulder, while Feng Heng held the other end firmly in his grasp. A trickle of crimson blood flowed from his palm, dripping onto the grass beside them, swiftly staining it a vivid hue. With a complex gaze, Feng Heng glanced at Sang Luan. Almost simultaneously, those waiting nearby quickly drew their swords and advanced to locate the archer's hiding place. An unbearable pain radiated from Sang Luan's shoulder, and through gritted teeth, she thought to herself, how unfortunate I am. Just as her thoughts concluded, her eyes rolled back, and her body slumped against Feng Heng's shoulder. As he released his grip, the arrow clattered to the ground. My lord, how should we handle this person? Feng Heng casually cast a glance, his lips parting slightly, as nonchalant as ever. Soon after, several men dragged the assailant away. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow, first inspecting the arrow that had fallen to the ground, then turning his attention to the unconscious Sang Luan in his arms. Get up! Feng Heng's gaze fixed ahead as he spoke coolly. She could still hear the sounds from the outside world. Noticing that there was no response from the person in his embrace, a faint smile crept onto Feng Heng's lips as he reached out to gently push Sang Luan off him. Without support, she tumbled to the ground. Ouch! Sang Luan exclaimed, instinctively covering her throbbing backside. She then reached for her shoulder, her expression shifting to one of surprise. I'm not hurt. Sang Luan quickly scrambled to her feet, her gaze landing on the figure not far away. He was clad in dark robes, exuding an intimidating aura, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his long black hair cascaded down naturally. He simply stood there, seemingly overshadowing the surrounding flora. Suddenly, his figure appeared to sway unsteadily. Sang Luan silently approached, swiftly positioning herself before Feng Hung, tilting her head slightly and bending at the waist. She looked at him with a hint of concern in her voice. "Are you all right?" At that moment, she noticed that one of his hands was hanging limply, blood seeping continuously from it. Glancing back, she discovered traces of blood on the ground behind her. The arrow had missed her only because Feng Hung had caught it in time? Feng Hung kept his head lowered, moving forward without a word. Sang Luan felt conflicted. While this man was indeed rather detestable, he had acted to save her. A few men in black quickly approached, attempting to support Feng Hung. However, a single cold glare from him sent them retreating silently, leaving them to fidget awkwardly at a distance. Sang Luan pouted, thinking how could he still be so fierce even in such a state. Suddenly, Feng Hung stumbled, his body giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Sang Luan hurriedly crouched down, grasping one of his arms. "Brother Hung, you." Feng Hung gritted his teeth, violently shaking off her hand, his voice icy. "Don't touch me." His lips seemed to quiver slightly, losing their usual color. Sang Luan's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Why are you so severely injured?" A man in black stepped forward, concern etched on his face. "The arrow is poisoned." Sang Luan's pupils dilated in shock as she raised her gaze to the surrounding men. Urgently, she instructed, "I'll handle things here for now, you must hurry and find a doctor. With his current condition, he shouldn't be moved, or it will only worsen." The men remained frozen in place, exchanging glances. "Why are you still here? Go quickly, I am Brother Hang's legitimate wife. I would never harm him." After a brief moment of silence, one stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Thank you, we will return swiftly." In the next instant, they hurriedly departed, taking with them the unconscious Yupa. A faint scent of blood wafted unexpectedly into Sang Luan's nostrils. Holding her breath, she took a deep inhalation and picked a flower nearby, inhaling its fragrance, which provided her some comfort. Suddenly, a jade pendant at Feng Hang's waist fell to the ground, a drop of blood from his hanging hand landing squarely on it. The once pristine pendant now bore a stark crimson mark. Feng Hung furrowed his brow tightly, lifting his gaze with discomfort, casting a displeased glance at Sang Luan. Sang Luan silently raised her hands in a gesture of innocence, her expression wary. "I didn't do that, pick it up." Feng Hang's eyes were partially closed, his voice crisp. Sang Luan pouted, reluctant yet ultimately bending to retrieve the pendant. Rubbing it gently with her thumb, a soothing warmth radiated from it, coursing through her body. Then, she glanced around, hastily grabbing a handful of nearby foliage, ready to act. Feng Hang's eyes snapped open, glaring at her disapprovingly. "What are you doing?" Sang Luan's eyes lifted slightly, her tear mole accentuating her features as she replied, "There's blood on it." Feng Hang's threatening demeanor made her reconsider her intent to clean the blood with the flowers and grass. She lowered her gaze, focusing on the hem of his robe. Grabbing the edge of Feng Hang's garment, she wiped the blood from the pendant. Feng Hang's voice turned cold, laced with urgency. "Be gentle." Sang Luan paused her actions. "Brother Hung, you're already in such a bad state, it's best to speak less. Don't worry, I know you treasure this pendant, and I will be careful." As she spoke, her movements slowed considerably. Feng Hang's condition appeared dire, prompting Sang Luan to lean him against a sturdy tree. At that moment, leaves drifted down from the branches, slowly settling atop his head. Sang Luan's gaze lifted slightly, immediately noticing a leaf. She hesitated for a moment, but as she raised her hand, Feng Hung shot her a cold glare, leaning back further. Sang Luan forced a polite yet awkward smile, quickly removing the leaf from his head and waving it in front of him. "You have a leaf." Not bothering further with Feng Hung, she settled beside him, diligently wiping the blood from the pendant. Yet, despite her efforts, the red stain refused to fade, clinging stubbornly to the surface. Suddenly, the center of the pendant cracked from top to bottom. Sang Luan's smile instantly froze, feeling as though the pendant was mocking her. Chapter 85. I do not blame you. Sang Luan instinctively glanced at the side where Feng Hangji stood. His eyes narrowed slightly, still bearing the same expression as before. Sang Luan quietly tossed the jade pendant into Feng Hangji's embrace and leapt back a good distance. "Brother Hangji, you saw it just now. I did nothing at all." Feng Hangji's gaze fell upon the shattered jade pendant in his arms, a fleeting complexity crossing his eyes, as a somber aura enveloped him. Sang Luan tilted her head slightly, casting a dubious glance at Feng Hangji, who had lowered his head. If this were earlier, he would have already lunged at her, grasping her throat. With his eyelids drooping, Feng Hangji suddenly looked up. "Please help me put it away first." Sang Luan, taken aback, thought of the possibility that it might shatter even further. Then she muttered softly, "Then everyone will blame me again." Feng Hangji slowly raised his gaze to her, then parted his crimson lips. "As long as you did not intentionally break it, I shall not blame you." "Oh dear, something is amiss." Today, Feng Hangji is decidedly not himself. This is hardly something he would say. Sang Luan clenched her right hand into a half fist and then brought it to her lips, clearing her throat. "But that's what you said." She cautiously retrieved the jade pendant, placing it gently back into her bosom. "Do you know why I care so much about this jade pendant?" Feng Hangji's expression softened considerably as he suddenly spoke up. Sang Luan's heart raced with alarm. She had long been aware of the backstory behind this pendant. Given Feng Hongji's temperament, if she were to listen today and he regretted it upon returning home, would he not directly silence her? She composed her thoughts, feigning curiosity. Why? She discreetly took a step back, wary of any sudden outbursts from him. About 5 years ago, I encountered a young woman from a fallen family. She was skilled in medicine, kind-hearted, and possessed an astute mind. After her family's decline, she did not bemoan her fate. Sister Xia, after engaging in various chaotic matters, made her way to Xingjing, a city of great splendor. When she arrived, we met, and I was merely a youth eager to realize my ambitions. Sang Luan slightly turned, noticing that the coldness in Feng Hongji's features had softened, his eyes and tone revealing a tinge of complex emotion. No one understood me back then. It was she who told me that if I had a passion, I should pursue it. Eventually, people would come to comprehend me once I achieved success, and I believed her. His life had initially been going well, but fate had led her to encounter me. A noble young lady, enamored with me, mistakenly thought she was entangled with me, but we were merely friends. Once, when I had left Xingjing, that noble young lady deceived her in my name, leading her to the mountains, where she was tortured to death. Had it not been for my presence, she would certainly be living a vibrant and splendid life now. Feng Hongji paused, his voice heavy with guilt. It was I who wronged her. By the time I returned, she had already sunk into the depths of the sea. Upon finishing his words, Feng Hongji gritted his teeth, and that fool Qi Ran, who clearly was the first to learn of this matter, remained indifferent and lacked any vigilance. Otherwise, Linger might have had a chance for salvation. Knowing about it beforehand was one thing, hearing Feng Hongji speak it aloud was another. Seeing the gloom that enveloped him, Sang Luan hesitated for a moment, then gently patted Feng Hongji's back, softly saying, "It's all right, brother Hongji. Though I have never met the lady you speak of, she sounds like a truly remarkable person. That jade pendant is the only thing she left for me," Feng Hongji said, nodding slightly. "If only I had been able to return in time," Sang Luan sighed lightly, raising her eyes. "I know it's hard for you to let go completely, but if she were watching you suffer so, it wouldn't sit well with her either." She gestured towards the sky. In her heart, she silently thought, in a few months, the person you have been yearning for will return. Feng Hongji narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze intently on Sang Luan, his tone dangerously low. "Do you know what I did to that wretched noble lady afterward?" Sang Luan felt a sudden chill, her gaze meeting his dangerously intense eyes. "What they did to Linger, I returned double. Moreover, upon my return, I discovered that the entire family of that so-called noble lady condoned her actions. They were all murderers." As he spoke, a sinister smile crept onto Feng Hongji's lips. Sang Luan couldn't help but recall the original description. Feng Hongji, alone with his sword, stormed into the house, slaying gods and Buddhas alike, clad in dark garments that melded with the night. He wielded his sword in his right hand, standing with an air of indifference, his gaze as frigid as that of a god of death. Within a mere incense stick's time, Feng Hongji exited through the front door with brazen ease. Through the half-closed door, one could vaguely see several lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, their eyes forever closed. Outside, the cool wind rustled. Inside, the stench of blood was palpable. Sang Luan involuntarily shivered, pulling her thoughts back to the present. Feng Hongji cast a long, deep glance at her. This gaze was markedly different from those he had given her before. His eyes lingered on Sang Luan for a prolonged moment, and eventually, he spoke. "Since then, I have developed a profound aversion to those who profess their affection for me. They are utterly unworthy of my regard." Sang Luan fell silent, instinctively touching her nose, feeling as though she were being scolded. She cleared her throat, her gaze inadvertently falling upon Feng Hongji's palm, which hung down. She gasped, "Don't move." As she spoke, she scanned the surroundings, grasped the corner of her garment, and with a swift tug, a piece of fabric fell neatly into her hands. Taking Feng Hongji's hand, her heart suddenly constricted. She noticed that the flesh of his palm had already been torn and raw. Swiftly, she tore a piece from her own garment and gently wiped his palm, then slowly wrapped the previously torn fabric around his hand. Her movements were delicate, as if fearing to inflict pain upon the injured. Feng Hongji lowered his gaze, catching sight of Sang Luan's long, thick eyelashes. The tear mole at the corner of her eye appeared to be a different hue than usual. Sang Luan was very close to his palm, and as she wrapped the fabric, her warm breath lightly brushed against his skin. Feng Hongji's gaze flickered. At this moment, Sang Luan seemed far less irritating than before. Suddenly, he raised one hand, leaning slightly forward. Chapter 86. The Captivating Serpent. Feng Hongji extended his hand, which slowly descended upon Sang Luan's head. Sang Luan involuntarily halted, her body instinctively shrinking away. The proximity of Feng Hongji had already cast a deep shadow in her heart, as she felt an overwhelming dread that he might seize her by the throat at any moment. Feng Hongji pointed at Sang Luan's shoulder, his voice hoarse and laced with an unsettling tone. "Ah, ah, ah. Sang Wuan slightly turned her body, her expression one of sheer terror, as her peripheral vision caught sight of a green caterpillar slowly writhing upon her shoulder. She immediately froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Noticing her palpable fright, Feng Hengji decisively reached out and flicked the caterpillar off her shoulder with a swift motion. Sang Wuan exhaled in relief, only to swiftly envelop Feng Hengji's palm with her own. She raised her eyes to the sky, realizing that, unbeknownst to her, the brightness of the day had dimmed. Rising to her feet, she craned her neck to peer ahead, murmuring softly to herself, "By all rights, he should have arrived by now. Why is he still absent?" Sang Wuan's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the nearby sea of flowers, where the roses and brambles were utterly enchanting. Each bloom was strikingly vibrant. Such exquisite blossoms would undoubtedly yield splendid lip balms. Had it not been for Feng Hengji's presence, she would have longed to raze the place to the ground. Feng Hengji, with narrowed eyes, gazed upward at Sang Wuan. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of vigilance, assuming a defensive posture as he looked warily behind her. Following his gaze, Sang Wuan spotted a fully green snake, proudly lifting its head and flicking its tongue in her direction. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Feng Hengji seized a nearby stone, preparing to throw it. Realizing his intention, Sang Wuan abruptly exclaimed, "Don't harm it, it's not venomous." In the next moment, Feng Hengji watched in disbelief as Sang Wuan turned slightly, seemingly conversing with the green serpent. The creature appeared to comprehend her words and leisurely slithered away. With a look of complexity, Feng Hengji glanced at Sang Wuan. "You can communicate with it?" Sang Wuan smiled, "Do you not find it beautiful?" Feng Hengji turned his head aside, taken aback by the first instance of a woman declaring a snake to be attractive. Sang Wuan shrugged, and once the green serpent had vanished from sight, she quietly took a seat beside him. She cast a sidelong glance at Feng Hengji, only to withdraw her gaze in silence, wrapping her arms around herself and subtly shifting away, maintaining a prudent distance. Sang Wuan occasionally observed Feng Hengji's complexion, noting that his lips were gradually changing color. As she pondered whether he would disclose anything directly here, she finally perceived a faint sound. Leaning slightly, she instinctively leaned forward, straining to listen intently. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled. Indeed, there was a noise. Reinforcements had arrived. She turned to Feng Hengji with a face alight with excitement. "Brother Hengji, splendid news. Help has come." Outside the pawnshop, Mu Xiang leaned closer to Mu Yi, her voice instinctively lowering. "When we enter, you must follow my lead, but once inside, you need only observe and not utter a single word." She paused. "Also, it is imperative that you remember every word I say. This will be your task moving forward." Mu Yi listened intently, nodding earnestly. Before long, the two entered the pawnshop. Mu Xiang kept her gaze fixed ahead, making a beeline for the shopkeeper. She placed her hands on the table and gradually retrieved the item she had prepared from her sleeves. After a stick of incense had burned, Mu Xiang weighed the heavy silver in her hand, a smile slowly curving her lips. "Did you remember all the steps?" Mu Yi nodded, her eyes shimmering with a unique glow. Mu Xiang regarded her with a look of approval, casually producing a piece of broken silver from her pouch and handing it to Mu Yi. "This is for you, keep it safe, and don't say a word in front of the young lady." Mu Yi's gaze fell upon the small piece of silver in Mu Xiang's hand. Though it was diminutive, resting in her palm, it appeared remarkably delicate. Yet, for Mu Yi, this fragment of silver bore extraordinary significance. Her expression grew complex, as myriad thoughts raced through her mind. Noticing Mu Yi's hesitation to accept, Mu Xiang's expression shifted, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in her eyes. "What's the matter? Do you not want it?" Mu Yi snapped back to reality, hastily accepting it with a perfectly timed smile. "Thank you, Sister Mu Xiang. Don't mention it. Just remember what to say and what not to," Mu Xiang replied with a gentle smile. "As for how to respond to the young lady, you needn't require my guidance, right?" Mu Yi fell silent for a moment, her gaze flickering. "No." Mu Xiang's smile widened, and she patted Mu Yi's shoulder. "That's the spirit. As long as you stay with me, I won't neglect your benefits. The young lady herself doesn't know the exact quantities of these items. It won't matter if we take a little less." Then, the two quickly returned to the young lady's residence. Throughout the journey, Mu Yi kept her head bowed, silent as a shadowed eye in the young lady's chamber within the duke's residence. Mu Xiang lowered her head, stepping forward to silently place the money pouch on the table. "Young lady, this is from today's sales." Meng Yuning glanced down, her eyes resting upon the pouch, and after inspecting it, she nodded in satisfaction. Today was rather good. She then produced 2 pieces of broken silver from within, handing one each to Mu Xiang and Mu Yi. The two accepted them and respectfully bowed to Meng Yuning. Meng Yuning casually set the pouch aside and beckoned Mu Yi, "Stay and serve." Soon, only Meng Yuning and Mu Yi remained in the room. Mu Yi attended to Meng Yuning with utmost decorum. When Meng Yuning coughed, she promptly offered a handkerchief. When Meng Yuning's eyes swept over her, she presented tea. Meng Yuning's lips moved slightly as she busied herself counting the coins. Only after securing them did she casually glance at Mu Yi. Do you have something to say? Mu Yi lowered her gaze, biting her lip, torn within her conflict. Suddenly, as if resolute, she paused, slowly placing the teacup down, and the next moment, she abruptly knelt, her wrist turning as she produced 2 pieces of broken silver, pressing them quietly beside Meng Yuning. Meng Yuning subtly surveyed the 2 pieces of silver on the table, raising an eyebrow. What is this? Chapter 87, could you perhaps make the disappointment in your tone a tad more evident? Mai held her breath momentarily before raising her gaze to meet Meng Yuning's steady eyes. Master, I am aware that as a newcomer to the manor, I am still unfamiliar with many matters, but today I wish to inquire about something. What is it? Meng Yuning replied with a light laugh, slightly raising her hand to feel free to speak your mind. Mai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately knelt upright. In the past 2 days, Sister Muxiang has taught me a great deal, yet regarding the medicinal herbs, I must inform you that before her return, she had already taken some for herself, and just now you have given her more. As she spoke, she pointed to a piece of broken silver on the table. This is what Sister Muxiang gave me just before returning to the manor. Mai appeared gaunt, her lips severely chapped, faint traces of blood seeping from them. However, she continued with a submissive demeanor, I share this with you not out of malice, but simply to caution you against being misled by those around you, to prevent any irreparable losses. Meng Yuning was about to respond when she suddenly fell into a fit of coughs, her brow furrowing tightly. Seeing this, Mai felt a pang of anxiety and quickly stepped forward, retrieving a handkerchief from her sleeve to assist Meng Yuning carefully. Once Meng Yuning's expression softened, she leisurely cast a glance at Mu Yi. Is this what you wish to convey to me? Mai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Yes, very well, I understand, you may leave now. Meng Yuning waved her hand dismissively. Just as Mai exited, she encountered the hurriedly arriving Qi Ran at Yunyan Pavilion. Inside the main room of Yunyan Pavilion, Qi Ran stood with his hands half formed into fists, resting beneath his chin. He leaned over the table, his gaze fixed intently on Meng Yuning. Meng Yuning picked up a nearby teacup and sipped delicately. The cup had long been replaced, filled only with plain water, which she could only use to moisten her throat. As she prepared to pour herself another cup, Qi Ran preempted her. Meng Yuning couldn't help but glance at Qi Ran, her skepticism evident. Has Qi Ran taken the wrong medicine today? She could hardly believe that he was displaying such sycophantic behavior. Suppressing her thoughts, she subtly adjusted her position. To her surprise, Qi Ran mirrored her movement. Meng Yuning gently set down her teacup. Young master, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Qi Ran straightened his expression, adopting a serious demeanor. About what I mentioned last time, have you given it further thought? Noticing Meng Yuning's confusion, Qi Ran quickly reminded her, last time in the side hall, you wanted me to repeat how I wanted Jin Chazui. He nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Suddenly, Qi Ran thumped the table, exclaiming, everything is negotiable, right? How about this, you teach me how you accomplished it, and I won't mention the matters from the side hall again, sound good? He paused, then hastily added, however, I must first see the finished product you created. Meng Yuning tilted her head, meeting Qi Ran's gaze with a raised eyebrow. Are you truly serious? Seeing a glimmer of hope, Qi Ran's enthusiasm surged, more fervent than gold itself. Meng Yuning hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded slightly. I can repeat it for you, but I cannot teach you. Is that so? Qi Ran appeared somewhat disappointed, though he understood and refrained from pressing Meng Yuning further. After all, with his exceptional intellect, perhaps he would grasp it after just one viewing. Since his return, Qi Ran had been contemplating this matter, and thus had prepared everything well in advance. Half a stick of incense later, Qi Ran stared blankly at Meng Yuning before glancing down at the stones beneath her bamboo tube. Is this it? Has it come to an end? Upon hearing a commotion from nearby, Sang Luan's face lit up with joy as she hastily stood and ran forward. Over here. Seeing a group approaching, Sang Luan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She turned instinctively to look at Feng Hengji, who was leaning against a tree, only to find him with his eyes tightly shut, his head tilted aside. Sang Luan's breath caught in her throat as she reached out to check for signs of breath beneath Feng Hengji's nose. There was none. She cautiously poked his shoulder, calling out tentatively, Feng Hengji. There was no response. The smile on Sang Luan's face morphed into a bitter smile. Brother Hengji. Still, there was no reaction. As the figures in front drew nearer, a sense of urgency gripped Sang Luan. She clasped one of Feng Hengji's hands tightly and cried out, Husband, please don't leave Luan all alone. If you go, how am I to live? Her nose wrinkled, and tears cascaded from her eyes, splattering onto Feng Hengji's hand. Overcome with grief, she wept uncontrollably, prompting the approaching individuals to stop in their tracks, expressions of shock flashing across their faces as they rushed to Sang Luan's side. Sang Luan sobbed, glancing at the newcomers, tears streaming silently. You have finally arrived, but Brother Hengji, Before she could finish, she turned her head aside, releasing a heavy sigh. This sigh seemed to contain a mix of regret, sorrow, and a hint of despair. Sang Luan silently praised her own acting skills, marveling at how her performance had improved. Look at this emotion, perfectly captured. Observe these tears, a beauty shedding sorrow. As she continued to weep, she clutched Feng Hengji even tighter. The newcomers, initially flustered, hesitated as they cast their eyes behind Sang Luan, uncertainty flashing across their faces. Lost in her sorrow, Sang Luan felt no sense of wrongness, her cries growing ever more heart-wrenching. Upon returning to the manor, Yu Pu felt a sudden clarity. Upon hearing that they were coming to rescue her young mistress, she immediately raised her hand to guide them. Yu Pu weakly pointed behind Sang Luan. Perhaps you should first check on the Prime Minister's condition. Sang Luan's cries abruptly ceased, her hand still resting on Feng Hengji's shoulders as she leaned back slightly, casting a doubtful glance at him. Feng Hengji slowly opened his eyes. Is that truly what you wish for, to see me in distress? Awkwardness enveloped the moment. Sang Luan quietly rubbed her nose and chuckled nervously. How could that be? I was merely startled. She paused, staring incredulously at the person before her. Cautiously, she reached out to touch Feng Hengji's face and checked for breath beneath his nose again. Sang Luan fixed her gaze on Feng Hengji, a flicker of joy coursing through her as the realization dawned on her. You re-alive, I thought you had perished. Yu Pu looked skyward in exasperation. My lady, could you perhaps make the disappointment in your tone a bit more palpable? I'm perfectly fine now. Feng Hengji patted Sang Luan's hand, suddenly speaking up. If you don't release me, I might not remain so. Chapter 88. The Prime Minister is quite difficult to kill. It was only then that Sang Luan realized how close the two of them were, prompting her to hastily rise to her feet. However, in that very moment, her right foot inadvertently stepped on Feng Hengji's foot. A crisp and resounding sound echoed in her ears. Sang Luan quickly shifted sideways, waving her hand in a flustered manner, exclaiming, I didn't mean to. Feng Hengji's already unremarkable features contorted further into an expression of displeasure. Yu Pu pressed her lips tightly together, remarking that the Prime Minister was indeed quite difficult to deal with. The doctor then cautiously examined Feng Hengji's injury, promptly expelling the toxins. It was evident that his complexion began to improve visibly. Before long, the group swiftly returned to the residence. Sang Luan cast her gaze downward, supporting Feng Hengji's arm. After the doctor had cleaned the wound, he left behind some ointment for application, which Sang Luan instructed Yu Pu to hold for convenience. As soon as Sang Luan stepped into the front courtyard, she noticed Lu Wenxian and Feng Xinian rushing toward her, both displaying expressions of concern. What happened? How could he be injured like this in just a few hours? Lu Wenxian worriedly inspected Feng Hengji from head to toe, her gaze ultimately landing on his bandaged hand. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Sang Luan, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. How have you been attending to your husband? He has gotten himself hurt like this. With that, she raised her hand and slapped Sang Luan's shoulder emphatically. Sang Luan instinctively furrowed her brow, subconsciously rubbing the spot where she had been struck. Her lips parted slightly as she prepared to respond, but unexpectedly, Feng Hengji, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. He cast a casual glance at Lu Wenxian and, in a calm tone, remarked, It's not her fault. Lu Wenxian's hand, which had been raised in the air, gradually lowered as she continued to hover around Feng Hengji with inquiries, anxious to ensure he was not feeling unwell. Feng Hengji lifted his brow slightly, stating, Please allow me some peace to rest. Yes, Lu Wenxian immediately acquiesced, stepping aside. You must take care of yourself. Do not underestimate this seemingly minor injury. If you are not careful, it could lead to serious consequences. As she spoke with fervor, Feng Xinian interjected, All right, my lady, Hengji knows his own condition, there is no need for excessive worry. Following this, Sang Luan led Feng Hengji to Wufeng Pavilion. Brother Hengji, while the toxins have been cleared, the doctor advised that it is best not to move around for the next 3 hours. Sitting at the table, Feng Hengji maintained his composure as Sang Luan poured him a cup of tea, softly murmuring about how he must not suffer any adverse effects. Otherwise, what would become of her savings plan? Feng Hengji's gaze faintly lowered, his eyes landing on Sang Luan's eyelids. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, and when she lifted her gaze slightly, her brown irises were clearly visible. Has half an hour passed? Shall I apply some ointment to your wound again? As she spoke, Sang Luan retrieved the prepared ointment from her sleeve, believing that such care would expedite his recovery. As soon as she finished speaking, she bowed her head and quietly squatted beside Feng Hengji. To facilitate her task, she rolled up her sleeve, revealing a wrist as white as jade. Lowering her eyelids, she carefully unwrapped the bandage from his injured hand. Then, she took a soft cloth and gently wiped the wound before meticulously reapplying a fresh bandage. In a thoughtful gesture, she tied a delicate bow. Feng Hengji cast a disinterested glance at the bow she had just fashioned, his lips twitching slightly as he remarked, There is no need to make the bandaging so flamboyant. Straightening up, Sang Luan tilted her head to examine her handiwork, quite pleased with the aesthetic appeal. It looks lovely, she affirmed. Feng Hengji remained silent, merely gazing at her with an expression of indifference. Ultimately, under the weight of his serious demeanor, Sang Luan quietly untied the bow. With a serious expression on her small face, she deftly maneuvered her hands over Feng Hengji's palm. Feng Hengji's gaze deepened. It seemed he had never truly observed the person before him. Now, it appeared that having someone like her around, fussing over him, was not such a terrible fate after all. He took a sip of tea and suddenly spoke. Have you not returned to the minister's residence for some time? Sang Luan paused in her actions, instinctively replying, Indeed, I haven't been back since I married. Originally, she was supposed to return to her family's home on the 7th day after her marriage. However, Feng Hengji had been indifferent toward her at that time, making it impossible for her to return with him. His reluctance to accompany her meant that she could not go back alone either. As time passed, this matter was gradually set aside. Had Feng Hengji not brought it up today, she might have completely forgotten about it. The thought of returning home immediately conjured memories of her younger brother from the last palace banquet, his youthful enthusiasm vividly displayed. Sang Luan systematically placed the items used for bandaging into a nearby wooden tray. Once I am free in a couple of days, let us return together, she proposed to Feng Hengji. Regarded Sang Luan intently and suddenly said, Not in the next couple of days. Sang Luan was taken aback. Her prepared grievances momentarily rendered pointless. Was he attempting to explain himself? Quickly regaining her composure, she replied, It's all right, I understand you have many matters to attend to in court, and there is no need to carve out special time for me. If she were to return, she was uncertain about recognizing the people in the minister's residence. If she failed to identify them, it would undoubtedly lead to an embarrassing situation. Her father had a favored concubine, and returning would likely mean enduring a tiresome banquet. All she wished for was to enjoy delicious food in peace, without the need to engage in idle chatter with anyone. Sang Luan gently shook her head, suppressing her thoughts, yet Feng Hengji, seemingly oblivious to her inner turmoil, continued, The return banquet will be held as usual. Tomorrow, I will confirm the specific time with you. Rest assured, I will speak to my parents. Without waiting for Sang Luan's response, Feng Hengji narrowed his eyes and made his way to the bed. Leaning back against it, Sang Luan extended her hand, reiterating that there was truly no need for him to set aside special time. In the blink of an eye, a steady rhythm of breathing emanated from the bed. After a short while, Feng Hengji's brows cleared, and he slowly opened his eyes, only to find Sang Luan leaning beside him. Feeling the weight of his intense gaze upon her, Sang Luan's mind raced. She had deliberately timed her entrance to in his hour of need. Having someone care for him so diligently surely must have touched Feng Hengji's heart deeply. Until he spoke, she had held on to this belief. Chapter 89. Unless that person returns. Feng Hengji merely cast a fleeting glance at Sang Luan before suddenly speaking, What is this? Have you just dined on a child? Sang Luan was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Noticing Feng Hengji's unwavering gaze fixed upon her face, she tentatively reached to touch the corner of her mouth. Unbeknownst to her, the lip balm had been smeared askew, leaving a light trace on her fingers. A wave of exasperation washed over her. It was typical of Feng Hengji to defy expectations. Pouting slightly, she shot him a sidelong glance, still perplexed by his abrupt declaration about hosting a proper homecoming banquet. Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell further on it. Suddenly, a frown creased Sang Luan's forehead as she instinctively placed her hand over her heart, her fingers tightly gripping her garment. In that fleeting moment, a surge of intense unease coursed through her. Her eyes flickered. The days until Feng Hengji's beloved by Yue Guang returned were diminishing, and the current state of her rouge business was far from sufficient. She needed to find an opportunity to discuss plans with Meng Yuning. Lowering her eyelids to conceal her tumultuous thoughts, Sang Luan promptly exited the Wufeng Pavilion. Today, the young master spoke up for that Sang Luan. You should have seen it. I observed everything quite clearly. Lower your voice. Be cautious not to be overheard. What is there to fear? If they hear. I reckon that Sang Luan is likely to rise in status. You all disdain her methods, so temper your attitudes. Remember, she is the mistress, while we are merely her attendants. The young master is likely just momentarily bewitched. He could never truly fancy her. You weren't here earlier, but our young master will never truly take a liking to any woman unless that person returns. As Sang Luan stepped out of the Wufeng Pavilion, the sharp words of gossip reached her ears. Coincidentally, she emerged at a point where several maidservants were exchanging glances. Blinking, she raised her hand to wave at them. You're all quite busy, aren't you? In an instant, the world seemed to hush. Upon seeing Sang Luan, the group fell silent, collectively lowering their heads to resume their tasks. Yet, Sang Luan, unaffected, continued to advance with a gentle smile gracing her lips. She lightly patted the shoulder of the nearest maidservant. Were you just speaking of me? Her eyes sincere, her tone earnest. Suddenly, the maidservant, taken aback by the touch, turned slightly, her gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Sang Luan's eyes. Her lips moved, but before she could speak, under the weight of Sang Luan's earnest gaze, the maidservant bowed her head, and in the next moment, the entire group knelt before her in unison. We beseech the young mistress for forgiveness, we meant no malice. Yet, Sang Luan merely cast a disinterested glance at the kneeling figures and then turned on her heel to leave, leaving the group bewildered. What did she mean? Hurry back to work. The group quickly dispersed. After departing the Wufeng Pavilion, Sang Luan sequestered herself within the Furong courtyard. She had no time to waste on idle chatter with them. Seizing the opportunity while Feng Hengji was otherwise occupied and undisturbed, she resolved to try the lip balm once more. Your Grace, what you spoke of earlier, Yuning has already accomplished. She cleared her throat, her gaze steady on Qi Ran, her voice soft. As she spoke, she discreetly glanced at Qi Ran across from her. However, Qi Ran was fixated on the bamboo tube in Meng Yuning's hand, unable to regain his composure. Moments later, he finally collected himself, leaning closer to Meng Yuning. He picked up the pebbles one by one, then lifted the bamboo tube to inspect it closely. Qi Ran suddenly slammed the bamboo tube and pebbles down on the table. No, you were far too swift. How could this young master discern anything? You only asked Yuning to repeat it, not to slow down, Meng Yuning replied innocently. Besides, the nature of this game is precisely at this pace, whether faster or slower, it is improper. Qi Ran shook his head, adjusting his demeanor. No, I couldn't see clearly. Do it again. Meng Yuning raised her eyes, gazing deeply at Qi Ran, her expression one of hesitation. Ultimately, she remained silent, exhaling a soft sigh before complying with his request, repeating the action once more. Outside the Yunyan Pavilion, Zhang Zhuo and Qi Shangqing paced restlessly. After making the 10th circuit in front of the door, Mu Xiang could no longer contain herself, stepping forward with her head lowered and a respectful tone. Your Highness, do you have any matters at hand? Zhang Zhuo exclaimed. Did you notice? Mu Xiang nodded slightly. It was indeed hard not to notice. Zhang Zhuo pondered for a moment and leaned closer to Mu Xiang, whispering, have Yuning and Ran shared a bed recently? Mu Xiang looked puzzled for a moment before replying earnestly, not previously, but in recent days, the young master has indeed been frequenting the Yunyan Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhuo's eyes widened, exchanging a startled glance with Qi Shangqing beside her. Both wore expressions of astonishment. Zhang Zhuo, brimming with excitement, grasped Mu Xiang's hand, urgently inquiring, are they together now? Mu Xiang nodded. Zhang Zhuo's eyes gleamed with determination as she swiftly pulled Mu Xiang aside. She then stepped forward, instructing the others, quickly, lock the door to the Yunyan Pavilion. Mu Xiang, quick-witted, rushed forward, her face anxious as she protested, Your Highness, the young master is still inside. He is about to. Previously, due to Qi Ran's evident disdain for Meng Yuning, the two had been kept apart, and no one had spoken against it. However, it could not continue indefinitely. Zhang Zhuo, desperate for a grandchild, had longed for this moment. If she could facilitate their union swiftly, her dreams of holding a grandchild could soon be realized. If Qi Ran and Meng Yuning remained estranged, the matter could reach the Emperor's ears, causing unnecessary complications. Seeing the onlookers still frozen in place, Zhang Zhuo's eyes flared, and she waved her hand. Didn't you hear what I just said? Hurry! With that, the group hastily locked the door. Zhang Zhuo carelessly surveyed the few individuals before her, her tone laced with subtle menace. Before dawn tomorrow, none of you are to open this door. If I find out otherwise, you shall face the consequences. The crowd chorused in agreement. Yes, Zhang Zhuo contemplated briefly, her heart still uneasy. In a swift motion, she took the key and secured it in her possession. Thus, apart from her, no one would have the means to unlock the door. Chapter 90 of the Locked Cloud Smoke Pavilion. Zhang Zhuo pondered for a moment before softly asserting, moreover, regardless of how they plead for you to open the door tonight, none of you are allowed to utter a sound. Do you comprehend my meaning? The crowd, their gazes lowered, nodded in unison as satisfied. She departed with Qi Shangqing. In the front courtyard, Zhang Zhuo turned back thrice, her eyes betraying an unmistakable joy. Qi Shangqing cast a sidelong glance at her, unable to suppress a smile. My lady, you appear exceedingly pleased tonight. She casually reached for a pastry nearby, taking a delicate bite before nonchalantly responding, Indeed, for you and I have long desired a grandchild. Given that Yuning's condition is not yet dire and the couple is just wed, it is the perfect time to conceive. However, Qi Shangqing shook his head. In my view, these two children currently lack any emotional connection. Confining them together will yield no results. How could it possibly be unproductive? Zhang Zhuo waved her hand dismissively, her expression one of disagreement. Isn't affection cultivated through proximity? To nurture feelings, they must be together. One resides in the east while the other in the west during the day, how could any bond flourish? She paused, gracefully lifted a teacup to her lips, and murmured, Besides, weren't we in a similar situation before the subsequent events unfolded? Qi Ran stared blankly at her, first glancing at Meng Yuning, then at the bamboo tube on the table, his confusion evident. This marked the 20th time Meng Yuning had demonstrated the technique. Each time, he believed he would grasp its essence, yet he remained as bewildered as he had been at the outset. Qi Ran scratched his head, a smile creeping onto his face as he thought, why not try again? He opened his mouth, and Meng Yuning immediately recognized his intent. Her expression shifted, and she gently rubbed her wrist. Your Highness, if you still possess the strength to observe, then I lack the energy to continue demonstrating. Shi Ran's gaze fell upon Meng Yuning's wrist, which had turned a shade of red. Against her fair, delicate skin, it stood out starkly. He cleared his throat, slowly straightening up, and simply stated, "I shall return tomorrow." He then made his way to the door, only to find it firmly shut, unyielding to his attempts to open it. He halted, then, summoning greater force, he knocked on the door. "Is anyone out there?" Peering through the window, he caught glimpses of moving shadows outside, yet no one responded, nor did anyone come to his aid. After a moment's contemplation, he realized he had been deliberately trapped here. Muttering a curse under his breath, Shi Ran turned back with a leisurely pace. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he swiftly turned to stare at Meng Yuning. She, puzzled, was about to speak when Shi Ran stepped forward and seized one of her hands. A sharp pain shot through her wrist, causing her to instinctively furrow her brow. She pulled back with force but found it futilely. Anger flickered in Shi Ran's eyes as he questioned, "Did you orchestrate this?" "What?" Meng Yuning was taken aback, instinctively replying. As Shi Ran tightened his grip, she could not help but cry out in pain. With a swift motion, she slapped his hand away and seized the opportunity to withdraw her hand forcefully. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. Seeing her genuine bewilderment, Shi Ran hesitated momentarily before retracting his hand. His gaze inadvertently caught the tears pooling at her eyes, and he bit his lip, instinctively reaching out to brush them away. The warmth of her tears contrasted sharply with the coolness of her skin, and a shiver ran through Meng Yuning. Shi Ran stood there, somewhat flustered. "I apologize, I misunderstood you. We are locked in here now." He paused, adding, "It appears we must share this space tonight." Meng Yuning lowered her gaze, secretly rolling her eyes in a corner where Shi Ran could not see. She understood now why he had been so agitated. He believed she was behind the entire arrangement. Silently, she moved to one side and sat down, her eyes fixed ahead while she continued to rub her wrist. The atmosphere between them grew tense and silent. After some time, Shi Ran cleared his throat and, taking a seat beside her, leaned forward slightly. "Since I cannot leave, why not teach me how you accomplished this? I assure you, I shall not treat you as I did earlier." He raised his right hand, extending 3 fingers, his tone resolute. Meng Yuning closed her eyes and turned her head away, ignoring him. Realizing he might have overstepped, Shi Ran quietly reached for a plate of pastries nearby and placed it before her. "Have some sweets, it may lift your spirits." When she still showed no response, he added casually, "If all else fails, you could strike me a few times." With that, he inched closer to her, internally perplexed. He had hardly exerted any pressure. Why did Meng Yuning appear so affected? Meng Yuning lowered her gaze, a flicker of something unusual sparking in her eyes. Since the young master was also to remain here tonight, she stood, concealing her reddened wrist. "Then I shall take the side couch to rest." "No!" Shi Ran rose abruptly, thumping his chest. "I am a man. How can I allow you, a woman, to sleep there? If anyone should rest, it ought to be me." With that, he refrained from mentioning the bamboo tube again. As Meng Yuning prepared to step away, she suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs that echoed through the room. Her complexion rapidly changed, her previously calm demeanor now tightly furrowed. An unease surged within her, and she instinctively pressed her hand against her chest, trying to steady her breath. Shi Ran halted, hearing the commotion, and instantly rushed to her side, flustered and unsure how to respond. "Are you all right? Can you breathe better now?" he gently inquired while patiently patting her back. Chapter 91. This prince does not mind sharing a pillow with you. Meng Yuning pressed forcefully against her chest, her originally delicate face now flushed a deep crimson. Unable to contain herself, she swallowed hard, her expression betraying profound discomfort. After a considerable pause, her demeanor finally softened, and her coughs began to subside. Slightly turning to the side, her nose inadvertently brushed against Shi Ran's cheek. An unfamiliar sensation coursed through them, prompting Shi Ran to instinctively take a step back, awkwardly touching his own nose. If one looked closely, they might discern the faintest hint of red tinging his ears. He half-formed a fist, raised it to his lips, and coughed softly, speaking in a subdued tone, "Now that you seem to be well, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Meng Yuning's reply, he turned and walked away. In a flash, he reached the bed, swiftly yanked the bedding towards him, enveloping himself completely. The series of movements was remarkably fluid. With his face pressed tightly against the mattress, the muffled sounds filled his ears. The sensation from that fleeting moment lingered in his mind. He bit his lip, his right hand unconsciously brushing against his cheek, his gaze darkening. In that instant, he felt as if he had been paralyzed, unable to move. Strangely, this feeling was not unwelcome. He did not resist it. Meng Yuning, witnessing the scene, wore a complex expression. After a brief silence, she spoke up, "Your Highness, do you not need to remove your boots before sleeping?" Shi Ran, who was foolishly grinning beneath the covers, suddenly froze, throwing the bedding aside and shouting back at her, "This prince enjoys it this way. Do you have any objections?" Meng Yuning, at a loss for words, replied, "No. She then watched as Chi Ran quietly removed his boots, tilting her head slightly. She pondered his peculiar behavior, shaking her head. She chose not to dwell on it any further and lay down on the couch. Even though she often put on a facade in front of Chi Ran and others, she felt a persistent discomfort in her throat, as if a foreign object was lodged there, neither rising nor descending. She closed her eyes, her hands intertwined and resting beside her ears. After an indeterminate amount of time, Meng Yuning fell into a deep slumber, and soon the room was filled with the sound of 2 steady breaths. In that instant, the candlelight flickered, and a breeze silently swept in. Chi Ran, lying on the side couch, instinctively furrowed his brow and buried his head deeper into the bedding. His lips moved slightly as he felt himself sinking into a peculiar sensation. "Sharan, have you taken good care of yourself while I was away?" A somewhat ethereal voice resonated. Chi Ran was visibly taken aback, raising his eyes to see nothing but white mist surrounding him. The voice emanated from that mist, where he could vaguely make out a figure, likely that of a woman, though she was turned away from him, making it difficult to see clearly. A voice within him urged, "This is a dream." Chi Ran shifted his position slightly, holding his breath as he moved forward. However, with each step he took, the figure seemed to move further away, the distance remaining unchanged. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and called out, "Sisterling, is that you, Sisterling?" Upon this realization, Chi Ran's expression grew visibly agitated. He ran forward tirelessly, repeatedly calling her name. Abruptly, the surrounding white mist dissipated, and the figure ahead became increasingly distinct. Chi Ran paused, cautiously speaking again, "Sisterling, I miss you dearly, and I regret that if I had been wiser at that time, you might not have suffered so." He extended his hand, his voice choked, "Do you still harbor hatred for me, which is why I could not even find your body?" He spoke fervently, yet there was no response from the figure. Time passed, and finally, the figure spoke, "Do not be sad, everything is fate, you must treat her well from now on." Chi Ran responded with a perplexed his expression one of confusion. At that moment, the white mist in the sky reappeared, gradually transforming into black fog. The black mist coalesced and erupted with thunderous roars, startling Chi Ran, who instinctively shrank into a ball on the bed. The blinding white light momentarily blinded him. Chi Ran suddenly exclaimed, "Sisterling, you haven't clarified yet." "What do you mean, who should I treat well?" He was eager to press forward. Suddenly, the figure spun around. Chi Ran focused intently, only to have his pupils dilate in shock. "How could it be you?" Meng Yuning mumbled softly, and as she turned, a penetrating voice echoed in her ear. Realizing something was amiss, Meng Yuning abruptly opened her eyes, fortuitously locking gazes with Chi Ran's dark pupils. Almost instinctively, Meng Yuning kicked sideways, striking Chi Ran's waist and sending him tumbling down. She sat up abruptly, clutching the bedding tightly in her hands, her gaze fixed warily on Chi Ran beneath the bed. Chi Ran groaned, one hand on his waist while the other pushed against the ground to rise slowly. He glared at Meng Yuning, ready to speak, but was met with her concerned look as she cautiously asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Yuning did not mean to. Her tone carried a hint of rising inflection. Chi Ran's urge to scold her evaporated, and all he managed to say was, "Just be more careful next time." Thunder rumbled, a flash of white light illuminating the darkness outside for an instant. Then came a sudden, resounding clap of thunder, causing Chi Ran to leap onto the bed, curling into a ball. He stared at Meng Yuning without blinking. Meng Yuning felt a wave of disbelief. How could a grown man be afraid of thunder? She maintained her facade of concern, asking, "Your Highness, are you all right?" As she spoke, she lifted her clothing to step down from the bed, but Chi Ran quickly halted her. Hey, don't move. We can sleep here together, I don't mind." Meng Yuning retorted, "Is it a matter of whether you mind or not?" A smile slowly crept onto her lips as she looked at Chi Ran charmingly, "But it was you who said to keep Yuning at a distance." She gestured toward Chi Ran. Chi Ran silently turned his head away, lying down by himself. "It's fine, this prince doesn't mind at all, why are you still chattering?" As soon as he finished speaking, he tugged the bedding closer to himself, feeling it was still too cold. Then he stealthily grasped the corner of Meng Yuning's bedding and pulled it towards him. Chi Ran was only slightly taller than she was, and as he incessantly tugged on the bedding, her feet inevitably slipped out. She instinctively pressed her feet together, rubbing them for warmth, appearing both pitiful and helpless. Outside, thunder rumbled once more, and Chi Ran squeezed his eyes shut, his body trembling slightly. Meng Yuning lowered her gaze and could distinctly feel the trembling beneath the bedding. Was he truly this afraid? She grasped the corner of the bedding and quietly pulled it towards herself, shifting her body upward. Chapter 92 Why are you poking my face? As Meng Yuning felt the warmth emanating from beneath her feet, a wave of satisfaction washed over her. However, just as she began to bask in the comfort, Chi Ran suddenly exerted force, snatching the blanket away from her once more. With her feet now exposed to the chill, Meng Yuning's expression morphed into one of utter despair. She lacked the strength to compete with Chi Ran, who was far stronger than she. Silently, she curled her body and shifted inward. The moment she moved, Shi-Ran mirrored her actions, furrowing her brow in frustration. Meng Yuning could no longer tolerate the situation. She sat up abruptly and lightly poked Shi-Ran's shoulder, saying, "My lord, could you please shift a bit outward? I have no space left." Shi-Ran abruptly threw back the blanket, his face etched with confusion. "Why are you poking my face?" Meng Yuning's hand froze mid-air. In the next instant, she quietly withdrew her hand, casting a look of resentment at Shi-Ran. Propping himself up on the bed, Shi-Ran glanced at her as he rose. Meng Yuning was nearly pressed against the wall. With a grumble, Shi-Ran muttered, "Just bear with it, who told you to be so large?" Meng Yuning glanced down at her slender arms and legs, then at the substantial figure of Shi-Ran occupying most of the bed. A moment of silence enveloped her. Pressing her lips together, she retrieved her small blanket and stood up. Shi-Ran, looking skeptical, inquired, "What are you doing?" Meng Yuning replied nonchalantly, "Since the lord is occupying the main bed, I shall take the side bed." Before she could finish her sentence, Shi-Ran exclaimed, "No need for that. We'll both sleep here, I'll just move outward a bit." If one were to overlook the slight tremor in his voice, Shi-Ran appeared quite manly in that moment. Meng Yuning, filled with disbelief, saw that Shi-Ran had no intention of letting her leave the main bed and resigned herself to lying back down. Then, with each rumble of thunder from outside, the person beside her would shift positions. The noise was so pronounced that it was impossible to ignore. "Miss, where are you headed?" A scruffy man driving an ox cart slowed down, his face beaming with warmth as he regarded the woman traveling nearby. Tu Ling tightly clutched her only bundle, taking a step back, eyeing the man warily. Perhaps due to her past encounters with Lu Daxian, she instinctively harbored no fondness for men with stubble. The sight of such a figure instantly reminded her of her former life with Lu Daxian. On the first night Lu Daxian took her in, noticing her beauty, he had developed ulterior motives. Yet, she had completely forgotten the details of that time. It seemed Lu Daxian had discovered something valuable about her. Additionally, he had realized her medical skills. Strangely enough, while she had forgotten everything else, her proficiency in medicine remained intact. Whether it was out of fear or sudden moral awakening, Lu Daxian never laid a hand on her again after that. Tu Ling momentarily gathered her thoughts, biting her lower lip, and continued walking in silence. Since leaving Lu Daxian, she had been journeying westward, unfamiliar with her surroundings. She proceeded cautiously for quite some time before arriving at this village. Fearing discovery, she only ventured out when fewer people were around. Today marked her third day wandering in this village. "Miss, you seem lost," the man observed, noticing Tu Ling keep her head down as she walked. "I'm from this village, you can call me Brother Niu. I was just heading to the town and can offer you a ride." He scratched the back of his head with an innocent smile. "It'll take about an hour to reach the town." Tu Ling halted, her eyes widening in surprise. "Is it really that long? Even if I take a shortcut?" The man waved his hand dismissively, still smiling warmly. "Brother Niu isn't trying to frighten you, but if you're unfamiliar with the terrain, you could wander for 3 days and nights without finding your way out." Suddenly, Tu Ling's stomach growled. Embarrassed, she covered her abdomen. She hesitated, unsure of what to do. "Little girl, have you been through something? Did you encounter bad people, making you hesitant to trust others?" The man pulled out a flatbread from his pocket and offered it to Tu Ling, his expression kind. "Take it, don't hesitate. You're far too cautious, there aren't that many bad people in this world." Even though it was just a piece of flatbread, the enticing aroma wafted into her nostrils, making her stomach churn with hunger. She slowly reached out her hand, but as she neared the flatbread, she pinched her palm to regain her senses. Suddenly, she retracted her hand. Tu Ling slightly tilted her head and asked softly, "Do you need money for it?" Brother Niu maintained his innocent smile. "I'm offering this ride because you're a young girl and it's getting late. If you're still worried, just give me a copper coin." Tu Ling's eyes lit up. Only something without reason needs to be treated with caution. Paying a copper coin for a ride should be fine. Finally feeling at ease, she retrieved a copper coin from her bundle and handed it to the man driving the ox cart. With a firm grip on her clothing and a push against the cart, she effortlessly climbed aboard. "Are you really not going to eat?" Brother Niu waved the flatbread again. Tu Ling smiled lightly, "No, thank you." The man muttered something under his breath, soon putting the flatbread away. Tu Ling held her bundle tightly, glancing around. Despite being an ox cart, it didn't emit any unpleasant odors. "Brother Niu, your cart is quite clean," she remarked. As Brother Niu flicked the whip in his hand, he turned slightly at the sound behind him, responding cheerfully, "What did you say?" Suppressing her unease, Tu Ling smiled faintly, "It's nothing. I just wanted to thank you." "Just small matters," Brother Niu grinned, continuing to drive the cart. "Miss, are you comfortable sitting?" He paused before adding, usually, I'm the only one who drives the cart to the town. Sometimes the locals hitch a ride, so I clean the cart before every trip to ensure everyone can ride comfortably. Tu Ling felt completely at ease. After days of heightened tension and sleepless nights, a wave of relaxation washed over her, and drowsiness began to creep in. She leaned her head to the side, hugging herself tightly, and gradually succumbed to sleep. Sensing the stillness behind him, Brother Nyo slowed down. Hey, miss, wake up. Tu Ling was jolted awake. She rubbed her eyes groggily and asked, Brother Nyo, have we arrived? What greeted her was Brother Nyo's cheerful face. It's been a long journey. When I left home, my partner only gave me 2 flatbreads, and I've eaten them all. I am feeling a bit weak to drive the ox now. There's an inn over there. I'm going to grab a bite to eat. What do you think? Tu Ling turned to look and indeed spotted an inn not far away, the signboard prominently displaying the words, Inn for Travelers. Chapter 93 was nothing extraordinary. Merely a few poison needles. The inn stood isolated, devoid of nearby villages or shops, presenting a unique yet peculiar sight. Tu Ling suddenly became alert, sitting up with a determined gaze fixed on Brother Nyo beside her, just as she was about to speak. Brother Nyo clutched his stomach and began to groan. Miss, I have a peculiar condition. When I am hungry, I lack any strength. As he spoke, he silently observed Tu Ling. It seemed Brother Nyo perceived her inner worries. Often, the journey took far too long, and having a place to rest would alleviate the exhaustion. The unusual light in Tu Ling's eyes gradually faded. Perhaps she had overthought the situation. With that thought, she nodded at Brother Nyo. Soon after, they entered the inn together. Do you two wish to rest or stay overnight? The innkeeper, a rather unassuming middle-aged man, hurried forward with a welcoming smile as they entered. Perhaps due to the late hour, there were no other patrons in sight. Brother Nyo waved his hand grandly. Just a meal for me. Bring 2 plates of beef, and the strongest liquor you have. And a bowl of wontons for this young lady. Charge it to my tab. Certainly. In no time, Brother Nyo's requests were fulfilled. He devoured the meat and drank heartily, exuding satisfaction. Tu Ling, however, gazed at the clear broth wontons before her, motionless. Suddenly, Brother Nyo spoke up. Little girl, when you are out in the world, you must learn to trust others. This is merely a bowl of wontons. No matter how you perceive it, it will not transform into something else. Tu Ling raised her eyes, inadvertently drawn to Brother Nyo. His demeanor was bold and carefree. Although they were both drinking, he emanated a completely different vibe compared to Lu Daxiang. She smiled apologetically, then bowed her head, silently eating the wontons before her. At that moment, Brother Nyo, who had been indulging in meat and liquor, paused in his actions. He lifted his gaze to the increasingly voracious Tu Ling, a faint smile of cunning triumph curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet, when Tu Ling glanced up, his expression reverted to one of simple earnestness. As Tu Ling continued to eat, drowsiness enveloped her, her eyelids growing heavier. One moment, her right hand was lifting the spoon to her mouth, the next, she slumped forward onto the table. Brother Nyo halted abruptly, setting down his food, and rushed to Tu Ling's side. Old Nyo, what is going on this time? Brother Nyo, while rummaging through Tu Ling's sleeves, answered without turning, just a little girl. Be cautious while moving. This little lass is quite alert. I had to coax and deceive her just to get her onto the cattle cart. The more he searched, the more disappointed Brother Nyo became. As he dug deeper, his brow furrowed tighter. With an impatient spit, he muttered, what bad luck. After all this fuss, there is not a single coin on her. Anger was visibly etched across his face as he slapped Tu Ling. Her fair complexion instantly bore the imprint of several fingers. I'll leave this to you, just like before, but from the looks of it, she seems to be a novice, so be careful. The innkeeper had long abandoned his earlier politeness. Rubbing his hands together, his eyes glimmered as he inched closer to Tu Ling. Realizing that nothing of value could be found, Brother Nyo cursed under his breath and began to step outside. The innkeeper lunged at him, only to feel a sharp pain in his neck. Instantly, he collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Tu Ling, who should have been unconscious, now sat upright. She touched the side of her face that had just been struck, gently rubbing it. The methods employed by these individuals were exceedingly clumsy. From the moment she stepped into this establishment, she sensed something was amiss. The dust on the floor was thick, and each step left a clear imprint. The inn was eerily silent. An inn, meant to welcome travelers, could not possibly be devoid of any guests. Every corner of this place exuded an unusual aura. Tu Ling's gaze flickered momentarily as she tilted her body and departed. Meanwhile, Brother Nyo, humming a tune and feeling quite merry while driving the cattle cart, suddenly felt a jolt in his eyelids. Almost instinctively, he attempted to leap from the cart. Don't move! A distinctly restrained female voice echoed in his ear. He froze, his body stiffening. Tu Ling spoke coldly, if you make a single move, I cannot guarantee that the needle in my hand will not pierce you. Her voice, icy in its clarity, struck Brother Nyo like a death knell from the underworld. He cursed the innkeeper in his mind but kept his eyes locked ahead, too frightened to move slowly. He raised his hands, unable to suppress a gulp. A casual glance revealed a glint of cold steel flashing past. Little girl, please don't act rashly. After all, I've brought you quite a distance, haven't I? Tu Ling plunged the needles in her hand into his flesh with a swift motion. She whispered, no more nonsense, you know your intentions all too well. You had better take me to the town promptly, or when the time comes, not even the King of Heaven can save you. Brother Nyo's pupils widened in shock. What have you stabbed me with? He felt a chilling sensation creeping down his neck, a wave of coldness enveloping him. Tu Ling clapped her hands dismissively. Oh, it's merely a few poison needles. She paused, adding, I forgot to mention, if these needles are not removed within half an hour, you will begin to feel numbness, followed by your skin rotting, itching and hurting in the process, until you are left completely senseless. Brother Nyo's face turned pale with alarm, his heart filled with fury, but as he considered Tu Ling's words, his neck instinctively shrank back. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly continued driving the cart. His gaze remained fixed ahead, eyes narrowed, consumed by countless thoughts. After all, the girl was unfamiliar with the route to the town. He could easily take her anywhere. Tu Ling casually glanced at the person beside her and remarked, you may take me to an unknown place, but your life is now limited to half an hour. Leaning back, her demeanor transformed completely from the timid figure she had been earlier. If you harbor other intentions, I assure you it will become troublesome. Do you wish to test your luck with your own life? Brother Nyo's mind raced with Tu Ling's earlier words that he dared not move. After all, reaching the town would require at least an hour. There was no way to arrive in half an hour. It's all right. You can wager your life against mine, and see whether you arrive first or the poison takes effect, she stated casually. Her tone light. Brother Nyo felt a wave of despair wash over him. The anger he had felt moments ago vanished entirely. This girl, seemingly weak, possessed a cunning mind. What manner of existence had he entangled himself with? He sighed softly, dispelling the thoughts from his mind. Though he wished to teach this girl a lesson, she did raise a valid point. His life could not withstand such trials. Tu Ling looked up at the darkening sky. When she was still in the village, the sunset cast a warm glow. Now, only an expanse of darkness remained. Chapter 94. The grand opening of autumn makeup. Tu Ling, with her eyes unwaveringly fixed on the figure ahead, remained attentive throughout the journey. After the passage of 3 incense sticks, the pair finally arrived at the bustling town. Upon glimpsing the lively marketplace, the heart that Tu Ling had held in suspense at last found solace. Her gaze flickered with delight as she propped herself against the ox cart and gracefully leaped down. She turned to cast a lingering glance at the receding cart, a light chuckle escaping her lips. In the next moment, she silently stepped back, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished into the throng of people. Miss, we have arrived at the town. Do assist me by removing your precious item, the ox driver, Brother Nyo, cautiously inquired after securing the cart in a stable position. However, after waiting for a while, he received no response. He tentatively called out again, Miss? At that moment, a passerby happened to stroll by, glancing at him and then at the empty cart, their expression shifting to one of complexity as they quickened their pace. Brother Nyo's expression faltered, his eyes widened in realization as he slowly descended from the cart, only to find no trace of the young girl. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his neck, and instinctively, he reached to investigate, discovering merely 2 drops of an unknown cold liquid. It was evident that he had been tricked. Grinding his teeth, he muttered a curse under his breath. That little wretch better not let me catch her. Are we ready? Sang Luan, supporting her waist, rose slowly and addressed Yupa beside her. As she rested her hand on her waist, she could not help but lightly tap it rhythmically. Before Sang Luan and Yupa lay an array of exquisite gold and silver jewelry, their table and the floor piled high with treasures. Yupa straightened up and replied with enthusiasm, all set. Sang Luan smiled contentedly, casting a leisurely glance around her surroundings. These were her dowry, carefully stored since she entered the Feng residence. Until now, she had been preoccupied with dealing with Feng Hang and Lu Wenxian, leaving her no time to contemplate the matter of her dowry. Meng Yuning's parents were eager for her to wed quickly, and during her marriage, she would be accompanied solely by Meng Yuning. Fortunately, the prince and princess had shown kindness, sending a generous array of betrothal gifts, all entrusted to Meng Yuning. While Meng Yuning faced her own challenges in movement, she had the liberty to manage her dowry, except for certain irreplaceable items. Though it appeared to be a substantial fortune, it was far from sufficient to ensure a future of happiness for her and Meng Yuning. After all, should they successfully escape, they would need to find a large estate and perhaps recruit 10 or 8 capable servants. Wouldn't they then aspire to live a life of selecting brides? Furthermore, her insatiable craving for delicacies compelled her to indulge in new culinary experiences. Whenever a new dish emerged, she found herself compelled to sample it, for her principle was simple. When in good spirits, she would treat herself, and when feeling low, she would still indulge. If a certain pastry shop produced delightful treats, she felt it imperative to purchase them. Conversely, if another was subpar, she would still procure their offerings to ascertain their quality. Each indulgence necessitated a considerable sum. Moreover, the imperial decree held by the emperor was the most pressing need for her and Meng Yuning at present. Aside from immovable items such as the bridal bed, wooden boxes, beauty couch, bookshelves, and the jade orchid table, everything else was prepared and ready. With a sparkle in her eyes, Sang Luan declared, "If we are ready, let us commence." She then picked up a string of white jade mandarin duck buttons and presented them to Yu Pa. Yu Pa carefully accepted them, lowering her head to inscribe their name on a piece of parchment below. For each item Sang Luan handed over, she recited its name aloud. A jadeite bangle, white jade rui, coral bead necklace, green jade tassel, and this, the ruby necklace. Don't forget to include the green jade. Sang Luan's eyes shimmered with delight as she observed the scene before her, growing increasingly enamored. She clapped her hands, stating, "That will suffice for now. When we leave the residence, we shall take these with us. As for the rest, they may remain in their places." Yu Pa nodded earnestly. With such a plethora of jewelry in the dowry, it would be wise to convert some into silver. As fate would have it, today marked the grand opening of the autumn makeup establishment, and as the two major stakeholders behind the scenes, she and Meng Yuning were naturally inclined to witness the event. Recently, she had been spending her time in the Furong courtyard, diligently crafting lip balms, with everything proceeding smoothly. In addition to the popular colors already trending in Xinjiang, she had made enhancements to better align with the preferences of the wider populace. Meng Yuning's progress in perfume creation, however, had been somewhat tumultuous. Nevertheless, just yesterday, significant advancements were made, and she planned to showcase them alongside the opening today. Just as Sang Luan was lost in thought, Yu Pa had already organized all the items. With a smile, she patted her rounded belly and softly said, "Miss, I am ready, shall we set off?" Sang Luan's gaze fell upon Yu Pa's protruding abdomen, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she waved her hand, proclaiming, "Let us depart." Suddenly, she paused mid-step, slightly tilting her head to inquire of Yu Pa, "Your mother is not at home today, is she?" Yu Pa shook her head. "No, the mistress was taken away early this morning." Sang Luan instinctively asked, "Taken away? By whom?" Yu Pa replied, "I do not know, but I vaguely overheard that it seemed to be another lady who invited her to go flower viewing." Sang Luan pondered for a moment but could not deduce who it might be. However, as long as Lu Wenxian was absent from the residence, it was a fortunate circumstance. After a stick of incense as time had passed, outside the autumn makeup establishment, Sang Luan gazed at the throngs of people so densely packed that it seemed impossible to enter, momentarily rendered speechless. Why are there so many people? Has it already become this popular at the outset? She mused, exchanging astonished glances with Yu Pa. As she moved forward, she casually pulled a nearby woman aside to inquire, "What is happening here? Didn't this shop just open recently? Why are there so many gathered?" The woman glanced at Sang Luan before pushing forward with all her might, exclaiming, "You must not be aware, this is the establishment run by the Grand Princess." She grinned widely as she pressed ahead, continuing her explanation, "I heard they have discounts today. If we can acquire the same lip balm as the Grand Princess, it would be as if we are living the same life." The woman rambled on, tirelessly squeezing her way through the crowd. Sang Luan felt a twinge of skepticism, retreating alongside Yu Pa as they gradually withdrew from the throng. Eventually, the two managed to squeeze into the shop. Sang Luan took a sip of tea, looking across at Meng Yuning and asked, "What is happening outside? How did it become associated with the Grand Princess?" Meng Yuning furrowed her brow tightly before shaking her head, "I am not entirely sure." She cast a discreet glance outside, where figures were sprawled against the door, creating a bustling scene. Logically, with such a crowd awaiting at the opening, it should be a positive sign. Yet, do you not find this somewhat peculiar? Chapter 95. As long as you like it, you may take it home. Meng Yuning cast her gaze downward slightly, a faint chill emanating from her brows and eyes. If their intentions were merely to acquire lip balm, it would be one thing. However, the involvement of the Princess Royal complicates matters, for she is of royal descent. Sang Luan turned slightly to glance outside the room, voicing her concern, "I share your worries. If any issues arise, it will undoubtedly lead to chaos." Suddenly, Sang Luan's eyes sparkled with a bright idea. "Given the large number of people, perhaps we should implement a hunger marketing strategy and limit the numbers. Since today marks our grand opening, let us restrict the sale to only 30 packaged gift boxes. Within these boxes, aside from the popular shades, the remaining products will be offered in a blind box format." She paused, seeking Meng Yuning's opinion. "What do you think?" Meng Yuning contemplated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "That sounds feasible." She turned to the man beside her and instructed, "You all exit through the side door and prepare the packaging for the gift boxes immediately." Sang Luan then directed Yu Pa, who was nearby, "It will take some time to prepare, so try to keep the crowd outside occupied." Take 2 others with you to Tianxiang building to fetch some refreshments. Yupa acknowledged her request and promptly exited through the side door with the 2 companions. Meng Yuning stood up to fetch some chairs and tables, arranging them outside along with some sunflower seeds and beverages, while also creating a sign. We need a larger sign, one that is particularly eye-catching. Sang Luan added, designating the area as a waiting zone, with the sign indicating that the waiting area would only be open to the public today. Exchanging glances, Sang Luan spoke first. What about the pricing? Do we need to make any adjustments? Meng Yuning surveyed her surroundings before shaking her head. The previous price illusion marketing does not apply here, and it is too late for any temporary changes. Very well, Sang Luan nodded, meticulously checking the lip balm in each section. Let us proceed as is for now. We will address any issues after the official opening. Before long, everything was set up prior to the opening. Sang Luan and Meng Yuning had intentionally sought out 2 women of similar stature, each adorned with the lip balm shades that the store intended to promote heavily. Although men in business are often deemed more credible, in a shop that sells lip products, a tangible reference is essential. One cannot rely solely on imagination. Sang Luan had observed that, within the original Shengjing, there was not a single establishment offering samples. Furthermore, any store that prided itself on quality materials typically enforced fixed pricing, leaving potential buyers unaware of the actual colors before purchase. Yet, lip balm, being so color-dependent, necessitated that every year, numerous shops would open in Shengjing, yet only a scant few would endure. As Sang Luan guided Meng Yuning towards the inner room, she exchanged a knowing glance with the shopkeeper. After much preparation, they were finally ready to open their doors. The anticipation stirred within them. 2 individuals approached and gently pulled the door open. Even through the partition, Sang Luan and Meng Yuning could feel a rush of blinding light wash over them. Meng Yuning instinctively squinted, adjusting her face covering slightly. Together, they peered outside. The patrons who had been waiting outside surged forward as the door swung open, eager to enter. Inside Zhou Zhuangxia, apart from Sang Luan and Meng Yuning, were the shopkeeper's son and 2 attendants welcoming customers at the entrance, along with 2 makeup artists at the vanity area, tasked with demonstrating the lip products to the visitors. In total, there were 5 individuals present. Limited gift boxes, only 30 available today on a first-come, first-served basis. Please come here to draw lots for your purchasing eligibility, Sun proclaimed loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a crowd quickly gathered around him, their excitement palpable as they leaned forward, chattering animatedly while trying the products. At the testing area, one exclaimed, "Wow, this is my first time seeing something like this. We can actually try it first. Let me give this one a go. It should suit my style perfectly." "Don't be ridiculous," another scoffed, arms crossed. "Do you really think that suits your working class aesthetic? A product like this is far more suited to someone like me. Besides, can you even afford it? Do you know how to use it?" "What are you saying? Just because I work doesn't mean I can't use lip balm." "Shopkeeper, please settle this for us. Can I use your lip balm while working?" Suddenly called upon, Sun stepped forward, assessing the 2 women before him, one clad in coarse linen and the other wearing a disdainful expression. Immediately, he sensed the dynamics at play. With a gentle smile, Sun turned to the woman in the rough fabric and offered her a lip balm, saying, "Of course you can, everything in Zhou Zhuangxia is available to all." He paused, raising the lip balm in his hand. The woman appeared momentarily taken aback but ultimately accepted it silently. Regardless of age or gender, anyone can purchase a lip balm. Even simply looking at it can lift one's spirits. "Miss," he continued, "this lip balm is clearly suited for you. Even while you work, you can maintain your beauty, and once applied, it won't easily wear off." The other woman rolled her eyes and huffed, "What good is your flattery? Just look at her. Does she even know what lip balm is, or when to use it?" Sun maintained his gentle demeanor, addressing the woman in the coarse clothing earnestly, "As long as you like it, you may take it home. Each lip balm comes with detailed instructions on storage, usage, and environmental conditions. Additionally, our store has different areas where you can choose according to your budget." The initially skeptical woman gradually lowered her arms and shifted her gaze to a nearby lip balm. Sun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stepped forward. "You have an excellent eye, miss. The shade you are looking at is one of our main recommendations. You see, the color on her lips is exactly this one. We also support color testing. If you like it, feel free to try it yourself." He gestured towards one of the makeup artists. The woman cleared her throat and followed his gaze. Indeed, she spotted a shade she adored. Once applied, the lip balm enhanced her appearance significantly. Her eyes lit up as she turned to Sun, saying, "This is even better than I imagined. I'll take 3, please." Sun nodded slightly. "I still recommend you try it first. If it truly suits you, you can purchase it afterward." The woman glanced at him quizzically, then proceeded to test his shade on her lips. "You are quite interesting. Other shops would be eager for a quick sale, yet here you are, hesitant even when I've already expressed interest in several. Sun chuckled softly, explaining, in business, our focus is on customer experience. If you are pleased, not only will you be happy, but so will I. The woman surveyed her surroundings, increasingly satisfied, and with a flourish of her hand declared, all right, I want 10 of this shade. At that, Sun quickly signaled to his assistant, who promptly stepped forward to prepare 10 lip balms for her. Observing the two women before him, Sun casually picked up a small white perfume bottle. Today, I feel fortunate to have met you both. Consider this a small gift from me. The woman in the coarse fabric looked astonished, pointing to herself. Me too? Sun nodded lightly. In the next moment, both women accepted the gift with contentment. Shortly after, Sun clapped his hands to gather attention within the shop. Chapter 96. Have you developed affections for him? Sun Jingfu proclaimed loudly, ladies and gentlemen, today marks the inaugural day of the Autumn Makeup Loft, and we extend a warm welcome to each of you. Should any issues arise with the products within our establishment, we guarantee an unconditional refund, and depending on the circumstances, we will also provide compensation. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in delight. The 30 gift boxes we had prepared were swiftly snatched up, and the atmosphere in the store became exceedingly lively. What brand of lip balm does the Grand Princess use? Sun Jingfu paused for a moment, then raised his gaze, sweeping it over the crowd until it settled on the individual who posed the question. I am uncertain how you came to hear of this matter, but we are merely a shop dedicated to lip balm, and the Grand Princess has no affiliation with us. Prior to today's opening, aside from the orders we personally secured and the samples we provided, no one has used our lip balm. As soon as he finished speaking, the store was engulfed in an uproar. Are you implying that the Grand Princess has never used your lip balm? Sun Jingfu nodded, confirming the implication. TCH, so it was all a misunderstanding. I specifically came here for the color of the Grand Princess's lip balm. Indeed, if it weren't for the Grand Princess, who would bother coming here? Discontented murmurs emerged from the crowd, and soon enough, people began to depart one by one. In a matter of moments, the venue appeared significantly emptier. Shopkeeper's son, nearly half the people have left, are you not concerned? Sun Jingfu leisurely regarded the departing patrons and replied, why the haste? This endeavor cannot be rushed, and those who remain are genuinely here for the Autumn Makeup Loft. In another room, we certainly did not make a wrong choice in him, everything has been handled impeccably, Sang Luan remarked softly. Meng Yuning gently lowered the beaded curtain before her. Indeed, with him managing the Autumn Makeup Loft, we can rest assured. She paused, a flicker of concern crossing her features. However, we ought to investigate the matter regarding the Grand Princess further. If it isn't us, then someone must have leaked information to cause today's circumstances. Sang Luan picked up a piece of pastry, taking a delicate bite with a look of satisfaction. Isn't Ah Shang's friend one of the Grand Princess's attendants? We should inquire with her. Meng Yuning nodded in agreement, that would be wise. She then retrieved an item from her right sleeve and placed it before Sang Luan. This is something I made recently. Do give it a try. Without hesitation, Sang Luan took it, opened it, and her eyes widened in surprise. Wow, it's berry-infused matcha yam cake, I haven't had this in ages. As she spoke, she took a bite, reveling in its warmth. Meng Yuning regarded her intently. Yes, I remembered your fondness for this. I figured that in the Prime Minister's residence, Madame Lu likely restricts your indulgence, so after all this time, you must be craving it. Seeing Sang Luan enjoy the treat, Meng Yuning couldn't help but smile. I thought of you today, so I borrowed the small kitchen early this morning to prepare it. I nearly ran into Qiran, otherwise, he would have surely snatched it away. Sang Luan paused, contemplating for a moment. She lifted her gaze to meet Meng Yuning's smiling eyes, her expression suddenly growing complex. She slowly set down the berry-infused matcha yam cake and fixed her gaze on Meng Yuning. Ning Ning, Sang Luan pondered for a moment before speaking directly, you haven't developed feelings for Qiran, have you? Meng Yuning's expression shifted noticeably. The moment Sang Luan's words left her lips, memories of the original owner's fate flooded her mind, regardless of whether it was Feng Hang or Qiran. Any feelings that arose before the return of the White Moonlight heroine would dissipate into nothingness upon her arrival. From that moment on, their world would revolve solely around the true heroine. Should either of them offend her, they would swiftly resolve the matter. Meng Yuning quietly reined in her thoughts, her expression solidifying. She lightly brushed her fingers against Sang Luan's nose. No, I have not forgotten our goal. I still intend to travel the world with you, sampling delicacies and admiring handsome men. Sang Luan felt a wave of relief wash over her as she finished the berry-infused matcha yam cake in one go. Yet, when she looked up again, she found Meng Yuning resting her head on her hand, her lashes softly lowered, seemingly fast asleep. Sang Luan raised an eyebrow. How could Ning Ning sleep so soundly amidst such commotion outside? She thought little of it and resumed her own activities. Suddenly, Meng Yuning's brow furrowed tightly, and she began to cough violently. In the blink of an eye, her fair little face flushed crimson. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint bruise on her cheek. At that moment, Meng Yuning appeared extremely unwell. Instinctively, her right hand pressed against her chest as she attempted to steady her breath. Yet, in the next moment, her brow knitted even tighter. Sang Luan looked up casually and remarked, "Ning Ning, it's just the two of us now, you needn't cough so forcefully, save some energy to deal with Chi Ran later." She leaned in closer, blinking playfully. "Oh, your complexion is quite well controlled." No sooner had she spoken than Meng Yuning spat out a mouthful of blood. The floor was instantly stained with a vivid hue. The bright color at the corner of Meng Yuning's mouth stood out starkly against her small, delicate face. Before long, Meng Yuning's eyes fluttered shut, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. Sang Luan's eyelids twitched, and she quickly reacted. She hurried forward, gently propping up Meng Yuning's head and grasping the hem of Meng Yuning's garment. She shook her slightly, calling out, "Ning Ning, Ning Ning." Her gaze darkened with concern. When did Ning Ning's condition become this severe? Without a moment's hesitation, Sang Luan scooped Meng Yuning into her arms. After hastily greeting Sun Jingfu, she dashed out through the side door with Meng Yuning in tow. "What has happened?" Yu Put at the entrance inquired, her eyes widening in surprise. Sang Luan glanced ahead, gritted her teeth, and decisively changed course down another alley, heading straight for the medical clinic. Her eyes were filled with urgency as she ran, speaking to the person in her arms, "Ning Ning, you must hold on, we will arrive shortly." Beside her, Yu Put noticed Sang Luan's distress and a hint of worry crossed her features. She pursed her lips and quietly followed along. After Sang Luan and the others departed, at a corner some distance from their original position, a woman clad in a light purple garment casually raised her eyes, her gaze landing on Sang Luan's retreating figure. "Master, what are you looking at?" Beside her stood two exquisitely beautiful maidservants, who occasionally glanced around nervously. The woman narrowed her eyes and waved her hand dismissively. "Nothing of consequence, consider today a day of rest for you both, you need not concern yourselves with me. I shall return on my own later." The two maidservants exchanged glances, hesitant to move. The woman sighed. "Rest assured, I will be just fine." After a pause, her tone turned dangerous. "What, is it true that I can no longer command you?" The maidservant's lips quivered slightly. Seeing this, the woman scanned the surroundings and pointed at the autumn makeup loft sign not far away. "You shall come to fetch me here at the 7th hour." With that, the two maidservants took a step back, their expressions visibly more relaxed. The woman lowered her gaze, then set off in the direction Sang Luan had just taken.